Chapter 221. In this world, there was no place that was absolutely safe. Yang Kai could only try his best to hide his body, restrain his aura, and cover up his tracks so as not to expose his whereabouts. Hiding in the hollow of a withered tree, he paid attention to his surroundings while absorbing and refining the energy of the blood beads. In the past few days, he had collected less than 20 blood beads. Most of them were condensed from the death of the rank 3 monster beast, while some were from the rank 4 monster beast. In addition, there were also the blood beads obtained from killing the 3 Golden Light Palace cultivators. According to the size, it was easy to distinguish the grade of the blood beads. The blood beads of the rank 4 monster beast were the size of a pea, and the blood beads of the rank 3 monster beast were half the size. On the contrary, the blood beads of the 3 separation and reunion realm cultivators were the size of a thumbnail. Taking out a blood bead of the rank 3 monster beast, Yang Kai held it in the palm of his hand and silently circulated the true Yang tactics. As soon as the Yuan Qi moved, Yang Kai clearly felt a pure and flawless energy from the palm of his hand flowing into his body, pouring into his meridians. It did not stay in the dantian and was directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. Before the true Yang tactics could complete a cycle, the blood bead disappeared and turned into his own strength. Yang Kai was surprised. Although he had heard from Ling Tai Su that the blood beads obtained here could be easily refined and absorbed without any worries, Yang Kai did not expect it to be so easy. The energy in the blood bead was not useless at all. It was as pure as a pearl, and did not need to be refined at all. It only needed to be absorbed. No wonder Ling Tai Su praised the blood beads that appeared here so much. If a person had a large number of blood beads, his strength would definitely soar like a meteor. Except for the need to feel when breaking through to the next realm, there would be absolutely no obstacles when breaking through to the next realm. Any cultivator who had absorbed the energy of the blood beads would not be able to resist such a temptation. In order to become stronger, in order to break through, they would not let go of any living thing in front of them, whether it was a human or a monster beast. In the eyes of the experts here, it was just a bead of blood. The opportunity to absorb energy without any worry was too rare. In the world, there was no other place that could produce blood beads except for this special place. Taking a deep breath and calming his mind, Yang Kai took out all the blood beads and held them in the palm of his hand, circulating the true Yang secret art. A huge amount of pure energy poured into his palm. In an instant, his meridians swelled. This energy continued to flow from the blood bead into his body, and was then absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. The speed was so fast that it was almost indescribable. The blood beads in his palm decreased one by one, quickly turning into Yang Kai's capital. Yang Kai could clearly feel that his body was becoming stronger bit by bit. On top of that, his separation and reunion boundary 3rd stage cultivation was about to reach saturation. When there were only 2 blood beads left on his palm, an invisible aura suddenly spread out with Yang Kai as the center. The energy between heaven and earth also became chaotic. Without any hindrance, he had reached the separation and reunion boundary 4th stage. However, Yang Kai did not feel any joy, his face sinking as he cursed in his heart, but he did not stop, still madly absorbing the remaining energy from the blood beads in his hand. A moment later, the 2 blood beads disappeared. His newly promoted realm quickly stabilized. Hurriedly getting up, almost without thinking, Yang Kai quickly left his previous hiding place. Although he had expected that there would be some kind of disturbance when he broke through, Yang Kai had not expected it to be so obvious in this quiet place. If someone had been nearby just now, they would have definitely noticed. If he did not leave now, he would only be targeted. After flying for more than a dozen kilometers. Not only did Yang Kai not dare to stop, but he also felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. He always felt like he was being watched by someone, but when he vigilantly observed, he could not find any clues. This feeling was not groundless. Yang Kai guessed that either the strength of the person who was watching him was very high, and with his eyesight he was unable to find any trace of them, or there was someone behind him who had not yet caught up to him. The latter possibility was very likely. After all, if there really was a master who was watching him, there was no reason to keep hiding and wasting time. His luck was really bad. But this was really something that could not be helped. Yang Kai felt that he could not stay here forever without breaking through. With his separation and reunion boundary third stage strength, although he did not feel any danger here, if he encountered a real master, he would definitely not be able to escape. Every time he broke through, there would always be some kind of disturbance. This was an unavoidable drawback. After running a few dozen kilometers, the feeling of being watched became more and more obvious, a cold wind blowing down his spine. Suddenly, Yang Kai's running footsteps came to a halt, his face pale. He felt that behind a big tree in front of him, there was a yuan qi fluctuation. The other party had no intention of hiding and was instead brazenly waiting for him to come forward. He had actually been circled around to the front. This person's speed was too fast. Those who came had ill intentions, those with good intentions did not come. Yang Kai did not know which sect's disciple he had encountered, nor did he know what kind of strength the other party possessed, so naturally he did not dare act rashly. Heh. A gloomy sneer sounded as a person slowly walked out from behind the big tree. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai had the urge to vomit blood. This person turned out to be a disciple of Ghost King Valley. Ghost King Valley had sent 3 people this time, all of them Yuan Qi masters. One of them, Jin Hao, had repeatedly threatened Yang Kai, the other was a woman, and the one in front of him was the third person from Ghost King Valley. Enemies on a narrow road. Why did he have to meet a disciple from this sect? If it was someone else, there would be some possibility of negotiation, but since it was a disciple from Ghost King Valley, there was absolutely no hope of resolving the situation. Ghostly had told the 3 of them to kill Yang Kai no matter what. Yang Kai naturally wanted to get rid of them, but the timing was too bad. He had only been here for a few days and had only broken through a minor realm. Facing such an enemy, how could he win? The other side alone was enough to eat him, not to mention there were 3 of them. A dangerous situation. Look who it is. Ghost King Valley's disciple Yu Chengkuan was also very surprised, his pair of gloomy eyes looking Yang Kai up and down, his face filled with surprise and pride. It turned out to be High Heaven Pavilion's little brat. It's so easy to find him. He obviously hadn't expected that the person he had stumbled upon would be Yang Kai. This was really a freak combination of circumstances. Yang Kai stared at him with an ashen face, not daring to stay any longer, his figure flashing from the side, wanting to use his movement skill to escape from this place. A self-created movement skill was definitely a good choice for escaping. A single yuan qi took 15 steps, allowing him to run a few thousand meters at an extremely fast speed. No one in the same realm would be able to catch up. However, Yang Kai's figure had only just leapt 2 steps. In front of him was a burst of wailing and howling, and immediately a big pale hand came down towards his head. High Heaven Pavilion's little brat, we really are fated to meet. Laughing loudly, Jin Hao's figure was revealed, pale and bloodless, his big hand like a ghost claw containing a gloomy murderous intent. Yang Kai's face sank. Raising his hand, he used his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. Fist and claw collided. Jin Hao coldly snorted and pushed his yuan qi, his 5 fingers turning into sharp blades. With 3 muffled bangs, Yang Kai was sent flying, his face pale as he struggled to suppress his tumbling blood and staggered to the ground. Jin Hao's strength was probably yuan qi 4th order, and among the 3 Ghost King Valley disciples. This person's strength was also the strongest. With an enemy of this level, Yang Kai was simply no match for him. In just a single exchange, he had suffered a big loss. Landing on the ground, before Yang Kai had time to catch his breath, a cold wind blew from behind him. Hurriedly dodging forward, there was a tearing sound from his back as his clothes were directly torn apart. He had almost lost his clothes. Good reaction. Jin Hao did not attack again, but calmly crossed his arms, looking at Yang Kai playfully. Hurriedly looking back, Yang Kai found that the female disciple from Ghost King Valley had also appeared, the one who had just attacked him from behind. It was this woman. The 3 of them formed a circle around Kai Yang. These 3 people were not the 3 separation and reunion boundary disciples from Golden Light Palace. Yang Kai could easily kill the 3 from Golden Light Palace, but facing these 3 he did not dare to take them lightly. Little brat, how do you want to die? Jin Hao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. He had suffered a big loss at Yang Kai's hands on his way to Netherworld Mountain, almost dying under the attack of the golden-eyed silverback python, so naturally he hated him to the bone. But now this little brat was surrounded by his brother and sister. Even if he had wings, he would not be able to escape. He was not in a hurry to take Yang Kai's life. Sometimes, torturing and humiliating the enemy was far better than killing them. Yu Chengkuan smiled. Brother, why don't we cut off his limbs and let him bleed to death? Jin Hao slowly shook his head. No, that's too kind. I say we should refine him into a ghost slave, so that he will never be reincarnated and will only be a slave of my Ghost King Valley. Yu Chengkuan frowned. But this brat's strength is too low. Even if we refine him into a ghost slave, he won't be of much use. Hearing the two deliberately intimidating Yang Kai, the woman from Ghost King Valley said impatiently, Just kill him, what's the point of wasting time? Kill him and you'll get a blood bead. Jin Hao and Yu Chengkuan quickly smiled. Junior sister said to kill, so we'll kill. Finished speaking, Jin Hao stepped towards Yang Kai, his face filled with malice and gloominess. Little brat, being able to die a quick death is also a blessing. When you reach the netherworld, don't forget to thank me. Yang Kai sneered. It's not too late for you to talk big after you kill me. Saying so, his figure flashed and he rushed directly towards the female Ghost King Valley disciple. Just now, he had been observing her for a long time and naturally knew that among the three from Ghost King Valley, this woman's strength was the lowest, but perhaps because of her beauty, or perhaps because her status was not low, Jin Hao and Yu Chengkuan were quite respectful towards her. Therefore, this woman was definitely a breakthrough. If Yang Kai wanted to break through, the best way was to use his Yang inflammation wings. Although a Yuan Qi cultivator could fly, it was definitely not as fast and convenient as the Yang inflammation wings. However, in this dangerous place, if he really used his Yang inflammation wings to fly into the air, with the flapping of his wings, it would only attract the attention of others. So unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai really did not want to use his Yang inflammation wings. Chapter 222. As soon as Yang Kai moved, the three Ghost King Valley disciples all sneered. Although Jin Hao and Yu Chengkuan saw Yang Kai rushing towards the woman, they didn't show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, they sneered even more, apparently thinking that this woman had enough strength to easily stop Yang Kai. The woman's expression didn't change as she secretly condensed her Yuan Qi, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yang Kai as if she was staring at a dead man, without the slightest emotion. When he was about 5 meters away from the woman, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi fiercely burst out. Unyielding will. In order to escape from the hands of an Yuan Qi cultivator, Yang Kai didn't dare to hold back. Feeling Yang Kai's strength soar, the woman's face sank slightly, her pale white hands trembling as a few thin threads flew out from her fingertips, like snakes leaping out of their lair, piercing towards Yang Kai's vital points. These threads were not condensed from Yuan Qi, but rather a kind of silk. They were tough and after being infused with Yuan Qi, they would become as sharp as knives. They weren't considered artifacts, so they could be used here. Perceiving the crisis contained in these threads, Yang Kai's expression became dignified, his thoughts turning sharply as he suddenly forced out a few drops of Yang liquid from his fingertips. As soon as these drops of Yang liquid appeared, under Yang Kai's will, they transformed into a shield shape, stacked on top of each other, and blocked in front of him. Just as he finished this, the threads arrived in front of him. Asterisk poo. Asterisk with a light sound, Yang Kai's liquefied shield was directly pierced through, but with this slight obstruction, Yang Kai was still able to avoid being hit in any of his vitals, allowing the threads to pierce through some insignificant positions and emerge from his body. His body couldn't help but tremble as Yang Kai rushed in front of the woman and punched out a few times. The woman sneered. Her ghost claw broke through the air and clashed with Yang Kai, her sharp nails tearing off a piece of flesh from the back of Yang Kai's hand. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's face became even paler, but with the help of the power of these few exchanges, he was able to recover. He flew over the woman's head and landed on the ground. Then he used his footwork and quickly fled. Come back! The woman shouted, and the silk in her hand trembled. He pulled back fiercely, but Yang Kai's body was not pulled back. He only paused for a moment and then quickly flew away, leaving behind a few bloody streaks in the air. The woman's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. Jin Hao and Yu Qingquan, who were calm and composed, were also shocked. What's going on? Jin Hao flew over and asked. His junior sister's silk was extremely tough. Since it had already pierced into that brat's body, how could it not bind him? It's been melted. The woman looked at the broken piece of silk and felt her heart ache. She stamped her foot and said, "What are you looking at? Chase after him." Yu Qingquan narrowed his eyes and chased after them. Jin Hao and the woman hurriedly followed. In the isolated world, Yang Kai was using almost all of his strength to escape. It was not easy to open a gap, but he also paid a big price for it. If he was surrounded by those three again, he was afraid he would really have to use his yang inflammation wings. His self-created footwork had been pushed to the limit, but there was still an indistinct shadow chasing after him. It was the fastest Ghost King Valley disciple. Jin Hao and the woman's footwork was not as good as Yu Qingquan's, so they fell behind. After running for half a day, Yu Qingquan was still chasing after Yang Kai, following him like a shadow. Even if Yang Kai pushed his speed to the limit, he couldn't shake him off. The other party's behavior showed that he was determined to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai was full of anger. There was a group of monster beasts in front of him, about 4 or 5 of them, about 1,000 feet away from him. Yang Kai's heart became fierce. Not only did he not avoid them, but he also rushed directly towards them. His figure swayed. After a few flashes, he rushed out of the group of monster beasts gathering area. Looking back, he saw that Yu Qingquan had also rushed out unscathed. He was not stopped by the group of monster beasts at all. When one's speed reached a certain level, they could indeed avoid most battles here. Monster beast below 5th order would have a hard time chasing after them. High Heaven Pavilion boy, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you can't escape from my pursuit. Give up now. Yu Qingquan shouted as he chased, "Your speed is really good, but you're only at the separation and reunion boundary. How long will the Yuan Qi in your body last? Sooner or later, you'll run out of Yuan Qi. When that time comes, you'll die. Obediently stop and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll make you wish you were dead." Yu Qingquan was also a bit angry. His speed was second to none in the Yuan Qi boundary, but now he was chasing after a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. He was secretly surprised at Yang Kai's speed and became more and more annoyed. He thought that when he caught Yang Kai, he would definitely torture him. Yang Kai ignored his threats. While running, he secretly circulated Yuan Qi to heal himself. He didn't have to worry about running out of Yuan Qi. He just looked left and right for an opportunity to win. Along the way, Yang Kai deliberately ran towards the places where the monster beast gathered. He crossed mountains and cut through thorns. He didn't know how far he had run, but Yu Qingquan was not far behind. On the contrary, Jin Hao and the woman from Ghost King Valley were nowhere to be seen. But Yang Kai still didn't dare to stop. If it was only Yu Qingquan, he still had hope to fight, but Jin Hao and the woman would definitely catch up. If he stopped, he would die. After a full day, Yang Kai didn't know how far he had run, but Yu Qingquan was still chasing after him like a maggot. While running, Yang Kai rushed out of the deep jungle and directly rushed to a cliff. Finally, he reached the place. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. When he was running before, he had observed this cliff. It was about 10,000 feet high, and below it, there were clouds and roiling fog. He didn't know what kind of scene it was. Seeing such a cliff half a day ago, Yang Kai realized that his opportunity had come. So he led Yu Qingquan all the way to this place. Standing still and gasping for breath, Kai Yang turned around and looked back. In the forest, Yu Qingquan also rushed out. When he saw the terrain of this place, he was stunned and couldn't help but laugh wildly. He approached step by step and said with a nasty grin, "Run. Keep running. Son of a bitch, your strength isn't high, but your speed is quite fast, making this uncle chase you for so long." Victory was already in his hands. Yang Kai's escape route was blocked by him, and in front of him was a 10,000-foot cliff. A trivial separation and reunion boundary cultivator was equivalent to being forced into a dead end, with no way out. Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at him coldly, motionless. Why aren't you running? Yu Qingquan coldly looked at Yang Kai and stood 5 feet in front of him. There's nowhere to run, Yang Kai said truthfully. Ha! Yu Qingquan laughed unscrupulously, so you also know there's nowhere to run. Let me go, Yang Kai said in a low voice. Are you begging for mercy? Yu Qingquan showed a contemptuous and proud smile. This is not the attitude you should be begging for mercy. You should kneel down, crawl in front of me, kowtow and admit your mistakes. If this uncle is in a good mood, maybe he really will spare your life. I don't have any enmity with you, so why do you have to kill me? Yu Qingquan grinned. We don't have any enmity, but our elders do. Who told you to be so unlucky? In such a big place, you just had to run into us. Don't talk nonsense, destroy your own meridians, and then pray that I will be kind. Let me go, and I'll give you a reward. Yu Qingquan's smile faded and he said in a low voice, How many blood beads do you have? Yang Kai shook his head. I've already absorbed all the blood beads. But I have a few bottles of good quality pills. As he spoke, he reached into his Qingquan bag and took out a few bottles of pills, waving them in front of Yu Qingquan before putting them away. These are all healing pills. You'll need them if you want to move around here. Seeing these bottles of pills, Yu Qingquan couldn't help showing a greedy look, and he smiled sinisterly. Not bad, not bad. It seems that today's harvest is not small. Boy, throw the pills over. Are you willing to let me go? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Yu Qingquan slowly shook his head. Why should I let you go? Even if I kill you, I'll still get a blood bead, and these pills will still be mine. This uncle never makes a bad deal. If you think so, you're destined to get nothing. Yang Kai's face was fierce, and he slowly stepped back a few steps, making a posture as if he was about to jump off the cliff. Yu Qingquan's face turned cold and he snapped, You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? I don't believe you have the guts to jump. As he spoke, he took a step and rushed towards Yang Kai. But to Yu Qingquan's surprise, Yang Kai actually showed a smile, and then jumped back more than 10 feet. Did he really jump? Yu Qingquan's eyes widened. He never thought that Yang Kai would be so decisive. Originally, he thought that Yang Kai was just joking. After all, he was only at the separation and reunion boundary and couldn't fly, so jumping off such a high cliff would definitely result in death. If he had stayed and fought with him, with his speed, he might have had a chance to survive. But now Yang Kai actually jumped off the cliff without hesitation, causing Yu Qingquan to be slightly stunned. Immediately, Yu Qingquan was furious. This boy would clearly rather die than let him get the slightest benefit. He was really ruthless. Thinking quickly, Yu Qingquan also rushed to the edge of the cliff and jumped down. What was a 10,000-foot cliff? He was a Yuan Qi cultivator. After the Yuan Qi in his body transformed into Yuan Qi, he could fly. As long as he quickly killed this little bastard from High Heaven Pavilion, with his strength, he would naturally be able to fly up. The blood bead was secondary, but he absolutely couldn't let go of those bottles of healing pills. After falling more than 10 feet, Yang Kai looked up and saw Yu Qingquan quickly rushing towards him, like a big bird spreading its wings, his face filled with ruthlessness. Yang Kai grinned. He was really worried that Yu Qingquan wouldn't jump down with him. If he didn't have the courage, then all his acting would have been in vain. Seeing him jump off the cliff, he couldn't help but feel relieved. Chapter 223. Although the two of them had jumped off the cliff one after the other, Yang Kai had fallen on his own while Yu Qingquan had borrowed the force of his fall, so their speeds naturally couldn't be compared. The latter was undoubtedly much faster. Little brat, even if you die, you'll die by my hands, Yu Qingquan shouted as he ferociously rushed towards Yang Kai. In midair, Yu Qingquan's pair of ghost claws danced as a distorted human face suddenly shot out from his palms. This face was very similar to the one he had seen when he first met the old demon. This face roared ferociously, mixed with unparalleled resentment and evil qi. Like a vicious ghost, it instantly rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai opened his hand and struck out towards this resentful face, but he didn't feel the slightest resistance and instead allowed this resentful spirit to rush into his body. Feeling a cold sensation on his arm, Yang Kai couldn't help shivering as his entire arm was quickly covered in frost. Yu Qingquan laughed triumphantly, "You're dead." This move was the Ghost King Valley's evil martial skill, the Ghost King Seal, which was cultivated using a human soul. Capture a living person, then constantly torture and humiliate them without letting them die, filling them with anger and resentment. Once they reached a certain point, kill them and use a special method to extract their resentful spirit and absorb it into one's body to cultivate. This move of a Ghost King Valley disciple was impossible to defend against with ordinary means. Once the resentful spirit rushed into one's body, the enemy was basically a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yu Qingquan didn't want to waste time, so naturally he wanted to quickly kill Yang Kai and extract the blood bead condensed from his flesh and yuan qi. After this move succeeded, Yu Qingquan unscrupulously rushed towards Yang Kai and grabbed him. But in the next moment, Yu Qingquan's body couldn't help trembling, his face suddenly paling as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he felt that the connection between the resentful spirit he had sent out and his body had been severed. This resentful spirit contained his blood essence, yuan qi, and soul, so when it was destroyed, Yu Qingquan also suffered a heavy backlash. What's going on? Yu Qingquan was shocked and looked down. The frost on Yang Kai's arm was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the corner of this high heaven pavilion disciple's mouth curled into a proud smile. Jie 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 jie? Old demon laughed wildly inside Yang Kai's body. I didn't expect that even though this old master couldn't take action, someone would still send this old master a delicious meal. Not bad, not bad. This resentful spirit has a strong baleful aura. It's really delicious. After a few bites, the resentful spirit was devoured by the old demon. The old demon licked the corner of his mouth. Young master, ask him if he still has any more of these things. Tell him to make a few more so that this old man can at least be half full. I'm afraid he's gone. Yang Kai saw that Qingquan was injured. He knew that the vengeful spirit was definitely a precious item. Yu Qingquan couldn't possibly have a second one like that. Hearing Yang Kai talking to himself, Yu Qingquan's face suddenly turned cold. It's you. What method did you use to destroy my Ghost King seal? Yang Kai sneered, take a guess. I'll kill you. Yu Qingquan was furious. Opening his hand, he slapped down towards Yang Kai's head. His ghost claw flashed with a murderous aura. With a hua sound, two fiery red lights suddenly flashed from Yang Kai's back. Feeling this fierce yuan qi fluctuation, Yu Qingquan was shocked and quickly released Yang Kai. He also involuntarily withdrew his attack and put his hands in front of him in a defensive posture. But as soon as he finished this action, he saw that Yang Kai, who was falling down the cliff with him, suddenly froze in place while he himself continued to fall at a rapid speed. Looking up, Yu Qingquan's pupils instantly shrank. He saw the high heaven pavilion disciple standing proudly in the air, coldly looking at him like an eagle overlooking the earth. His whole body exuded an aura that made people unable to look down on him. But behind him, there was a pair of fiery red wings. They burned like fireworks. The surrounding air was distorted. He stood there, insufferably arrogant, looking down on everyone. Yu Qingquan could hardly believe his eyes. What kind of artifact was this? No, the artifacts here couldn't be used. This wasn't an artifact. Could it be a martial skill? What kind of martial skill could have such a brilliant effect? What kind of martial skill could give birth to two large wings on someone's back? Shocked, Yu Qingquan was momentarily dazed. Yang Kai had already spread his yang inflammation wings. He quickly flew down. The situation was completely different from before. Now the two's positions were completely reversed. Yu Qingquan's heart trembled, but he didn't dare to be negligent. His yuan qi burst out and his falling speed suddenly slowed down, showing signs of stabilizing. How could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? In a flash, he flew above Yu Qingquan's head and fiercely punched towards the top of his head. Yu Qingquan complained in his heart. He was a yuan qi cultivator, but after all, he was only at the 3rd level of yuan qi. If no one was blocking him, he could fly, but with a strong enemy attacking him, how could he fly steadily? In other words, a Yuan Qi cultivator had just learned how to fly, so he couldn't fight while flying. When Yang Kai's attack came, he had no choice but to mobilize all of his Yuan Qi and counter it with his hand. With a loud boom, Yu Qingquan plummeted down at an even faster speed than before. While falling at such a high speed, the headwind from below made him almost unable to open his eyes, and his mouth and nose were filled with a chill. He hurriedly mobilized his Yuan Qi, trying to stabilize his fall. Just as he saw the effect, a murderous attack came from above. Yu Qingquan was shocked. He never thought that Yang Kai's speed would be so fast. In a hurry, he made a move to block, but how could he block Yang Kai's full power? Yu Qingquan only felt a sharp pain in his hands. The hot Yuan Qi rushed into his meridians, almost rushing into the dantian. Only now did he know that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not as easy to deal with as he seemed. His Ghost King seal was silently neutralized by him. He also had a martial skill that allowed him to grow a pair of wings on his back. This person's Yuan Qi was also unbelievably pure. He was the perfect example of a wolf in sheep's clothing to eat a tiger. All of his previous acts of weakness were just to numb himself. Yu Qingquan was full of regret. He should not have been greedy for those bottles of pills and jumped off the cliff with this brat. Now that he was in midair, he could not even use 30% of his strength. He was completely at the mercy of this brat. Looking up, he saw that Yang Kai was attacking again, but there was no sign of the cliff above him. He had already fallen more than 500 feet. Now even if he wanted to fly, he could not. Kong. Yu Qingquan screamed miserably. He felt as if his shoulder was about to collapse, and his already fast-falling speed increased by a fraction. Falling at such a speed, once he touched the ground, he would definitely die without a corpse. The smell of death hit him in the face. Yu Qingquan trembled with fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a strong wind rushed into his mouth, making it impossible for him to make any sound. In the sky, two figures were rapidly falling. The difference was that Yu Qingquan below was involuntarily falling, while Yang Kai above was fiercely waving his yang inflammation wings, chasing after Yu Qingquan and attacking at the same time. Kong. Every attack took a long time. After all, Yu Qingquan's speed was getting faster and faster. Yang Kai would need to spend some time to catch up. After falling for an unknown amount of time, and not knowing how high the cliff was, Yang Kai and Yu Qingquan both plunged into the white fog, as if they were falling into the clouds. After more than a dozen attacks, one of Yu Qingquan's shoulders was broken, and both of his arms were broken. Blood flowed out, and he looked miserable. In the sky, Yang Kai, with the help of his yang inflammation wings, was the real master. If Yu Qingquan did not desperately urge his Yuan Qi to slow down his falling momentum, Yang Kai would not have been able to catch up with him. But even so, Yu Qingquan's falling speed was getting faster and faster. Sensing another murderous intent coming from above his head, Yu Qingquan looked up and saw Kai Yang attack him again, causing him to panic to fill his eyes as a look of panic appeared on his face. His arms were already broken, and there was no way for him to resist. If this attack hit him, he would definitely die. But to Yu Qingquan's surprise, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He withdrew the attack that was about to hit him, and the two wings on his back flapped vigorously. The falling speed quickly slowed down and gradually stopped. Escaping a disaster, Yu Qingquan did not have the slightest joy, because he guessed why Yang Kai suddenly stopped and desperately tried to slow down his falling speed. Looking down as he guessed, the ground was dozens of feet below him. Yuan Qi gushed out desperately, and Yu Qingquan hoped that he could safely land. But his speed was too fast. The distance of dozens of feet was closed in an instant. Bang! A sound was heard. Yang Kai, who was slowly falling from the sky, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. On the ground where Yu Qingquan fell, a large pool of dark red blood bloomed like a delicate flower. Pieces of flesh and broken limbs were everywhere, and it looked very horrible. A third-level Yuan Qi cultivator, if faced head-on, Yang Kai estimated that he had no hope of winning. But using this terrain, the enemy did not cause any damage to Yang Kai and died without a burial place. Never underestimate the opponent at any time. Yang Kai pursed his lips and secretly reflected. The moment Yu Qingquan died, Jin Hao and the young woman who had rushed to the edge of the cliff couldn't help but change their expressions. The three of them from Ghost King Valley had a special method to detect each other's location and vitality. As soon as Yu Qingquan died, Jin Hao and the young woman noticed. "Brother, you died?" The young woman's mouth was slightly agape as she stood there in a daze. Jin Hao rushed to the edge of the cliff and looked down, but all he could see was a cloud and fog, so he couldn't see anything. He couldn't help but angrily say, "He must have been dragged down the cliff by that high heaven pavilion little brat. How could he be so careless?" The young woman hatefully stomped her foot. He was just a third-level Yuan Qi cultivator. Even if he really fell down the cliff, as long as he was careful he should have been able to fly back up. Jin Hao's face was also ugly. It seems that we all underestimated that little brat from High Heaven Pavilion. He must have been hiding some kind of secret method that caught junior brother off guard. Chapter 224. Both Jin Hao and the woman were extremely annoyed. Their hearts ached for Yu Qingquan's death. Fortunately, that brat from Sky Tower Pavilion had also fallen into the cliff and would definitely die. At least there was someone to accompany him to the grave, so they wouldn't be too lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. After lamenting for a while at the edge of the cliff, the two left. The cliff was too high, and they didn't know if there were any dangers at the bottom. They didn't dare to go down to look for Yu Qingquan's body, so they could only let him be buried in the wilderness. At the bottom of the cliff, Yang Kai flapped his yang inflammation wings and slowly landed on the ground. He collected the blood bead condensed after Yu Qingquan's death. As expected of an Yuan Qi expert, this blood bead was twice the size of a separation and reunion realm blood bead. It was the size of a longan fruit, and the energy it contained was much more abundant. When he absorbed the blood bead before, Yang Kai had tasted the sweetness. Now that he saw such a large blood bead, his mind couldn't help but become active. If he could kill all the Yuan Qi cultivators who entered this place, how much would he gain? At the lakeside, Yang Kai found that there were as many as 200 to 300 cultivators who entered this place to train. 200 to 300 blood beads? He could easily advance to the Yuan Qi realm, right? When this thought came to his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly restrained his thoughts, afraid that it would arouse the hidden killing intent and hostility in his heart. Putting the blood bead into his Qingquan bag, Yang Kai turned his head to look left and right, then quickly left in a certain direction. This was a huge valley covered by clouds and mist. All four sides were extremely steep and high cliffs. It was impossible for ordinary people to come down. Even if one's strength had reached the Yuan Qi realm, they wouldn't dare to rashly enter the valley before investigating the situation below. Yang Kai walked in the valley for a day and gradually understood the terrain. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. This kind of terrain made it so that he was the only one moving around here. He didn't have to worry about encountering an opponent that he couldn't defeat. Along the way, he also killed several fourth-order monster beasts. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. As long as he had enough time, his strength would slowly become stronger. If he left this place, he wouldn't have to worry about those Yuan Qi cultivators. The valley was indeed huge. Yang Kai walked and hunted in it day after day. Every day, he would reap some rewards. Occasionally, he would come across a few level 5 monster beasts, but he would quickly avoid them. After more than 10 days, Yang Kai had collected more than 30 monster beast blood orbs. It took him 2 hours to find a safe place, refine and absorb all of it. Combined with the blood bead he obtained after Yu Qingquan's death, Yang Kai felt that he had reached the bottleneck of the separation and reunion boundary 4th stage and was only a step away from breaking through again. It was a bountiful harvest. However, it seemed like there were only a few monster beasts in this valley for them to kill. As time passed, it was difficult for Yang Kai to encounter a Tier 4 monster beast again, although there were traces of activity of a few Tier 5 monster beast. But Yang Kai really didn't want to fight with him. After running around the entire periphery of the valley, he gradually returned to the place where he had originally landed. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to explore the middle of the valley to see if he could find more monster beast. If there were no more, he would have to leave this valley and think of another way. Yang Kai advanced into the valley very quickly. He did encounter a few monster beasts and obtained a few blood beads. But as he walked towards the middle of the valley, he didn't see a single monster beast. There wasn't even the slightest trace of monster beast activity. With a trace of doubt in his heart, Yang Kai continued to walk forward. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was walking, suddenly stopped and stared in front of him. His pupils shrank and his face involuntarily filled with shock and disbelief. He saw an incomparably huge skeleton. 1,000 feet away, there was a white skeleton lying quietly on the ground. Even though it was so far away, Yang Kai could feel an ancient and barbaric aura coming from it. The skeleton was at least 20 feet tall, and he didn't know how long it was. The white bones were shining like ivory. Even after countless years, it was still tenacious and unwavering. Even though the flowing time great emperor had passed, it still stood there and didn't turn into dust. The skeleton was so huge. It was hard to imagine how powerful this monster beast was before it died. His mind was shaken for a long time. Then, Yang Kai slowly lifted his feet and walked towards it. When he got closer, Yang Kai found that there wasn't only one skeleton here, but two. One of them was the one he saw from afar, while the other was small and exquisite. The two skeletons seemed to be connected, but when he looked carefully, they weren't. It was just that the small skeleton was embedded in the abdomen of the big skeleton. These two monster beasts died together. The old demon asserted. Yang Kai nodded and agreed with his deduction. Looking at the two skeletons, he could vaguely see the hardships and bloodshed of the battle. The two monster beasts, one big and one small, were evenly matched. There was no clear winner. The monster beast's fierceness was aroused. No one was willing to be weak, and no one was willing to admit defeat. In the end, the smaller monster beast tore open the big monster beast's abdomen, but it was also heavily injured by the big monster beast. At the same time, it fell to the ground and died. Countless years had passed. The wind blew and the sun shone, and the sand and dust covered the traces of the shocking battle. However, they couldn't bury the white bones and the unyielding murderous aura. Yang Kai's shock didn't subside. His eyes fell on the big skeleton. He didn't know what kind of monster beast could have such a huge body. It was 20 feet tall when it fell to the ground, and this was only half of its body. Most of its body was still buried under the dust. Each of its bones was so strong and powerful, and its body was so huge. It must have been an extraordinarily strong monster beast when it was alive. But what was the origin of the small monster beast? It was so weak that it could die together with its opponent. Old demon, do you know what kind of monster beast this is? Yang Kai stood for a long time before he gradually collected his thoughts and asked. I can't deduce it just by looking at the skeleton, the old demon replied. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently touched the huge white bones. As soon as his fingers touched them, the bones collapsed and turned into fine powder. The two skeletons that were exposed to the surface of the ground started to crack and collapse in an instant with a loud rumble. They died here and were buried here, so where did their soul go? Even such a powerful demonic beast couldn't escape the fate of death. It was truly lamentable. But soon, Yang Kai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He opened his eyes wide and looked around. Young master, what are you looking for? The old demon was puzzled. Blood beads, these two monster beasts were so powerful, how bad could the blood beads condensed after they died be? Yang Kai replied excitedly. They've been dead for so many years. There shouldn't be any blood beads left, right? I bet they're still here. Do you believe me? Yang Kai smiled confidently. This old servant is slow-witted. The old demon humbly asked for guidance. This is the valley at the bottom of the cliff. It's covered by clouds and mist. I don't think the Yuan Qi cultivator would come down here for no reason, Yang Kai chuckled. Only I, who was chased to a dead end, would take the risk. But even if the cultivator didn't come down, there's still a monster beast here. Before he finished speaking, the old demon suddenly realized. In the past few days, they hadn't seen any monster beast activity nearby. If the cultivator didn't come, and the monster beast didn't come, then the blood beads condensed from these two powerful monster beasts wouldn't have disappeared. Yang Kai was too lazy to explain. The old demon definitely understood. A drop of yang liquid appeared on his finger and turned into the shape of a shovel. He buried his head and dug. Yang was very particular with his excavation. He dug along the bones of the huge skeleton. Since the blood beads were condensed from these two monster beasts after they died, they must have been buried in the sand and should be at the bottom. Clouds of dust were lifted. Yang Kai quickly dug deeper. He dug very carefully and didn't let go of any suspicious places. After digging for more than 10 feet, a ray of crimson light suddenly burst out from the ground. Found it! Yang Kai was overjoyed. He quickly and carefully lifted the soil around him. He couldn't help but be stunned. He thought that the blood beads condensed from such a powerful monster beast would at least be the size of a human head. If it wasn't the size of a human head, it should be the size of a fist. But this wasn't the case. The blood bead at the bottom was smaller than the one Yu Chengkuan got after he died. It was only the size of the 4th-grade monster beast. Could it be that his estimation was wrong? Those two monster beasts weren't powerful existences? With some doubts in his heart, Yang Kai continued to dig. Soon he found another blood bead nearby. It was almost the same as the previous one. The two monster beasts would die together. Their strength was equal, so the blood beads were naturally the same. Frowning, Yang Kai slightly operated the true Yang secret art. He wanted to feel the energy contained in these two blood beads. But as soon as the secret art was activated, Yang Kai groaned and involuntarily sat down cross-legged. His face was full of horror. "Young master!" The old demon was shocked. He quickly shouted, but he didn't get any response from Yang Kai. The next moment he felt a surge of energy that made people's hearts palpitate. It kept flowing from Yang Kai's hand into his body. Moreover, this energy was not pure and was mixed with a great deal of evil qi and demonic qi. This unparalleled evil qi and evil qi caused even an old devil like Old Demon, who was accustomed to great spectacles, to shudder. Yang Kai trembled all over. In an instant his meridians were saturated. The true Yang secret art was uncontrollably operated, refining the impurities in this huge amount of energy and then pouring it into the unyielding golden skeleton. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. What was the origin of those two monster beasts? Why were the blood beads condensed after death different from the others? The other blood beads were incomparably pure and could be easily absorbed by anyone. However, these two blood beads were different. They contained too much of the wild nature and baleful aura of the demonic beasts when they were alive. If they were not refined and absorbed, it would definitely cause a person to become like the demonic beasts and lose their humanity. Could it be that when one's strength reached a certain level, the blood beads condensed after death were so different? Yang Kai wanted to stop absorbing this energy, but no matter what, he couldn't do it. The energy in the two blood beads surged uncontrollably. He had no choice but to accept and refine it. Chapter 225. In just 10 breaths of time, Yang Kai felt like he had broken through the bottleneck of separation and reunion boundary 4th stage. His own cultivation sword, breaking through to separation and reunion boundary 5th stage like a hot knife through butter, and then continued to climb. The sudden breakthrough caused Yang Kai to panic. Although he also wanted to become stronger quickly, this kind of crazy influx of energy had exceeded the limit of what he could accept. All of Yang Kai's muscles tightened, and without any warning, his entire body grew fatter. His exposed skin and flesh began to wriggle visibly. It was as if there were countless earthworms crawling inside his body, making him look extremely terrifying. After a while, Yang Kai's skin began to crack, and his muscles began to break inch by inch. Blood began to flow out, and his entire body became bloody. Under the huge pressure, the unyielding golden skeleton became even more hungry than before, endlessly swallowing the refined energy. However, even if Yang Kai's true Yang secret art was pushed to the limit, it still could not keep up with the speed of the influx of energy. Poo poo poo. Countless soft muffled sounds were emitted from within his body. Clusters of bloody fog exploded as these sounds were emitted. Immediately, countless blood-red glows charged out from within his body. The area within 1,000 feet radius was instantly covered by this extremely wild and violent energy. The old demon screamed in horror, but never got a response from Yang Kai. It was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, unable to do anything. Kai Yang suppressed the severe pain coming from all over his body, clenching his teeth tightly, his whole body trembling. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. The huge pressure coming from his body made him feel like he was on the verge of collapse, unable to resist at all. As the huge amount of energy continued to pour into his body, Yang Kai felt his body become even more bloated. If this continued, sooner or later, he would explode from the huge amount of energy. Moreover, the crisis Yang Kai was facing was not only the influx of energy, but also the evil aura that rushed into his mind along with the energy. This was the aura of the two monster beasts. After they died, because they were too powerful, the world principles here had condensed their monster cores and flesh essence into blood beads. However, it still could not erase their aura. The threat of this baleful aura was not inferior to the impact of energy. Yang Kai could only guard his mind and prevent himself from being affected by the monster beast's aura. At the same time, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the situation. In fact, the solution was very simple. As long as the true Yang Yuan Qi in the body could refine the energy at the same speed as the energy entering the body, the danger would naturally be averted. Although he knew the method, however, it was extremely difficult to achieve this. The true Yang tactic had already been pushed to the limit. There was no way to increase the speed. The only solution left was to make the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body purer and denser. Xinjiang Yuan Qi was like a ball of fire. The energy that surged into his body was like a piece of stubborn iron. The purer the flame, the denser it was. The higher the temperature, the faster the iron would be melted. But there was no time to think about it. As soon as this idea popped into his head, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and exploded a drop of Yang liquid inside the dantian. A single drop of Yang liquid was equivalent to the total amount of Yuan Qi stored in Yang Kai's meridians. With this explosion, the already packed meridians became even more congested. The swelling pain of his meridians and the tearing of his flesh caused Yang Kai to tremble uncontrollably. Holding his breath, he frantically compressed his meridians, compressing and purifying the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians. This was a task that tested one's willpower. Fortunately, the unyielding will played a role at the crucial moment. The temporary increase in realm allowed Yang Kai to withstand more energy impact. After enduring for a period of time, the pressure suddenly lessened. Under Yang Kai's desperate urging, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his meridians burned and fused with each other. It did indeed become purer than before. The Yuan Qi became purer, and even the speed of its circulation increased. With this two-pronged approach, the energy that entered his body could naturally be melted faster. Realizing this, Yang Kai's mind shook. He exerted more effort to compress his meridians and control the fusion of the Yuan Qi. With the passage of time, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body became purer and purer. The efficiency of the fusion of energy also increased, and the circulation speed increased by about 5%. From the outside, Yang Kai's bloated body was like a balloon that had a small hole poked in it, and it was recovering at an undetectable speed. The old demon finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He hid in the Soul Breaker All and prayed incessantly. Yang Kai's life and death were closely related to him. How could he not be worried? When the fusion of the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body slowed down, Yang Kai ignited another drop of Yang liquid. Using this desperate method, he suppressed the fusion of the Yuan Qi. Half a day later, when the true Yang Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, the true Yang secret art began to circulate. Yang Kai could almost hear the humming sound coming from his body. It was the pleasant sound that came when the Yuan Qi in his meridians flowed to a certain limit. At this time, the true Yang Yuan Qi's fusion of energy could finally keep up with the speed of the two blood beads. His fat body gradually returned to its normal state. His life was no longer in danger. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He secretly opened his eyes to check, and found that the two blood beads in his hand hadn't changed much. They were still the same size as when he first picked them up. It seemed that he had underestimated the energy in these two blood beads. This struggle between life and death made Yang Kai ponder. He also had some enlightenment in his state of mind. It wasn't just an increase in strength. One of the tasks of a separation and reunion boundary cultivator was to prepare for the advancement to the Yuan Qi boundary. They had to make the Yuan Qi in their body purer and richer. When it reached a certain limit, the Yuan Qi would transform into Yuan Qi, and they would smoothly advance to the Yuan Qi boundary. Before this, Yang Kai's strength had only increased due to the increase in energy in his body. But after experiencing this life and death trial, he found that breaking through wasn't so simple. There were other ways. It could even be said that even if the energy in his body didn't increase, he could still break through. When the Yuan Qi reached a certain level of purity, it would be a breakthrough. With each breakthrough, the Yuan Qi would become purer and purer, gradually transforming into Yuan Qi. However, a normal cultivator didn't have Yang Kai's conditions. The Dantian stored such a huge amount of energy at any time, so they could only use the method of increasing the Yuan Qi to slowly compress and fuse it, and thus achieve the effect of purification. But half a day ago, when Yang Kai was facing a desperate situation, he unexpectedly found a suitable cultivation method for himself. This discovery made him clear what he should do in the separation and reunion boundary. The enlightenment and improvement in his state of mind made Yang Kai feel light all over. This feeling of finding a goal was very wonderful. The energy in the 2 blood beads continued to pour into his body, one after another, like a vast river, rolling and becoming his capital to become stronger. The evil qi and evil qi from the energy were refined, but they didn't melt. Instead, they were squeezed out of his meridians and gathered around Yang Kai's body, where the wind couldn't blow them away. This abnormal situation was naturally noticed by Yang Kai, but now he was at a critical juncture of absorbing the energy, so naturally he didn't have time to pay attention to it. However, this also confirmed the tyrannical nature of the 2 monster beasts. Even if they had died countless years ago, even if they had been condensed into blood beads, their demonic nature still existed. The absorption of the 2 blood beads took Yang Kai 10 days of effort. More than half of the yang liquid in the Dantian had been used up before he was able to completely purify them. But what puzzled the old demon was that after absorbing such a huge amount of energy, Yang Kai actually didn't break through, maintaining his cultivation at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage. This discovery really puzzled him, and he didn't know what kind of mystery was behind it. When the 2 blood beads completely disappeared, the last wisp of evil qi flowed out of Yang Kai's body and gathered around him. After 10 days, the place where Yang Kai had been meditating had become filled with a murderous aura. The evil qi was divided into 2 and gathered around Yang Kai, constantly fighting with each other, just like the 2 monster beasts had been when they were alive. The surrounding 1,000 meters had been wrapped in a gloomy evil qi. As the last wisp of evil qi converged, the 2 opposing evil qi suddenly began to tumble and squirm. As they tumbled, the 2 evil qi gradually transformed into the shape of 2 monster beasts. The one on the left was 10 meters tall, its whole body was snow white, and there wasn't the slightest trace of impurities on its body. On its forehead was a majestic king character, and the 2 fangs at the corners of its mouth glowed with a cold light. Its whip-like tail was as strong as steel, and when it swung it, the wind howled. This was a white tiger. The one on the right was huge, at least 400 to 500 meters tall, its body towering into the clouds. It was almost impossible to see what it looked like, but from its body shape, it was vaguely possible to see the shape of an ox. When its 4 feet struck the ground, the earth shook. Heaven-shaking white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox. The old demon couldn't help but exclaim. When the 2 beasts took shape, they both roared towards the sky. The entire mountain valley suddenly changed color, and immediately, they turned into a gray mist and drilled into the body of the dumbfounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai only felt his whole body tremble, and the evil qi in his body tumbled, making it impossible for him to move. What he saw was no longer the scenery in front of him, but a vast world where the 2 monster beasts, 1 tiger and 1 ox, were fiercely charging and killing each other. All kinds of monster beast secret skills flew all over the sky, causing the world to lose its color and the clouds to become turbulent. This was an unprecedented battle. This was the resentment of the two monster beasts towards each other when they were alive. Even after death, they still fought endlessly. The battlefield of this battle was inside Yang Kai, who had absorbed their essence. When they were alive, they were evenly matched and even perished together. After death, they were still evenly matched. Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest discomfort, except for the initial shock and panic. After a while, he calmed down and carefully watched the life and death duel between the two monster beasts. This kind of earth-shattering battle was not something that a cultivator of his level could easily witness. Although it was a monster beast battle, watching it would still be rewarding. Gradually, Yang Kai forgot about the existence of time, and his mind was focused on the two monster beasts. He was the only spectator. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and his evil chi was visible to the naked eye, but it didn't affect him in the slightest. Chapter 226. In the center of the Valley of the Foreign Land, there was originally a huge pit. This pit was dug by Yang Kai when he was looking for the blood beads. As time passed, dust and sand flew, and this big pit had been mostly buried by sand, leaving only less than 10 feet deep. At this moment, around this small pit, there was a surge of evil spirit wriggling. If one looked carefully, they could even faintly see that this evil spirit was divided into two, and was fighting fiercely with each other. The battle between the two evil spirits lasted for an unknown amount of time, and no one could do anything to the other. One day, these two baleful auras suddenly rushed towards the middle and silently disappeared without a trace. The gray and hazy world suddenly became clear and bright, and the world once again returned to its original brightness. After a long time, accompanied by a sound, a figure suddenly flew out of the pit. His strong body was as graceful as a swallow, and steadily landed on the ground. Shaking off the dust on his body, he took a deep breath and stood quietly in the same place. His eyebrows were tightly knitted, and he seemed to be thinking. Yang Kai finally came out of seclusion. The resentment of the two monster beasts after their death almost forced him to watch the whole battle. This battle could really be said to be earth-shattering and unprecedented. Yang Kai watched the two monster beasts constantly fighting, constantly being injured and bleeding, and persevering without the slightest fear. Again and again, they rushed at each other, and again, inflicted heavy damage on each other, and finally died together. That was a battle where they knew they would die, but still went forward with indomitable will. That was a battle where the dignity and honor of the monster beast were at stake. Before this, Yang Kai didn't even know that the monster beast had such a spirit that was not inferior to any of the strong human beings. This kind of confrontation and hand-to-hand battle made Yang Kai, the only spectator, feel his blood boil, and he learned a lot. Moreover, after the remnants of the two monster beasts disappeared, Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something more in his body. When they were alive, the two monster beasts couldn't determine the winner. After they died, they used Yang Kai's body to duel again, and fulfilled their long-cherished wish. These may be the two monster beasts' thank-you gifts for him. Maybe it was his own perception, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Spreading out his hands, he looked down and sorted out his messy thoughts. Yang Kai urged the yuan qi in his body to circulate according to a certain order. After a moment, the faint roar of a beast came from his body, and he pushed forward with his palm. A fiery red figure suddenly flew out with the palm wind. A tiger's roar shook the sky. It was a vivid and lifelike tiger made purely out of yuan qi. The tiger was majestic and awe-inspiring. The two fangs at the corner of his mouth glowed with a cold light. He pounced forward quickly and opened his mouth to bite. Insufferably arrogant. He struck out with another palm strike, and a mighty and majestic single-horned bull galloped out. It rumbled as it trampled on the ground like a stampede of 10,000 horses, and it crushed all obstacles before it, crushing all of them into powder. It was unstoppable. However, at this moment, the white tiger and divine ox were formed by Yang Kai's yuan qi, and their entire bodies were crimson red. It looked more and more murderous. The two illusory figures ran for a few thousand feet before they gradually turned into fluorescent light and disappeared into the air. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed, very satisfied with his harvest. This could be considered a martial skill, but it was a martial skill obtained from the monster beast's remnant consciousness. It could be considered a type of beast soul skill. There were many martial skills in the world that were formed by simulating the monster beast's figure. When he was in the Nine Mountain Valley, Yang Kai saw Wen Fei Chen of the blood group use a similar martial skill. But what he used was only the vague shape of a tiger's head and couldn't see the whole picture. It was completely different from Yang Kai's current beast soul skill. Whether it was the heaven-shaking white tiger or the earth-splitting divine ox's beast soul skill, Yang Kai used the monster beast's full body, and its appearance was also very vivid. Like the real monster beast, the lethality it could display was naturally many times greater than Wen Fei Chen's. There were two similar beast soul skills. Yang Kai's strength increased again. These two skills, according to their form, could be named White Tiger Seal and Divine Ox Seal. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. From the sand in the big hole he dug, he knew that he must have been in retreat for a long time this time. "Old demon, how long has it been?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "More than half a year, young master." Yang Kai couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder his stomach was feeling a little hungry. If it hadn't been so long, he wouldn't have felt this way. But now was not the time to forage. Yang Kai shook off the sand on his body, sat down cross-legged, and recalled the enlightenment he gained when he absorbed the 2 blood beads half a year ago. After a long time, he smiled slightly and said, "Old demon, watch me show you a trick." "What kind of trick?" Old demon was puzzled. Yang Kai just smiled and didn't answer, instead immersing himself in the Dantian's yang liquid, one by one. About half a day later, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up from the ground, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble slightly and his aura to soar. Old demon was stunned, because without any warning, Yang Kai had broken through to the separation and reunion boundary 6th stage. How could this be? More than half a year ago, the young master had absorbed such a huge amount of energy, but there was no trace of a breakthrough, so he had remained at the separation and reunion boundary 5th stage. But now, after just half a day, he had broken through? He hadn't circulated his secret art, nor had he absorbed any world energy. In other words, the energy in his body hadn't increased at all. How did he break through? Old demon couldn't understand. He wanted to ask, but Yang Kai still closed his eyes and meditated, so he could only suppress the doubts in his heart. After another half a day, Yang Kai's aura soared again. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage. Old demon was dumbfounded. Yang Kai's current breakthrough was too strange, completely beyond the old demon's own experience. After carefully investigating, he finally found some clues. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's body was very different from before, and although the total amount had not changed, whether it was its purity or density, both had increased by several levels. It was this kind of change that allowed Kai Yang to break through and advance. How is this possible? Old demon was shocked. After breaking through to the separation and reunion boundary 7th stage, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. The amount of yang liquid in Dantian had decreased by 1/3, and although the quantity had decreased, the energy contained in it had not changed. This also led to the current drop of yang liquid being much purer and more vigorous than before, so if he used this yang liquid to perform any kind of attack, the power would be much greater and the lethality would be much greater. This was equivalent to recasting all the yang liquid in Dantian. Separation and reunion boundary 7th stage was Yang Kai's current limit, and he could no longer compress and purify it. Young master's magic trick has become much more profound. Old servant has also benefited greatly. Old demon saw Yang Kai open his eyes and hurriedly said. Although he was suspected of flattering, old demon sincerely admired him. Yang Kai grinned. Since he had obtained a new martial skill, he naturally wanted to try it out. After searching the mountain valley for a long time, he finally found a 5th-order monster beast. Using his beast soul skill, the ox and tiger slammed into and bit the monster beast, causing the 5th-order monster beast to be unable to fight back. Yang Kai stepped forward to help, and it only took him a moment to kill it, collecting a blood bead. The whole process was so easy and simple that Yang Kai couldn't believe it. More than half a year ago, when he encountered a 5th-order monster beast, he would have to think twice before sneaking around it. But now, he could kill it like it was grass. Even if this fifth-order monster beast wasn't very strong, it still made young Kai feel like he was in a different world. The blood bead he obtained wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Compared to the blood beads condensed after the death of a Yuan Qi master, it wasn't on the same level. Putting away the blood bead, Yang Kai determined that no one was spying on him. Then he activated his Yang inflammation wings and flew up. If a Yuan Qi master were to fly up a 10,000-foot cliff, it would take a lot of effort, but with the Yang inflammation wings, it was a different story. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already left the mountain valley. Half a day later, the hungry Yang Kai successfully found a fruit tree, picked a lot of fruit, and sat under the tree to eat. Eating the fruit, Yang Kai thought about what to do next. Not long after he came here, he had been in seclusion for more than half a year, so he didn't know how the situation here was developing. Moreover, from what he had encountered before, there didn't seem to be many spirit grasses and miraculous medicines here, only endless monster beast. Moreover, the soul-cleansing dew and brilliant flame liquid were good things. If he had the chance, he would collect some. The soul-cleansing dew was very useful to him, but the brilliant flame liquid didn't matter. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't know where to find these two things. While he was deep in thought, Kai Yang's movements suddenly paused as he listened attentively. He heard the sound of wolves howling in the distance, and it seemed that there was also the sound of fighting. His heart moved. Yang Kai quickly picked up some fruits and stuffed them into his universe bag, then used his movement skill to rush in the direction of the sound. He had to find someone to inquire about what happened while he was in seclusion. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai arrived at the place of the incident. Hiding in a big tree, Yang Kai secretly looked forward, and after seeing the situation, his expression couldn't help shaking. There were two people, a man and a woman, fighting hard, and this man and woman were people he recognized. Reflecting moon sects Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Besieging them was a group of monster beast, more than a dozen of them, and they weren't of the same species. A variety of monster beasts had gathered together. Most of them were fourth-order monster beast. If that was the case, Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu wouldn't have been so flustered, but among this group of monster beast, there were 3 fifth-order monster beast. With a fifth-order monster beast holding the line, even if Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu worked together, they still couldn't break through. Surrounded in the center by this group of monster beast, they were forced to use all of their means to break through. Chen Shueshu had many scars on his body, and his left leg was stained with blood. Su Xiaoyu was also gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down as she sweated profusely. The strength of this brother and sister was not low, both of them Yuan Qi boundary masters. The various martial skills they displayed were extraordinary, so although they were trapped, they wouldn't be killed in a short time. However, it seemed that they had been fighting with this group of monster beast for a long time, consuming a great deal of their physical strength and spirit. In the end, Su Xiaoyu was a woman, so her physical strength couldn't keep up. If it weren't for Qin Shueshu frequently rescuing her, she would likely have been injured. Chapter 227. If it were someone else who was besieged by a monster beast, Yang Kai would have to think carefully. He didn't want to end up being targeted for saving someone else's life, causing trouble for no reason. In this world, people's hearts were not what they used to be, especially the young cultivator who had come to experience isolated worlds. Who didn't want to have a few more eyes? They couldn't wait to see through people's hearts and see whether they were black or red. But since it was 2 people from the Reflecting Moon sect who were in danger, Yang Kai didn't have so many concerns. Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu had given him a good impression. Neither of them were evil people, and they had even crossed paths before, so Yang Kai considered them trustworthy. If he wanted to inquire about information about this place, they were undoubtedly the best choice. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and quietly climbed down from the tree, quickly approaching the battlefield. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu both wore dignified expressions as they pushed their true qi recklessly, fiercely releasing their killing blows. Although they had managed to kill several fourth-order monster beasts, they were still unable to turn the situation around. There were too many demonic beasts surrounding them from all directions. Especially the 3 fifth-rank demonic beasts, their intelligence was quite high. They would always take advantage of the time when they were fighting with the fourth-rank demonic beasts to launch a sneak attack from the side, causing the two of them to be at a loss. This was how Chen Shueishu's injuries came about. If the two of them hadn't been able to communicate and cooperate tacitly, they would have already been in danger. In the middle of the battle, Chen Shueishu's eyes flashed a trace of decisiveness as he quickly said, "Junior sister, I will use my full strength to open a gap for you. Escape as fast as you can, I will hold back the remaining monster beast." Hearing him say this, Su Xiaoyu immediately understood what he was planning and quickly shook her head. "No, if we leave together. If we die together. Be obedient." Chen Shueishu shouted angrily, "We don't have much yuan qi left, there are too many monster beasts, we can't get rid of them. Only by leaving one of us behind will we have a glimmer of hope to escape. After you leave, don't look back, find a safe place to hide, and don't come out again. Once this place closes, you can return to the sect." "I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear it." Su Xiaoyu shook her head like a rattle. Chen Shueishu still wanted to persuade her, but to his surprise, Su Xiaoyu firmly said, "If you dare say another word, I'll rush up and let these monster beasts tear you apart." "Why are you?" Chen Shueishu was both angry and distressed. "You think I don't dare?" Su Xiaoyu glared at him. "Good. If brother doesn't want to talk about it, then we'll kill our way out. Let these beasts experience the secret techniques of our reflecting moon sect." Chen Shueishu's spirit was shaken, and his desire to die was instantly dispelled. Su Xiaoyu smiled sweetly and stood side by side with Chen Shueishu, her yuan qi surging. They raised their hands and struck out a palm together. A crescent moon appeared in the sky. Strands of yin si like moonlight cascaded down, containing an unparalleled lethality, and the surrounding dozen monster beasts were all pierced through by the moonlight. All of them could not help but let out miserable howls. More than half of the fourth-order monster beast died on the spot, and even a fifth-order monster beast was severely injured. Blood splattered all over the ground. Reflecting Moon Sect's secret technique, full moon overhead. If this technique could display its full power, the dozen or so monster beast would have no hope of surviving. Unfortunately, Chen Shueishu and Su Xiaoyu were both arrows at the end of their flight, so even after joining forces, they only managed to summon a crescent moon, greatly reducing the power of their secret technique. However, the monster beast was also forced to retreat after receiving this blow. Chen Shueishu and Su Xiaoyu glanced at each other as they gasped for breath, but there was no regret in their eyes. There was only warmth. They had done their best, and 9 out of 10 of their yuan qi had been depleted, so they could no longer resist. The next time the monster beast pounced on them, it would be the time of their deaths. The monster beast that was still alive seemed to have understood this point. After retreating for a moment, it bared its fangs and surrounded them, its pair of gloomy eyes staring at the two. It was about to pounce. The two of them did not sit still and wait for their deaths. Chen Shueishu protected Su Xiaoyu by his side, his body full of fighting spirit, his face cold. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk the remaining monster beast pounced on them, and Chen Shueishu and Su Xiaoyu shouted at the same time. They unleashed the last of their yuan qi. A fourth-order monster beast at the front had its head smashed and died on the spot. Another fourth-order monster beast was also sent flying. It fell to the ground with a miserable howl, and it seemed that it was about to die. However, there were still many monster beasts, and the two of them could not fight against so many. During the battle, the two fifth-order monster beasts that were still in good condition attacked from the side, biting towards Chen Shueishu, who was in a weaker state. A fishy wind blew in their faces, the cold fangs, and the smell of death descended. A figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Chen Shueishu and Su Xiaoyu, seemingly in a headlong posture. The brother and Su Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with astonishment. In the next moment, they saw this person's two palms land on the backs of the two fifth-order monster beasts. Two screams rang out at the same time, and the fifth-order monster beast that had almost bitten Chen Shueishu was knocked to the ground by these two palms. A series of muffled sounds burst out from the bodies of the two monster beasts, and a burning sensation spread out, bringing with it a sense of warmth. After this person landed on the ground, He threw out 4 punches at lightning speed in all directions. Asterisk peng 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 peng. Asterisk the 4 fourth-order monster beasts that had rushed in front of them were all sent flying. After landing, they struggled to get up, but were unable to do so, blood foaming from their mouths. "It's you!" Su Xiaoyu's mouth opened slightly in shock, and immediately looked at Yang Kai with joy and excitement. "Junior brother Yang." Chen Shueshu could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The feeling of escaping from death was so wonderful. "I'll tell you later." Yang Kai's feet moved like the wind as he quickly rushed forward. Although the 2 palms he had just sent out had knocked the 2 fifth-order monster beasts to the ground, they had not taken their lives. At this moment, the 2 monster beasts saw that the situation was not good, and while showing off their fangs, they slowly retreated in an attempt to escape. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he rushed in front of the 2 monster beasts. Without the slightest fear, he raised his hand and slapped one of them on the head. The monster beast's reaction was also quite fast, and it managed to avoid the blow by a hair's breadth. But before it could react, Yang Kai's palm had turned into a sweep. Asterisk pa, asterisk with a resounding sound, Yang Kai's palm slapped the 5th-order monster beast's cheek. The huge monster beast's body spun midair like a top and was sent flying several dozen meters before crashing into a large tree and falling to the ground. Yang Kai then aimed his fist at the other 5th-order monster beast, sending out a burning sun's 3-layer blast right into its forehead. After 3 muffled bangs, the monster beast suddenly seemed to be drunk, swaying unsteadily as a blood-red crack appeared on its hard forehead. Yang Kai then kicked it and sent it flying, landing right next to the first monster beast. Moving as fast as the wind, Yang Kai rushed over and sent out a series of punches. The screams of the monster beast continued and gradually weakened. The 2 reflecting moon sect disciples were dumbfounded. Su Xiaoyu's mouth was wide open while Chen Shueshu was also stunned. After a while, Yang Kai came back, gasping for breath and covered in blood. Coming up to the 2, he looked at them suspiciously and asked, "What happened?" Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu recovered, the former showing a wry smile and asked cautiously, "Junior brother Yang, what realm are you at now?" "Separation and reunion 7th stage." Yang Kai smiled, then reached out and threw a blood bead from a dead 5th-order monster beast into Su Xiaoyu's mouth. Su Xiaoyu was startled and hurriedly closed her mouth, but after she recovered, she couldn't help feeling surprised. "Separation and reunion 7th stage?" Chen Shueshu's face was filled with disbelief. "You're lying." Although Su Xiaoyu was grateful to Yang Kai for giving her a blood bead, she was also annoyed with his attitude of throwing it into her mouth without saying anything. What if it was something dirty? She immediately retorted without any trace of politeness. "Why would I lie to you?" Yang Kai chuckled and handed the other blood bead to Chen Shueshu. Chen Shueshu's brow furrowed for a moment before he immediately reached out and took it. "This Chen will never forget this great kindness." "You're welcome. I see that you don't have much yuan qi left. Quickly collect these blood beads so you can restore yourself as soon as possible." Yang Kai pointed to the side and said. The 2 nodded and walked over to collect all the blood beads. "Let's leave here first." Chen Shueshu vigilantly observed his surroundings, then quickly led Yang Kai and Su Xiaoyu away. They seemed to be in a hurry because they had been refining and absorbing the energy of the blood beads along the way without the slightest delay. With the help of these blood beads, the 2 quickly restored their yuan qi. About half a stick of incense worth of time later, Yang Kai heard the sound of fighting coming from a short distance away. "Over here." Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu were shocked and rushed over. Yang Kai had a stomach full of doubts, but he could only temporarily suppress them and follow behind them. Not long after, they arrived at the place where the battle was taking place, and the scene in front of them made Yang Kai frown. He found that there were dozens of various monster beasts besieging a cultivator, just like what Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu had encountered before. "Junior brother Yang, if you don't want to intervene, just stand aside and watch the show. When we're done here, we'll explain to you in detail," Chen Shueshu said solemnly, then rushed into the battlefield with Su Xiaoyu. "Brother Chen is back." Someone soon found Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu and couldn't help shouting excitedly. Brother Chen's strength is really profound. He was actually able to escape from the jaws of so many monster beasts. Someone else shouted. Chen Shuai-shu smiled bitterly. Only he and Su Xiaoyu understood that the two of them were almost torn apart by the monster beast just now. If Yang Kai hadn't appeared at the critical moment, how could they have survived? Hearing such praise at this moment, it was jarring. Without saying a word, the two from Reflecting Moon sect quickly arrived at the group of cultivators and began fighting with the group of monster beast. Perhaps the safe return of Qin Shuai-shu and Su Xiaoyu had lifted the spirits of this group, or perhaps the monster beast group knew that it wouldn't do them any good to continue fighting, but after a while, a loud roar came from the distance. Hearing this roar, the dozens of monster beast abandoned the group of cultivators and retreated, soon disappearing into the jungle. On the field, there were more than a dozen monster beast corpses, and one of them belonged to a cultivator. Yang Kai stood to the side, watching this scene in a daze, and couldn't help but feel surprised. He discovered that for some reason, these people had all gathered in one place. They had actually cast aside their differences in sect and worked together as one to fight against the demonic beasts. Chapter 228. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces, all of which he had seen at the lakeside before. The 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were among them, as well as Pure Heart Palace, Water Moon Hall, 9 Star Sword Sect, Raging Fire Temple, Soaring Feather Pavilion. Disciples from various sects had gathered here, a total of about 30 people, all of whom were the leaders of their respective sects' younger generations. However, at the moment, the condition of these people was not very good. Yuan Qi's consumption was enormous, and many of them had various injuries on their bodies. Having just finished a fierce battle, most of these 30 or so people hurriedly sat down to meditate. Only one person was shuttling through the battlefield, collecting the blood beads left behind by the monster beast. Suddenly, a pair of eyes glanced over at Yang Kai. Following this gaze, Yang Kai saw a young man about 27 or 28 years old staring back at him with a cold expression. This young man's figure was robust, and he stood out from the crowd. Although his clothes were damaged, they were still neat without the slightest wrinkle. There were many bloodstains on his body, which added to his lofty and cold appearance. He stood there quietly like an unsheathed sharp sword, revealing its sharpness and a sharp aura that shot into the sky. After staring at each other for a moment, this young man faintly withdrew his gaze and began talking to the person who had just been shuttling through the battlefield to collect the blood beads. Chen Shuai-shu and Su Xiaoyu came over, both of them showing a look of relief on their faces. What's going on? Yang Kai frowned and asked. He really couldn't understand how the current situation had developed. The younger generation of the various sects had come to this isolated world for life experience, so they had a competitive relationship with each other. If not for some special reason, even if they weren't enemies, they wouldn't have joined forces. It's a long story. Chen Shuai-shu grit his teeth and gestured to Yang Kai to sit down. Yang Kai saw that his brother was seriously injured and was bleeding profusely, so he reached into his sleeve and took out a bottle, pouring out a few pills and handing them over. Healing pills. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. Chen Shuai-shu quickly signaled to her and whispered, "Brother Yang, quickly put them away." Yang Kai's brow furrowed even more. Although he didn't know the reason, he still quietly stuffed the bottle into his bosom and poured out the medicinal pills into Chen Shuai-shu's hand. He was extremely puzzled. Wasn't it just a few healing pills? Why was Su Xiaoyu making such a fuss? The young disciples who would come in for experience would definitely carry a few bottles with them in case of emergency. There were more than a dozen bottles of medicinal pills in his Qiankuan bag. They were all prepared by his Grand Master Ling Tai Su, but he had never used them. Su Xiaoyu glanced around. She stuck out her tongue again. He had an embarrassed look on his face. "Brother Qin, why are you all gathered together?" Yang Kai asked softly. This was what he was most confused about. "I had no choice." Chen Shuai-shu smiled bitterly. "Someone threatened you?" Yang Kai's expression turned cold. "That's not it." Chen Shuai-shu shook his head repeatedly. "We gathered together out of our own free will, and also out of self-preservation. Because if they don't gather together, they won't be able to survive here. Could it be that there is some kind of danger here that you have no choice but to work together? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Chen Shueishu nodded. Is it a person or a monster beast? There are people and there are also monster beast. Chen Shueishu let out a long sigh before raising his eyes and asking, do you remember when we were at the lakeside, there was a group of people from a sect who dressed differently from our great Han cultivator? How could Yang Kai not remember? He had a deep impression of that group of people, so he nodded and said, that was a Tian Lang dynasty cultivator. Chen Shueishu looked at him in amazement. Brother Yang actually knows their origins. We also paid a great price to find out that group of people were not our great Han cultivator. Grandmaster told me before. Chen Shueishu was shocked. A look of admiration appeared on his face. Senior Ling is really knowledgeable. What does that have to do with the Tian Lang dynasty cultivator? They are indeed very strong, but there are only 4 of them. You have so many people, why are you still afraid of them? Yang Kai was confused and couldn't help but frown. If it's just the 4 of them, why should we be afraid? The Tian Lang dynasty cultivator dared to come to our great Han dynasty and act so presumptuously, they are simply seeking their own deaths. Even if we just take a few people out, we can still destroy them. Chen Shueishu was extremely indignant, but after he finished speaking he bitterly smiled. But there are more than 4 of them. I don't know what kind of strange secret art they've cultivated to actually be able to enslave monster beasts to fight for them. There are 4 of them. Each one of them has over 100 monster beasts. How are we supposed to fight them? Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. He said in amazement, when you were surrounded by the monster beast and that group of monster beasts just now, were they all controlled by the Tian Lang dynasty cultivator? That's right. Chen Shueishu nodded heavily. Over 100 great Han dynasty disciples entered this place to gain experience, but we did not expect that the Tian Lang dynasty group was already prepared. At the beginning of the first 2 months, that group of thieves did not make any movements, allowing our great Han dynasty cultivator to hunt the monster beast and kill each other. But after 2 months, when they had enslaved a considerable amount of monster beast, they immediately attacked our great Han dynasty disciples. Many people were simply unprepared and were killed by those monster beast. And those people from the Tian Lang dynasty, they did not even need to make a move, and our cultivator was already dead. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. But a doubt in his heart was also solved. No wonder the 2 groups of monster beast he saw before were of different species, so it turned out that they were all enslaved. These past few months of fighting, those people from the Tian Lang dynasty are getting more and more monster beast. It is simply impossible to kill them all. On the other hand, our great Han dynasty cultivator is getting fewer and fewer. Previously we had 50 people gathered together, but now more than a dozen have died. Apart from that, I estimate that the rest are no longer in this world. In other words, the only ones alive in this place were the 4 cultivator from the Tian Lang dynasty and the 30 people here. Yang Kai took a deep breath, also somewhat absent-minded. On that day, there were more than 200 to 300 people who entered, but after half a year, only a tenth of them remained. Those who died were the elites of the various great Han dynasty forces. The losses could not be described as not disastrous. As he spoke, Chen Shueishu was extremely vexed, his face flushed red. This time we really lost a lot of face. If word of this spread out, I'm afraid all the sects here will lose face. There were so many young talents of the great Han dynasty gathered in one place, but they were suppressed by the Tian Lang nation, who came from afar. If this matter really spread out, they would become the laughingstock of the world, so it was no wonder he was blushing. Brother, it's not your fault. Su Xiaoyu softly comforted. It's not that we weren't strong enough, it's that group of people were too treacherous, their preparations were too thorough. Chen Shueishu's enthusiasm waned as he sighed dejectedly. Now I just hope this damned place closes quickly so we can get out. Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly asking, now that so many of you have gathered together, who is giving orders? Everyone here was an elite. In their respective great forces they could call for wind and call for rain. Such people were all unruly, arrogant, and self-important, Without a leader capable of suppressing them, they were definitely nothing more than a pile of loose sand. Chen Shueshu nodded to the side and said, "That's 9-star sword sex Wu Chengyi, a Yuan Qi Boundary 7-stage master. Among the people here, he is the strongest, so for the time being, everyone will listen to him." Following his gaze, Yang Kai glanced over and found that it was the young man who had been staring at him before. No wonder he gave off the feeling of an unsheathed sword. It turned out he was one of the 9-star sword sex elites. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The 9-star sword sect, whose disciples mainly cultivated sword skills, was also a famous sect, one that enjoyed a high reputation throughout the Great Han Dynasty. The 9-star sword sect was known as the number 1 force below the central capital's 8 great families. It was second only to the central capital's 8 great families. From this it could be seen just how powerful the 9-star sword sect was. Wu Chengyi's strength was high, and his background was extraordinary, so for such a character to act as a temporary leader was really a good idea. Besides him, among this group of cultivators, there was probably no one else who could convince the masses. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "This person's temperament and demeanor are quite suitable for a leader. It seems that the 9-star sword sect has spent quite a bit of effort on him." Su Xiaoyu heard this and couldn't help curling her lips and whispering, "That guy is really arrogant, always thinking of us as his subordinates. Moreover, after killing the monster beast, all of the blood beads obtained must go through him. I really don't know how much he's been greedy for." Chen Shueshu glared at Su Xiaoyu. "Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for him taking the lead, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to gather together and would have been defeated one by those Tianlang dynasty people. He's the strongest and contributed the most, so it's only right that he gets the most benefits. What's more, 80% of the monster beast here have been enslaved by the Tianlang dynasty people, so we won't be able to obtain many blood beads. If he wants to take them, then take them. I just hope we can get out safely. I don't care about anything else." Su Xiaoyu was not convinced. If that's all, then it's fine. But he doesn't take the lives of others seriously. "This time, we were sent out to hold back a dozen monster beasts. If it weren't for Brother Yang coming to our rescue, you would have..." Thinking about the danger just now, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help crying, her eyes red. "What are you crying for? Don't make Brother Yang laugh at us. Didn't we get out safely?" Chen Shueshu comforted her while smiling apologetically to Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned. "You were surrounded by monster beast because he sent you out?" Chen Shueshu smiled bitterly. "We took turns. This time it was my brother and sister's luck that was bad. We encountered a few more and almost lost our lives." Letting out a sigh, Yang Kai could also understand Chen Shueshu's helplessness. In this situation, even if he was dissatisfied with Wu Chengyi, he could only endure it and leave this big team. With his and Su Xiaoyu's strength, it was likely they would die even faster. Thinking about it again, Yang Kai finally understood why Su Xiaoyu had been so surprised when he took out those healing pills. In the past few months, this group of people must have encountered countless battles. Although each of them had a spare supply of pills, they must have long since been used up. At this moment, there were no rare herbs around, so the healing pills he took out were extremely precious. Chapter 229. Considering all this, Yang Kai's expression sank, secretly regretting his actions just now. He didn't know if that scene had fallen into the eyes of the others. If it had been seen by others, it would have been troublesome. However, for a trivial healing pill to become a rare item was something he could never have imagined. "Brother Chen, can you come and talk to me?" Suddenly, Wu Chengyi called out. Chen Shueshu nodded and smiled at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Yang Kai nodded. After Chen Shueshu left, Yang Kai looked around and found that many people were looking at him with great interest. This group of people had not seen a new face for a long time. The great Han cultivator who had been scattered outside had most likely died, so now that they saw Yang Kai, a newcomer, they were naturally curious. Especially since Yang Kai was alone, none of them could understand how a single person could escape the pursuit of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator. Yang Kai glanced around and saw the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly to him. These 4 girls had entered Nether Mountain with Yang Kai, and although they had never spoken to each other before, they had at least been in the same boat. Now that they had fallen into such a predicament, they naturally felt closer to each other. Yang Kai responded with a smile. While he was observing, two people suddenly stood up. The one in the lead was a woman as delicate and beautiful as a flower. She was tall and voluptuous, wearing a dark green dress that was tight around her body, outlining her fiery figure. She had a voluptuous bosom, perky buttocks, slender legs, and two jade-like arms that were exposed. Her skin was like white jade, sparkling with an attractive luster like porcelain. Her fingers were long and slender, and her 10 fingernails were painted with a bright red color, giving her a flirtatious beauty. What was impossible to ignore was the pair of bountiful breasts on this woman's chest, full and round, quite impressive. Of all the women Yang Kai had seen, only Lan Chudai could compare to her. She smiled sweetly, twisting her waist like a beautiful snake. Leisurely walking over, a pair of clear eyes stared at Yang Kai for a moment as a meaningful smile appeared on her face. Behind her was a man who looked like an iron tower. He had a bear-like waist and a tiger-like back. He was abnormally strong, and his body was several times larger than anyone present. His chiseled face was cold and callous. There was a half-foot-long scar on his cheek. Blood and flesh were overturned, making it look like it was full of killing intent. His eyes were like lightning, emitting a cold and merciless aura. Regardless of whether it was the woman or the man, they both gave off a bloodthirsty feeling of decisiveness. Su Xiaoyu's brow furrowed. "Are they coming here?" "I'm afraid so." Yang Kai also frowned. He realized that the beautiful woman had been staring at him and was walking towards him. "Little brother Yang, do you know them?" Su Xiaoyu asked puzzledly. Yang Kai shook his head in confusion. He had never seen these two people before. Although Ling Tai Su had told him the names of most of the sects and the strength of their disciples when they were at the lake was too big, and there were many people on the other side. Ling Tai Su had not been able to point them out, so Yang Kai really didn't know where these two people were from. Could it be because of the healing pills? Su Xiaoyu's expression changed. Yang Kai's face also sank. He couldn't help becoming vigilant. "Little brother Yang, you must not get into a dispute with them, these two are very strong." Su Xiaoyu anxiously exhorted, a trace of worry flashing across her face. "I'll try my best." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He didn't want to have any conflicts with the people here, but in this situation, if he were to act rashly, he would have to become enemies with these two people. It was tantamount to becoming an enemy of everyone here, and he was doomed to have a bad end. However, if these people insisted on bullying him, Yang Kai wouldn't back down. As the beautiful woman and the cold man approached, everyone's eyes were drawn to them, all of them wanting to know what this seemingly lascivious woman wanted to do. A moment later, the woman arrived in front of Yang Kai and looked down at him with a smile. Without saying a word, the man behind her looked even colder, his pair of eyes shooting daggers towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to stare directly into Yang Kai's heart and soul. Yang Kai frowned. "Is there something you two want?" The woman didn't answer, instead looking at him very seriously. Immediately, she slowly leaned down, a slight smile appearing on her face as she moved her face closer to Yang Kai, her delicate nose twitching slightly. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He didn't feel the slightest murderous intent or malicious intent from this woman, but her current actions were really a bit confusing. The woman was like a puppy, constantly sniffing around Yang Kai's body, a few strands of hair falling behind her ears brushing past Yang Kai's neck and cheeks, causing him to feel a tingling sensation. A delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of Yang Kai's nose, like a fragrant musk, causing his mind to wander. At her high neckline, a pair of breathtaking snow-white peaks and deep cleavage appeared in Yang Kai's eyes, as well as two round and tender semicircles. Yang Kai involuntarily gulped, his throat faintly burning. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, her cheeks blushing, her heart thumping wildly. This woman's actions were clearly a blatant provocation. Even the men who were sitting in meditation outside couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. What more a young girl like Su Xiaoyu? She was sitting right next to Yang Kai at the moment, so she could see more clearly than anyone else. The sound of gulping echoed from all directions, causing many young cultivators to feel envious. They had all fantasized about this voluptuous woman with a voluptuous figure, but because of the towering man behind her, they only dared to think about it but didn't dare to be presumptuous. Usually it was fine to tease a few words, but when had anyone ever been so close to this woman? But now, this woman seemed to be itching to throw herself at Yang Kai and take him as she pleased. This scene was really too hot and alluring, especially in this dangerous place where danger lurked everywhere, and after experiencing such a fierce battle, it made one's blood boil even more. Girl. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable. Although he didn't feel any murderous intent, this woman was too strange. They had never met before, so for her to act so intimately was a bit inexplicable. Shoo. The woman smiled sweetly, stretching out a jade finger and placing it on Yang Kai's lips, suppressing his doubts. She continued to unscrupulously sniff around, causing Yang Kai's ears to turn red. Little brother Yang. Su Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Yang Kai. Hee hee. When the woman saw this scene, she giggled and stood up, staring at Yang Kai with great interest, a strange and puzzled look involuntarily appearing on her delicate face as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What do you think? The woman suddenly looked back at the towering man and asked. Murderous chi, blood chi. The man said coolly. The woman nodded slightly, suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Little brother, please don't blame us. It's just that our senior sister felt a sense of intimacy from you, so we took the liberty to disturb you. Su Xiaoyu snorted and turned her head away. She obviously didn't believe such childish words. Yang Kai also didn't believe it. The woman still smiled. This reason is indeed not convincing, but I'm not lying to you. In fact, even I don't understand why. Nice to meet you. My name is Yi Qing Si. This is my junior brother Zhou Ba. Yang Kai. It's little brother Yang. Yi Qing Si pursed her lips into a smile, her expression flirtatious as she continued. We senior sister and junior brother are from the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. I'm afraid little brother Yang has never heard of us. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, but he quickly hid it. He suddenly understood why this woman had come to find him for no reason. Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. A first-class great force. Since the two of them were the elite disciples of the Shura sect, they must have practiced some kind of secret technique of the Shura sect. The Azura sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura sword, was on him at this moment, so perhaps there was some kind of connection between them. No wonder she said there was a sense of intimacy. Although this realization dawned on him, Yang Kai didn't dare reveal it. Now that this woman had a sense of intimacy with him, if she found out that the Azura sect's hallowed artifact was on him, that sense of intimacy would immediately turn into killing intent. There was no doubt about this. Pretending to be ignorant, Yang Kai asked curiously, Endless Sea Islands? Yi Qing Si nodded. At the southernmost tip of the Great Han Dynasty, on the Endless Sea, there are many sects. Little brother Yang lives inland, so I'm afraid you don't know much about them. Is it only your family that came? Yang Kai showed interest in a timely manner. He still had the hallowed artifact of another great force in his body. Yi Qing Si smiled. There are also people from Gemini Island, but there's only one left, over there. Saying so, she pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai glanced over and couldn't help feeling relieved. Fortunately, the people from the Falling Flowers spirit religion hadn't come, otherwise he would have felt a sense of intimacy for no reason. Where does little brother Yang come from? Yi Qing Si asked. Obviously the doubts in her heart had not been dispelled and she wanted to get to the bottom of this. Feeling a sense of intimacy with a stranger for no reason, especially one who was a senior sister and a junior brother, was naturally suspicious. High Heaven Pavilion. There was nothing to hide here, so Yang Kai continued, maybe it's because the martial skills I cultivate contain a bit of slaughter intent, coupled with the fact that I've been stained with a lot of blood recently, that's why the two of you feel that way. So that's how it is. Yi Qing Si lightly pursed her lips, nodded lightly and smiled charmingly. Meeting here is fate. If little brother Yang wants to act with us, don't worry too much, just follow elder sister, I'll protect you hee. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to say that he would leave, Wu Chengyi and Qin Shuai walked over. Enough with the small talk. Wu Chengyi's expression was cold as he arrived in front of Yang Kai and bowed his head. I heard Brother Qin say that you are a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, showing a slight displeasure. Wu Chengyi gave off a domineering feeling, and his tone also contained a kind of overbearing arrogance that couldn't be refuted. Yang Kai nodded. Chapter 230. How strong is your cultivation? Wu Chengyi continued to ask. Separation and reunion 7th stage. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of disdain and impatience in Wu Chengyi's eyes. This was not surprising after all. Of the cultivators who were still alive, which one of them had not reached the true element boundary? Yang Kai's separation and reunion 7th stage cultivation was indeed low. Azura Sex Yi Qingxi's pretty face also showed a touch of surprise. Obviously she had not expected Yang Kai's strength to be so low. Originally, she had thought that Yang Kai, who had survived for more than half a year in this dangerous isolated world without dying, would at least have reached Yuan Qi. But Yang Kai saying he was only at separation and reunion 7th stage was simply shocking. Little brother Yang, are you really only at separation and reunion 7th stage? Yi Qingxi asked. Yang Kai nodded, urging his Yuan Qi, and when the fluctuations of Yuan Qi spread out, his realm was immediately clear. Many of the surrounding martial artists were surprised, but soon after, waves of chuckles could be heard. What are you laughing at? Su Xiaoyu felt bad for Yang Kai and couldn't help but scold them. A group of blind fools. Although this little brother Yang was only at the separation and reunion 7th stage, his combat strength was much stronger than many Yuan Qi cultivators. In front of her and Qin Shuai, Yang Kai had killed 2 5th-order monster beast and 4 4th-order monster beast in less than a dozen breaths of time. Although there were various reasons why he was able to accomplish such a feat, there was no doubt about his strength. No one knew Yang Kai's combat strength better than Su Xiaoyu and Qin Shuai. Having such a master join them was their group's blessing. It was ridiculous that they did not know this and even dared to laugh at Yang Kai. Su Xiaoyu was annoyed, but she did not say anything. She was not a stupid girl. How could she expose Yang Kai's strength? You're only at the separation and reunion 7th stage? How did you survive for so long? Yi Qingxi asked with a puzzled expression. I accidentally fell into a valley. It took me half a year to climb out. Yang Kai shrugged. As soon as he said this, the laughter of the crowd became even louder. Xu Zhao's chest heaved up and down. However, he was powerless to refute. Wu Chengyi's expression was indifferent as he bluntly said, her strength is too low, she won't be of much use. Since she was brought back by Brother Qin, she should be able to act together with Brother Qin and his brother sister. At least she should be able to contain 1 to 2 4th-order monster beast, so she's not completely useless. Saying so, Wu Chengyi hurriedly turned and left. She didn't want to talk to Yang Kai anymore. I'm not staying. Yang Kai frowned. After coming out of seclusion this time, he only wanted to find someone to inquire about the current situation, so he was brought here by Qin Shuai. Now that he had a clear understanding of the situation, he naturally had to leave. Moving together with so many people would be too obvious a target. It would be fine if they were all from the same sect. They looked after each other sincerely, but who knew if they were of the same mind? His own cultivation was the lowest in this group, so once he encountered any danger, he would likely be used as cannon fodder. How could Yang Kai put his life in the hands of others? If he acted alone, although there were dangers and variables, Yang Kai was confident that with his current strength, as long as he was careful, there would be no problems. Even if he was surrounded by the Tian Lang dynasty group, using his Yang inflammation wings, he could easily escape, so why should he stick around with these people? Besides that, Yang Kai also had another layer of concern. That was Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba in front of him. If the existence of the Azura sword was discovered by them, it would definitely be troublesome. The possibility was very low, but he still had to be careful. Whether it was his own will or the current situation, Yang Kai was not allowed to be with this group of people. What did you say? Wu Qingyi's footsteps paused and turned to look at Yang Kai. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, You want to act alone? Yang Kai nodded. Brother Yang. Chen Shueishu's expression changed as he stepped forward and whispered, It's too dangerous for you to act alone. If you stay with us, brother and sister, we can look after each other. It will be much safer than if you go alone. His words were spoken with sincerity. There was not the slightest trace of hypocrisy. Yi Qingxi also tried to persuade him, Brother Yang, don't try to be brave, you should stay. Although this is only the first time we've met, Brother Yang really likes you. However, Big Sister truly feels that you are very amiable. In all these years, no one has ever given us such a feeling. We don't want anything bad to happen to you. Zhou Ba, don't you think so? The tower-like man's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. Many thanks for your kindness. Yang Kai chuckled, but I'm used to being lazy, having me work under someone else is a bit awkward. Everyone has their own ambitions, there's no need to force yourself. Wu Chengyi turned around and folded his hands behind his back, but before you leave behind the pills you have on you. Yang Kai and Chen Shueishu's expression became cold. The scene of Yang Kai taking out a healing pill had fallen into the eyes of the others. Chen Shueishu frowned. Brother Wu, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wu Chengyi faintly replied, What's wrong with it? He's just a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator. He will soon die under the attacks of Tianlang. At that time, those healing pills will only fall into the enemy's hands. It's better to leave them for us to use. Su Xiaoyu sneered, Wu Qingyi, you're just robbing us. Yi Qingxi frowned as she and Zhou Ba both stared at Wu Chengyi with displeasure, but neither of them said anything. Wu Chengyi sneered, Robbing us? Look around, there are so many people who are injured. Without healing pills, their strength will be reduced to a certain extent. Only by quickly healing can we protect ourselves from the attacks of Tianlang and those bastards. I'm not taking his pills for myself, I'm taking them for all of us. Chen Shueishu angrily shouted, Wu Chengyi, don't speak so righteously. If you really want to rob us, don't blame my brother and sister for not agreeing. Wu Chengyi glanced over at Chen Shueishu and proudly said, So what if you don't agree? Do you want to fight with me? The scene instantly became tense, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. I also don't think it's a good idea. Yi Qingxi smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes staring towards Wu Chengyi. This is already the act of a bandit. Wu Chengyi, you're an elite disciple of a great sect, you don't need to be so domineering, right? The latter narrowed his eyes, seemingly quite afraid of Yi Qingxi, hesitating for a moment before chuckling. Since that's the case, let's let everyone decide. Let's see if it's better to leave those pills behind or take them away. He should leave them behind. Someone immediately echoed, Brother Wu is right, with his low strength, I'm afraid he'll die within a few days. Leaving those pills on him will only benefit those bastards from Tianlang. As soon as this statement came out, many people nodded in agreement. Another person quickly added, Brother Chen, please don't be angry, I'll say something fair. This High Heaven Pavilion brother's strength is really too low. If he is willing to stay and help us, then we can leave those pills with him. If someone else is seriously injured, I'm sure he won't be stingy. But since he's so stubborn and wants to act on his own, I feel that he should leave the pills behind. Everyone's opinions were enough to confuse gold, and most people actually agreed with Wu Qingyi's approach, causing Chen Shueishu and Su Xiaoyu's expressions to become quite ugly. Chen Shueishu sneered, Do you really think this is the right thing to do? If your life-saving pills are taken away, what will you do? What will you do? Many people couldn't help but frown. Although they knew this approach was immoral, everyone's healing pills had already been used up, so if they had one more bottle, they would be able to take it. Perhaps they would be able to save a few more lives at a critical moment. Don't force what you don't want others to do to you. A cold voice suddenly called out. Yang Kai looked up and saw a young girl from the 10,000 Flower Palace nodding slightly towards him. Wu Chengyi snorted. He hadn't expected so many people to speak up for Yang Kai. With no other choice, he said, If that's the case, this Wu will give him a choice. Don't say I'm bullying others, or I'm bullying the weak. Coldly glaring at Yang Kai, he said, "Stay with us, or leave those pills behind, it's up to you." Ah. Yang Kai chuckled, stared at Wu Qingyi and slowly said, "I choose the latter." Yang Kai didn't want to act with this group of people, and seeing Wu Qingyi act so arrogantly, he felt even more disgusted. How could he stay and be bullied like this? But with so many people staring at him, if he didn't leave behind those pills, those who had just tried to pressure him would definitely not agree. "This is your own choice." Wu Qingyi stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai just shook his head and smiled contemptuously. Wu Qingyi's expression changed. "What do you mean?" "I only said I would leave those pills behind, I never said I would give them to you. Don't think too highly of yourself." Yang Kai sneered, reaching into his sleeve. Taking out a bottle of healing pills, he tossed it to Chen Shueshu. Not turning his eyes away, he coldly said, "Brother Chen, I'll leave those pills with you." Chen Shueshu caught the pills. His brow furrowed in anger. He had brought Yang Kai here, but now he was being bullied by so many people. How could he remain calm? Taking a deep breath, Chen Shueshu said, "Brother Yang, rest assured, who should take these pills, brother knows." In other words, those who had just stood on Wu Qingyi's side shouldn't even think about this bottle of healing pills. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists, and said, "Until we meet again, I hope we can meet again." Saying so, he launched his movement skill and flew away like a meteor. "I'm afraid we won't see each other again." Wu Qingyi coldly snorted, taking back his hand that had stiffened for a long time, his face pale as he shouted, "If you've rested well, let's set off now. Tian Lang's group will definitely launch another attack soon. If we don't leave now it will be too late." The 30 or so people quickly gathered, and under Wu Qingyi's command, they carefully walked through the jungle. No one noticed that a person at the very back of the group had silently disappeared. Only after the group was far away did he decide on a direction and hurriedly chase after them. That direction was the one Yang Kai had left. Although Yang Kai had left behind a bottle of pills before leaving, how could a disciple who had come here for life experience only have a single bottle of healing pills? What's more, Yang Kai had said before that he had accidentally fallen into a mountain valley and had spent more than half a year searching for a way out. Since that was the case, he must not have encountered any battles during this time. If he had not fought, he would not have been injured, and if he had not been injured, he would not have needed these healing pills. Therefore, he must still have some pills on him. This person had received Wu Qingyi's order to intercept Yang Kai and take the pills he had on him. Wu Qingyi's actions were watertight, only sending a single person would naturally not attract any attention. Chapter 231. Inside the jungle, Yang Kai's figure was like a nimble ape, leaping up and down from the treetops, his body light as a swallow, only bringing a slight breeze with him, not even causing a single leaf to fall. With a dignified expression, Yang Kai was secretly vigilant of his surroundings while planning his next move. Although the fight with Wu Qingyi's group was not very pleasant, it had not affected him in the slightest. His goal had already been achieved. However, he had not expected that the news he had obtained would be so serious. Over the years, the disciples of the various sects who entered this isolated world for life experience had all acted independently. Even if they occasionally joined forces, it was impossible for them to merge on such a large scale, but this time, because of the appearance of the Tian Lang dynasty's cultivator, the Great Han dynasty's cultivator had completely united. This was something that had never happened before, and it had already risen to the level of a life-or-death battle between the younger generation of the two countries. Who would win or lose in the end was not something Yang Kai could control, but after all, he was the Great Han dynasty's cultivator, so to speak. He did not want the Tian Lang dynasty's people to act so domineering here. If it weren't for those two from the Azura sect, and if it weren't for Wu Qingyi's arrogance, Yang Kai would have stayed behind and joined Chen Shueshu and the others in this battle. Thinking about these things now was useless, so Yang Kai quickly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. Suddenly, his body came to a stop as he glanced back, a strange expression appearing on his face. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai grinned and landed on the ground, quickly hiding behind a large tree and concealing his aura. A moment later, a figure flew past him, and in a flash, Yang Kai was able to clearly see this person's face and dress. This person carried a long sword on his back and wore a blue robe. He was probably in his early 20s and had a cold expression on his face as he flew in the direction Yang Kai had just left. Yang Kai coldly snorted as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. This person was the one who had cleaned up the battlefield before. The cultivator who collected the blood beads and the long sword he carried on his back clearly explained his identity. He was a disciple of the 9-Star Sword faction and should also be Wu Qingyi's junior brother. He didn't move with that group of people, but chased after him. His intention was quite obvious. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Before, he did not want to have any conflict with Wu Qingyi. Yang Kai was also worried that Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu would be in a difficult situation, but now that they had sent people to chase after him, there was no reason for him to back down. Even a person made of clay had a temper, not to mention that Yang Kai was not a pushover either. Suddenly, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from the front again. The person from the 9-Star Sword sect had actually returned. While he was running at high speed, his eyes were looking around. He couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, where did it go?" He was a master of the Yuanqi realm, so he believed that his speed was much faster than Yang Kai's. He had been chasing Yang Kai all the way here, but he actually lost him. Since he had no choice but to return to investigate, naturally he would pay more attention. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling puzzled, thinking that this person really did have some skill when it came to tracking. He had been very careful along the way, not leaving any traces behind, but this person was still able to see through him. A moment later, the 9-Star Sword sect disciple actually stopped about 300 meters away from Yang Kai, his brow furrowed as he looked around. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. Hiding behind a tree, he secretly observed this person. After a long time, a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corner of this person's mouth. He reached behind him, and with a clang, his sword was unsheathed. With a sword in hand, this person's momentum suddenly soared, and his whole body became as sharp as a sword. A disciple of the 9-Star Sword sect. Sure enough, he had some skill. This kind of momentum alone was not something an ordinary Yuanqi cultivator could possess. "I know you're nearby." Qi Jianxing's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he raised his sword and shouted in a firm tone, "Come out obediently and I won't embarrass you." Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know whether this 9-Star Sword sect disciple had really found something or if he was just deliberately mystifying things. Qi Jianxing then said, "Boy, I admire your courage. In this world, besides the young lords of the 8 great families, I'm afraid you're the only one who dares to speak to my eldest brother like that. Just for this, I promise not to hurt you, as long as you hand over all the pills on you and let me complete my brother's task." Seeing that there was no movement, Qi Jianxing showed an impatient expression and threatened, "Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. When I find your hiding place, it won't be so easy to talk to. While I'm in a good mood now, we can still discuss it." Still no response. Qi Jianxing no longer spoke, his sword trembling as a clear and melodious sound rang out. Suddenly, Kai Yang felt a faint chill coming from all around him. His expression couldn't help but change, and he quickly leapt upwards. Sword qi threads invisible to the naked eye crisscrossed and immediately cut down all the trees within a radius of 300 feet, neatly, all of them falling to the ground. Yang Kai's face was filled with shock. Only now did he truly understand the ruthlessness of this 9-Star Sword sect disciple. Just now, when he spoke to him, it seemed like he was deliberately mystifying things and stalling for time, but in fact, he was secretly harboring evil intentions. Those invisible threads of sword qi had already spread out in the surroundings while he was speaking. When he was almost done, he would activate the sword qi. As long as he was still hiding here, there would be nowhere to hide. Fortunately, he had sensed something was wrong and rushed up, otherwise, he would have been cut by the sword qi threads and would have been seriously injured. Yang Kai still had some lingering fear in his heart, but he didn't dare underestimate this person. The 9-Star Sword sect was known as the #1 force in the central capital under the 8 great families, and its elite disciples were not just for show. "Found you!" Qi Jianxing turned around and gloomily smiled at Yang Kai, who was falling from midair, his eyes filled with ridicule. However, he didn't attack again and instead just calmly stared at Yang Kai. Facing a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator, Qi Jianxing naturally had no fear. This level of opponent was only from a second-class sect. He could kill him with a single sword strike. Your Qi concealment technique is quite exquisite. Qi Jianxing wasn't stingy with his praise. Where did you learn it from? He was very interested in Yang Kai's concealment technique. In this dangerous place, with such a skill, he would have a better chance of survival. This was also the main reason why he didn't immediately attack Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. No matter how exquisite it is, you still saw through it. Qi Jianxing slowly shook his head, a trace of admiration and greed flashing across his eyes. I didn't see through it. It's just that you were hostile to me, causing my sword Qi to react a little autonomously. In fact, I only knew you were hiding nearby, but I didn't know where you were hiding. Being able to force you out in one go can be considered a stroke of luck. He explained to himself, and then immediately smiled coldly. You're a smart person. Since I'm standing here, you should know my intentions. Hand over all the pills you have on you and then tell me how to conceal yourself, and I'll spare your life. Yang Kai sneered. You think you can eat me? Qi Jianxing was stunned for a moment before he laughed. What do you think? A trivial separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator, who hadn't even broken through to the Yuan Qi boundary, could he really threaten him? After a moment, his smile faded, and he nodded slightly. Fine, after I cripple you, naturally I can force out the cultivation method. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand flickered. With a clang, several sword rays suddenly appeared in front of him, arranged in the shape of a fan. The sword rays were suffused with a cold light, and each sword ray contained a huge killing power. Go! Qi Jianxing's name was Sword, and the sword skill he cultivated was extraordinary, so when he attacked, several sword waves shot out like lightning towards Yang Kai. Feeling the threat of these sword waves, Yang Kai quickly retreated, his expression changing. Worthy of being a disciple of a first-class sect. Possessing such strength at such a young age. In less than a breath of time, the sword waves arrived in front of Yang Kai and directly pierced through his body. Qi Jianxing frowned. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He didn't want to kill Yang Kai now, he still wanted to interrogate him about the cultivation method of his concealment skill. So just now, he had held back and didn't use too powerful of a move. In the next moment, Qi Jianxing's eyes lit up, and he flicked his sword again, slashing to the side. Another sword wave, like a rainbow, broke through the air. Yang Kai had just revealed himself when his opponent's second attack arrived, forcing him to use his movement skill again to avoid this blow. Good, good, good. Qi Jianxing's expression was filled with excitement as he continued to praise Yang Kai. After the first two moves, he didn't attack again and instead stared at Yang Kai excitedly. Your movement skill is also quite good. A separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator can actually move so quickly. If I can learn it, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. You must give it to me later. Yang Kai took a deep breath, stood firm, and smiled. Since you want my concealment skill and movement skill so much, why don't we make a deal? What kind of deal? Qi Jianxing raised his brow. I'll give you what you want, and you teach me a few of 9-star sword sect's sword skills. How about it? You want to learn the sword? Qi Jianxing looked at Yang Kai strangely, looking him up and down, but couldn't find any trace of a sword on his body. If he didn't have a weapon, why would he want to learn the sword? Yes, everyone takes what they need, there's no harm in that. Yang Kai nodded. Although he didn't have a sword in his hand right now, he still had the Azura sword in his body. In terms of the exquisiteness and lethality of sword skills, the 9-star sword sect could be said to be the undisputed number one. Even the 8 great families couldn't deny this point. What a joke! How could my 9-star sword sect's sword skills be taught to outsiders? Qi Jianxing sneered. What's more, the difference in strength between you and me is quite large. I can easily take your life. Why would I need to make a deal with you? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, the arrogance and wickedness in his bones aroused. grinding his teeth as he said, "I'll say the same thing, do you think you can defeat me? But my movement skill is quite exquisite, I'll explain it to you later." Qi Jianxing coldly snorted, no longer using his sword. He knew that his sword couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, so as he spoke, he swung his sword and rushed towards Yang Kai. Chapter 232. Qi Jianxing's figure was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Wrapped in sword light, he arrived in front of Yang Kai, the long sword in his hand forming a curtain of sword light that enveloped Yang Kai, sealing off the surrounding space. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly, as if someone was playing a lute in the void. Sharp whistling sounds filled the air as tiny sword qi visible to the naked eye crisscrossed, wrapping Yang Kai up. Cold light flashed as Yang Kai's expression became more dignified than ever, fiercely urging his yuan qi, his whole body exuding a threatening heat, his palms bursting with yuan qi as he fiercely pushed outwards. The two yuan qi collided, and a loud explosion rang out mid-air, instantly annihilating most of the hundreds of sword qi. Qi Jianxing's expression became cold as he shouted, "You overestimate yourself." With a wave of his sword, the remaining sword qi converged into a single point, condensing into the shape of a long sword before slashing down towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he opened his hand and forced a drop of yang liquid out of his body. Under the guidance of his will, it transformed into a blood-red shield, blocking in front of him. With a prng sound, the sword qi hit the blood-red shield, causing it to ripple and crack to appear, but it was not damaged. On the contrary, Qi Jianxing's attack had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai raised his blood-red shield in front of him and leapt towards Qi Jianxing. The latter let out a roar and quickly retreated, Yang Kai in hot pursuit. Both of them moved as fast as lightning, one using his exquisite movement skill while the other using his profound cultivation. In terms of speed, they were actually evenly matched. The two figures intertwined. Both unleashed their ferocious killing moves. Qi Jianxing's expression was slightly stunned, never having expected that this second-class sect cultivator, who was only a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator, would be able to display such strength, making him unable to take him down. Feeling annoyed, Qi Jianxing's hands became more and more vigorous, his long sword danced in the air, the 3-inch long sword qi on the tip of his sword like a snake emerging from its hole. His moves were constantly changing. Strange and unpredictable. The trees around them fell down one by one. Wherever the two of them passed, sand and stones flew everywhere. The battle was extremely fierce. In just 10 breaths of time, they had exchanged 30 moves, and neither side was able to gain the upper hand. But in this battle, Qi Jianxing had the absolute advantage. 8 out of 10 moves were on the offensive. With a sneer, Qi Jianxing's long sword flickered out a sword flower and pointed it towards Yang Kai's blood-red shield. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the blood-red shield, it finally could not withstand such a high-intensity attack and shattered. Seeing this, Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he hurriedly jumped out of Qi Jianxing's attack range, but how could his opponent give him this opportunity? Qi Jianxing's sword, as if Qi's sword, directly wrapped Yang Kai's arm. Yang's arms close. Yang Kai shouted angrily, and his yuan qi erupted. With the help of the yuan qi's defense, he did not retreat, but advanced instead. He threw a fierce punch and a raging flame appeared on his fist. The scorching heat distorted the air. Sensing the terrifying killing power contained in this punch, Qi Jianxing was horrified. He pointed his long sword at Yang Kai's shoulder, piercing 3 inches into it, and used the rebound force. He quickly retreated. However, he was still a little too late. Yang Kai's flaming sun's 3-fold blast had already erupted. Thump 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 thump. Qi Jianxing retreated more than 10 steps. At the same time, he activated his yuan qi to neutralize the yuan qi that had invaded his body. After a long while, Qi Jianxing's face turned pale, and he took a deep breath. The flaming sun's 3-fold blast, which had always been successful, was completely neutralized by him and did not hurt him at all. Looking back at Kai Yang, the clothes on his right arm had been shredded to pieces by the long sword. His exposed arm was covered with countless tiny lines of blood. In an instant, his entire arm had been dyed red, making him look extremely terrifying. While Qi Jianxing neutralized the flaming sun's threefold blast, Yang Kai also let out a light sigh, shaking his arm and burning away the sword qi that had invaded his body. Heh. Qi Jianxing's cold eyes flashed as he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. A trivial separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator actually has such strength. Admirable. As he spoke, he pointed his long sword towards Yang Kai. You are the most powerful separation and reunion boundary cultivator I have ever seen. The purity of your Yuan Qi is no less than that of an ordinary Yuan Qi cultivator, even more so than mine. But a poor background is a poor background. My 9-star sword skills are infinitely powerful. How could someone like you possibly break them? His expression arrogant, his voice cold, Qi Jianxing said in a low voice. Just now, I only used 70% of my strength. If I had used my full strength, how long would you have been able to resist? Holding his sword with both hands, Qi Jianxing's expression became dignified as his Yuan Qi burst forth and shouted, "Sword body!" Asterisk. A loud sword cry rang out as the long sword in his hand trembled incessantly. A sharp aura erupted from his body, his whole body like a peerless sword. The Yuan Qi around his body surged, and in an instant, his momentum reached its peak. His long hair fluttered in the wind as countless tiny short swords appeared around his body. Looking around, it was as if this person was being protected by 10,000 swords. The 9-star sword skills were really mysterious. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his expression becoming extremely serious. Qi Jianxing had obviously become angry from being punched just now, so he decided to use this so-called sword body martial skill. With the protection of the 10,000 swords condensed from his Yuan Qi, Qi Jianxing was now like a hedgehog. If Yang Kai wanted to hit him with his fist, he would have to hurt himself first. Being able to force me to use my sword body, you should be proud. Qi Jianxing stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression filled with arrogance and disdain, as if he was looking down on all living beings. Saying so, step by step, he slowly walked over. Yang Kai did not dare to neglect and quickly used his unyielding will. His separation and reunion boundary 7th-stage aura instantly soared to the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. When he was at the separation and reunion boundary 1st stage, Yang Kai could use his unyielding will to temporarily reach the peak of his strength, but now at the 7th stage, it was still the same. From this, it could be seen that the Yuan Qi boundary was a huge watershed for a cultivator. When the Yuan Qi in the body completely transformed into Yuan Qi, the improvement of a cultivator's strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perceiving the rise in Yang Kai's aura, Qi Jianxing was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling and saying disdainfully, "Good, so you didn't use your full strength just now. But now you're only at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, you're not my opponent. Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Yang Kai sneered, waving his hand and summoning another blood-red shield. Qi Jianxing's expression became cold. Just now he had suffered a loss from the shield, unable to break it even after attacking it for a long time. Now seeing Yang Kai easily condense another one, he was furious. He shouted angrily, "Watch me break your garbage shield, then I'll teach you a good lesson." His pace quickened and he swung his sword. The Yuan Qi sword qi around his body shot out several times, fiercely attacking Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged to the side. But the Yuan Qi sword qi was somewhat different from the previous one, actually able to follow Qi Jianxing's will. After hastily dodging 3 or 4 times, Qi Jianxing was already in front of Yang Kai. While laughing sinisterly, he used a powerful sword skill, fiercely chopping towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his shield to block, but with a boom, the shield shook a few times, almost unsteady. Qi Jianxing laughed loudly. One move after another, without a hair's breadth, coupled with the unpredictable Yuan Qi sword qi, Yang Kai was forced to flee in panic, complaining incessantly. In the battle, both of them had used up their Yuan Qi. Such a high-intensity battle of life and death was a heavy burden on any cultivator's body. Physical strength was secondary, the use of yuan qi was the most important issue. A powerful cultivator who was skilled in battle would carefully calculate every bit of yuan qi and would use the least amount of effort to achieve the most damage. This was something that neither Yang Kai nor Qi Jianxing could do at the moment. Both of them had not reached that level of strength. Only by wantonly using yuan qi could they maintain their moves and momentum. In a short time, Yang Kai did not make a single move. He was always on the defense, but Qi Jianxing's killing intent was aroused. He kept ridiculing Yang Kai in the midst of his laughter, as if he was certain that he could defeat him. While dodging, Yang Kai seemed to be exhausted. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Seeing such a good opportunity, how could Qi Jianxing miss it? The long sword in his hand cut horizontally, directly aiming for Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai hurriedly raised his shield to block, but Qi Jianxing was already prepared. His long sword shook in midair, changing from a sweep to a stab. Yang Kai's shield also reacted, suddenly stabbing downwards. Qi Jianxing sneered. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a trace of calmness. Just as the shield was about to cut the long sword, the blood-red shield squirmed and quickly shrank into the shape of a dagger. Qi Jianxing's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief as he watched the blood-red dagger cut through his long sword. With a crack, the long sword was directly broken. When he was in the initial element boundary, Yang Kai was able to destroy a common-grade defensive artifact with a weapon condensed from yang liquid. Now that his strength had reached the separation and reunion boundary, his yuan qi was even purer and richer. The long sword in Qi Jianxing's hand was just a weapon forged from fine steel, not even an artifact. How could it withstand such a cut? Yang Kai had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, his dagger dancing like a flower. With a light sound, the long sword in Qi Jianxing's hand broke into several pieces. If he had not retreated quickly, even the hand holding the sword would have been cut off. Qi Jianxing's eyes trembled as he looked at Yang Kai in shock. Before, his sword was quite agile, so he would not use his long sword to meet Yang Kai head-on, so he did not have to worry about his weapon being damaged, but he did not expect that the defensive shield could actually change shape. In a moment of carelessness, his weapon was instantly destroyed. Without a long sword, the strength of a 9-star sword faction disciple was destined to be reduced. Now it's my turn. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his expression changing from one of weakness, his eyes overflowing with fighting spirit as he stared at Qi Jianxing with disdain. The latter suddenly realized that the other party was just acting just now. Even the shield that was shattered by him earlier was done on purpose to numb him and lower his guard. He had endured for so long just to destroy his long sword. What deep scheming! What incisive methods! For the first time, Qi Jianxing looked at Yang Kai seriously. But he was still not afraid. Throwing away the hilt in his hand, he proudly said, "Even if you don't have a weapon, so what? You are still not my opponent." Chapter 233. Without his long sword, Qi Jianxing could still use his finger to wield his sword. When one reached the yuan qi realm, he could naturally use this method, but the lethality was indeed reduced, about 90% of the power at his peak. Even with 10% less power, I can still easily defeat you. Qi Jianxing sneered again and again. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Yang Kai laughing and pushing out 2 palms. Beast Spirit Technique. After enduring for so long, he could finally show his full strength. Yang Kai was also somewhat impatient. White Tiger Seal, Divine Ox Seal, 2 seals appeared at the same time. A tiger roar shook the sky, and a cow roar pierced the ear. Qi Jianxing's face suddenly changed. He saw 2 fierce-looking monster beasts pouncing towards him. These 2 monster beasts were vivid and lifelike, as if they were alive. Their fiery red bodies were extremely enchanting, and their scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent. Qi Jianxing was shocked. How could he dare to be negligent? He put his 2 fingers together and turned them into a sword. The tip of his finger swallowing the sword, he shouted, "Thunder Rush Sword." A sword flashing with electric arcs shot out from the tip of his finger, hitting the body of one of the monster beasts. The color of its body dimmed, but it did not stop it at all. Wind Supporting Sword. Qi Jianxing quickly retreated, his finger sword continuously swinging. All kinds of 9-star sword sect sword skills flew all over the sky, but still could not defeat the two monster beasts. Seeing that they were about to pounce in front of him, Qi Jianxing bent his legs in horror and suddenly jumped up. Just as he jumped 1 zhang high, a fierce murderous intent came from above his head. Looking up, he saw Yang Kai above him, smirking and throwing a punch at him. He actually predicted the enemy's move and blocked his retreat. In panic, Qi Jianxing gritted his teeth, pointed his finger to the sky, and 3 sword lights attacked. Yang Kai quickly threw out 3 punches, shattering all 3 sword waves, but this moment of delay allowed Qi Jianxing to twist his body and avoid hitting his vitals, allowing him to land a palm strike on Yang Kai's shoulder. It was accompanied by a scream. Qi Jianxing fell to the ground. At the critical moment of life and death, this outstanding disciple of the 9-star sword school burst forth with unprecedented potential and fighting strength. His hands kept dancing, using profound sword skills to beat the 2 monster beasts that pounced on him until they were illusions and almost collapsed. The white tiger and divine ox rushed over to bite Qi Jianxing, but they couldn't hurt him in the slightest. His sword was still on the outside. The surface of his body was protected by countless tiny sword rays. Every time the white tiger and divine ox attacked, they would be neutralized by these sword lights. In the blink of an eye, the white tiger and divine ox disappeared completely. After all, this was an attack condensed from Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. It only had the shape of a monster beast. Once its Yuan Qi was depleted, it would naturally cease to exist. Hee. Qi Jianxing laughed bitterly. Looking at Yang Kai triumphantly, in his mind, consuming a huge amount of Yuan Qi to condense such a monster beast was not worth the loss. With Yang Kai's separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivation, it was impossible for him to condense a second one, so it was better to leave the Yuan Qi for him to fight. But before his laughter faded, under Yang Kai's contemptuous gaze, another divine ox and tiger rushed out, exactly the same as before. How is this possible? Qi Jianxing exclaimed. Even if I don't attack, this one move is enough to kill me. This move alone is more than enough to kill you. Yang Kai stared at Qi Jianxing coldly. Qi Jianxing's expression became gloomy. He knew that Yang Kai was not boasting. The 2 Yuan Qi monster beasts were extremely difficult to deal with. His sword was already on the verge of collapse. If it was hit again, it would definitely collapse. The consumption of Yuan Qi was enormous. Qi Jianxing was no longer as arrogant as before. But I am different from you. I will not underestimate any opponent, so I will still attack. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai and the divine ox and tiger attacked together, pouncing towards Qi Jianxing. The latter naturally would not sit still and roared. His finger sword danced again. This time, no matter who it was, no one held back, all of them using their full strength. Any negligence could lead to irreparable consequences. The battle was extremely fierce and extremely dangerous. The 2 monster beasts were once again defeated. Yang Kai was also hit by 2 of Qi Jianxing's finger swords, almost having his body pierced, blood flowing from the wounds and staining his clothes red. Qi Jianxing was in an even worse state. Fighting 1 against 3, his sword had been completely destroyed, and his true essence was almost completely depleted. He panted heavily, one arm hanging by his side. His forearm was badly mutilated, and there were bite marks everywhere. These were all bites from the white tiger. His chest was caved in, and several of his ribs were broken. This injury was caused by the divine ox's charge. The horn in front of the divine ox's head almost pierced through him. The 2 looked at each other from a distance of more than 10 feet. Yang Kai's eyes were cold, while Qi Jianxing's face was twitching. Although he could not believe that he was defeated by a separation and reunion cultivator, he had no choice but to accept the fact. The shame and unwillingness made him almost crazy. Yang Kai did not kill him. The Yuan Qi cultivator's desperate counterattack before his death made him a little afraid. He was waiting for Qi Jianxing's momentum to weaken. Qi Jianxing did not have the slightest trace of worry. He was still laughing coldly. After a few breaths, he said with a gloomy expression, I admit, you are indeed very strong, stronger than the average Yuan Qi cultivator. But even if you beat me, so what? I am a Yuan Qi cultivator. You can't kill me. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Laughing heartily, Qi Jianxing stamped his feet on the ground and leapt up 300 meters into the air, his body swaying as he hovered in midair, one hand dangling by his side, the other clutching the wound on his chest. Looking down at Kai Yang, his face filled with pride. This is the biggest difference between the true element boundary and the separation and reunion boundary. I can fly in the air, but you can't, so I can leave at any time. While speaking, Qi Jianxing vomited a mouthful of blood. He stretched out his hand and wiped it with difficulty. He looked at Yang Kai crazily and said in a low voice, I will remember today's shame. The next time we meet, I will take your dog life. You better pray that you can live until that day. After saying that, he narrowed his eyes, as if he wanted to deeply imprint Yang Kai's face in his eyes. Below, Yang Kai looked indifferent. He looked at Qi Jianxing indifferently. A moment later, Qi Jianxing turned around and staggered away in the air with a heart full of hatred and humiliation. This hatred, I will definitely get my revenge. Qi Jianxing swore in his heart. After flying for less than 300 feet, he suddenly felt a heat behind him. Immediately, a cold voice sounded behind him. You think you can escape? Qi Jianxing's face suddenly changed. In an instant, he was scared out of his wits. Hurriedly turning his head, he saw the high heaven pavilion disciple chasing after him. But behind him, there was a pair of dazzling and burning huge wings. The wings flapped like a giant peng, insufferably arrogant. Qi Jianxing was inexplicably horrified. He had never thought that a cultivator could grow wings on his back. He only spat out one syllable. Yang Kai quickly rushed in front of him. His palm pressed against Qi Jianxing's abdomen, then stretched out a big hand, grabbed Qi Jianxing's neck, and rushed to the ground like lightning. Close at hand, Qi Jianxing saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes, cold and without the slightest emotion. The two figures streaked across the sky like meteors, and in the blink of an eye, they hit the ground. They were still about 10 feet away from the ground. Yang Kai used all his strength. He ruthlessly threw Qi Jianxing to the ground, but he himself suddenly stopped. Peng! Dust flew as Qi Jianxing's body collided with the ground. A small crater was directly smashed into the ground, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Like a ragged sack, Qi Jianxing rolled for a long time. Only then did he gradually stop. Opening his eyes with difficulty, he saw Yang Kai flapping his wings and slowly approaching him. Flying close, Yang Kai retracted his wings and landed on the ground. Walking in front of Qi Jianxing, he looked at him indifferently, just like Qi Jianxing had looked down on him a moment ago. His heart was dead. Qi Jianxing's last resort, which he was so proud of, was in front of Yang Kai. It couldn't play any role at all. You're not dead yet, worthy of being a Yuan Qi expert. Yang Kai coldly ridiculed, raised his foot, and stepped on Qi Jianxing's neck. Don't kill me. Qi Jianxing struggled while coughing, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Don't you want to learn the sword skills of the 9-star sword sect? I can teach you whatever you want to learn. I'll teach you. I'm also considered a rising star in the 9-star sword sect. I've come into contact with many profound sword skills. Cough cough. No need, I don't believe you. Yang Kai looked indifferent. The sword skills of the 9-star sword sect indeed made Yang Kai jealous, but Yang Kai didn't believe that Qi Jianxing would really teach him with this person's personality and means. Once he recovered his Yuan Qi, it would definitely be a variable. So he couldn't let him live. Hearing this, Qi Jianxing's gloomy expression became more and more defeated. Why do you want to become enemies with my 9-star sword sect? If you kill me, cough cough, my eldest brother will be the first to know. He won't let you go. With his strength, you won't be able to resist. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he coldly said, Wu Chengyi, you don't need to worry. Even if he doesn't come looking for me, I will find him myself. You really want to be so ruthless? It's you who want to kill me. Yang Kai sneered, not wanting to waste any more words, his foot slamming down as his Yuan Qi burst forth. With a cracking sound, Qi Jianxing's neck broke, his head falling limply to the side, no longer showing any signs of life. The moment Qi Jianxing died, Wu Chengyi, who was a few dozen kilometers away, suddenly frowned and stared into the distance with a surprised expression. The three Ghost King Valley disciples could use a special method to sense each other's location and life, so could the disciples of the Nine-Star Sword sect. However, what Wu Chengyi couldn't understand was how Qi Jianxing had died. Could it be that he had encountered those people from Tianlang dynasty? If not, with his Yuan Qi third-stage cultivation, there was no reason for him to die so tragically. Wu Chengyi's face showed a pained expression. He didn't really care about Qi Jianxing's life or death, but because Qi Jianxing had a precious treasure on him. It was something his senior brothers had obtained in that isolated world and had been assigned to him. As far as Wu Chengyi knew, Qi Jianxing had never been willing to use it. "Brother Wu, what's wrong?" A raging flame temple cultivator saw Wu Chengyi's dignified expression and couldn't help asking nervously, "Is there someone from Tianlang dynasty nearby?" "It's possible." Wu Chengyi calmed his expression and whispered, "We need to speed up and try to find a safe place to hide." Hearing him say this, everyone's expression changed slightly, their movements becoming more and more cautious. These past few months, they had suffered a lot at the hands of those Tianlang dynasty disciples. Chapter 234. After Qi Jianxing died, it didn't take long for a blood bead to condense. It was about the same size as the blood bead from the Ghost King Valley. After all, they were both young cultivators in the Yuan Qi realm, so the gap in strength was not very big. Yang Kai gasped for breath as he put away the blood bead, then searched Qi Jianxing's body. After a while, he found several blood beads of different sizes, which should be Qi Jianxing's spoils from the previous battle, but he didn't use them. In addition, there were some silver notes and a green bottle. These were all his gains. Putting everything into his universe bag, Yang Kai quickly left the scene. Half a day later, in the belly of a mountain, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and took a few healing pills. He also changed his blood-stained clothes to get rid of any possible smell of blood. The cave he was hiding in was something he had dug out himself. After learning that the Tianlang dynasty people could enslave monster beasts to fight for them, Yang Kai knew that he had to be more careful in the future. Digging out a cave, hiding in it to heal himself, and then sealing the entrance to the cave would allow him to avoid any possible troubles. The battle with Qi Jianxing, the injuries were not light, but also not heavy. Yang Kai's current strength and recovery ability were much stronger than before, so it would only take a few days for him to fully recover, not to mention with the help of the healing pills. In just 3 days, the 3 bloody holes on his body were no longer a problem. Although they were not completely healed, they would not bleed anymore. In these 3 days, Yang Kai had been recalling the battle with Qi Jianxing, his arrogance and loss, his own caution, looking for other people's shortcomings, and reflecting on himself. What a harvest! After opening his eyes, his body was filled with joy. Fighting with all his strength made him feel happy. The yang liquid in the dantian needed to be replenished a little. Fortunately, Grand Master Ling Tai Su left a few bottles of yang attribute pills in his universe bag, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about it. After swallowing a whole bottle, the yang liquid in the dantian increased by 12 drops. After the Yuan Qi was purified, the amount of energy required to condense a drop of yang liquid had become much more than before, which was a good thing. After thinking about it, Yang Kai swallowed the remaining few bottles of yang attribute pills. Finally, the amount of yang liquid he had was greatly increased. He searched through the cosmos sack. Yang Kai took out a green bottle. This bottle was found on Qi Jianxing's body, but he didn't know what was inside. When he opened the lid of the bottle, a scorching heat instantly assaulted him. This made Yang Kai feel a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't help but feel slightly moved. He could clearly feel that the energy contained in this bottle was extremely pure and rich, although it was somewhat similar to the energy in his own yang attribute Yuan Qi. However, it was not the same. Lowering his head, Yang Kai saw a glass-like liquid in the bottle, which was the color of flames. Not much, only 4 or 5 drops. Qi Jianxing did not have anything on him except for this bottle of liquid. He treated it like a treasure, so its value was definitely not low. But what exactly was this thing? Yang Kai observed left and right, sniffing here and there, secretly guessing. He was extremely curious. "Old demon," Yang Kai called out. "Yes, this old servant is here." The old demon responded in a rather flattering manner. "Look at this thing, do you recognize it?" Yang Kai asked. The old demon couldn't help but cough a few times awkwardly. "Forget it." Yang Kai's heart was as clear as day, knowing that old demon must have become stupid again. The old demon's memory was chaotic, sometimes it could be of great use, and sometimes it was completely useless. Yang Kai was already used to this. If the old demon really recognized this thing, he would have jumped out to prove his knowledge. Why would he wait for Yang Kai to ask? After sniffing for a while, Yang Kai felt that this thing should not be poisonous, so he discussed it with the old demon for a while. He also thought the same. But Yang Kai was still a little worried, so he rushed out of his seclusion. After searching for a long time, he finally found a lone fourth-grade monster beast. Without any explanation, he beat the monster beast until it fainted, then he brought it back to the cave. On the way back, Yang Kai picked a stalk of withered grass, carefully dipped it in the liquid in the bottle, and then put it into the monster beast's mouth. He quietly waited and observed. Not long after, the demonic beast let out an incomparably mournful howl as if it had been poisoned. Its entire body twitched incessantly as white foam came out of its mouth. Its body flickered between light and darkness. Yang Kai's expression was solemn, secretly thinking that it was fortunate that he didn't take the risk just now, otherwise he might not even know how he died. Just as Yang Kai thought so, the fourth-grade monster beast suddenly emitted a surge of energy, and then it suddenly broke free from Yang Kai's restraints, full of vigor, and fiercely fought with Yang Kai in the cave. In this state, it didn't look like it had been poisoned at all. After a long, fierce battle, Yang Kai died of anger. Looking at the monster beast's corpse in a daze, Yang Kai was a little puzzled. Before he brought it back, it was clearly just a fourth-grade monster beast and he could easily knock it out, but why did he feel that it was much stronger just now? It seemed to have the strength of a fifth-grade monster beast. Just as he was puzzling, a blood bead quietly formed. Yang Kai looked at it and was stunned for a long time. His expression was uncertain, and he couldn't help but curse. "Young master, calm down." The old demon hurriedly comforted him. The reason for Yang Kai's anger was none other than the fact that he had already guessed what was inside this green bottle. The evidence was the blood bead condensed after the monster beast's death. This blood bead was the size of a little thumbnail. Although it was not as big as the blood bead of a fifth-grade monster beast, it was much bigger than the blood bead of a fourth-grade monster beast. To be able to make a fourth-grade monster beast grow to a level close to fifth grade in such a short time, the liquid in the bottle was clearly a kind of treasure. Combining it with what he heard half a year ago, and comparing the shape and color of the liquid in the bottle, Yang Kai's face was full of annoyance. Brilliant flame liquid. It was a natural treasure that could refine Yuan Qi. It could make Yuan Qi purer and more outstanding. In this world, there were not many things that could refine a cultivator's Yuan Qi, so every kind was priceless. For example, the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew was a high-end existence. And this brilliant flame liquid was the same. Previously, when he heard the reflecting moonsec's elder Zhua when mentioned the brilliant flame liquid by the lake, Yang Kai wasn't too tempted, because he already had the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew, so there was no need to be greedy. But now, he had coincidentally obtained the brilliant flame liquid. The situation was different. The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew could be used when he was advancing to Yuan Qi. The brilliant flame liquid could be used now, and the effect would definitely be better if he used both at the same time. Unfortunately, such a treasure was divided into half a drop by a monster beast. Yang Kai's heart ached, his liver ached, his lungs ached. Every part of his body ached. Things had already reached this point. It was useless to be upset. While lamenting the good luck of this person from the 9-star sword sect, he sat down cross-legged. Carefully taking a drop of the brilliant flame liquid from the bottle, Yang Kai quickly closed his eyes and drank it. Eyes to nose, nose to heart, enter meditation. Circulating the true Yang tactics, Yang Kai felt a burning sensation spread from his abdomen. People who cultivated yang or fire techniques would generally not have this kind of feeling. From this, it could be seen how hot the energy contained in the brilliant flame liquid was. At first, the burning sensation was not very strong, but as time passed, Yang Kai soon felt a burning sensation like he was in a furnace. His whole body was steaming hot, and the new clothes he had just changed into were instantly drenched in sweat. This intense burning sensation first stayed in his lower abdomen for a moment, and then it was immediately guided by the true yang tactics. From all directions, it poured into his limbs and bones. His meridians were in severe pain. Yang Kai firmly clenched his teeth, not daring to relax in the slightest, and the secret arts circulated faster and faster. This heat was like a flame that could burn through the sky, like a magma that could incinerate the earth. While flowing in his meridians, it also burned the yuan qi in Yang Kai's meridians. After a few circulations, Yang Kai suddenly found that his yuan qi had been compressed and purified to the limit. It had become even purer. His spirit shook, and he concentrated even more. A moment later, the yuan qi in his meridians reached its limit again, and could no longer be purified. Yang Kai used his mind to guide the energy contained in the brilliant flame liquid, immersing it in the dantian. Inside the dantian, there were nearly 100 drops of yang liquid that could be burned. Time passed slowly. A few days later, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his pupils overflowing with light, and involuntarily sucked in a deep breath. Refreshing! With a single drop of brilliant flame liquid, Yang Kai's yuan qi was once again refined, reducing the 100 drops of yang liquid by more than a dozen, but the energy contained in each drop was much more than before. Not only had his yuan qi undergone a change, but even his meridians and physique had undergone some subtle changes. His meridians had become tougher and wider, his physique had become firmer, and every inch of his skin, every cell, was rejuvenated from the inside out. His original separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivation had been greatly consolidated, and he was not far from breaking through to separation and reunion 8th stage. This was the effect of tempering his yuan qi. Sometimes, when breaking through, increasing the energy in the body was not the only way. Old demon, if I were to take another drop of brilliant flame liquid, would I be able to directly break through? Yang Kai was eager to try. Although the old demon was sometimes unreliable, he had now given him valuable experience. It's probably useless. Being able to refine young master's yuan qi to this extent is already the greatest effect of this kind of precious treasure. This kind of thing is not something that the more you take, the better the effect. If you want to refine your yuan qi again, you'll need to find a better and higher grade treasure. I think so too. Yang Kai put away his thoughts and solemnly stuffed the small green bottle into his universe bag. Where did the 9-star sword sect people find this brilliant flame liquid? Qi Jianxing had a few drops, so what about Wu Chengyi? He probably had even more on him, right? Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help but sneer. Wu Chengyi had sent Qi Jianxing to hunt him down, so how could Yang Kai let him off so easily? There was already enmity between them, and now that he knew the other party had such a precious treasure, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't have ideas about him. However, Wu Qingyi's strength was too strong, and he was also the temporary leader of that group of cultivators. If Yang Kai really wanted to offend him, he would not have a good ending, so this matter could only be dealt with slowly. Tidying up his mood, Yang Kai broke out of seclusion. For the next month, Yang Kai hunted monster beast in this isolated world. During this 1 month of wandering, Yang Kai had not encountered anyone else, but the number of monster beasts he had found was few and far between. It seemed that things were indeed as Chen Xueshu had told him. Most of the monster beasts in this isolated world had been enslaved by the people of Tianlang dynasty. Chapter 235. After a month of training, Yang Kai's harvest was very little. He couldn't kill many monster beasts, so naturally he didn't obtain any blood orbs, but this was secondary. The key point was that the monster beast he encountered was too weak. A rank 4 monster beast couldn't withstand more than a few moves in front of Yang Kai, and the weaker rank 5 monster beast was also somewhat insufficient. Without experiencing a difficult battle, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his own foundation. Yang Kai thirsted for blood and the baptism of strong enemies. It wasn't that he didn't gain anything. During this month, Yang Kai inadvertently discovered another use of the Beast Soul skill. The Beast Soul skill that he obtained from the two tyrannical monster beasts' remnant thoughts wasn't just for attack. However, Yang Kai himself was still in the process of exploring this use and had yet to perfect it. On this day, after Yang Kai killed 3 rank 4 monster beasts, in a certain forest 30 miles away, a woman suddenly opened her eyes, and a trace of coldness and surprise flashed through her eyes. This woman's dress and facial features were slightly different from the big man's. She was one of the Tian Lang Kingdom's cultivators. She wasn't ugly, and could even be said to be very beautiful. But for some reason, this woman gave people a very strange feeling, like a beautiful snake that hid but didn't attack, and at any time, it would use its venomous fangs to bite people and kill them. No matter who saw her, they wouldn't dare to look down on her. Her clothes were rather revealing. Her jade-like arms were exposed, and the tight short top on her upper body couldn't hide her impressive figure. When she raised her hands, her flat stomach and exquisite navel were revealed without a doubt. Her lower body was even more simple, with short shorts that reached her hips. Her 2 slender beautiful legs were exposed just like that. She looked in the direction of Yang Kai, and the corner of her mouth held a faint cold smile. She slowly stood up, her exquisite and petite body full of incomparable explosive power. When she stood up, the 2 people standing behind her quietly took a few steps back, and stared at the back of this Tian Lang Kingdom woman, their eyes full of fear and resentment. These 2 people were a man and a woman. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely be surprised because these 2 were actually Ghost King Valley disciples. Jin Hao and Ling Shan. The 2 Ghost King Valley disciples stared at the Tian Lang dynasty woman at this moment, and as they stared, their yuan qi involuntarily surged as murderous intent flashed across their eyes. Roar! At this time, dozens of monster beasts around them suddenly bared their fangs and roared at Jin Hao and Ling Shan, mixed with a warning. The woman from the Tian Lang dynasty slowly turned around and gave Jin Hao and Ling Shan a meaningful look. The 2 of them couldn't help but tremble. He quickly withdrew his killing intent and yuan qi. You can't kill me. The Tian Lang dynasty woman's name was Zmo. Jin Hao and Ling Shan had been by her side for 1 to 2 months, but this was the only information they knew about her. Zmo coldly snorted, "Only this once. If you dare try anything funny again, I'll kill you. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Although Jin Hao and Ling Shan's eyes were full of humiliation, they didn't dare act presumptuously. Jin Hao quickly bowed his head and said, "Subordinate and junior sister don't dare. Please rest assured, young lady Zmo stared at him deeply for a moment before smiling. "You should be thankful that you fell into my hands. If you had accidentally fallen into the hands of my 2 brother and senior sister, I'm afraid you'd already be dead." Saying so, Zmo slowly stepped forward, her willowy waist swaying gently as a faint smile appeared on her face. Jin Hao quietly glanced up and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Zmo's figure was amazing. Her dress was so bold and unrestrained, completely different from the women of the great Han dynasty. Although they had been together for many days, every time he looked at her, it gave him a strange sense of excitement, especially that flat stomach and exquisite navel, which were a huge attraction to the hot-blooded Jin Hao. He often fantasized about it. If he could strip this seductive woman naked, ruthlessly ravage her, taste her beauty, listen to her beg for mercy and scream, how happy would that be? But Jin Hao only dared to think about it. In front of Zmo, he didn't dare have any crooked thoughts. This woman from the Tian Lang dynasty. He was a master who killed without batting an eyelid. Compared to the disciples of Ghost King Valley, she was even crueler and bloodier. Zmo walked up to Ling Shan and stood in front of her, still smiling. Ling Shan's face showed an unnatural look of disgust. Her body couldn't help trembling, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Zmo chuckled and stretched out her jade-like hand, lifting Ling Shan's delicate chin and staring at her thin red lips. In the next moment, she suddenly leaned forward and pressed her lips against Ling Shan's. Jin Hao took a deep breath and silently bent his body, quietly sticking out his buttocks, feeling his blood boil. the sound of sucking came, and Leng Shan's powerless resistance only aroused Zimo's interest. With a chuckle, Zimo stretched out her hand and plunged it into Leng Shan's clothes, groping around. Jin Hao's eyes turned red with envy. Leng Shan's status in the sect was very high, even he didn't dare to be presumptuous with her, but these days, she was being tasted by another woman. That snake-like tongue probed into her mouth, that full chest was kneaded out of shape, and that perky round buttocks were covered by a slender jade hand, constantly changing shape in front of his eyes. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Jin Hao had seen it at least 7 or 8 times, and every time it made him burn with desire, it was unbearable. Leng Shan's powerless resistance turned into submission. The two women's breaths slowly became rapid, and the sound of their heartbeats could be heard, causing one's imagination to run wild. Jin Hao forced himself to turn his head. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. After a long time, Zmo released Leng Shan and the two women's lips parted, a crystal-clear line connecting their lips. Leng Shan's chest rose and fell violently, and tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Zmo giggled and reached out to wipe them away, as gentle as a lover. "Do you want to have her like I do?" Zmo suddenly turned her head and looked at Jin Hao with a smile. "Ah." Jin Hao stared blankly, a puzzled look on his face. Zmo pursed her lips. "You like your junior sister, right?" Jin Hao glanced at Leng Shan and nodded. "I can give you a chance." Zmo looked at Jin Hao meaningfully. "Let's see if you can grasp it." Jin Hao's face was filled with struggle and pain, but Zmo wasn't in a hurry and just looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. She knew Jin Hao wouldn't refuse her proposal because he wasn't a gentleman. Sure enough, a moment later, Jin Hao suddenly knelt on the ground and sincerely said, "This subordinate is willing to sincerely pledge his allegiance to young lady. From now on, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire to fulfill young lady's orders." Hee hee. Zmo laughed and nodded slightly. "Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. I like smart people." "Brother." Leng Shan's expression suddenly became cold as she gloomily stared at Jin Hao. Jin Hao's expression became awkward. "Junior sister, you and I can live or die at young lady's whim. Why should we resist? Young lady is benevolent and righteous and is willing to give us a chance. If we follow her wishes, we can live." Leng Shan looked at Jin Hao with disgust and no longer said anything, slowly closing her eyes. Zmo chuckled and retreated to a nearby tree, half leaning against the trunk, her expression languid and flirtatious as she whispered, "Go and help me catch someone. After completing this task, your junior sister will be at your disposal. You can do whatever you want with her." Hearing this, Leng Shan's expression changed while Jin Hao's face filled with excitement. "If you're fast enough, efficient enough, and don't let me wait too long." Zmo stuck out her red tongue and licked her lips. "Let me accompany you this one time. Young lady, I like both men and women, hee." Jin Hao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be able to play with his junior sister, and also to have sex with the Tianlang dynasty's enchanting women, a dragon with 2 phoenixes, what a dream. Jin Hao immediately became excited and excitedly said, "Please instruct me, young lady." Zmo's expression became serious as she pointed in a certain direction. "You need to go 30 kilometers from here. Your target is here, so you need to move quickly. If you're too slow, you may not be able to catch up." Jin Hao's brow wrinkled. "May I ask, young lady, how many people are there?" "There should only be one," Zmo replied confidently. Jin Hao's expression changed slightly. To be able to survive until now, his strength is certainly not weak. "Young lady, I would like to go with my junior sister. Please allow me." "Hee hee." Zmo giggled. "Your junior sister must stay behind, so she can't accompany you, but I can send a few monster beasts to accompany you. 3 fifth-order monster beasts should be enough, right?" Jin Hao's expression became bitter, knowing that the other party still didn't trust him. 3 fifth-order monster beasts were more than enough to kill him. Rather than saying that these monster beasts were here to support him, it would be better to say that they were here to monitor him. That's enough. Jin Hao didn't dare show any dissatisfaction and quickly nodded. "Go, remember, Your junior sister is waiting for you to return. I will also be waiting. Zmo winked at Jin Hao. Yes. Jin Hao got up and flew off in the direction Zmo had indicated. The three fifth-order monster beasts quickly followed. Although they were all fifth-order monster beasts, there was still a difference in strength between them. While flying, Jin Hao looked back and saw the appearance of the three monster beasts and couldn't help cursing them in his heart. If they were just three ordinary fifth-order monster beasts, Jin Hao could still deal with them, but these three were average fifth-order monster beasts, each of them equivalent to the fifth or sixth stage of Yuan Qi boundary, so how could he dare to act rashly? At this moment he could only do his best to complete the task Zmo had given him. Jin Hao's speed was very fast, and with Lung Shan and Zmo's tender bodies in his mind, he arrived at his destination in less than a stick of incense worth of time. Restraining his aura, Yang Kai glanced around but didn't find any trace of them, only some powder left behind. This powder was the remains of the monster beast after it died. The three monster beasts that had followed him ran to the side and sniffed, then immediately chased in a certain direction. Jin Hao also hurriedly followed. After chasing for half an hour or so, the three fifth-order monster beasts suddenly stopped, a ferocious expression on its face as it looked towards a certain part of the jungle. Jin Hao landed on the ground, his eyes cold as he stared at the dense forest, lightly shouting, "Which friend is here? Please show yourself." Chapter 236. As soon as Jin Hao's voice fell, a figure emerged from the darkness of the jungle. Seeing the other party appear so fearlessly, Jin Hao couldn't help tensing up, his expression solemn as he secretly raised his guard. He thought that, as he had guessed before, he had encountered some kind of master. However, when this person's appearance appeared in front of Jin Hao's eyes, his expression suddenly became one of disbelief, his pupils shrinking. Yang Kai simply sneered at him, but in fact he was also feeling helpless. The other party had identified his hiding place at a glance, so what was the point of continuing to hide? Instead of letting him force him out, he might as well come out on his own. Sweeping his eyes around, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, instantly understanding many things. "It's you!" Jin Hao cried out. How could you, still alive?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yes, how could you still be alive?" Jin Hao's voice sank. More than half a year ago, 3 Ghost King Valley disciples had chased after Yang Kai. Yu Cheng Kuan was the fastest, chasing after Yang Kai, followed by Jin Hao and Lung Shan, but when the two of them reached a cliff, they sensed Yu Cheng Kuan's death. At that time, Jin Hao thought that Yang Kai had dragged Yu Cheng Kuan down the cliff and perished together, but he hadn't expected to meet him again more than half a year later. This time, this High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not only alive but also much stronger than he had been half a year ago. "Why can't I be alive?" Yang Kai sneered. "Didn't you fall off that cliff?" Jin Hao thought of a possibility. "I did, but I climbed back up. By the way, your junior brother wasn't so lucky. He fell to the bottom of the cliff and turned into a pile of meat paste, dying a tragic death." Yang Kai raised his brow. The original intention of these words was to disturb Jin Hao's mind and anger him, but what Yang Kai hadn't expected was that Jin Hao remained indifferent. He just sneered at himself. If it was half a year ago, Jin Hao would have been really angry, but now, his own life is in the hands of others. He is like a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. How can he have the leisure to worry about others? Perceiving Jin Hao's indifference, Yang Kai frowned and glanced over at the 3 fifth-order monster beasts nearby. He said disdainfully, "So you've already abandoned your own sect. The few people who have defected to the Tian Lang dynasty." These 3 level 5 monster beasts were not of the same species, so they were able to coexist peacefully. Furthermore, they were hostile towards him. It was obvious that someone had enslaved them. Jin Hao doesn't have this ability. Only the people from Tian Lang dynasty can enslave the monster beast. "What do you know?" Jin Hao was somewhat angry. Yelling at Yang Kai, he shouted, "You don't know anything, so stop spouting nonsense here and judging me for who I am. If you have the time, you should take care of yourself first." With a wave of his hand, Jin Hao ordered, "Kill him." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he vigilantly stared at the 3 rank 5 monster beast. Who would have thought that the three-monster beast would only continue to threaten Yang Kai, but did not listen to Jin Hao's order to kill him? Damn, smelly bitch. Jin Hao couldn't help but curse. ZMO let the three-monster beast follow him, but they don't listen to his orders. What use is there for them? Ha ha ha. Seeing this funny scene, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jin Hao's face turned red and blue, as if he had opened a dye house. Yang Kai's ridicule, coupled with his current situation, made him completely annoyed. His fists crackled as he smirked at Yang Kai. Laugh, laugh, you won't have a chance to laugh in the future. While speaking, the two white ghost claws emitted a cold wind, giving off a bone-piercing chill. Like the wind, Jin Hao pounced towards Yang Kai. His ghost claws swept across, bringing with it a dim light. An unbearable cold aura filled Yang Kai's body, constantly eroding his insides. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he urged his Yuan Qi to resist the other party's erosion while parrying the other party's attacks. The gap between their realms was quite large. Jin Hao's strength was around Yuan Qi 5th stage, which was 2 realms higher than Qi Jianxing, but if one really wanted to compare, the two's combat effectiveness was almost the same. After all, their backgrounds were different. Qi Jianxing came from a first-class sect like the 9-Star Sword School, while Jin Hao came from a second-class sect like Ghost King Valley. Therefore, even though Yang Kai seemed to be at a disadvantage, his life was not in danger for the time being. In the past month or so, he had grown quite a bit. The only thing that worried Yang Kai was the 3 rank 5 monster beast. Each of these monster beasts' strength was extraordinary, so if they all rushed at him, his only option was to escape. But after fighting for a while, Yang Kai was surprised to find that these 3 monster beasts were just watching from the sidelines, not intending to intervene at all. Seeing this, Yang Kai's courage increased, and his strength slowly increased until it reached the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. Jin Hao's attacks were ruthless and fierce, releasing all the anger he had accumulated over the past month. He had completely forgotten the task ZMO had given him, which was to capture Yang Kai and bring him back. He put on a look of determination that he would not give up until he killed Yang Kai. Gaining the upper hand, in just half a cup of tea's time, Jin Hao had already left more than a dozen wounds on Yang Kai's body. Although they were not enough to damage his muscles and bones, they still caused him to bleed a lot. Heh, boy, you will die today. In the midst of the fierce battle, Jin Hao still had the strength to show off, sneering. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and punched out, taking advantage of Jin Hao's defensive state to quickly retreat. Suddenly, he raised his palms and slammed them towards the middle. 2 soul-stirring energy fluctuations surged out. Sensing the killing intent behind this move, Jin Hao also readied himself. A tiger's roar and a cow's mooing sound rang out as Yang Kai displayed his beast soul skill. As the 2 palms pushed out, 2 fiery red and lifelike silhouettes rushed out like lightning. Jin Hao's complexion changed greatly as he hurriedly retreated. Facing the 2 monster beasts' attacks, he no longer dared to hold back, pushing his Yuan Qi to the limit as he repeatedly used his killing moves. Yang Kai secretly cursed as he joined forces with the 2 beast souls to attack. Although the beast soul skill was successfully displayed, it was not what Yang Kai wanted. During this month, he had discovered another way to use the beast soul skill. He had hoped to succeed in one fell swoop against Jin Hao, but unexpectedly, the heavens did not grant him his wish, so he could only give up. Jin Hao was worthy of being a Yuan Qi 5th stage master. Yang Kai and the 2 beast souls joined forces to fight, but they were only able to turn the tables and fight evenly. A moment later, the 2 beast souls ran out of energy and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this opportunity, Jin Hao hurriedly rushed forward and grinned, "Boy, you're dead." Yang Kai's expression became serious as he once again raised his palms. Seeing this familiar action, Jin Hao was shocked. He didn't want to face the 2 fleshless but extremely difficult to deal with beast souls again. So he decided to use all of his trump cards. A ghostly howl rang out. A stream of black gas suddenly shot out from Jin Hao's palm, and a distorted face roared ferociously, mixed with a sky-piercing murderous aura. Like an evil spirit, it rushed towards Yang Kai. This was a familiar scene. When Yu Chengkuan and Yang Kai both fell off the cliff at the same time, the latter had also used this move. Seeing this face, Yang Kai was not surprised but delighted. He had been looking forward to Jin Hao using this move, but he had not expected it would not happen until now. With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Yang Kai did not move at all. His body was steady as if he did not see it. Clapping and pushing his palms, the two energies in the center of his palms magically merged into one. There was no white tiger, no divine ox, and no beast roar, only a dim light shot out. Jin Hao moved his body to the side. He easily dodged it. This dim light instantly drilled into the body of a fifth-order monster beast behind Jin Hao. There was no ripple. Success. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Jin Hao was furious and shouted, "Stinky boy, you deliberately mystifying things, do you want to scare me?" Just now, he had suffered a loss at the hands of two beast phantoms, so after seeing Yang Kai assume such a powerful stance, he had even resorted to using his trump card, but he hadn't expected that his opponent would only be all bark and no bite. There was no trace of the beast souls at all. How could he not be angry? As soon as his voice fell, Jin Hao's mind suddenly shook. A severe pain came from his head, and his face suddenly turned pale. His yuan qi also became chaotic, and he retreated with a look of horror. Looking at Yang Kai in shock, You were hit by the Ghost King's seal, how can you be okay?" At that moment, Jin Hao clearly felt that his Ghost King's seal had disappeared. Just like when Yu Chengkuan suffered a backlash, Jin Hao also suffered a heavy backlash at this moment. "Heh, this time you're dead." Yang Kai took a deep breath and grinned. "How could you dissolve the Ghost King's seal?" Jin Hao's face was full of horror, but he did not know that inside Yang Kai's body, the old demon was eating happily at this moment. The Ghost King's seal, to put it bluntly, was a wisp of resentful soul. It was fed by the Ghost King Valley's disciples with yuan qi and blood essence. It was a delicious meal for the old demon. When you go to hell, ask your junior brother, he also died like this. Saying so, Yang Kai opened his hand and condensed a drop of yang liquid into a blood-red sword. The other party's martial arts were incomparably sharp, and the pair of ghostly white claws were as hard as iron, not inferior to a common-grade high-rank artifact in terms of strength and sharpness. To deal with such an enemy, using yang liquid as a weapon was the best choice. Although Jin Hao still had the strength to fight, the inexplicable disappearance of the Ghost King's seal shocked him, and he no longer dared to confront Yang Kai, hurriedly retreating. But just as he retreated 3 steps, a murderous intent suddenly appeared behind him. Jin Hao's face suddenly changed, and before he had time to turn around, he smelled a fishy wind and immediately felt a sharp pain in his neck. Falling to the ground, Jin Hao struggled to resist, but from the corner of his eyes he saw the monster beast that followed him tearing at his flesh. His heart sank to the bottom, and he roared to the sky, "ZMO, you stinking whore!" He thought it was ZMO who wanted to kill him. Between life and death, Jin Hao erupted with all his strength and finally got rid of the fifth-order monster beast's bite. Awkwardly standing up, he felt his neck was badly mangled and blood was constantly flowing out. Just as he stood firmly, Yang Kai arrived with his sword. The blood-red sword chopped down on his head, but Jin Hao quickly raised his hands to block. His white hands were really strong, and even if he was hit by the sword, there was only a small crack, not a cut. In a flash, the fifth-order monster beast rushed back, and together with Yang Kai attacked Jin Hao from both sides. Jin Hao's soul was damaged, and his body was seriously injured, so how could he still be Yang Kai's opponent? Chapter 237. In just 30 breaths of time, Yang Kai's sword had cut off Jin Hao's pair of ghost claws. Having lost his most important pair of hands, Jin Hao no longer had the ability to resist and could only flee in panic. Unable to even fly, he was killed by Yang Kai and the fifth-order monster beast. When Jin Hao died, the other 2 monster beasts who had been watching from the side seemed to have received some kind of order and fled together. Yang Kai had been vigilant of their movements from beginning to end. He knew that they were the slaves of the Tian Lang dynasty's cultivator. Although he wanted to kill them, their speed was too fast. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to catch up with them in a short time. In order to prevent any unexpected changes, he could only let them go. Lightly gasping for breath, Yang Kai looked at the rank 5 monster beast standing to the side. His slightly wrinkled eyebrows gradually relaxed and a touch of joy appeared on his face. This battle was even easier than the battle with the disciple of the 9-star sword school. The existence of the old demon and the rank 5 monster beast's betrayal were the key to Jin Hao's death. Even if Jin Hao died, he still wouldn't understand why the monster beast he brought would attack him. The root of everything was the beast soul skill. This was also a method that Yang Kai had unintentionally discovered. A few days ago, he encountered a rank 5 monster beast. Originally, he just wanted to use the beast soul skill to summon 2 beast souls to help. However, for some unknown reason, the 2 beast souls unexpectedly merged into one and turned into a faint light that entered the rank 5 monster beast's body. Then, the rank 5 monster beast actually obeyed Yang Kai's command. This unintentional discovery made Yang Kai somewhat ecstatic. Recently, he had been exploring the mysteries of this method, but he still couldn't figure out the main points. Even when he used this technique, it sometimes didn't work and often caused some mishaps. Moreover, the number of monster beasts he encountered was getting fewer and fewer. This made him feel quite regretful that he didn't have many test subjects. However, he had already thought of a name for this technique. The combination of the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal formed a martial skill called the beast slave seal. Separately, he could summon 2 beast souls to help him, and together, he could form a new martial technique. In the battle with Jin Hao, the beast slave seal played a huge role. If it wasn't for the rank 5 monster beast's sneak attack at the last moment, with Jin Hao's means and strength, he would have most likely escaped. If this move was used well, it would definitely be much more powerful than the white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Although the attacks of the 2 beast souls were extraordinary, their overall strength was still somewhat weak. Their combined combat power was only equivalent to the combat power of the tier 5 monster beast in front of them. The only advantage they had was that there was one more. 30 kilometers away, ZMO, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a strange light flashing across her beautiful eyes. Lung Shan, who was standing not far behind her, was the same. Her pretty face was filled with surprise as she stared blankly in the direction of Yang Kai, her eyes filled with grief. At the same time, she also felt a sense of satisfaction and sadness. Jin Hao was her brother, and although he had previously agreed to Zimo's request, which made Lung Shan feel disgusted, a person dying was like a lamp going out. He would not come back to possess her, so there was no need to be so calculative. On the contrary, she herself was now alone. Under the control of this temperamental woman from the Tianlang dynasty, her future was uncertain. At the same time Jin Hao died, the 2 women had sensed it through different means. "Your brother is dead." ZMO slowly got up and glanced at Lung Shan. "Good." Lung Shan sneered. "Ha, indeed. What a useless man, he really disappointed me." ZMO smiled, her brow wrinkling. She pondered for a moment before continuing, "But he does have some means. Being able to kill him in such a short time, he really is a master." Saying so, Zimo's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a novel toy, her pretty face filled with excitement. Even her breathing became somewhat rapid. With light steps, ZMO walked in the direction of Yang Kai. The dozens of monster beasts lying on the ground hurriedly stood up and followed Zimo's footsteps. Lung Shan glanced at them, not saying a word, and also followed. She knew that there was no possibility for her to escape. Not to mention the dozens of monster beasts she couldn't deal with. The thing that ZMO had planted in her body was enough to control her life and death. Yang Kai put away the blood bead that had condensed after Jin Hao's death and then turned to look at the 5th-order monster beast beside him. This was a Yuksha golden shadow leopard. It was quite majestic, with a robust body and a smooth body. Every muscle on its body contained a terrifying explosive power, and the claws on its 4 limbs were sharp enough to cut through 3 inches of steel. Yang Kai could feel that this 5th-order monster beast was much stronger than the ones he had killed a few days ago. It was probably at the mid-5th order. It was equivalent to a Yuan Qi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. That being said, in a real fight, it definitely wouldn't be a match for a Yuan Qi cultivator at the 5th or 6th stage. A Yuan Qi cultivator at the 3rd or 6th stage was more than enough to kill it. What made Yang Kai slightly puzzled was not its strength, but its current state. There was always a feeling that he couldn't completely control it. This feeling was very strange. It was impossible for a beast slave seal to behave like this. Moreover, this Yaksha golden shadow leopard was in a manic state at the moment, constantly shaking its head and wagging its tail while growling. There's a problem. Yang Kai thought of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator's beast slave seal and secretly speculated that it might have some kind of conflict with his own beast slave seal. Walking forward, Zhang Xian comforted the Yaksha golden shadow leopard while placing his hand on its forehead. He secretly infused his origin energy into the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's body. Yuan Qi circled the Yaksha golden shadow leopard 5 or 6 times before Yang Kai finally found something wrong. Inside the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's head, there was another thing that was emitting fluctuations of life. Yang Kai was surprised. He looked deeply at the Yaksha golden shadow leopard, only to feel that it was getting more and more uncomfortable. The beast slave seal that entered its body was fighting with this unknown thing for control of it. When 2 tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. No matter which side wins in the end, the Yaksha golden shadow leopard will be injured in the end. Frowning, Yang Kai increased the output of Yuan Qi. During the whole process, Yang Kai carefully controlled it, not daring to be too violent. This was because the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's monster core was inside. Once the monster core was damaged, this Yaksha golden shadow leopard would definitely die. Yang Kai waited until the Yaksha golden shadow leopard got used to it before he dared to increase the input of Yuan Qi. After 3 or 4 times, the thing in its head finally couldn't take it anymore and was rapidly drilling out. Noticing this, Yang Kai concentrated. He also wanted to know what method the Tianlang dynasty cultivator used to enslave the monster beast. 10 breaths later, a 3-inch-long worm suddenly drilled out of the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's forehead. Kai Yang's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast enough to grab it. In a hurry, he saw that the worm looked like a centipede, but also like a locust. He didn't have time to see it clearly. This worm actually drilled into Yang Kai's body through his fingers. Yang Kai was stunned and hurriedly activated Yuan Qi. In the next moment, this worm was wrapped in the scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi and was directly imprisoned in the meridians, unable to move. Frowning, Yang Kai didn't kill it. He could feel that this worm was very afraid of his true Yang Yuan Qi. If not for this, he wouldn't have forced it out of the Yaksha golden shadow leopard's body. Since the true Yang Yuan Qi was its nemesis, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Speaking of which, when he was in the hidden island, Yang Kai's body was drilled by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm, but the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's worm was obviously much stronger than this one in front of him. He carefully felt it. The worm trembled in his meridians, not daring to make any rash movements. It was even more obedient than a mouse in front of a cat. There was an inexplicable energy flowing in the worm's body. It was very small and couldn't be detected without careful observation. "Old demon, look at this worm. What's strange?" Yang Kai frowned and shouted. The old demon responded and drilled into the soul breaker all to the place where the worm was imprisoned. After a long time he said, "Young master, this worm has the divine soul thread of that Tianlang kingdom cultivator." Divine soul thread? Yang Kai frowned. Aren't they only in the Yuan Qi realm? They haven't even cultivated divine sense. How did they do this? The old demon chuckled. "Young master, did you forget? You also have a divine soul thread imprinted on this old servant's body, but like them, you haven't cultivated divine sense." Yang Kai suddenly realized, "You mean, someone helped them?" The old demon said, "Exactly. I'm afraid it was an expert from their sect. They helped them imprint the divine soul thread into this worm, so they can control it as they wish. They control the worm drilled into the monster beast's body, so they can enslave the monster beast." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The confusion in his heart was suddenly solved. A few days ago, Chen Shueshu had told Yang Kai that those people from the Tianlang kingdom all had hundreds of monster beast subordinates. He couldn't understand how those people could enslave so many monster beasts. Only now did he understand that what they controlled was not a monster beast, but this strange worm. Through this worm, they could command the monster beast's actions. Thinking about it, Yang Kai hurriedly went to the place where Jin Hao died and brushed aside the dust. Sure enough, as he guessed, he found an identical worm. Reaching out, he let the worm drill into his body. After the old demon examined it, he confirmed that this worm also had a divine soul thread imprinted on it. So Jin Hao wasn't colluding with the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator. Yang Kai muttered to himself. He was afraid that this worm had drilled into his body, so he had no choice but to collude with the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator. This could explain why the 3 monster beasts that came with him didn't listen to his orders. In a sense, Jin Hao and the 3 monster beasts had equal status. Although it was a bit sad to say this, but it was the truth. ZMO, Jin Hao just called out this name. Was the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator that controlled him called ZMO? Yang Kai's mind raced as a crazy idea came to mind. With a strange smile on his face, he asked, "Old demon, if I use true Yang Yuan Qi to burn this worm, the Tianlang Kingdom's cultivator's divine soul will also be injured, right? This is natural. Although there are only 2 divine soul threads, it can catch her off guard and cause her to suffer a great loss." Heh. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh, his mind quickly turning over several plans that could be used. The old demon suddenly said, "Young master, this old servant has a suggestion." Heh. Oh? Let's hear it. As soon as Yang Kai heard his sinister laugh, he knew it was definitely not a good idea. Chapter 238. ZMO led her monster beast army to the spot where Jin Hao had died, but after searching through the pile of dust for a long time, she still couldn't find her soul-controlling insect. Her expression couldn't help sinking as her pretty face became cold. Each of the Tianlang dynasty cultivators' soul-controlling insects was extremely precious. It wasn't that the insects themselves were valuable, but rather that they had their own spiritual energy threads attached to them. These things were not to be taken lightly. Once they fell into the hands of an enemy and were burned, their spiritual energy would be damaged. If one were to encounter such a blow in a fierce battle, it was possible to be defeated and even lose one's life. Therefore, every time a controlled monster beast died, ZMO would rush to the spot where the monster beast died and retrieve her soul-controlling insect. But this time, she couldn't find it. Perceiving the change in ZMO's expression, Leng Shan, who was following behind her, couldn't help sneering, her face filled with satisfaction. ZMO snorted and closed her eyes, carefully sensing her surroundings. Although she hadn't cultivated her divine sense and couldn't search on a large scale, the scattered spiritual energy threads were of the same origin as her own, so she could perceive them from a short distance away. After a brief investigation, a strange look appeared on ZMO's pretty face, and she quickly turned to look in a certain direction, her beautiful eyes blooming with a strange light. Dozens of monster beasts quickly spread out and surrounded the area. Leng Shan was stunned. From ZMO's actions and demeanor, she noticed a trace of unease. She hated ZMO to the bone, hated her for promising her virginity to Jin Hao, and hated her even more for acting so wantonly. She had thought that ZMO was destined to suffer a big loss this time, so she had secretly watched the show with a gloating heart, but she hadn't expected the situation to develop like this. Could it be that the master who killed Jin Hao was still here? Wasn't this the same as throwing himself into a trap? Walala. The sound of rustling leaves came from the jungle, and Leng Shan's eyes caught sight of a running figure. ZMO pointed her finger, and the dozens of monster beasts rushed in the direction of the figure. Giggling sounds could be heard as she laughed and shouted, "Don't run, you can't escape from my soul-controlling insect. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you have to come back and find me. Obey me obediently and I won't make you suffer." Yes, I knew there was something wrong with that bug. From within the forest came a voice filled with exasperation. Hearing this voice, ZMO couldn't help but laugh out loud. Leng Shan sighed inwardly as the little bit of hope that had welled up in her heart was instantly shattered. It turned out that the one who killed Jin Hao, he was also hit by the soul-controlling insect. Was this person an idiot or a pig? As expected, the man in the forest stopped running. Soon, he was surrounded by dozens of monster beasts and was captured. Then he casually walked back towards them. When she saw this person's face, Lung Shan couldn't help but tremble, and a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Jin Hao recognized Yang Kai. How could Lung Shan not recognize him? However, it was precisely because she recognized him that Lung Shan felt even more incredulous. Staring deeply at Yang Kai, her mind was racing as she weighed the pros and cons of this situation. Yang Kai's face was filled with an unwilling expression as he helplessly walked back and stood about 300 feet away from ZMO. Smiling bitterly, he asked, "Miss, what kind of bug was that?" "It's my Tianlang dynasty's unique soul-controlling insect. Since you've been infected, you are now my subordinate," ZMO patiently explained, looking over Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just a teenager, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. How could she have imagined that the person who killed Jin Hao would be so young? I shouldn't have touched Jin Hao's body. Yang Kai sighed deeply. Filled with grief, he immediately grinned. "Miss, now that I am your subordinate, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to warm your bed at night?" ZMO pursed her lips and smiled. Flirtatiously, she replied, "Sure, but I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." The other party was so unrestrained. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. ZMO took in his expression and giggled. "If I tell you something useful, can you let me go?" Lung Shan suddenly asked, her pair of beautiful eyes staring straight at Yang Kai. "What kind of information?" ZMO frowned. "It's about him." Lung Shan expressionlessly pointed to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled lightly, but his heart clenched as he secretly circulated his Yuan Qi. Although he didn't know what this female Ghost King Valley disciple was going to say, he was certain that it wasn't going to be good for him. Surrounded by dozens of monster beasts, if all of them rushed over, he would have to use his Yang inflammation wings to escape. "Promise me first." Lung Shan tried to bargain. "I can't let you go." ZMO slowly shook her head. Lung Shan's expression didn't change as she waited for him to continue. "But I can treat you better. At most I won't bully you in the future. Remember what you said, otherwise, even if I die together with you, I won't suffer that kind of humiliation again." Having achieved her goal, Lung Shan pointed to Yang Kai and said, "The secret art this person cultivates is of the Yang attribute." Lung Shan had fought with Yang Kai before, so naturally she knew the attribute of his Yuan Qi. This attribute was the nemesis of the soul-controlling insect. So when Lung Shan recognized Yang Kai, she knew that he wasn't under the control of the soul-controlling insect. He pretended to be under control in order to beat her at her own game. Lung Shan felt that with Yang Kai's strength, he wouldn't be able to kill ZMO. With dozens of monster beasts here, once Yang Kai attacked, he would die without a doubt. It was better to tell the truth before he died and take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits for herself. So after hesitating for a moment, she decided to tell ZMO the truth. She didn't care who died, she only cared about herself. ZMO's smile instantly stiffened on her face as she turned her head and stared coldly at Yang Kai, her eyes filled with murderous intent. The moment she turned her head, Yang Kai decisively forced the soul-controlling insect out of his body, pinched it in his hand and grinned. "I know this insect has a strand of your soul attached to it. If you don't want your soul to be damaged, be obedient, or else I'll burn it immediately." ZMO's expression changed greatly, her beautiful face going pale. Yang Kai sneered again and again, remaining calm and collected. Lung Shan remained expressionless, remaining indifferent. After a moment, ZMO suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. "You should have burned it while I wasn't paying attention. That way, I would have been injured and perhaps you would have had a chance to survive. But if you want to use this to threaten me, you're making a big mistake." "I'd like to hear the details." Yang Kai raised his brow, but his expression didn't change. ZMO coldly said, "Since you know that a thread of my soul is attached to this insect, do you know that I can take it back?" As she spoke, ZMO's thoughts moved and the thread of soul that was attached to the insect was taken back into her mind. Not only was Yang Kai not surprised, but he also began to laugh, his laughter growing louder and louder, rolling like thunder. Such wild and unbridled laughter made ZMO feel very uncomfortable. This young man was so calm, either he still had some tricks up his sleeve, or he had already gone insane. However, looking at his smug expression, he clearly had a clear mind. Where were the signs of insanity? If it had been someone else, ZMO would have been interested in accepting him as a subordinate, but since he was a cultivator who cultivated the yang attribute Yuan Qi, she absolutely couldn't allow him to live. ZMO's pretty face was filled with murderous intent as she raised her jade white hand and was about to order the monster beast to attack when Yang Kai suddenly stopped laughing and coldly stared at ZMO, shouting, "Do you think you can kill me?" Ugh. ZMO suddenly screamed, clutching her head with both hands as her tender body trembled. This sudden change stunned Lung Shan. She stared in shock at the screaming ZMO, then looked up at the always calm and collected Yang Kai. For a moment she couldn't believe what she was seeing. What was going on? What exactly happened to these two people? Lung Shan didn't even see any signs of the two fighting, they were just talking and laughing, yet ZMO had suddenly met with such misfortune. Roar! ZMO's emotional change aroused the reaction of the several dozen monster beasts, each of them baring their fangs at Yang Kai, roaring as they approached him. Make these monster beasts scram, otherwise I'll destroy your divine sense right now and turn you into an idiot. Yang Kai coldly threatened. ZMO endured the piercing pain in her mind and didn't dare to hesitate, quickly issuing the order. The several dozen monster beasts stared at ZMO for a moment before suppressing their hostility and retreating, only stopping after 1,000 meters or so, tightly surrounding the three of them. You're quite sensible. Yang Kai sneered as he stepped forward, reaching out and grabbing ZMO's hair, lifting her up. Such a violent and cruel attitude caused Lung Shan's heart to skip a beat, and she couldn't help but take a few steps back. You'd better not move, I'll deal with you later. Yang Kai coldly glanced at her, causing Lung Shan to immediately stop and stare at Yang Kai in shock and horror. Half a year ago, when her brother and sister had besieged this high heaven pavilion disciple, he had only been a separation and reunion boundary third-stage cultivator. Under the siege of the three of them, he had been forced to flee like a stray dog. But this time, when they met again, he had effortlessly captured Tian Lang Dynasty's ZMO. Lung Shan was well aware of ZMO's strength and arrogance. With her soul-controlling insect, she could control many monster beast and cultivator, and her own strength was also extraordinary. How could such a person be defeated by Yang Kai in less than half a cup of tea's time? Just now, in order to compete for a little bit of benefit, she had sold him out. Thinking about it now, Lung Shan couldn't help feeling a bit of fear. The situation had changed too quickly. ZMO's screams gradually stopped, her body dripping with sweat, soaking her clothes, revealing her exquisite body in front of Yang Kai. She raised her head slightly, her face filled with stubbornness and unwillingness, staring hatefully at Yang Kai, her beautiful face filled with bitter resentment. It looks like you still don't understand who's in charge. Yang Kai reached out and threw her to the ground. ZMO's pitiful cries rang out once more, but this time it was even more pitiful than before. While screaming, ZMO kept rolling on the ground, as if she was being subjected to the most severe torture in the world. As her cries reached Lung Shan's ears, she couldn't help but shiver. No, don't torture me anymore. ZMO struggled to get up and came to Yang Kai's feet, reaching out and hugging one of his ankles, refusing to let go. Her disheveled hair was soaked with sweat as she looked up at him and pleaded in a trembling voice, I'll listen to whatever you say, don't torture me anymore. Chapter 239. Yang Kai squatted down and looked at her calmly, Are you really obedient now? ZMO nodded quickly. The torment she felt from her soul was worse than death, but she couldn't resist. No one in this world could withstand such pain. It wasn't that she didn't have enough backbone, but rather that Yang Kai's heart was simply too ruthless. You won't disobey me in the future? Yang Kai stretched out his hand and lifted her chin, his eyes sweeping over her cheeks. ZMO squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, I won't disobey you. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stretched out his finger, gently opening ZMO's mouth, then reaching inside and teasing her fragrant tongue. ZMO's eyes widened, not daring to show the slightest dissatisfaction, her eyes filled with gentleness and cleverness, her tongue like a snake wrapped around Yang Kai's finger, constantly sucking. Her technique was very good, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to tease Ling Shan so much that she couldn't control herself. Her tongue curled around her fingers, sometimes tightening and sometimes loosening. Not long after, her eyes surged with lust, and the suppressed gasps and moans that caused one's imagination to run wild sounded at the right time. Ling Shan hurriedly turned her head and whispered, "Shameless." Yang Kai looked up at her and sneered, withdrawing his finger from Zimo's mouth, wiping it dry on her clothes, and pinching her cheek. Zimo let out a pitiful cry, her watery eyes staring at Yang Kai with grievance. "Although I know you're acting, your expression is really good." Yang Kai smacked his lips. Zmo smiled. "Us Tianlang dynasty women worship the strong the most. You're so strong, I can't wait to fall for you. How could you be acting?" "I'm only a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator. How can I be considered strong?" Yang Kai chuckled. The smile on Zimo's face suddenly converged, but she immediately smiled again. "Realm doesn't mean anything, and you're still so young. Give you enough time, you'll be stronger than anyone else." "Good flattery. I like it." Yang Kai laughed. He straightened up and said, "Get up." Zmo obediently got up and quietly tidied up her clothes. In front of Ling Shan and Jin Hao, she was the master, but in front of Yang Kai, she was reduced to an obedient servant, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Zmo didn't want to experience the same torment she had just suffered. Yang Kai looked at Ling Shan coldly and laughed. Ling Shan's expression was very unnatural. There was embarrassment and resentment. But more than that, it was humiliation and unwillingness. Not to mention the conflict between her and Yang Kai, just the fact that she had just betrayed Yang Kai was enough to consign her to eternal damnation. He had just betrayed someone else. Someone else was in control of his life and death. As the saying goes, the river flows east for 30 years and the river flows west for 30 years. But these 30 years were just a blink of an eye. Zmo looked at Yang Kai and then at Ling Shan. He said softly, "Do you want her to die? I can easily kill her." She was a smart woman and naturally saw the murderous intent in Yang Kai's eyes. Ling Shan's expression changed greatly and she hurriedly retreated a few steps, looking at Yang Kai and Zmo with great vigilance, her face filled with determination. It was easy to imagine that if Yang Kai really wanted her dead, Ling Shan would definitely fight back. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Ling Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, staring at Yang Kai and asking, "Why?" "Why what?" Yang Kai asked impatiently. "Why did you let me go?" Ling Shan asked the doubts in her heart. "Our elders have an irreconcilable enmity, and we also have grievances between us. I don't believe you would be so kind as to spare my life. You can easily take my life now. In fact, I'm a good person. Is that reason enough?" Yang Kai smiled lightly. Zmo on the side curled her lips. Ling Shan also smiled contemptuously. "If you really are a good person, then why didn't you kill her? You should have let her get those insects out of my body. Although you won't kill me now, you can still control my life and death. How can you call yourself a good person? Do you have the qualifications to question me?" Yang Kai sneered. "Your Ghost King Valley is an evil sect, but that doesn't mean you're a good person, right?" Ling Shan retorted. "I never said I was a good person." "What a sharp tongue." Yang Kai dryly coughed. Looking at Zmo, he said, "Get those insects out of her body and let her know what a good person is." Zmo's body trembled. She stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, never having expected this young man to make such a decision. Was he a fool? Without those soul-controlling insects, how could he control this woman? Even Ling Shan was stunned when she heard this sentence, but immediately her eyes lit up with joy. "My orders will not be repeated a second time." Yang Kai stared at Zmo coldly. The latter smiled bitterly and walked over to Ling Shan, her heart filled with a sense of loss. There really was a difference between her and Ling Shan. Although she had grievances with this young man, after all, they were both cultivators of the great Han dynasty. At this time, they really should help each other. "You're quite lucky," Zmo whispered, a trace of envy in her voice as she stretched out her hand and placed it on Lung Shan's abdomen, circulating her yuan qi. A moment later, Lung Shan's face paled and she retched, vomiting out a worm from her mouth. Zmo quickly put the worm away, but Lung Shan couldn't stand it anymore and rushed to the side to vomit. After a long time, she wiped her mouth dry and slowly walked back, her expression complex as she stared at Yang Kai. She was surprised and pleasantly surprised that she had regained her freedom just like that. "Did you kill Jin Hao?" After a moment of silence, Lung Shan asked. Yang Kai nodded. "You want revenge? I can give you a chance." "I won't avenge him." Lung Shan slowly shook her head, her eyes suddenly becoming cold as she stretched out her hand towards Yang Kai, sneering, "But I don't believe you'll really let me go." With a burst of cries, a human face appeared in her palm and directly rushed into Yang Kai's body. This was the Ghost King Valley's secret technique, the Ghost King Seal. Zmo's expression changed greatly and she was about to act, but Yang Kai stopped her. Lung Shan hurriedly retreated, staring at Yang Kai in shock. After being hit by the Ghost King Seal, it was impossible for a person to actively control their body. The resentful spirit was more than enough to destroy a person's consciousness and then occupy their body. Lung Shan was very clear that in this isolated world, there were dangers everywhere. Even if she regained her freedom, there was no hope for survival. There wasn't much hope for them to survive. If they encountered other Tianlang dynasty martial artists, they would be killed and enslaved. So it was better to directly destroy Yang Kai's consciousness and take control of his body. Controlling Yang Kai was tantamount to controlling Zmo. This way Lung Shan would have enough capital. However, the Ghost King Seal didn't have any effect. How could she not be shocked? "Sure enough, you're not a good person." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He had long seen through Lung Shan's unwillingness and ambition. All his previous actions were just to deliberately lure her into using the Ghost King Seal. "Where's my Ghost King Seal?" Lung Shan asked. "You want it? I'll give it back to you." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and the face flew out of Yang Kai's body and returned to Lung Shan's body. Lung Shan didn't dare to stay any longer. Turning around, she ran away. Zmo quietly watched from the side, but she couldn't help but ask, "You're letting her go just like that? She wanted to attack you just now." "Those who attack me must pay the price." Yang Kai grinned. As soon as his voice fell, Lung Shan suddenly fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. Hearing this familiar voice, Zmo couldn't help trembling. Just now, she had also been tortured like this, in so much pain that she wished she could die immediately, but she couldn't get her wish. Now she was just a spectator. How did he do it? Zmo couldn't figure it out. Lung Shan's torture was even more miserable than Zmo's. After a stick of incense worth of time, the howling stopped, but Lung Shan had completely fainted. Yang Kai coldly snorted, "Bring her back." Zmo obediently stepped forward and carried the unconscious Lung Shan back. Looking at the soaking wet Lung Shan, Zmo couldn't help feeling a sense of sympathy. "I need to recover, don't disturb me." Yang Kai walked to the side. Sitting down cross-legged, he began to restore his strength. Half a day later, Lung Shan slowly woke up, but as soon as she woke up, she screamed again. She fainted again. Zmo was frightened and became even more cautious when interacting with Yang Kai. She found that this young man was cruel and merciless, without the slightest pity for the fairer sex. Lung Shan and she were both first-class beauties, but when he tortured them, he didn't have the slightest scruple or pity. Such a person was too terrible. A complete cold-blooded pervert. A day later, Lung Shan woke up again, but this time Yang Kai didn't torture her. Her strength was only at the yuan qi boundary and she hadn't cultivated her divine sense yet, so if he continued to torture her, she was afraid she really might become an idiot. Looking at Yang Kai sitting cross-legged on the ground in the distance, Lung Shan's face was filled with fear. Zmo persuaded her for a long time before she finally trembled and stepped in front of Yang Kai, her lips pursed, her face pale, not daring to breathe. Although she had been controlled by Zmo before, it was just a bug in her body. But now, her soul was being controlled and this high heaven pavilion disciple was playing with her like a toy. She had just escaped from the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's den. Lung Shan couldn't help feeling sad. Sigh. Yang Kai had long noticed the two women coming over, but he still closed his eyes and meditated, pretending not to notice, just to see if they had any other thoughts. The results of the test were good, whether it was ZMO or Lung Shan. They were now very obedient, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Opening his eyes and looking at Lung Shan, the latter couldn't help but want to retreat, but was caught by ZMO. Still not apologizing. ZMO didn't know what kind of mood she was in right now, so she gently pushed Lung Shan away. Lung Shan's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation, biting her lip until it bled as she timidly looked up at Yang Kai, then hurriedly avoided his gaze. If you keep acting like this, I won't care about you anymore. ZMO couldn't help feeling resentful. She was just a woman. What was the point of having such a worthless backbone? Other men said that a real man should know when to yield and when not to yield. Lung Shan's face was filled with unwillingness, but she didn't say a word. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a smile as he stared at her closely. I was wrong. After a long time, Lung Shan finally opened her mouth, her voice as soft as a mosquito's, almost inaudible, her two hands wringing each other nervously. Yang Kai just looked at her indifferently, not saying anything. Lung Shan gritted her teeth, tormented. ZMO chuckled and said, she knows she was wrong, so she won't dare to do anything to you in the future. Alright, don't cry. Saying so, ZMO helped Lung Shan wipe the corners of her eyes. Chapter 240. It's none of your business. Lung Shan pushed ZMO's hand away in disgust. Only this once. Yang Kai said indifferently. Hearing this sentence, Lung Shan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that she would no longer have to suffer that unbearable torture. How did you do it? Lung Shan hesitated for a long time before finally daring to ask the question in her heart. Before, she had only used her Ghost King seal on Yang Kai, and after it returned to her body, something else had appeared in her mind. Lung Shan had not cultivated her divine sense, so she didn't know what it was, but she knew that the man in front of her had relied on it to control her life and death. I'm also very curious about this. If it's convenient, can you tell me? ZMO smiled charmingly, her eyes looking towards Yang Kai, her red lips slightly pursed, showing a somewhat unconvinced look. Her red eyes were extremely attractive. It's very simple, I just planted a brand in your divine sense. Yang Kai replied with a playful look. The two women listened to him and their faces were filled with shock. Very simple? Although they had not cultivated their divine sense, they knew how difficult it was to plant a brand in someone's mind. Not to mention that Yang Kai was just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Even if he was an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, it would still take a lot of effort to do this. Not to mention, he also had to worry about damaging someone's soul and turning them into an idiot. But from his mouth, it was just 3 simple words. Thinking about what had happened to the two of them, it could indeed be described as very simple. Needless to say, Lung Shan had used her Ghost King seal and then taken it back. In less than 3 breaths of time, her life and death were no longer in her hands. ZMO had only taken back a strand of her divine sense attached to her soul-controlling insect, yet she had suffered the same fate. Now that she thought about it, this young man in front of her had not left after killing Jinhao. She was afraid he had already prepared for this and was only waiting for ZMO to take the bait. It was ridiculous that ZMO had actually run over. Falling into someone else's trap, she had completely lost her advantage and become his slave. Thinking of this, ZMO's heart went cold and she secretly regretted her actions. Earlier, when he said he would burn her soul-controlling insect, it was definitely to force her to take back her divine sense. It was a thread of divine soul that had been tampered with in advance. Staring at Yang Kai, ZMO took a deep breath and asked, "Are you really just a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. ZMO patted her trembling full chest and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Like I said, you're right. How could a separation and reunion boundary 7-stage cultivator accomplish such a feat? Then how strong are you?" Yang Kai chuckled. His body shook, and an invisible aura spread out. The yuan qi in his body surged for a while, but it soon calmed down. Breakthrough! Zmo and Lung Shan stared blankly at Yang Kai. It was obvious that he had only obtained it after breaking through a small realm. But this wave was not strong. It was not even at the level of yuan qi. I'm now a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows at the two women. Zmo and Lung Shan both groaned in their hearts. So, he really was just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator. What he had said before was not a lie. Glancing at each other, both Zmo and Lung Shan blushed. Of the two of them, one was a yuan qi 6th stage cultivator, the other was a yuan qi 4th stage cultivator. They were both geniuses of their respective sex. In their confrontation with Yang Kai, being captured in an instant, and even having their life and death controlled, they naturally felt quite ashamed. Smiling bitterly, the two women did not know what to say. You can do whatever you want. Although I control your life and death, as long as you are obedient, I won't try anything funny. I won't make things too difficult for you. So, if you want to hunt someone or monster beast, feel free to do so. When I need you, I will call for you. Yang Kai closed his eyes again. Lung Shan and Zmo slowly retreated several dozen meters before stopping. They did not want to get too close to Yang Kai and cause him to misunderstand. This man is really strange. Zmo muttered to herself as she stared at Yang Kai in the distance. Umph. Lung Shan snorted. Thinking of how she had just surrendered, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. Grinding her teeth, she snorted, "Sooner or later, I will make him pay the price." Zmo glanced at her and chuckled, "If you have the ability to escape from his control, then we'll see." "And you?" Lung Shan's pair of beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent as she glared at Zmo. "I haven't forgotten the shame of being by your side a few days ago." Zmo smiled. "Why are you so angry? I didn't do anything to you. Besides, didn't you enjoy it? Your reaction can't fool me." "Slut." Lung Shan was furious, her face turning red. "If you dare mention those things again, I won't let you go." Zmo smiled contemptuously. "Our life and death is not up to us to decide, so you'd better not be so hostile to me. The most important thing is to find a way to survive in his hands. You saw his attitude towards us, he doesn't show the slightest bit of mercy. If we really make things difficult for him, he will definitely kill us." "Ta." Lung Shan sneered, taking pleasure in her misfortune. "Even you have such a day. How does it feel to be controlled? We're all women, why be so calculative? We should be in the same boat now." Zmo frowned. Lung Shan took a deep breath. Although her heart was still filled with resentment, she had to admit that Zmo was right, hesitating for a moment before asking, "What do you want to do?" "Seduce him." Zmo's face filled with excitement. "He looks like a 16 or 17-year-old boy, a few years younger than us. No matter how ruthless he is still a man. You and I aren't bad looking, so if you want to seduce this little brat, wouldn't it be easy? I think you just want to go to bed with him." Lung Shan mercilessly attacked. "Why are you being so blunt?" Zmo couldn't help but roll her eyes, suddenly chuckling. "But there is one thing I didn't lie to him about. Us Tianlang dynasty women naturally worship the strong. His cultivation isn't high, but he can actually control me. This is something even my brother can't do. You go on your own, I won't humiliate myself." Lung Shan snorted, turning around and walking away, sitting down cross-legged. After being tortured by Yang Kai twice, she had fainted. She urgently needed to recover. Zmo sneered, thinking to herself, "Just wait until I conquer him, then you'll know I'm right." This world had always been like this. Men conquer the world, women conquer men. This was an ancient truth. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, not immediately dealing with his own matters, instead focusing on sensing the reactions of Zmo and Lung Shan's souls. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, their strange reactions clearly told Yang Kai their intentions. And not bad, both of them are very obedient, at least they didn't have any thoughts of killing me. Being able to control them so smoothly. This was really a pleasant surprise for Yang Kai. All of this was thanks to the old demon. In Yang Kai's original plan, he had only wanted to burn the two soul-controlling insects to injure ZMO. Then he would wait for an opportunity to kill her. However, the old demon had come up with a better method. By mixing a strand of Yang Kai's soul into ZMO's soul in a special way, once she took it back, it was tantamount to establishing a brand in her mind, allowing him to completely control her. After a final test, it really was convenient, fast, and effective. With this successful precedent, Yang Kai immediately set his sights on Lung Shan. The Ghost King seal was a martial skill that Ghost King Valley's disciples used to cultivate, so it was definitely a useful tool. The old demon lived up to his expectations and immediately used some kind of trick on the Ghost King seal. Moreover, the old demon's trick was very high-end, so there was no need to worry about it being neutralized. The soul was a very fragile thing, and now that both ZMO and Lung Shan's souls were implanted with Yang Kai's brand, even if a master wanted to help them neutralize it, they would have to worry about damaging their consciousness. What a pity! One less resentful soul. The old demon was a little annoyed at this moment. I think it's a pity. Yang Kai was even more dissatisfied. If I had known earlier that I could do this, why would I have killed Jin Hao and the other Ghost King Valley disciple? Wouldn't it have been better to subdue them as thugs? The old demon smiled wryly. You knew all along but didn't say anything, right? Yang Kai was slightly annoyed. The old demon complained, such a weak enemy, it's useless to subdue them. If young master hadn't reminded me, this old servant really wouldn't have thought of this. Forget it. Taking in a man as a subordinate is a bit strange. Yang Kai didn't care too much. After secretly observing ZMO and Lung Shan for a moment, Yang Kai immersed himself in his own affairs. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai called out in his mind, summoning the Yaksha golden shadow leopard he had controlled. Reaching out and touching its head, he crushed the beast slave seal in its body. As soon as the fifth-order monster beast was freed from its shackles and regained its freedom, it immediately fled. Yang Kai didn't kill it, nor did he chase after it. Instead, under ZMO's orders, several dozen monster beasts were dispatched, forcing it back and reimplanting its soul-controlling insect. Yang Kai didn't care about her, using his left hand to form the white tiger seal and his right hand to form the divine ox seal, clasping his palms together and pushing them forward. With a roar, the heaven-shaking white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox appeared at the same time. Attracted by this roar, ZMO and Lung Shan quickly turned their heads, and after seeing the two lifelike beast phantoms, they couldn't help gaping. They had never seen such a magical martial skill before. To be able to activate one's own Yuan Qi, the two red monster beast bodies were clearly not flesh and blood, but rather made up of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. Just how rich and pure does this Yuan Qi have to be able to achieve such a feat? Isn't he just a separation and reunion boundary cultivator? Seeing this, Yang Kai sighed, stretched out his hand, and snapped his fingers, causing the two beast phantoms to collapse at the same time. After using it for such a long time, Yang Kai also discovered some of the mysteries of the beast soul skill. No matter when only one white tiger and one divine ox could be summoned, it was impossible to summon a second one. The beast soul skill was divided into two beast phantoms and combined to form the beast slave seal, but whether it was divided or combined, before the first beast soul or the beast slave seal was destroyed, it could never be used a second time. This may be related to the two powerful monster beasts' remnants in his body. If Yang Kai wanted to practice the beast slave seal, he could only destroy the two beast phantoms. Constantly using the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal, Yang Kai tried to combine them into one, trying to discover the mysteries of the beast slave seal. Chapter 241. ZMO and Lung Shan were both dumbfounded. They could only see two red monster beasts emerge from Yang Kai's side and then shatter into pieces. From time to time, they could only see a ray of light shooting out, so they had no idea what he was doing. However, the two of them were still considered elites of their respective sects, so naturally they could see that Yang Kai was practicing some kind of mysterious martial skill they had never heard of before. It was just that, to practice so recklessly, how much primordial qi would he need to squander? How many of these martial skills do you think he can display with his Yuan Qi? ZMO couldn't help but ask Lung Shan softly. At most 5 moves, his yuan qi will be exhausted. Lung Shan estimated. ZMO didn't refute this time and instead nodded slightly, apparently agreeing with Lung Shan's point of view. The two women could feel the huge consumption of yuan qi from the yuan qi fluctuations, so it was obvious that this martial skill was definitely not low grade. The higher the grade of the martial skill, the more powerful it was, but the more yuan qi it consumed. Even if the two of them were to display this martial skill, they could only display it 10 times. Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't high, so naturally he couldn't support it for a long time. What, do you have an idea? Lung Shan turned to look at ZMO meaningfully. ZMO was taken aback and patted her chest. Don't talk nonsense. Even if he has exhausted all of his vitality, he only needs a single thought to kill us. It's best for us to be honest. Being controlled by one's soul is no joke. Look, it's the 5th time. As they spoke, Yang Kai once again used his beast spirit skill, but this time he still didn't succeed. The white tiger seal and divine ox seal both activated, and the 2 beast spirits appeared. Yang Kai didn't rush and simply scattered them. Carefully feeling the mystery of this martial skill, he recalled the unique feeling he had when he had successfully fused it. ZMO smiled sweetly and reached into her sleeve, taking out a bottle. What are you doing? ZMO looked at her in surprise. Trying to please him. ZMO shook the bottle. This is our Tianlang dynasty's yuan qi restoration pill. You should have some on you, right? Now is the time when he needs to recover. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Despicable, shameless. Shameless. Using humiliation for glory. Lung Shan reprimanded with a straight face. Don't say that. ZMO covered her mouth and giggled. If worst comes to worst, the next time he needs to recover, I'll give you the opportunity. We'll take turns. Lung Shan snorted. His hostility, however, was greatly restrained. Of course, she couldn't seduce Yang Kai, but she could give him some pills at the right time to win Yang Kai's favor. Now that his life and death were in his hands, he had to protect himself. Naturally, he had to lower his posture. Otherwise, if that cheap servant ZMO took the initiative, his future days would be very difficult. I'm going, ZMO said as she stood up, but before she could take another step, she heard 2 more roars coming from the other side. Did he use it again? ZMO was shocked, and so was Lung Shan. This time he should be exhausted, right? ZMO muttered to herself, a charming smile appearing on her face as she took a step forward. But at that moment, Yang Kai shattered the 2 beast spirits. Once again he used his beast spirit skill. Success. The white tiger seal and divine ox seal merged perfectly, turning into a beam of light that shot forward. If there was a monster beast in front of him, it would definitely be hit by the beast slave seal and be controlled. Striking while the iron was hot, Yang Kai kept waving his hands, continuously using his beast spirit skill. In a single breath he used it 4 times but failed twice. After succeeding twice, Yang Kai vaguely felt that he had found that feeling, but he still wasn't skilled enough. ZMO, who had just taken a step forward, quietly retracted her steps. Along with Lung Shan, both of them stared dumbly at the scene in front of them. Yang Kai's endurance had completely exceeded their expectations and imagination. A whole day passed. Yang Kai was still practicing his beast spirit skill. ZMO and Lung Shan were completely numb, their hearts filled with grief. Just how much yuan qi was stored in this person's body? How could he support such an unscrupulous attack? Could it be that this martial skill consumed very little yuan qi? Not to mention the 2 women's shock, Yang Kai was also inadvertently shocked. The Dantian's yang liquid reserves had actually decreased by more than 20 drops. Now that there were no more yang attribute pills to supplement his yang liquid, the Dantian's reserves had to be used sparingly, otherwise, there would be no way to restrain the evil energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton. However, using his beast spirit skill really consumed too much yuan qi. Not only did he use his beast spirit skill, but also his Burning Sun's 3-layer blast, Yang Inflammation Wings, Star Mark, all of which required a huge amount of yuan qi. If it was any separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, it would be impossible for them to use these techniques too frequently. I can no longer use my yang liquid to practice my beast spirit skill. After frowning for a long time, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He had 3 energy warehouses in his body. The star space was exclusive to the star mark martial skill, and the Dantian's yang liquid could not be squandered, but the unyielding golden skeleton's energy could. The amount of energy stored in the golden body was almost immeasurable. Normally, he could only extract energy from the golden body when he used the unyielding will. Now, could he think of a way to use the energy in the golden body to perform martial skills? If he could, then his endurance would rise to a new level, and he would no longer have to worry about the amount of yang liquid he had. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Yang Kai became excited, because none of his martial skills required the use of yang attribute Yuan Qi. All of them could be used by any attribute Yuan Qi. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai forced the remaining true yang Yuan Qi from his meridians into his dantian, completely emptying all his meridians. Immersing his mind into the golden skeleton, Yang Kai tried to communicate with it, trying to extract energy from it. Gradually, the golden skeleton responded, and a small amount of energy poured out of it, pouring into his meridians. A faint sense of violence and bloodthirst rose in his heart. This was the characteristic of the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, a very evil energy. It was completely different from the pure yang attribute true yang Yuan Qi, a completely opposite existence. As the golden skeleton's energy poured into him, Yang Kai's whole body gradually became wrapped in a black aura, crazy, cruel, and violent, spreading out in all directions. Zmo and Lung Shan saw this scene from a distance and couldn't help but feel their hearts jump. It's become the demon race. Zmo exclaimed. It's really become the demon race. Lung Shan also stood up and stared at Yang Kai. The 2 women suddenly looked at each other, seeing the joy and excitement in each other's eyes. In their minds, Yang Kai was obviously practicing that mysterious martial skill too frequently, causing his Yuan Qi to become chaotic, causing his mind to become restless, and then he couldn't control it, leading to the current situation. They didn't care about Yang Kai's life or death, but now that he was in such a situation, the 2 women saw a glimmer of hope. If the unyielding golden skeleton become the demon race, then his meridians would burn. His cultivation would be ruined. He would become a complete waste, or he would die on the spot, his soul scattered. Regardless of what kind of result Yang Kai would end up in, Zmo and Lung Shan were willing to see it. It would be best if he died. The 2 women secretly prayed in their hearts. Their pretty faces were filled with joy and expectation. If Yang Kai really become the demon race because of the unyielding golden skeleton, then the brand imprinted in their minds would be broken, and they would be able to regain their freedom. The 2 women's eyes stared at Yang Kai without blinking. Their breathing gradually became unstable, and their expressions became extremely nervous. As the black qi around Yang Kai's body gradually became thicker, the violent and bloodthirsty aura around him also became more and more intense. If the unyielding golden skeleton become the demon race, then his mind will become muddled, and he won't recognize anyone. What if he accidentally detonates the brand imprinted in our minds? Lung Shan suddenly thought of a very practical problem. Right now, Kai Yang was definitely unconscious and unable to think, so the possibility of her thinking was very low. However, they still had to be on guard. If Yang Kai really did do this, then they would die too unjustly. Zmo's expression changed, her beautiful face turning pale, licking her lips and staring deeply at Lung Shan. What do you want to do? Add fuel to the fire. Lung Shan bit her lip and suggested in a trembling voice. Zmo's brow furrowed slightly, thinking about the gains and losses as well as the possibility of success. After a long time, she nodded slightly. Good, but let's wait a little longer. I don't know if he's still conscious, but if the situation becomes more serious, then we'll go. The last sentence was said resolutely and decisively. It was obvious that he had made up his mind. Lung Shan secretly nodded. Clenching her teeth, she stared in the direction of Yang Kai. Her thoughts were much more complicated than Zmo's. After all, even if she killed Yang Kai and removed the brand imprinted in her mind, Zmo still had dozens of monster beasts to enslave. Lung Shan, on the other hand, was all alone, so naturally she had to plan for a way out. Under the observation of the two women, the signs of Yang Kai's become the demon race were becoming more and more serious. The black qi around him was so thick that it was almost impossible to see his figure. Wrapped in it, only a rough outline could be seen. Even though they were several dozen meters away, the two women could still clearly feel the evil aura seeping out of the black qi. After waiting for the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, ZMO said, "It looks like he has completely fallen into the state of become the demon race. There really is no way to escape. Do you want to go?" Lung Shan glanced at ZMO. ZMO grit her teeth and nodded slightly. The two women took a deep breath and slowly approached Yang Kai together, their yuan qi secretly condensing as they vigilantly observed Yang Kai's movements. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, as they approached, the two women's heartbeats couldn't help but accelerate. This was a matter of life and death for them. How could they remain calm? 20 meters, 10 meters. As long as they were within 5 meters, the two women would be able to attack together and instantly take Yang Kai's life. Once they killed him, the brand imprinted in their minds would be removed. As if they could see freedom beckoning to them, whether it was ZMO or Lung Shan, their pretty faces couldn't help flushing with nervousness and anticipation. 5 meters. Just as the two women hardened their hearts and were about to recklessly kill him, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened from within the black qi. These eyes seemed to be filled with a mysterious power, piercing through the hearts of ZMO and Lung Shan. The two women involuntarily stopped in their tracks, their tender bodies trembling uncontrollably. They could see all kinds of evil in these eyes, but even so, there was still a sense of calmness and ridicule in them. Chapter 242. In the next moment, Yang Kai, who was wrapped in black qi, grinned at them. His smile was extremely evil, and his mouth full of white fangs looked extremely terrifying under the contrast of the black qi. Looking at those eyes and that evil grin, ZMO froze in place, her yuan qi involuntarily calming down, not daring to show the slightest hostility. ZMO's brow furrowed. She really couldn't figure out whether Yang Kai had actually become the demon race or not. "I should give you some punishment." Yang Kai coldly snorted, pushing out his hands and summoning his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. Unlike the true Yang Yuan Qi beast spirits, these two beast spirits were pitch black, just like Yang Kai himself, full of evil and mysterious aura. With a roar, the two beast spirits rushed forward, one from the left and one from the right, directly pressing the two women to the ground. "We were wrong. We thought you'd become the demon race." ZMO screamed in horror. Although her strength was much higher than the beast spirits, she still didn't dare to resist. She didn't want to suffer the pain of having her soul tortured again. "Even if I become the demon race, do you think you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of me?" Yang Kai sneered. If he hadn't seen through their thoughts, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so polite to them. What they were doing now was only out of self-preservation. With a thought, the two beast spirits dispersed and the two women hurriedly got up, terrified. Looking at them indifferently, Yang Kai grinned. "You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Now tell me, what kind of punishment do you want?" ZMO trembled, biting her lip. "As long as you don't torture my soul, I'll accept anything." "Really?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed. ZMO nodded. Torturing one's soul was worse than death. It was the most vicious form of torture in the world. "What about you?" Yang Kai glanced over at Lung Shan. Me too." Lung Shan stuttered. Yang Kai coldly stared at the two of them and suddenly chuckled. "Then, take off your clothes." Hearing this, the two women trembled. ZMO quickly returned to her senses and immediately smiled, unbuttoning her robes and slowly taking them off. Her watery eyes contained boundless flirtatious feelings. On the other hand, Lung Shan's body stiffened. She was completely at a loss. "It's fine if you don't want to take it off. You'll have to be tortured 3 times until you pass out. It's your choice," Yang Kai said coldly. Thinking of that pain, Lung Shan's entire body turned ice cold. Only then did he close his eyes. He allowed his tears to fall as he said fiercely, "If there comes a day when I can regain my freedom, I will do it. I will tear you to pieces." Yang Kai laughed. "I'll be waiting." Piece after piece of clothing was taken off, and the two women's graceful figures were soon revealed to Yang Kai. Whether it was Zmo or Lingshan, both were not bad-looking. Their faces were beautiful, and their figures were even more enchanting. Their chests were round, their abdomens were flat, and their buttocks were slender. Yang Kai unscrupulously swept his eyes over the two women's bodies, secretly comparing them, his eyes spitting fire. So, both of them were only left with their undergarments. One was wearing a bright red tube top, while the other was wearing a light purple tube top. The thin undergarments could not hide the boundless spring scenery at all. Two dark red protrusions protruded under the undergarments like grapes. They were small and exquisite, and could be clearly seen. Their lower bodies. The scenery was even more gorgeous, covering most of the fragrant grass, giving a kind of hazy feeling. It was impossible to see clearly, but it was enough to arouse one's imagination. Except for the most important part. The two women's beauty was imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. "Do you still want to take it off?" Zmo lightly pursed her lips and asked softly. Her face blushed. Yang Kai only wanted to teach them a lesson, he didn't want to go too far. He could see that Zmo was a bold and generous woman, while Lingshan was a bit more conservative. If he went too far, she wouldn't be able to bear it. After feasting his eyes, Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Get lost." Zmo was stunned on the spot. Lingshan also opened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai in amazement. The two women had thought that this time they were doomed, but they hadn't expected that this man in front of them would just look at them and let them go. After thinking for a moment, Zmo suddenly grinned and stared deeply at Yang Kai's crotch. Her eyes flashed a look of understanding, and she couldn't help giggling. In the face of such beauty, in this world, besides a true gentleman, there was only one kind of person who would remain indifferent. It turned out that he at this moment, Zmo's heart filled with pleasure. She couldn't help but want to laugh, her shoulders trembling, but she forced herself to hold back. "What are you still standing there for? I'll count to 3, if you don't leave, then don't even think about leaving." Yang Kai didn't notice Zmo's expression and frowned as he threatened. Lingshan felt like she had been pardoned and hurriedly bowed. "Leave your clothes behind and get lost," Yang Kai said lightly. Lingshan shot a resentful and aggrieved look towards Yang Kai before quickly covering her private parts and fleeing from the scene. Zmo, on the other hand, didn't seem to be in a hurry. Lazily stretching her waist, she once again threw a flirtatious glance towards Yang Kai before turning around and twisting her waist like a water snake. Her round buttocks swayed back and forth, swaying back and forth as she walked away. Watching the two women disappear behind a large tree, Yang Kai closed his eyes and suppressed the urge in his heart. In fact, he didn't mind having sex with Zmo. In any case, this woman looked very generous, so if he really did take her body, she probably wouldn't care too much. However, after all, the two of them were enemies. Once they reached a point where they couldn't be reconciled, they might end up in a life or death situation. Moreover, last time on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had improved his state of mind a lot, so this time he wanted to suppress it. Between strength and women, Yang Kai preferred the former. While Yang Kai was suppressing and improving his state of mind, behind the large tree, Lingshan and Zmo were hiding their bodies, silently staring at each other. This time, not only had their sneak attack failed, but they had also been taken advantage of by that little brat. It was really a big loss. Lingshan was flustered and exasperated, her eyes filled with murderous intent. She reached out and picked up a piece of withered grass on the ground, twisting it with all her strength as she cursed, "Bastard beast, bullying a weak woman, who do you think you are? Sooner or later, I will make him pay back double." Zmo was speechless, and after a long time, she smiled bitterly. "We are in front of him. We can't be considered weak women, right? His strength is lower than ours. Moreover, we were the ones who conspired against him first, he was just giving us a small warning. It's just a few glances, he didn't really do anything to you." Lingshan stared at Zmo coldly and bitterly said, "You don't care at all?" "Hee hee." Zmo suddenly laughed, her eyes curved like a crescent moon. "If it was another man who saw it, I'm afraid I would care. But him, there's no harm in letting him see more. It seems you've already given up on yourself. Lung Shan said disdainfully. ZMO didn't care and waved her hand. I'll tell you a secret. Once you know, I promise you won't care too much. What secret? Lung Shan asked suspiciously. ZMO leaned forward. She whispered a few words. After hearing this, Lung Shan's face turned red and green, and her eyes revealed a look of schadenfreude and delight. You mean he can't do anything about it? Lung Shan asked softly, trying not to laugh. Why say it out loud? It's fine as long as you know it. ZMO stretched out a finger and blocked Lung Shan's mouth. How do you know? Lung Shan asked curiously. For the first time, she felt a sense of familiarity with ZMO, so she couldn't help leaning closer to her. The two of us were almost naked, but he was still indifferent. Besides impotence, what other explanation could there be? ZMO covered her mouth and said, if it was any other man, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to resist our temptation. So, he must have some kind of hidden disease. Lung Shan listened and nodded involuntarily. Her face was full of approval. This is a big taboo for any man. ZMO seemed to understand a lot, so she and Lung Shan leaned their heads together and whispered, you must never mention it in front of him, otherwise you will definitely be killed. And I won't mention it. Lung Shan nodded again and again, immediately saying, but if he has this kind of disease, you said before that we seduce him. Wouldn't that be impossible? ZMO chuckled. It's precisely because he's sick that we need to seduce him. We can't do anything to him right now, so if we seduce him and watch him suffer, we won't be able to vent. Isn't that revenge? Lung Shan suddenly came to a realization, and an eager look appeared on her face. Looking at ZMO with admiration, she said, you really know a lot. ZMO glanced at her. Little hussy, our Tianlang dynasty's women aren't as conservative as your great Han dynasties. Then he with a man? Lung Shan said, her face turning red. ZMO also felt a little embarrassed. No. I haven't met a man who can conquer me yet. Lung Shan curled her lips. I don't believe you. After 2 days of continuous meditation, Yang Kai first resisted the temptation in his heart and improved his state of mind a lot, then once again began practicing the beast slave seal. Although he still couldn't fuse the white tiger seal and divine ox seal together every time, he was finally able to get a feel for it and was much more proficient than before. These 2 days, Yang Kai had consumed a huge amount of energy, but the energy stored in his unyielding golden skeleton was bottomless, so this kind of consumption wasn't a burden at all. At this moment, ZMO was sitting in the middle of a group of monster beasts, still wearing only her undergarments. Yang Kai's punishment for them was not over yet. Their strength wasn't low, so naturally they weren't afraid of the cold, but their current appearance was too embarrassing, so ZMO had arranged for the dozens of monster beasts to surround her and Lung Shan, blocking their view of the spring scenery. These 2 days, the two women had mostly discussed how to retaliate against Yang Kai, making him suffer so much that he wished he was dead. As they chatted, they actually shared a common enemy and became closer to each other. Hearing Yang Kai's voice, ZMO was stunned for a moment before letting out a light sigh. It seems he still has some conscience. Saying so, she ordered the 2 monster beasts to run out and bring back her and Lung Shan's clothes. When the 2 neatly dressed and walked to Yang Kai's side, Yang Kai opened his eyes as if nothing had happened. The 2 women were secretly shocked. These days, this young man in front of them had squandered a lot of yuan qi and even showed signs of becoming the demon race, but now he was back to normal without the slightest trace of fatigue. Mysterious man, the 2 women thought to themselves. Chapter 243. I want to ask you something. Yang Kai looked at ZMO and said, Good. ZMO chuckled and slowly walked over to Yang Kai's side, bringing a fragrant scent with her as she sat down and scrupulously, not showing the slightest annoyance towards Yang Kai's previous punishment. What Yang Kai did not expect was that Lung Shan also came over and sat down on the other side of him, but unlike ZMO, her body was a bit stiff. When Yang Kai looked at her, she actually managed to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Furrowing his brow, Yang Kai couldn't help wondering what these 2 vicious women were up to, but he didn't notice any hostility from them, so he didn't bother with them. He just assumed that they had realized the situation they were in and didn't dare act presumptuously in front of him anymore. Master, what do you want to ask? Zmo snuggled up to Yang Kai, deliberately pushing her chest against his elbow as she breathed out. Ahem. What did you call me? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Master. Zmo smiled sweetly, her towering breasts bouncing up and down as she spoke in a sweet voice. Not only was Yang Kai unable to bear this form of address, even Ling Shan, who was sitting on the other side, couldn't help shivering, a layer of heat appearing on her arms. In her heart, she couldn't help but admire Zmo's shamelessness. I can't do the same, Ling Shan thought to herself. Zmo smiled like a flower. I don't know your name, and my life is now in your hands. What's the difference between me and a slave from a rich family? If you point me to the east, I don't dare to the west. If you tell me to lie down, I don't dare to stand. Saying so, she shyly glanced at Yang Kai, her voice gradually lowering. If you tell me to take off my clothes, I will take off my clothes. You are naturally my master. Don't try to act like that with me. Yang Kai frowned. You calling me master is not something you are willing to do. I feel uncomfortable hearing you call me that. As I said before, I control you only to protect myself. As long as you don't try anything funny, I won't embarrass you. Zmo froze for a moment before pursing her lips. I was just joking. What's your name? Yang Kai, what about you? The two women reported their names. Yang Kai already knew about Ling Shan's background, so naturally there was nothing to inquire about. What he was interested in was Zmo. Tell me about your sect. Don't lie to me. When you lie, there are some different fluctuations in your soul. I can feel it. Yang Kai warned. How would I dare? Zmo glared at Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before continuing. I am from the Tianlang dynasty's Sinluo temple. I don't know if you've heard of it. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. The information he knew was limited to the Great Han Empire, and he didn't know much about the outside world. Ling Shan, on the other hand, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when she heard this. Sister Ling seems to have heard of it. Zmo chuckled. Ling Shan nodded slightly. Tianlang dynasty's superforce. Naturally, I've heard of it. A superforce, an existence on the same level as the central capital's 8 great families? Yang Kai was stunned, never having imagined that Zmo's sect would be so famous. More or less. Zmo chuckled. Her hand gently wrapped around Yang Kai's arm. Moreover, I'm a princess of the Tianlang dynasty, so you'd better not let me die. If you take me to Tianlang dynasty, maybe you'll be able to become the emperor's son-in-law. From now on, you won't have to worry about wealth, hee. Yang Kai glared at her. Obviously, she wouldn't believe such nonsense. This woman's mind was strange, her thoughts were deep, and she wasn't easy to deal with. On the other hand, Ling Shan's thoughts were easily revealed on her face. Compared to Zmo, she gave Yang Kai much less pressure. Although we brother and sister come from Sinluo Temple, we don't represent the sect. However, it does not represent the entire sect. If you think you can look down on our Tianlang dynasty's superforce because of this, then you are too short-sighted. Zmo continued, the few of us can only be regarded as disciples of a branch of Sinluo Temple. Our main task is to study some insects. The two of you have already experienced it. You're soul-controlling insects. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. Hearing Yang Kai's disdain, Zmo angrily said, my strength is too low, the insects I raise are naturally not your opponents. If they were good soul-controlling insects, they wouldn't be afraid of heat at all. So those insects are afraid of heat. Yang Kai inadvertently spied this information. Zmo also realized that she had spilled the beans, so she simply said, their nemesis is heat, so any cultivator who cultivates a yang or fire attribute cultivator cannot control them. This also explained why a few days ago, when Ling Shan had told Zmo that Yang Kai cultivated a yang attribute secret art, Zmo had immediately tried to kill him. However, these insects still have some redeeming qualities, at least you Tianlang dynasty people have relied on them to run rampant in this place. Yang Kai thought about Wu Cheng-yi and the other 30 people who had been chased to the ends of the earth, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. Yang Kai had been lucky enough to discover the mystery of these soul-controlling insects. If he had fought ZMO without knowing anything about them, by relying on the dozens of monster beasts, she would have had the absolute upper hand. Naturally, there are many benefits. We can use these insects to control monster beast and grow stronger like a snowball. If we encounter a monster beast or your great Han Dynasty cultivator, we won't even need to lift a finger to kill them. However, the disadvantages are equally obvious. For example, when we meet someone like you, we have to be careful of our insects being burned, which in turn damages our souls. ZMO glared at Yang Kai bitterly, her face filled with depression. That's why those who cultivate Yang and Fire attribute secret arts are your priority targets. Yang Kai's words revealed the truth. That's natural. Without these two kinds of people, our soul-controlling insects will be able to exert their greatest effect. ZMO proudly said, but in fact, you don't have to worry too much. Our soul-controlling insects are too small. Generally speaking, even if your great Han Dynasty cultivator kills the monster beast we control, they won't be able to discover the existence of these soul-controlling insects. We just need to find the right opportunity to retrieve them. I really don't understand how you were able to discover this secret. ZMO curiously looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, guess for yourself. ZMO's chest heaved up and down, but she didn't dare to act too presumptuous. In the entire isolated world, besides the few cultivators from the Tianlang dynasty, Yang Kai was probably the only one who was aware of the existence of these soul-controlling insects. Everyone else, no matter who it was, only knew that the Tianlang dynasty cultivators were able to control and enslave monster beasts to do battle. None of them had thought of the existence of these soul-controlling insects. By the way, when I was at the lake that day, there were a total of 4 people from Sinluo Temple. How come you're the only one left? Yang Kai looked at ZMO suspiciously. When this sentence was asked, ZMO's eyes flashed with a trace of humiliation and anger. On the other side, Lung Shan also chuckled. You can't tell me? Yang Kai's voice became low, his expression unkind. It's not that I can't tell you. ZMO took a deep breath. Lung Shan also knows the situation, let her tell you. Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised and turned to look at Lung Shan. And I know. Lung Shan nodded. Let's hear it. Lung Shan pondered for a moment, seemingly sorting out her thoughts. A moment later she said, for the past 6 months, ZMO and the other Tianlang cultivator have been unbridled and surrounded, making me and Jin Hao suffer. Most of the time, we were hiding, but the monster beast's sense of smell is too strong, so we were often found hiding. This continued until a month ago. More than a month ago, we met a group of a cultivator from the Great Han Dynasty. There were about 30 of them. Yang Kai's expression changed. Naturally, he knew who this group of cultivators was. Although our Ghost King Valley has a bad reputation and can be considered an evil sect, in the end, we were all from the Great Han Dynasty, so Jin Hao and I integrated into that group. We thought we had found a backer. Lung Shan couldn't help but smile bitterly, but we didn't expect that in less than 2 days, we would be surrounded by monster beast. Now that she thought about it, if she and Jin Hao hadn't integrated into that group, they probably wouldn't have fallen into enemy hands so quickly. More than 30 people, although they seemed powerful, in fact, they were a big target, far less convenient than her and Jin Hao. And then, Yang Kai asked, after a hard battle, many died, and most of the rest were captured. Captured? Yang Kai was stunned. How could they be captured? Aren't you all Yuan Qi boundary? If you noticed something was wrong, shouldn't you be able to fly away? We couldn't escape. Lung Shan said helplessly. It's not that they're incompetent. ZMO took a deep breath and interjected. Then what's the reason? It's because my brother Qi Shui is too strong. ZMO looked towards Yang Kai. What's his strength? Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, not because of his strength. ZMO shook her head. That's the demonic beast enslaved by his subordinates? How many monster beasts does he have? Yang Kai frowned. ZMO raised one finger. 100? ZMO shook her head. It can't be 1,000, right? Yang Kai's face paled. ZMO smiled bitterly. What are you thinking? He only has one monster beast. But that monster beast is a sixth-order monster beast. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with shock. Yes, it is a sixth-order monster beast. Although it's not a very strong sixth-order monster beast, it's more than enough to deal with an Yuan Qi cultivator. All the cultivators who tried to escape were killed by my brother Qi Shui and that monster beast. There's a sixth-order monster beast here? Yang Kai's mind raced. Up until now, the most powerful monster beast he had encountered was only a fifth-order one. Zimo's brother Qi Shui could use his soul-controlling insects to control them, but he could use his beast-slave seal to control them. If he could find another sixth-order monster beast, he could also do whatever he wanted. I'm afraid there's only one. Zimo's eyes flashed with envy. Moreover, brother spent a lot of effort to subdue that sixth-order monster beast. He gave up all the monster beasts he controlled and took out his soul-controlling insects, allowing them to swallow and fuse with him. This was a very risky move. The slightest mistake and all the soul-controlling insects would have died, but brother's luck was very good. After nearly 100 soul-controlling insects fused together, they all evolved, so he was able to control a sixth-order monster beast. Although Zimo's explanation was simple, Yang Kai couldn't help admiring her brother Qi Shui. Taking such a huge risk just to evolve a single soul-controlling insect, it was obvious that this person's personality was decisive and fierce. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Chapter 244. Go on. Yang Kai temporarily put aside the idea of subduing a sixth-order monster beast and turned to Leng Shan. Leng Shan nodded. Of the more than 30 people, nearly 10 died. Except for one who managed to escape with his strength, the rest were all implanted with soul-controlling insects and are now under Zimo's control. Of the one who had escaped, Yang Kai didn't need to ask to know who it was. Besides Wu Chengyi, no one else could have done such a thing. Why didn't they kill you? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. The blood beads obtained from killing a cultivator were much better than those obtained from subduing a monster beast, especially since those people were all masters at the Yuan Qi boundary. They wanted to obtain the secrets of their respective sects from us, so they didn't kill us for the time being. Leng Shan smiled bitterly. All of us are the elites of our respective sects, so the martial skills and secret arts we cultivate are naturally the best in our respective sects. The Tianlang dynasty's people were aiming for this. Yang Kai turned to look at Zimo, but Zimo just shrugged and said, "Don't look at me like that, I didn't do anything to those people. The ones I controlled were only Leng Shan and Jin Hao, and I didn't even have time to interrogate them about their martial skills and secret arts before they were subdued by you." Leng Shan continued. After the Tianlang dynasty's people won, Zimo's brother Qi Shui took his sixth-order monster beast and left alone to pursue Wu Chengyi. Then, for some unknown reason, the three of them had a big quarrel, so Jin Hao and I were assigned to Zimo and left that group. When Leng Shan said this, Zimo gritted her teeth and sneered, her face filled with anger. Yang Kai turned to look at her and sneered. "It looks like you and your two fellow disciples didn't get along very well. Is there no fighting in your sect?" Zimo rolled her eyes at Yang Kai. "This time we came here for life experience. We have a total of 3 tasks. The first is to obtain blood beads to strengthen ourselves, and the second is to extract the cultivation methods of those martial skills and secret arts from the mouths of you great Han Dynasty cultivators. The third was to find the legendary Brilliant Flame liquid and soul cleansing dew. Every mission is related to our future, so we have to complete it well. After returning to the sect, there will naturally be more benefits. Your two fellow disciples joined forces to bully you. They don't want you to get any benefits, right?" Yang Kai instantly understood the situation. After capturing so many people, only 2 were given to Zimo. Even if Zimo was able to extract information from Leng Shan and Jin Hao, she would only be able to obtain some of Ghost King Valley's secrets. In comparison, Zimo's 2 fellow disciples had much more resources in their hands. This was a competition between members of the same sect, which existed in any sect. They're from the same family. Naturally, I will be excluded. Zimo gnashed her teeth. Her heart was filled with hatred. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Do you want me to help you seek justice?" The grudge between the three disciples of the Celestial Wolf Kingdom's Dark Azura Hall was definitely a bargaining chip that could be used. Since everyone was in a foreign land, they would meet sooner or later. If Yang Kai wanted to live comfortably, he had to strike first and get rid of the Tucson Luo Temple cultivator. Not to mention, they also had a big brother who controlled the Sixth Order monster beast. This person was the same as Wu Cheng-yi, the strongest enemy. Before meeting this person, he had to eliminate all unstable factors. Zemo's eyes flashed as she glanced at Yang Kai and frowned. Although my life is in your hands, I am still a disciple of Tianlang Kingdom, a cultivator of Sanluo Temple. I won't do anything to betray my sect. Even if you kill me, I won't, so don't expect me to help you deal with them. Yang Kai couldn't help but look at her with some surprise, never having expected this woman to be so principled. Not wanting to force her, Yang Kai smiled and said, I'm just saying if you don't want to then forget it. Zmo was stunned. She had refused Yang Kai's offer and was mentally prepared to accept the punishment, but he had actually let it go so easily. Why are you so easygoing? Zmo didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking. She was a little suspicious. What do you think? Yang Kai snorted. Zmo blinked her big eyes and smiled. If you're really so easygoing, then remove the seal on my mind. Wishful thinking. Over the next few days, Yang Kai, Leng Shan, and Zmo spent their time together in the isolated world. Now, they basically didn't encounter any enemies, only occasionally encountering one or two monster beasts. If it was a fourth order one, she would kill it on the spot and take its blood bead. If it was a fifth order one, Zmo would control it and plant a soul-controlling insect. However, after a few days, they had only encountered a single fifth-order monster beast. Yang Kai didn't want the blood beads and gave them all to Zmo. He didn't lack the energy contained in these blood beads. What he wanted to do now was to constantly temper his meridians and Dantian Yuan Qi so that he could progress towards the Yuan Qi realm. Right now, his main goal was to find the legendary soul-cleansing dew. It was said that Zmo's brother Qi Shui was also looking for it. Whether it was Zmo or Leng Shan, they didn't know much about the soul-cleansing dew, so naturally they didn't know where to look for it. However, what made Yang Kai feel very strange was that these days, whether it was her actions or words, Zmo was constantly teasing him. Compared to when they first met, she was even more wanton and unrestrained. Even Leng Shan, this cold woman, would sometimes do the same. She unintentionally revealed a beautiful and faintly discernible beauty. Occasionally, Yang Kai would see a trace of sympathy and pleasure in their eyes. What the hell? Yang Kai was puzzled. After walking for half a day, the three of them finally found a place to sit down and rest. Of the dozens of monster beasts, only half were with them, the other half had been sent out to investigate the situation. Yang Kai was sitting in meditation to restore his strength when two fragrant wafts came from beside him. Immediately, Zmo and Leng Shan sat down next to him, one on his left and one on his right. They clung to each other tightly, as if it was very cold. Yang Kai frowned as he looked at them. Leng Shan was embarrassed by his stare, her cheeks turning red. Zmo forced a smile and asked, "What's wrong? You two have been acting very strange these past few days. Were you secretly discussing something?" Yang Kai asked with a sullen expression. Zmo cried out in grievance, "How could that be? The two of us are always by your side. Even if we wanted to discuss something, we didn't have the opportunity." Yang Kai also thought about it. They really didn't have the time to conspire, but why did he always feel like something was wrong with them? Why do you think we're acting strange? Zmo smiled sweetly, leaning into Yang Kai's arms, half of her body snuggling up against him. Her firm and full chest squeezed against Yang Kai's arm, completely changing shape. Feeling an amazing elasticity, Yang Kai lowered his head and saw Zmo's snow-white chest. Zmo snickered in her heart, but her face remained expressionless as she leaned forward slightly, revealing even more. "It's just a feeling." Yang Kai stared at her without blinking, licking his lips, his expression unscrupulous. Your feelings aren't always accurate." Zmo giggled, her chest rolling up and down. While his throat was burning, Leng Shan also pressed her chest against his. Yang Kai's whole body shook, his abdomen feeling like it was on fire. Two different sensations, one from the left and one from the right, made his soul flutter. Stealing his heart, he pushed ZMO to the ground and directly mounted her. "Ah!" ZMO exclaimed, but she didn't show the slightest fear, her pair of beautiful eyes like a spring tide, a smile on her face as she stared straight at Yang Kai. "This smelly brat can't even do anything, what else does he want?" Lung Shan, who was next to her, was startled, staring dumbfounded. "This is what you asked for. These past few days, I've seen that you don't have any good intentions towards me, right?" Yang Kai's expression was ferocious, his hands covering Zimo's full breasts and rubbing them. When did I have any bad intentions towards you?" Zmo bit her red lips, her brow furrowed in pain, but in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a kind of pleasure after being ravaged, wishing that Yang Kai's big hands would be a bit stronger. This thought came to her mind, causing her to blush with shame. "Do you really think I'm blind?" Yang Kai sneered, rudely and overbearingly lifting up Zimo's clothes, exposing her beautiful upper body to his eyes, his big hands rubbing her breasts without the slightest trace of tenderness. Zimo's body stiffened, and she couldn't help but moan. Lung Shan, who was standing to the side, was dumbstruck. Hearing this charming sound, her heart filled with a strange feeling. As Yang Kai continued to rub her breasts, Zmo began to wriggle her body, making a series of incessant squeaking sounds, causing Lung Shan to feel powerless and collapse to the ground, her legs tightly clamped together. Although she was very aroused, Zmo still hadn't lost her mind. She and Lung Shan had teased Yang Kai together just to see him make a fool of himself. Now that his wolf nature had been aroused, Zmo really couldn't handle it. Wasn't he? How could he still be in such a good mood? Zmo gasped for breath. Quietly bending her knee, she aimed it at Yang Kai's crotch. A moment later, Zmo felt something as hard as iron and as hot as fire. Shocked, Zmo exclaimed, her body instantly stiffening, her pretty face immediately changing color. "Heh." Yang Kai looked up at her and grinned, reaching out his hand and reaching under Zmo's skirt. Zmo panicked, quickly grabbing Yang Kai's arm. "You think I'll stop just because you say no?" Yang Kai sneered, but his movements didn't stop. Wherever his big hand went, it was warm, wet, and muddy. Zmo, who was struggling, instantly lost the strength to resist and softly lay down. Lung Shan also lost the ability to think. She didn't know how Zmo could act so realistically. Even if she wanted to see him make a fool of himself, she didn't need to sacrifice so much. This was already somewhat unacceptable. Lung Shan's face turned red, her heartbeat accelerated, her blood boiled, and her lower abdomen seemed to be filled with all kinds of emotions. Just as Zmo felt like she had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, she suddenly opened her eyes. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she quickly pushed away Kai Yang, who was caressing her. Her complexion greatly changed. "You wait, my monster beast is dead, there may be enemies nearby." Chapter 245. Listening to her words, Yang Kai's lust was instantly extinguished, his brow furrowing as he asked, "How many died?" 6. Instantly killed, 1 5th order, 5 4th order. Zmo's face was filled with shock, her brow furrowed as she crawled out from under Yang Kai's body and hurriedly arranged her clothes to cover her upper body. Not knowing what she was thinking, her clear eyes quietly glanced towards Yang Kai's crotch before quickly turning away, her face as red as blood, flashing an alluring luster. "Do you know who did this and how many people there are?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Zmo controlled the monster beast through her soul-controlling insect, so within a certain range she could sense whether the monster beast was dead or alive, but other information was difficult to grasp. After all, she had not seen it with her own eyes. "I'm not sure." Zmo shook her head. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai made a prompt decision. "It may be dangerous." Zmo hesitated. What if it's the master who escaped before? Naturally, she was referring to Wu Qing. In this isolated world, being able to kill 6 monster beasts in an instant meant that the other party's strength was definitely very strong. If it's him, that would be the best. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little eager. Wu Chengyi had sent his junior brother to kill him, something Yang Kai still held a grudge against him. Sooner or later he would settle this account, not to mention, Wu Chengyi most likely had a treasure like the brilliant flame liquid on him. Whether it was revenge or treasure, Yang Kai had no reason to let him go. Seeing Yang Kai so stubborn, ZMO couldn't just ignore his intentions. What's more, even if it really was Wu Chengyi, facing ZMO's monster beast army would not be easy. Hurriedly ordering, ZMO led the rest of the monster beast army towards the scene of the accident. Lung Shan also followed, the two women walking side by side, deliberately leaving Yang Kai behind. Yang Kai didn't pay them any mind and simply followed behind them while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. What's wrong? Lung Shan keenly noticed the change in ZMO and couldn't help asking. What? ZMO seemed to be in a daze just now. He didn't seem to have heard Lung Shan's words. You've become strange. Lung Shan looked at her curiously. Didn't you say you were going to seduce him and embarrass him? Why did you? Lung Shan thought for a long time before she came up with a suitable adjective. You seem to be enjoying yourself. ZMO couldn't wait to dig a hole and crawl into it. Her ears and neck were all red as she gritted her teeth and whispered, "Don't talk about this anymore. Don't try to seduce him again in the future, otherwise, you might end up playing with fire." Lung Shan was surprised. What a huge loss. Originally, she thought that Yang Kai wasn't a real man, so ZMO didn't take his frivolity to heart. So what if he kissed and touched her? You're not a real man. What more could he do? Even if I were to strip naked and lie in front of you, you would only be able to touch me. But what she never expected was that Yang Kai was not what she had imagined at all. The feeling of touch in that instant. Even now, it still lingered in ZMO's mind. Every time she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel ashamed. ZMO's heart was not as bold as she appeared on the surface. But, if he really was a real man, then why was he able to remain indifferent when she and Lung Shan almost stripped naked a few days ago? What kind of man would be able to resist the temptation at their fingertips? Could it be that he was really a gentleman? While her thoughts were running wild, ZMO soon arrived at the place where the 6th monster beast had died. There were some bloodstains on the ground, but the monster beast's body was no longer there. All that was left was a pile of powder. Yang Kai looked around and couldn't help but wrinkle his brow. ZMO squatted down and fiddled with the powder. A moment later her expression changed. What's wrong? Lung Shan asked. The soul-controlling insects are gone. ZMO's face was pale as she carefully searched another pile of powder. But even after searching through all 6 piles of powder, she still couldn't find a single soul-controlling insect. No need to search. The one who killed your monster beast was not that master from the 9-star sword school. Yang Kai looked at ZMO playfully. There are no traces of sword chi left behind here. What are you trying to say? ZMO looked uneasy, faintly guessing something, but she didn't dare to confirm it. Or rather, she didn't want to confirm it. You know it in your heart. Do you still need me to say more? Yang Kai sneered. It can't be. ZMO shook her head, her voice low, her heart shaking. Suddenly, ZMO raised her head and looked in another direction. A few more of my monster beast have died. Yang Kai sneered, becoming more and more convinced of his guess. Tilting his head, he looked at ZMO. Do you want to go and take a look? ZMO hesitated for a long time before finally nodding her head. But this time, she no longer dared to disperse her monster beast to the periphery, instead summoning all of them back and hurrying to the second place. Half an hour later, ZMO once again stood up in disappointment. There were 4 piles of powder here, so there should have been 4 soul-controlling insects, but at this moment, just like before, those insects had disappeared. Was it your 2 fellow disciples? Lung Shan finally reacted and looked at ZMO in amazement. The soul-controlling insects were unique to ZMO and her fellow disciples. If it was really Wu Chengyi who had killed the monster beast, it was impossible for him to take away the soul-controlling insects. He simply didn't have such great skill. Being able to kill 2 batches of ZMO's monster beast in such a short time, the one who did it was either very strong or had a large number of people. Combined with the clues of the disappearance of the soul-controlling insects, the identity of the one who had done it was obvious. As a fellow Sanluo temple cultivator, Zimo's two fellow disciples definitely knew how to take away her soul-controlling insects and had the strength to kill so many monster beasts in an instant. Their subordinates controlled many of the great Han cultivators. However, Zmo couldn't believe this fact, nor did she want to believe it. They were all fellow disciples. How could they do such a thing to her? Taking a deep breath and closing her eyes, Zmo spread out her perception in an attempt to find the whereabouts of her soul-controlling insects, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find them. A moment later, Zmo opened her eyes, a cold light flashing across them as she coldly glanced around, sneering. "Let's get out of here first." Yang Kai frowned, not allowing her to explain, grabbing Zmo's arm and dragging her out. 2 hours later, the three of them were already 100 kilometers away. Of the several dozen monster beasts, 10 had died, 2 of which were fifth-order monster beasts, causing Zmo's strength to greatly decrease. After stopping to rest, Zmo sat down, her expression constantly changing, sometimes cold, sometimes confused, sometimes painful, sometimes cruel. Lung Shan and Yang Kai glanced at each other, both of them somewhat speechless, knowing that she was struggling internally at the moment. Yang Kai winked at Lung Shan, hinting for her to comfort her, but Lung Shan turned a blind eye and looked away. Yang Kai was speechless and could only remain silent. After a while, Zmo let out a painful groan. Breathing heavily, she looked at Yang Kai with some pity. "Why did they do this?" "You should ask them that," Yang Kai said lightly. "We're all fellow disciples, although there is competition between us. But why would they do this to me?" Zmo couldn't figure it out. "What's wrong with being fellow disciples?" Yang Kai disagreed. "Fellow disciples are the most terrible." "Will your fellow disciples kill each other?" Yang Kai and Lung Shan nodded. Zmo was surprised and frowned. Sighing, she said, "Maybe we all come from a small branch of Sanluo Temple and don't have many fellow disciples, so when we were in Tianlang Dynasty, we all looked out for each other, so even if there was competition, we didn't go too far." "This is not Tianlang Dynasty, nor is it your Sanluo Temple," Yang Kai said calmly. "It's because of this that we need to support each other." Zmo still couldn't accept it. "I thought you were a ruthless woman, but I didn't expect you to be so naive." Yang Kai sneered. Zmo's ruthlessness was probably only directed at the cultivator. Facing her fellow disciples, she still had some scruples and couldn't let loose. Zmo smiled bitterly, but just as she was about to speak, her expression suddenly became painful and she fell to the ground, clutching her head with both hands. She howled miserably. Yang Kai and Lung Shan's expressions changed and they hurried forward. Zmo seemed to be suffering a great deal of torture, her hands tightly gripping her hair, her body curled up like a shrimp, her whole body tense. Sweat poured out like water. This situation was exactly the same as when Yang Kai had tortured her before. This was the result of her soul being injured. Yang Kai and Lung Shan glanced at each other. Both of them saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. Zmo's pain lasted for a long time before it gradually subsided. Her clothes were soaked with sweat and her body was weak, but her eyes had become cold and piercing. "It's them. They are warning me, summoning me. Let me go." Zmo grit her teeth, her face filled with murderous intent. Finished speaking, she grabbed Yang Kai's clothes and solemnly looked at him. "Help me kill them." Yang Kai grinned. "I've been thinking about this for a long time." A few days ago, when Yang Kai proposed it, Zmo had refused. She hadn't expected things to develop so dramatically. Zmo still had some principles and didn't want to harm her fellow disciples, but her two fellow disciples obviously weren't so kind. "Where are they?" Yang Kai asked. "That way." Zmo pointed in a direction. "It's about an hour away." "An hour? Let's think about it carefully." Yang Kai frowned, then put Zmo on his back and carried her on his back. Leaning against Yang Kai's back, Zmo felt a little strange. The two of them could only be considered enemies, but now they were in the same boat, working together to deal with her two fellow disciples. The change in roles between friend and foe made her feel like she was falling through the clouds. Along the way, Zmo briefly explained the situation between her two fellow disciples. The two of them came from the same family and were cousins, both of whom had reached the Yuan Qi boundary fourth order. One was called Yao He, the other was called Yao Shi. Each of them controlled around 50 monster beasts, adding up to a total of over 100 monster beasts. In terms of the number of monster beasts they controlled, they were more than twice the number of monster beasts Zmo controlled. Currently, Zmo only had 30 to 40 monster beasts under her control. It was absolutely impossible to fight them head-on, but as long as she could find a way to kill one of them, the monster beast controlled by the one she killed would be destroyed. At that time, chaos would definitely ensue, and only in that chaos would there be hope for victory. Because of her anger, Zmo told him all the information about her two fellow disciples. Yang Kai listened quietly, silently memorizing it all in his mind, constantly deducing how to win. Chapter 246. Hearing this, Yang Kai said with some worry, "Is your brother Qi Shui with them? If Qi Shui is with them, then we'll be in big trouble." Qi Shui was Yuan Qi's 7th-stage master, and he had also enslaved a 6th-order monster beast, making him very difficult to deal with. Zmo sighed, "I hope he isn't." An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at their destination. Zmo also slid down from Yang Kai's back, glancing towards him gratefully as she tidied up her clothes and messy hair, her pretty face turning cold as she walked over to their destination. In the distance, Yang Kai saw a large number of monster beasts and a dozen or so figures gathered together. As Zmo approached, two people stood up, Yao He and Yao Shi from Sun Luo Temple. This man and woman were smiling towards them, without the slightest trace of guilt on their faces. With a single order, the hundreds of monster beasts scattered and surrounded Zmo's monster beast army. Senior sister has finally arrived. Yao He's expression was frivolous, not putting Zmo in his eyes at all as he chuckled and greeted her. Yao Shi also giggled and looked at Zmo disdainfully. "Didn't you ask me to come here?" Zmo looked at them coldly, standing about 10 feet away from them. The three disciples from Sun Luo Temple stood facing each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Yang Kai stood behind Zmo and swept his eyes around, seeing many familiar faces. A few dozen meters away, the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace sat cross-legged on the ground, looking defeated. Yi Qing-si and Zhou Ba of Azura sect, Chen Shui-shu and Su Xiaoyu of Reflecting Moon sect were also gathered together. In addition, the disciples of Gemini Island, Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and many other sects were also present. After seeing Yang Kai, Chen Shui-shu and Su Xiaoyu both smiled wryly at him, both of them feeling the same kind of sadness that came from falling into the same predicament. Yang Kai nodded slightly, greeting them. There were still 16 or 17 people left in their group, but their numbers should have been more than that. It was likely that many of them had died recently. "You too, scram to the side." Yao He glanced at Yang Kai and Leng Shan and ordered. Zmo nodded slightly. Yang Kai and Leng Shan then walked over to Chen Shui-shu and the others. When the two sides met, one of the girls from 10,000 Flower Palace looked at Yang Kai and sighed, "You also couldn't escape." Yang Kai smiled. "Young lady, may I ask you for your name?" The last time they had met, when Wu Chengyi had tried to embarrass him, this young woman from the 10,000 Flower Palace had helped him out, so Yang Kai had a good impression of her. The four sisters, Chun Lan and Qiu. Their appearances were outstanding, and they each had their own merits. They sat together. It was also a beautiful scenery. The other girl, who looked more playful, immediately pouted. "You're already a prisoner. How can you still be in the mood to inquire about a girl's name?" Yang Kai raised his brow at her and said, "Haven't you heard of a man's true colors? I haven't asked you for your name yet." The girl pursed her lips and said, "Yi Han." Yi Qing-si pursed her lips and smiled, "You have the same surname as me. If I can return alive, I must marry little sister Han." Han Xiaoqi smiled and introduced her other two junior sisters. One of them was called Hua Ruoyin while the other was called Lu Qingru. They were all people who had fallen from grace, but with Yang Kai as a new face, the others also introduced themselves. Water Moon Hall's Feng Qianhen, pure heart palaces Wafang and Li Xan Yuan, soaring feather pavilions Chu Jing Shan, with the elite disciples of each sect gathered together, the scene was joyous and harmonious. The worries of the past few days had been washed away by this atmosphere. Death is near, yet you still have the mood to exchange pleasantries. It's not too late to talk about this if you can survive. A voice suddenly interrupted everyone's laughter. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw a man looking at him with a contemptuous smile. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai didn't care. Yi Qingxi sneered and said, "By Xiao Ming, since we were captured, you've been pouring cold water on us every other day. What do you mean by that?" Bai Xiaoming sneered, "Nothing. It's just a piece of trash. Is it worth it for you to be so happy? Don't tell me you still expect him to save us?" Chen Shuishu frowned and said, "If you think you have no hope of surviving, just end it yourself. Why bother with other people's interests? Don't slander Brother Yang. Brother Yang's cultivation is just a bit low." Bai Xiaoming didn't say anything. The other person next to him chuckled, "A low cultivation is a piece of trash. Father really doesn't know how a piece of trash like him managed to survive until now. He should have died long ago. Why bother dragging out his last breath?" This person should be from the same sect as Bai Xiaoming. The two of them were brother, so naturally they would stand on the same side. Han Shaoqi coldly said, "You talk too much." Yi Han, Hua Ruyin, and Lu Qingru also glared at him angrily. Although Bai Xiaoming and the people around him looked down on Yang Kai, they didn't want to provoke public anger, so they just coldly snorted and no longer said anything. Because of the disturbance caused by these two, the original atmosphere was suddenly ruined, and everyone's hearts became heavy. Yi Han puffed up her cheeks and comforted, "Yang Kai, right? Don't mind them. These two are always so pessimistic and can't bear to see others in a good mood." Yang Kai shook his head, "I don't care, just treat them like dogs barking." To the side, Han Shaoqi was stunned for a moment before smiling. "What did you say?" Bai Xiaoming and the person next to him opened their eyes at the same time and stared at Yang Kai with murderous intent. "If you're not deaf, you should be able to hear me clearly." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "You court death." Bai Xiaoming angrily shouted as he stood up. "You all want to die, don't you?" Yao He angrily shouted, "If you want to die, I'll help you right now." Bai Xiaoming glanced at Yao He with a look of dread before unwillingly sitting down and angrily glaring at Yang Kai. "You just wait, sooner or later I'll make you pay." "Good, I'll be waiting." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The atmosphere in the Great Han Cultivator was quite tense, but the atmosphere between the Tian Lang trio was also quite delicate. Since ZMO returned, Yao He and Yao Shi only looked at her with a smile, not saying a word. After a long time, ZMO let out a sigh of relief and coldly asked, "Why are you doing this?" Yao He chuckled, "Why? Can't senior sister Z understand? Just because in the sect, Master takes care of me more?" ZMO smiled contemptuously. Yao He and Yao Shi's expressions both changed slightly, their expressions becoming cold. ZMO continued, "You entered the sect earlier than I did, but your strength didn't grow as fast as mine, so in the end, you were all unwilling. You could only call me senior sister. Is this your reason and excuse? Do you really think your aptitude is outstanding?" Yao Shi sneered, "If Master hadn't given you more resources, how could you have caught up? In terms of aptitude alone, which part of us can't compare to you? You've never been better than me." ZMO refused to back down, tit for tat. Yao He's face showed a look of disdain. "Is that so? Then dare I ask, senior sister, did you ever expect this situation? I really didn't expect you to be so vicious, even daring to act against me." ZMO's face was filled with hatred. Yao He sneered, "Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. After all, you are senior sister. We called you here. We didn't mean anything else. We just couldn't leave this damned place for the time being, and there were no enemies here. So we thought, senior sister, you don't have any use for those monster beasts, right?" ZMO's pretty face became cold. "You want my monster beast?" Yao He nodded. "She, and I are just a little bit away from breaking through. However, we are somewhat reluctant to slaughter our own monster beast, so we can only hope that senior sister can contribute a bit. ZMO was filled with grief. Just because of this, you didn't hesitate to destroy a wisp of my soul? Yao Shi smiled. Who told senior sister to hide? If you hadn't hidden, we wouldn't have done this. Now, there isn't much fun in staying here. We originally wanted to have a hunting competition with senior sister's monster beast, but we didn't expect that the heavens wouldn't let us. You forced us to do this. Good. Zmo's expression was bitter, but her eyes still showed a trace of determination. You want my monster beast? I'll give them all to you. Yao He laughed. I knew senior sister was easy to talk to, so I asked senior sister to order them not to resist, otherwise if they really start fighting I'm afraid it won't end well. ZMO closed her eyes, her chest heaving up and down. Although after arriving here, she had already taken back the soul-controlling insect and Yao Shi's soul threads, so she no longer had to worry about Yao He and Yao Shi destroying them. However, the other party still had an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention the numerous monster beasts in their hands, the dozen or so cultivators who were controlled by them were also quite a powerful fighting force. If they really fought, ZMO had no chance of winning. Even if she didn't have much hope of breaking through, so even if she was unwilling, she had no choice. ZMO could only compromise for the time being. Staring at ZMO's towering peaks, Yao He's eyes flashed a trace of lust, involuntarily licking his lips. Good. ZMO opened her eyes and said expressionlessly. Yao He and Yao Shi glanced at each other and issued orders in their hearts. In an instant, the miserable howls of countless demonic beasts rang out. Blood splattered everywhere as the demonic beasts that didn't resist fell to the ground one after another. Their necks were bitten off by their own kind, and they died on the spot. The large man's group of cultivators' faces were filled with horror as they watched this scene unfold. In less than a dozen breaths of time, 30 to 40 monster beasts had been killed. Ha! Yao He laughed loudly. With 30 to 40 blood beads, either he or Yao Shi could break through their current realm and break through to the Yuan Qi 5th stage. As for the rest, as long as they interrogated the large man's group of cultivators' secrets, they would be able to slaughter them all. At that time, they would be able to obtain a large number of blood beads. What particularly tempted Yao He were the several beautiful women in the large man's group. Each of them was extraordinarily beautiful and had enchanting figures. These days, he had tried every means possible to get close to them, but Yao Shi had been watching him too closely, never leaving his side, making it impossible for him to find an opportunity. Although the two of them were cousins, their relationship was far more than that. He had to find a way to distract his cousin so he could do whatever he wanted. Yao He glanced over at Han Shaoqi and the others and couldn't help but gulp. I'll let her use these blood beads for the time being. Once she refines and absorbs them, breaking through to the Yuan Qi 5th stage will take some time. That time is enough for me to act presumptuously. The more Yao He thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't wait to immediately embrace the large man's group of beauties and play with them as he pleased, tasting the taste of their flesh. Chapter 247. Thinking up to here, Yao He turned to Yao Shi and said, you use the blood beads first. Yao Shi's face was filled with emotion and tenderness as she nodded slightly. She then raised her beautiful face towards the cultivator and ordered, collect the blood beads for me. The 17 to 18 people all looked at each other, but no one was willing to get up. During this time, they had suffered a lot of humiliation at the hands of Yao He and Yao Shi. They couldn't wait to burn their bones and scatter their ashes, so how could they be willing to help them? But since it was someone else's order, they couldn't keep dragging it out. If they angered them, it would only lead to more torture and disaster. 10,000 Flower Palace's Yi Han stood up angrily, her small canine teeth glinting as she said, I'll go. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to pull her aside. I'll go, you rest. Bai Xiaoming was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and chuckled. What's wrong? You've just been subdued and you want to show your loyalty? You want to rush to do this kind of work? That's right. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. Yang Kai chuckled and stood up. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother sneered, their faces full of disdain, causing many people to show displeasure. Walking around the area where the monster beast had died, he collected 30 to 40 blood beads before striding over to the 3 Sanluo temple disciples. Yao Shi looked at Yang Kai coldly, her expression somewhat vigilant. After all, Yang Kai was brought here by ZMO, so Yao Shi couldn't help but be on guard. Throw the blood beads over. When Yang Kai was about 10 meters away, Yao Shi coldly said, not letting him come any closer. Yang Kai nodded and used his strength to throw the more than 30 blood beads over one by one, which Yao Shi caught without missing a single one. ZMO watched indifferently, waiting for Yao Shi to finish collecting the blood beads before saying, now you've gotten what you wanted. If you don't have anything else, I'll be leaving first. Yao He and Yao Shi looked at each other and chuckled. Senior sister, where do you want to go? ZMO's expression immediately changed. Where I go is none of your business. Yao Shi giggled. Senior sister's temper is still so bad. We are also thinking for you, senior sister. This exotic land is extremely dangerous. You don't have the monster beast to protect you now. If you run out and encounter an accident, how are we going to explain it to Master? ZMO stared at them in disbelief. You even want to control me? Yao He said, Senior sister, what are you saying? We are a family, so we should take care of each other. Yao Shi also nodded. That's right. For the sake of senior sister's safety, junior sister thinks it's better for you to stay. ZMO's lips curled into a sneer. His face was filled with grief. On the way here, Yang Kai had already told her that Yao He and Yao Shi were very likely to go all the way. He would take things to the extreme. Since they dared to touch your monster beast, they would dare to touch your people. That was what Yang Kai told her. ZMO still had a little bit of hope, but now it seems what Kai Yang said was absolutely right. If they killed ZMO in this kind of place, as long as the aftermath was handled properly, there would be no clues left. As for the great Han Dynasty's cultivator, they would all be silenced, so why should Yao He and Yao Shi be afraid? First, they would eliminate her monster beast, then target her. All of this was exactly as Yang Kai had inferred. She didn't know whether to say he had foresight or that he had a clear understanding of people's schemes. ZMO was silent, her eyes gradually becoming cold. Yao Shi suddenly frowned. Turning her head towards Yang Kai, she bluntly reprimanded, What are you standing here for? Why don't you get lost? Saying so, she looked at ZMO contemptuously. Senior sister, is this how you teach your subordinates? You have no manners at all. ZMO didn't answer, but Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and cautiously cupped his fists towards her. His eyes darted towards ZMO, his expression suddenly filled with resentment. You too, can you make this slut get that insect out of my body? I am willing to abandon the dark and pledge my loyalty to you too. ZMO heard this. Turning her head towards Yang Kai, she grit her teeth and asked, What did you just call me? Slut. What's wrong? Yang Kai seemed to have found a backer. Straightening his back, he stood up straight. Ah. ZMO laughed angrily, daring to call me that. It seems you've forgotten who's in charge. These words were what Yang Kai had said to her, but now he was throwing them back at her. The lesson I taught you before wasn't enough. ZMO's murderous intent soared. Yang Kai immediately fell to the ground in pain, his hands clutching his stomach as he rolled around, shouting to Yao He and Yao Shi, You too save me, I really want to pledge my loyalty to you, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will not hesitate to do so. This sudden turn of events naturally attracted the attention of the cultivator. Hearing Yang Kai's shameless words, those who had some friendship with him couldn't help showing a pained expression, especially the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace. Han Shaoqi's brow wrinkled, obviously she hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so spineless. On the other hand, Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. What did he say? He wants to pledge his loyalty to those two? Ha! It's so funny. Just now he took that job to show his loyalty. I was wondering why he was so hardworking. It seems he really is. Saying so, he spat on the ground, his eyes filled with disdain. Shame, this was a complete shame. Although this group of big man cultivators were also being controlled, none of them had ever begged for mercy like Yang Kai. Kai Yang was still shouting at the top of his lungs, as if he didn't know how much face he had lost. You too, please save me. Seeing that I am willing to join you, please save me. Yao He and Yao Shi obviously didn't expect to see such a good show. ZMO was the one they wanted to deal with, and Yang Kai was the cultivator ZMO had brought, but now, the two of them had turned against each other. Wonderful, wonderful. Not to save Yang Kai's life, but to attack ZMO's arrogance. Yao He and Yao Shi also felt that they couldn't continue to watch. If they continued to watch, this spineless big man cultivator would become a waste. Senior sister, please stop. Yao Shi's face was filled with pride as she tried to hold back her laughter. ZMO raised her head, her eyes cold. What? Do you want to interfere when I teach my own subordinate a lesson? Yao He quickly replied, if it was someone else, we naturally wouldn't interfere, but senior sister, you also heard him, he wants to be loyal to the two of us, so he is now one of us. Senior sister, you won't be so unreasonable, right? The two stared at each other, ZMO gasping for breath. After a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, good, since junior brother and junior sister want him, then as senior sister, I will naturally help. Yao He smiled as if he had won a great battle, his face filled with pride. Yang Kai, who was rolling on the ground, slowly stopped screaming and struggling. His clothes were soaked with sweat as he staggered to his feet and cupped his fists to Yao He and Yao Shi, gratefully saying, many thanks to the two of you, I have suffered a lot under this cheap woman's hands these days. Yao He looked at him meaningfully and nodded, good, senior sister's temper is not good, but you made the right choice. Following us, we won't let you suffer. Many thanks to the two of you, many thanks to the two of you. Yang Kai became more and more flattering. On the other side of the cultivator, Bai Xiaoming sneered, a grass that swings from side to side, doesn't he know that no matter who hands he falls into, in the end, only death awaits him? Yang Kai straightened his back again and looked at ZMO with a grin, his mouth not holding back. Slut, get that bug out of my body, or else you'll suffer. A fox borrowing the tiger's might. Using the tiger's skin as a banner, this was what it meant. Yao He and Yao Shi became more and more proud. They no longer needed to confront ZMO directly, Yang Kai's betrayal was enough to make her lose face. Good. ZMO's heart was pained, and it seemed that she was really angry. Since you want it, then we'll do as you wish. But, do you think that falling into their hands will bring you any good? Sooner or later you'll die. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Yang Kai pointed his nose at the sky, arrogantly and domineeringly. Who asked a slut like you to meddle in other people's business? This father is happy, so bite me. Yao He and Yao Shi glanced at each other, feeling that this big man cultivator was really an idiot, but if he wasn't, he wouldn't have been stupid enough to talk back to ZMO in front of her. The Yao family brother and sister were very proud of themselves, while the group of big man cultivator couldn't wait to kowtow. Although their friendship with Yang Kai wasn't very deep, at this moment, they also felt that they had lost face. Everyone here was a big man, but now this kind of thing had happened in front of Tian Lang's group. It was really shameful. Unfortunately, the person involved didn't have the slightest awareness of this. Lung Shan was the only one who inadvertently coughed and covered her mouth as a trace of a smile flashed across her eyes. She really admired ZMO's and her two brothers' acting skills. As for Yang Kai's previous planning, she admired him even more. The current situation was basically no different from what he had predicted. Lung Shan knew that as long as they passed this hurdle, the main event was about to begin, so she quietly walked over to Han Shaoqi's side and whispered in her ear. When Han Shaoqi heard this, her eyes flashed and she looked at Lung Shan in surprise. The latter nodded with a serious expression. I understand. Han Shaoqi took a deep breath, a faint smile appearing on her face as she passed on what she had heard to her three junior sisters. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Yang Kai urged, as if he couldn't wait to convert to Yao He and Yao Shi. ZMO stared at him deeply before stepping forward, stretching out her hand and placing it on Yang Kai's abdomen. Yang Kai blinked a few times before turning to Yao He. You too, she won't take this opportunity to kill me, right? Yao He sneered. How could senior sister be such a person? That's good, that's good. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. A moment later, he vomited out a soul-controlling insect with an ugly expression. Before ZMO could take it back, Yang Kai rushed up and stomped on it, cursing viciously and vulgarly, spittle flying everywhere. Yao He and Yao Shi's eyebrows twitched as they listened while ZMO's face paled, her tender body trembling as she glared at Yang Kai with a murderous look. Enough! Yao He couldn't stand Yang Kai's idiocy and hurriedly shouted, "The soul-controlling insect has a unique physique, you won't be able to kill it." "Oh, I'm sorry. Everyone felt dizzy. This, should they say that he was self-aware or something? Chapter 248. Yao He lightly coughed and looked at Yang Kai. "Since you're willing to pledge allegiance to us, you should know how we'll treat you, right?" Yang Kai nodded. "I know, isn't it just a bug?" Yao He smiled lightly. "Good, although we're very pleased that you've decided to abandon the dark and join us, we don't know much about you. Planting these soul-controlling insects is just a precaution. If you perform well in the future, you'll be rewarded handsomely. Many thanks for Big Brother's support." Yang Kai flattered. "Give me your hand." Yao He glanced at ZMO proudly before ordering Yang Kai. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Yao He took out one of his soul-controlling insects and was about to place it in Yang Kai's hand when Yao Shi suddenly shouted, "Wait! What's wrong?" Yao He turned to look at her. Yao Shi's face was filled with vigilance as she looked at Yang Kai, then at ZMO, suddenly sneering. Yao He's expression changed slightly as he read the meaning in his cousin's eyes, and in an instant his forehead began to sweat. He had only cared about humiliating ZMO by subduing Yang Kai, but he hadn't thought about whether this was a trap or not. If this was a trap, then, fortunately, his cousin was smart. Thinking so, Yao He hurriedly took back the insect and stared at Yang Kai vigilantly. "Circulate your secret art and let me see your Yuan Qi attribute." The nemesis of soul-controlling insects was heat. Any cultivator who cultivated a yang or fire attribute secret art would not be able to control it. Once the insect was burned, their soul would also be damaged. Therefore, among the group of cultivators on the Great Han Dynasty's side, one of them from the Raging Fire Temple had been killed without exception. As soon as Yao He's voice fell, ZMO sneered contemptuously. The people on the Great Han Dynasty's side couldn't help feeling nervous, especially Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu. Yang Kai had only fought in front of the two of them, so this pair of lovers naturally knew about Yang Kai's Yuan Qi attribute. They hadn't thought of this until Leng Shan quietly reminded them. Only then did they realize. But now, the other party actually wanted to check the attributes of Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. He couldn't help but feel anxious, afraid that Yang Kai would be exposed. Han Shaoqi and Yi Han glanced at each other, then quietly signaled to Hua Ruoyin and Lu Qingru. The four girls of the 10,000 Flower Palace were all secretly circulating their Yuan Qi, ready to attack at any time. The same was true for Yi Qingxi and Zhou Ba. Yao Shi stared straight at Yang Kai and coldly reprimanded, "I told you to circulate your secret art, did you hear me?" The hundreds of monster beasts around them were getting restless. Yang Kai quickly nodded, and then forced out the energy from his unyielding golden skeleton. A faintly discernible black gas spread out, wrapping around Yang Kai. This black gas was mixed with the smell of violence, blood, and slaughter, making Yang Kai look somewhat evil. Sensing the attribute of this energy, Yao He and Yao Shi's expressions gradually relaxed. As long as it wasn't the heat-attributed Yuan Qi, the soul-controlling insect had nothing to fear. "You're cultivating an evil secret art?" Yao He looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Your strength is too low, you haven't even reached the Yuan Qi boundary, how did you survive?" Yao He couldn't understand. Yang Kai was embarrassed. "More than half a year ago, I accidentally fell into a valley and spent a lot of effort to climb up, but as soon as I appeared, I was caught by that slut surnamed Z." Yao He chuckled, "You're really unlucky." But this also explained why he was still alive. If a separation and reunion boundary cultivator fell into a valley, they would have to slowly climb up. "Give me your hand." Yao He's expression relaxed, and Yao Shi no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. What kind of waves could a little cultivator who cultivated an evil secret art cause? Yao He directly threw a soul-controlling insect into Yang Kai's hand, and the insect instantly drilled into Yang Kai's body, rushing along his meridians towards Dantian. Get lost. If I need you, I'll call you. Now we need to talk to senior sister. Yao He waved his hand at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai grinned at him. This smile was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Yao He's heart skipped a beat, but before he could react, ZMO suddenly took action. Stepping forward, she rushed towards Yao He. Slut. Yao He had just shouted 2 words when he let out a miserable scream, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground, his 2 hands clutching his head as his face distorted, as if he had just been subjected to the most vicious torture in the world. With his soul injured, no one would be able to endure the pain of that moment. ZMO brushed past Yao He's body, ignoring him as she directly attacked Yao Shi with her palm. The unforeseen event happened so quickly that Yao Shi didn't even have time to react before ZMO's palm struck her chest, deforming it and sending her flying through the air, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Before she had even landed, she saw the large cultivator who had always bowed to her and fawned over her suddenly chop down on Yao He's neck. Accompanied by a loud crack, Yao He's screams came to an abrupt end as his head drooped down. Yao Shi cried out in alarm, quickly issuing orders in her heart, and the dozens of monster beasts she controlled immediately rushed towards her. Yang Kai's expression was cold. After taking Yao He's life, he activated his movement skill and rushed behind Yao Shi, clenching his fists and punching forward. Yao Shi had just landed when she was struck by a burning sun's 3-layer blast. With a loud bang, the true Yang Yuan Qi poured into her body, directly causing her minor injuries to become serious, and she was sent flying back towards ZMO. ZMO's palms crisscrossed as she pushed her true Qi, striking Yao Shi 3 or 4 times in a ruthless manner. Only at this moment did Yao Shi have the opportunity to counterattack, hurriedly blocking ZMO's deadly attack and landing on the ground. Gasping for breath, she screamed, "Kill them for me." Naturally, she was calling out to the large cultivator she had planted with her soul-controlling insect. Of the 17 to 18 people, she and Yao He each controlled half. In other words, she could control the life and death of 9 people. However, none of the large cultivator responded to her. You asked for this. Yao Shi's face was pale as she glared at Yang Kai and ZMO, screaming viciously. On the large man's side, 2 people suddenly collapsed, clutching their stomachs in pain as they rolled around on the ground. Yang Kai and ZMO glanced at each other and sped up. Yao Shi was only a Yuan Qi 4th-stage cultivator. With this kind of strength, even Yang Kai could easily kill her, not to mention that she was seriously injured and had to face a Yuan Qi 6th-stage opponent like ZMO. After a few moves, Yao Shi's arm was crippled by ZMO, while Yang Kai condensed a drop of yang liquid into a sword and cut off Yao Shi's head. Until death, Yao Shi's eyes were wide open, unable to rest in peace. From Yang Kai's sudden attack to Yao Shi's death, only 7 or 8 breaths of time had passed. This battle could be described as a flash of lightning. 2 of her fellow disciples had died, but ZMO was still expressionless. Yang Kai roared to the sky, "The monster beast is about to riot. Defend with all your strength, don't hurt the enemy, just protect yourselves." There were more than 100 monster beasts nearby, all of which were controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, but now that the 2 of them were dead, these monster beasts had become ownerless. According to the information ZMO had given him before, once the monster beast was out of control, it would become violent and attack people, but as long as they felt pressure, they would still choose to retreat. With so many monster beasts, the large man's cultivators simply couldn't cope, not to mention that they already had 2 people on the ground who needed to be taken care of. Even if all of them were intact, they still wouldn't be a match. As soon as Yang Kai's voice fell, the more than 50 monster beasts under Yao He's control rushed towards the large man's group. This group of people were all elites of their respective sects, and with Lung Shan's reminder, they were able to react quickly, surrounding the 2 exhausted cultivators who were being tortured by the soul-controlling insects in the middle, while the others spread out and worked together to resist the numerous monster beasts that were pouncing towards them. The 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace formed a small spirit array and simultaneously released a visible Yuan Qi, the 4 Yuan Qi fusing together in midair. Han Shaoqi lightly shouted, "For Symbol's seal." The fused Yuan Qi transformed into a cage and fell from the sky, directly trapping 3 or 4 monster beasts inside. As the 4 girls' hands seals changed, a sea of petals floated up from the cage, each petal like a small sword, crisscrossing through the cage, containing infinite murderous intent. The monster beast tried to break free but was unable to break out of this cage, and after a short time, it was cut into pieces by the countless petals and fell to the ground, never to rise again. Shura Sex Yiqing Si and Zhou Ba were both shrouded in blood-red light and filled with murderous intent. Yiqing Si was a woman, so her fighting style was somewhat gentle and graceful, giving off a seductive and enchanting feeling. On the other hand, Zhou Ba, who was like an iron tower, directly grabbed a 4th-order monster beast and tore it apart. Accompanied by a loud roar, this 4th-order monster beast was suddenly torn in half, blood flowing out like a fountain as its internal organs splattered all over the ground, drenching Zhou Ba like a god of death, his expression ferocious. Zhou Ba grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs as he brought the monster beast's corpse to his mouth and tore off a chunk of flesh, chewing it in his mouth, creating a bloody scene. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu worked together to kill the enemy, once again using the reflecting moon sect's secret technique, full moon overhead. Moonlight poured down and penetrated the monster beast's body. This was a large-scale offensive secret technique, and once it was used, it immediately reduced the pressure on everyone. Gemini Island, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace. The cultivator from each of the great sects desperately pushed their Yuan Qi, using their killing techniques. For a time, the roars of beasts rang out continuously, and colorful lights flashed, stabilizing the situation. Although they were unable to break through the encirclement, the monster beast would not be able to break through in the short term. The 2 of us are in big trouble. Yang Kai and ZMO both stood back to back, their expressions dignified. Before Yao Shi died, she had ordered the 50 or so monster beast under her control to attack, so now the 2 of them were surrounded and the situation was worrying. Let's go and join them. ZMO finished speaking, turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's waist, and flew up into the air. This. Yang Kai sniffled, feeling like he had lost face. I saved your life. ZMO snorted. We're even. Yang Kai chuckled, then shouted to the other side, give up your position. Lung Shan looked up and then moved to the side. As soon as the vacant position was cleared, ZMO and Yang Kai stepped in and joined the others. Chapter 249. The sounds of battle shook the heavens as 17 to 18 people formed a large circle, leaving the defense of their backs to the others. At this moment, the elites of nearly a dozen sects had united into a single entity. From time to time, a monster beast would fall, but the cultivators would continue to use their Yuan Qi to their heart's content. As the smell of blood spread, the monster beast's ferocity was aroused, and as if they had gone mad, they attacked without any regard for their lives. Originally, this group of people was more than enough to deal with more than 50 monster beasts, but with the arrival of Yang Kai and ZMO, the other 50 monster beasts were also attracted to them, increasing the pressure on everyone. Accompanied by a scream, a cultivator's chest was almost cut open by a 5th-order monster beast. Although he did not die, he was still severely injured. He was also quite clever and immediately retreated, shrinking into the circle of people around him. The people around him also quickly filled the gap he left behind. Can you control the monster beast? Yang Kai asked ZMO. I'm working on it, but it's very difficult to control. ZMO grit her teeth, releasing her soul-controlling insects as she continued to attack. However, the monster beast were all moving quickly, so the soul-controlling insects could not do anything. After about an incense stick worth of time, ZMO was only able to control 5 monster beasts, and after these 5 monster beasts were controlled, it did not take long for them to die under the attacks of the other monster beast. As time passed, with the consumption of Yuan Qi and the injuries of the cultivators, the situation gradually became dangerous. What do we do? ZMO was so anxious that she began to sweat. After such a long time, only 30 monster beasts had died, and most of them were only 4th-order monster beast. The 5th-order monster beast that was still alive were the ones that could threaten everyone's lives. Yang Kai grit his teeth and held on. He was not worried about being broken through, so with his full strength, there was no monster beast that could get close. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted, "Everyone, leave a bit of Yuan Qi. If you really can't do it, just fly away. But remember, don't leave early by yourself." Han Shaoqi raised her voice and said, "Just shout. We will listen to your orders." Yi Han was a little worried. "What about you? You're only at the separation and reunion boundary. Everyone could fly, except for Yang Kai. Once that happened, he would definitely be torn apart by the monster beast." "I'll take him away," ZMO said coldly. Many people glanced at her in surprise as they took a break from their work. However, this was not a foolproof plan. Although the Yuan Qi cultivator could fly, its speed was not very fast. Moreover, it consumed too much Yuan Qi. If the monster beast chased after it, it would only be in greater danger. The white-hot battle was still going on. There were people who were constantly injured and retreated into the big circle. Everyone was also shrinking the line of defense bit by bit. At the same time, there were also countless casualties among the monster beast. After a while, like a dying flash, the monster beast's attacks suddenly became much stronger. For a time, everyone was flustered and exhausted. Yang Kai's expression was calm. While observing the situation, he was weighing the best time to retreat. While he was deep in thought, several monster beasts suddenly rushed in from the side. Zimo and Leng Shan stood side by side and worked together to block the monster beast. In the middle of the fierce battle, two fifth-order monster beasts leaped over the crowd of beasts and opened its mouth in midair. One on the left and one on the right, it pounced towards them, its fangs gleaming with a cold light. The two women's expressions changed greatly, and in an instant, they felt cold all over. They were now in a hurry to deal with the fifth-order monster beast. How could they spare any energy to deal with the fifth-order monster beast? Counting on others? Not to mention, everyone had to deal with the enemy in front of them, even Yang Kai. Once these two fifth-order monster beasts pounced on them, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. While they were panicking, Yang Kai didn't care about the monster beast in front of him, letting it pounce on him and bite him. His expression became incomparably dignified, his eyebrows serious, and the Yuan Qi fiercely gushed out from his palms. The white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right, the two seals fused together. A faint light shot out. Beast Slave Seal. It hit the body of one of the fifth-order monster beast. Immediately, the fifth-order monster beast bared its fangs and rushed towards its companion. The two monster beasts instantly engaged in a fierce battle, and ZMO and Leng Shan's crisis was resolved. Looking at Yang Kai with lingering fear, the two women's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. No matter who it was, both of them had the idea of taking Yang Kai's life, but due to a freak combination of factors, they had been tricked by Yang Kai and ended up being controlled instead. These days, whether it was ZMO or Leng Shan, although they appeared obedient on the surface, in their hearts, there was never a moment where they didn't want to kill Yang Kai to remove the brand in their minds. This thought had never weakened, even at this moment. But it was undeniable that Yang Kai had disregarded his own safety to save their lives, which still touched ZMO and Leng Shan. Compared to their fellow disciples, this boy who had controlled them, tortured them many times, and didn't even know how to be tender and protective of the fairer sex, seemed more reliable. Damn it! Yang Kai cursed. Just now, because of the slight delay, a piece of his flesh had been torn off by the monster beast in front of him. Although the injury wasn't serious, he was still bleeding profusely. With a roar, Yuan Qi went berserk and attacked fiercely, each attack taking the life of the enemy. Since the two fifth-order monster beasts' sneak attack had failed, the monster beast on the battlefield seemed to have lost all motivation. After attacking for a while, some monster beast fled. In just half a cup of tea's time, all the monster beast had fled, those that hadn't been killed. Everyone stood on the spot, gasping for breath. Every one of them was dripping with blood and looked extremely exhausted. Looking at the ground covered in demon beast corpses, all of them felt as if they had just survived a calamity. Suddenly, someone burst out laughing as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples that stirred up everyone's excitement and joy. Laughter rang out one after another, and even the women were smiling at this moment. Alive. He survived. Although it was difficult, although it was inconceivable, everyone had survived. They had thought that after being controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, they would sooner or later be unable to escape death, but now, not a single one of them had died. And all of this was thanks to Yang Kai. If he hadn't killed Yao He in a surprise attack, then together with ZMO to kill Yao Shi, the only fate that awaited these people would have been certain death. I owe you my life. Zuofeng from the Pure Heart Palace turned to look at him and said sincerely. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. We all owe you our lives. Han Shaoqi smiled. After the battle, everyone was resting and recovering without a care for their image. After this battle, nearly 80% of the people were injured, and only a few were unscathed. These injuries were not fatal. As long as they were properly nursed back to health, they would be able to recover in at most half a month. Yang Kai was not stingy, taking out a bottle of healing pills from his universe bag and distributing them to the injured, causing them to feel even more grateful. After the joy of surviving a disaster passed, a cloud of worry once again enveloped everyone. This worry came from the two cultivator who had fallen to the ground. Before Yao Shi died, she had ordered the cultivator under her control to kill Yang Kai and ZMO, but no one had responded, so in a fit of anger, Yao Shi had decided to punish them in an attempt to coerce them. This punishment fell on the two cultivators' heads. One was Li Yuan from the Pure Heart Palace, Zuofeng's brother, and the other was by Xiaoming's junior brother, one of the people who had ridiculed Yang Kai before. Everyone gathered around them, frowning. How is it? Yang Kai squeezed through the crowd and asked. Zuofeng's expression was gloomy as he smiled bitterly. Brother's Danon was drilled through by that insect. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he hesitated, then his cultivation. Zuofeng slowly shook his head. With his dantian broken, his yuan qi had been completely drained. Although his life was not in danger, from now on he could only be reduced to an ordinary person and would never be able to cultivate again unless he could find a peerless medicine that could repair his dantian. However, this kind of pill only existed in legends. Where could one find it? Li Yuan was an elite of the Pure Heart Palace, so naturally his aptitude and strength were not too bad, but now because of a small insect, he could no longer cultivate. Li Yuan's face was ashen at this moment, and his expression was dull, as if he had lost his soul. This kind of blow was not something anyone could bear. Compared to his silence, another person who had suffered the same fate seemed much more violent. This person was by Xiaoming's junior brother, the one who had ridiculed Yang Kai time and time again. Perhaps it was karma, but when Yao Shi chose to punish him, she had included him in her list. This person tightly held onto by Xiaoming, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed, Brother, I can still cultivate, my dantian isn't broken, right? Bai Xiaoming's face was cold, his lips twitching a few times, but he did not know how to comfort him. The group of people was silent, their hearts filled with sorrow. Although they had not been very happy with this person before, and he had even been rude to Yang Kai, he was still a cultivator for the great Han dynasty. Brother, tell me, am I a cripple? The person roared, his face red with anger. Only then did Bai Xiaoming nod his head with difficulty. Impossible. The person's expression suddenly became fierce. Impossible. How could a trivial insect damage my dantian? My talent is outstanding. After entering the sect and cultivating for less than 10 years, I have already reached the Yuan Qi boundary 3rd order. I will become an immortal ascension boundary master. I will become one of the strongest masters in the world. As he roared, he seemed to remember something and suddenly turned his eyes to ZMO standing nearby. Right? She is a cultivator for Tianlang, she must know how to save it. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, even Li Yuan involuntarily turned to ZMO, everyone's eyes filled with anticipation and nervousness. ZMO's expression was indifferent as she slowly shook her head. I have no way. Li Yuan's eyes dimmed again. Bai Xiaoming's junior brother roared, Bitch, you are one of Tianlang's people, those insects were brought here by you, how could you not know? You must know, but you're not willing to save them. ZMO's pretty face became cold as she glared at him murderously. Yang Kai's expression also instantly became cold. Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Chen Shueshu opened his mouth and said, "Don't say that, although those insects were brought here by them, the one who attacked you was not this girl. What's more, you were damaged by the Dandan. Who can save you?" The man sneered, "What's wrong? She was the one who attacked us before, but now you're speaking up for her? Open your dog eyes and see clearly, that bitch is from Tianlang. I am the cultivator for the great Han dynasty." Chapter 250. This man had obviously become muddle-headed because of his bad luck, so when everyone heard him speak, they couldn't help frowning. "Watch your mouth." Su Xiaoyu took a step forward and scolded. Originally, she was quite sympathetic to this young man's experience, but now seeing him act so indiscriminately, even cursing her senior brother, any trace of sympathy she had for him instantly disappeared. Chen Shueshu pulled her back and slowly shook his head. Chen Shueshu had a good temper and knew that this man had suffered a great blow, so he didn't want to argue with him. But now, this man actually wanted a yard after taking an inch, glaring at ZMO and cursing, "Slut, if you can't find a way to make up for my Danan, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death." ZMO wasn't a woman with a good temper. These past few days, she had been under the control of others and had no control over her own life and death. Not only had she been deceived by Yang Kai, but she had also been plotted against by her fellow sect brothers. She had been suppressing a belly full of anger, so now hearing this man threaten her like this, she couldn't help but become enraged and sneered. "You? Don't say I don't know how to save you. Even if I did, I wouldn't save you." These words were just spoken out of anger, but when the man heard them, he suddenly became overjoyed and grabbed by Xiaoming's arm, excitedly saying, "Brother, did you hear that? She really has a way. Quickly, grab her and let her save me. I don't want to become a cripple." Bai Xiaoming's expression became gloomy, but after a moment he slowly nodded and comforted, "Good, if she doesn't save you, I'll waste her cultivation and make her your maid, serving you for the rest of her life." Saying so, he slowly got up, turned around, and stared at ZMO with a gloomy expression. ZMO's pretty face flashed a murderous intent as she stared back at him indifferently. "What are you doing?" Chen Shueshu stood up and tried to smooth things over. "Bai Xiaoming, you should know that what this girl said just now was only out of anger. She also saved our lives. If it weren't for her and Brother Yang joining forces to put on a good show, we would still be under the control of Yao He and Yao Shi. It's fine if you don't know how to repay her kindness, but do you really want to attack her? Save our lives?" Bai Xiaoming sneered. "If it wasn't for her and those two heavenly wolf bastards attacking us, how could we have become their prisoners? She saved us? That was only her way of protecting herself. She had only saved herself. Chen Shueshu, I know you have a good temper, but don't get involved in this matter." Chen Shueshu frowned. Although he didn't like Bai Xiaoming, he had to admit that Bai Xiaoming was right. It was indeed the truth. ZMO had previously led the monster beast to attack everyone here. Since they were controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, ZMO was also responsible for this. Just now, when she joined forces with Yang Kai to kill Yao He and Yao Shi, ZMO did so out of self-preservation. He didn't want to save anyone. It was precisely because he knew that Bai Xiaoming was telling the truth that Chen Shueshu felt somewhat troubled. On the one hand, he didn't like ZMO. On the other hand, he knew that ZMO and Yang Kai had come here together, so there was definitely some kind of friendship between the two of them. Whether it was the four girls from 10,000 Flower Palace or Yi Qing Si and Zhou Ba's senior sister, all of them chose to remain silent, choosing not to help either side and instead observing the development of the situation. Because none of them knew what the relationship between Yang Kai and ZMO was. Seeing countless pairs of eyes staring at him, ZMO smiled coldly. Staring at Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai sneered, "You want to waste her cultivation and make her your junior brother's maid?" Since someone had set their sights on ZMO, he naturally couldn't just stand idly by. In any case, ZMO was currently under his control. If she can't restore my junior brother to his original state, this will be her fate. Bai Xiaoming's expression was gloomy. "Your junior brother doesn't have such good fortune." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "She's already my maid." Zemo's chest heaved up and down. However, she couldn't refute. Saying that she was Yang Kai's maid was already giving her too much face. Her life and death was in Yang Kai's hands. What could she say? Although she was grinding her teeth, Zmo felt that this man was too hateful to hate. Because this man was now standing up for her. When the others heard this, they were all stunned. Because when they saw that Zmo didn't refute, all of them stared at Zmo and then at Yang Kai, their eyes filled with disbelief. These people had fallen into the hands of Yao He and Yao Shi, living a life of humiliation and torture, but the relationship between Yang Kai and Zmo was reversed. What kind of situation was this? How did he do it? On Lung Shan's face, an unnatural expression flashed. Strictly speaking, her status was the same as Zmo's. Only I can decide the life and death of my maid, you don't have the qualifications to do so. Yang Kai had long been unhappy with Bai Xiaoming, so at this moment he decided to vent it all out. Ha! Bai Xiaoming sneered, looking at Yang Kai contemptuously. It seems that you've become so infatuated with this Tianlang dragon lady that you don't even know which side you should stand on. For you to speak up for her like this, could it be that you've become a subject under her skirt? That's right, this woman is obviously a fox spirit, a promiscuous whore. There's nothing to lose by letting you play with her a few times. All the women's brows furrowed. Bai Xiaoming's words were too blunt and unpleasant to listen to, none of them could accept it. Zmo's beautiful face paled in anger, her tender body trembling slightly. Although she really did look like a slut, and her words and actions gave others the wrong impression, only those who knew her well would know that she was still a real girl. Get out of the way, I'm going to kill him. Zmo clenched her teeth, glaring at Bai Xiaoming with hatred, her expression cold. After being humiliated to this extent, there was no room for reconciliation. You can't do it. Yang Kai glared at her coldly. After all, she was a member of Tianlang dynasty. Even if her strength was higher than Bai Xiaoming's, she could still defeat him, but once she started a fight with Bai Xiaoming, it would be impossible for the great Han dynasty to just sit back and watch. I don't care. I want him to die. Zmo went crazy, the Yuan Qi in her body raging uneasily. Get out of my way. Yang Kai angrily shouted. Zmo's expression froze, her anger subsiding a lot. She was intelligent and naturally understood what Yang Kai was worried about. Lung Shan, observing the situation, quickly rushed forward and pulled Zmo away. Both of them had experienced the pain of having their souls tortured, so they were well aware of Yang Kai's temperament. If they really disobeyed him, they would likely suffer another round of torture. Bai Xiaoming stared coldly at Zmo, his face filled with restlessness. Brother, you can't let her go. Bai Xiaoming's junior brother shouted from the side. Bai Xiaoming's eyes flashed a trace of determination, nodding slightly, and was about to rush toward Zmo when Yang Kai blocked his path. I'll play with you. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Bai Xiaoming frowned. His expression filled with disgust. For a Tianlang dynasty slut, are you really willing to go against me? I already said she is my maidservant, her life and death is up to me. You are not my opponent, I don't want to kill you. Bai Xiaoming's face was full of impatience. How do you know if you haven't fought? Yang Kai stood firm as a rock. Bai Xiaoming stared deeply at Yang Kai for a moment before nodding disdainfully. Good, since you want to die. You can't blame me. I'll kill you first, then I'll go find that dragon lady. Saying so, Bai Xiaoming fiercely pushed his palm towards Yang Kai. Yuan Qi was activated, and the wind from his palm whistled through the air. Cries of alarm rang out. No one had expected Bai Xiaoming to suddenly attack. He was a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator. On the other hand, Yang Kai was only a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator. If this kind of killing move continued, how could Yang Kai still be alive? Did he not care that Yang Kai had just saved his life? This person had clearly been blinded by anger, without the slightest bit of morality. Please show mercy, Han Shaoqi exclaimed. Yi Qingxi, wrapped in a bloody aura, rushed over. Zmo and Lung Shan both couldn't help opening their mouths in shock. In a flash, Yang Kai raised his palm and met Bai Xiaoming's attack head-on. Yuan Qi collided, and world energy surged. Asterisk thump 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 thump. Asterisk Bai Xiaoming involuntarily retreated a dozen steps before regaining his footing, while Yang Kai remained motionless. Yi Qingxi, who was rushing over, came to a halt. The bloody aura around her body was faintly discernible, making her extremely surprised. Zmo and Lung Shan's eyes were filled with disbelief. The towering Zhou Ba narrowed his eyes, his chiseled face twitching a few times. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu's jaws dropped in shock. The brother and sister both felt like they were out of breath. Everyone's reaction was different, but they were all shocked that Yang Kai was able to repel Bai Xiaoming with a single palm. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, Yuan Qi 4th stage. There was a difference of 5 minor realms. However, there was a great dividing line between them. Before the Yuan Qi boundary, the Yuan Qi in a cultivator's body was only Yuan Qi, but after the Yuan Qi boundary, the cultivator's body would be Yuan Qi. The two were simply not on the same level. There had never been a separation and reunion boundary cultivator who could repel an Yuan Qi boundary master in this realm, except for those extremely rare heavenly sons. But now, this shocking scene was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. Bai Xiaoming also stared at Yang Kai in horror, his left hand covering his right hand, desperately urging his Yuan Qi to dissolve the true Yang Yuan Qi that had invaded his body. His right palm was red, as if it was on fire, and this red color was spreading to his arm at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Your Yuan Qi." Bai Xiaoming's voice trembled. "How can it be so pure?" Yang Kai sneered, activating his movement skill, leaving behind an afterimage. In an instant, he appeared in front of Bai Xiaoming, his giant palm covering the sky. Bai Xiaoming exclaimed and hurriedly raised his palms to counter. Plucking Cloud Palm. The palm wind could push away clouds, an Earth-grade high-rank martial skill with extraordinary power. Yang Kai's palm met Bai Xiaoming's attack head-on, and with a resounding bang, Bai Xiaoming's body suddenly shrank. Yang Kai was also slightly shaken, but after stabilizing his pace, he gathered his qi in his dantian and punched out. Bai Xiaoming was simply unable to defend against such a ferocious attack that came one after another without rest. This fist directly landed on his chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion. More than a month ago, during the battle between Yang Kai and Qi Jianxing, Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion was perfectly countered by Qi Jianxing, who was at the 3rd level of Yuan Qi. But at this moment, Bai Xiaoming, who was at the 4th level of Yuan Qi, did not have this ability. Firstly, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi was much purer than a month ago, all thanks to the brilliant flame liquid. Secondly, Qi Jianxing's 9-star sword sect was a first-class sect, while Bai Xiaoming's sect was only a second-class sect. Their foundations were very different. Because of this, Burning Sun's 3-layer explosion exploded in Bai Xiaoming's body. Bai Xiaoming screamed, his face pale, and involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 251. Since he had decided to fight with Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of letting him off easily. He had just saved this person's life, but instead of repaying his kindness, he had even tried to kill him. This kind of person was definitely a scourge. Coupled with the fact that he had repeatedly ridiculed Yang Kai, this only served to increase Yang Kai's desire to kill him. Yang Kai was not a kind person, others had already tried to bully him, so how could he endure? Suddenly suffering a big loss at Yang Kai's hands, Bai Xiaoming no longer dared to act arrogantly, his eyes filled with fear and resentment as he glared at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to use his full strength, he saw Yang Kai raise his palms and release a fierce burst of Yuan Qi. Beast Soul Skill. 2 roars rang out as the giant tiger and divine ox, burning like fire, rushed out and joined forces with Yang Kai to attack Bai Xiaoming in a triangular formation. Shocked, Bai Xiaoming's heart was filled with panic as he struggled to cope with this attack, unable to fight back. The 2 beast souls and Yang Kai's figures crisscrossed, and in less than 3 breaths of time, a hole appeared in Bai Xiaoming's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Bai Xiaoming fell on his back. His eyes were wide open. His face was filled with disbelief and grievance. Yang Kai looked around and saw that everyone was looking at him in shock. The battle had started quickly and ended quickly, but the result was something no one had expected. A separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator had actually taken the life of a Yuan Qi 4th stage cultivator in the blink of an eye, seemingly effortless. In particular, ZMO and Leng Shan were even more shocked. Although the two of them had been together with Yang Kai for some time now, they had never seen him really fight. Even when they were dealing with the monster beast a moment ago, Yang Kai had only shown that he was slightly stronger than an ordinary separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Therefore, the two women had always thought that Yang Kai was only relying on some kind of special secret technique to control their souls. Even though he was wary of the other party, he didn't think much of the other party's strength. Thinking that Yang Kai was just a small separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, they didn't take him seriously. Many times, when ZMO and Leng Shan talked about this matter, their hearts were filled with hatred. Part of the reason why Yang Kai was so presumptuous these days was because of this mentality. But now, ZMO and Leng Shan discovered that Yang Kai, whom they had always looked down upon, was actually quite amazing. No matter what, Bai Xiaoming was a level 4 Yuan Qi cultivator. Leng Shan really wanted to fight him. It was not certain who would win or lose. Even if it was ZMO, it would take some effort to take him down. After such a comparison, ZMO and Leng Shan were both shocked and speechless for a long time. Everyone else felt the same way. After killing Bai Xiaoming, Yang Kai turned to look at his junior brother. This person had been chattering nonstop, clamoring for his brother to cripple ZMO's cultivation, and when Bai Xiaoming and Yang Kai were fighting, he had even pointed his gun at Yang Kai, his mouth constantly spewing out obscenities. Now he had shut his mouth, as if he had lost his parents. Looking at Yang Kai in horror, his face instantly became pale as he saw the murderous intent and disgust in Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai dared to kill Bai Xiaoming in front of so many people. How could he let him go? The two beast phantoms bared their fangs at him and immediately rushed towards him. No, no! The man struggled to get up and fled in panic. But he was now nothing more than a crippled Dantian cultivator, without a trace of Yuan Qi. How could he escape from the two beast phantoms? The giant tiger and divine ox rushed forward. A series of gnawing sounds rang out. Screams and pleas for mercy rang out. The faces of the dozen or so cultivators trembled. Some of the more soft-hearted cultivators opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. After a moment, the screams stopped and Bai Xiaoming's junior brother was also attacked by the beast phantoms, his body a bloody mess. Glancing around, Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply walked to the side. ZMO and Leng Shan also silently walked over to his side, staring at him with a complex expression. Only now did the two women truly feel a sense of awe towards Yang Kai. Not to mention the fact that Yang Kai had controlled their souls. His terrifying combat prowess alone was enough for them to take him seriously. In a real-life or death battle, Leng Shan definitely wasn't Yang Kai's opponent. ZMO might be able to fight for a while, but ZMO didn't know if she could win. She didn't have much confidence. Recalling Yang Kai's sudden burst of strength, ZMO thought to herself, how did this man cultivate? Why does a separation and reunion 8th stage cultivator have the ability to fight across a great realm? Of the people who came here, which one of them wasn't an elite from their respective sect? Which one of them didn't have the ability to fight across a realm? But in front of Yang Kai, none of this was worth mentioning. He was the elite of this group of elites. It was almost foreseeable that if he didn't die, once he truly matured, he would definitely have a place in this great Han dynasty. Thank you. After a long time, ZMO softly thanked him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her, smiling faintly. Don't misunderstand, I'm not trying to help you. ZMO stared blankly. Then what? Is it just because he ridiculed you before? Yang Kai bluntly admitted. ZMO opened her mouth and smiled bitterly. You're really petty. You need to change your character. But, you're really strong, I've underestimated you before. What's wrong? Are you impressed by my strength? Do you want to commit yourself to me? Yang Kai chuckled. Hearing this, ZMO couldn't help but recall the unfinished business she had with Yang Kai. In an instant, her expression became cold as she ground her teeth. Sooner or later I'll make you pay the price. You said it yourself, I'm a petty person. It's not a wise choice to speak such harsh words to me. Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. Zmo felt bitter, but she didn't dare to refute. If she did, who knew what he would do? If he really did take her virginity, Zmo wouldn't even have a place to cry even if she wanted to. A moment later, the sound of footsteps rang out not far away. Yang Kai looked up and saw the group of people from the Great Han Dynasty, led by Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, walking towards him. Yang Kai stood up and looked at them quietly. Yi Qingxi smiled towards Yang Kai, and the others who had some friendship with Yang Kai also looked at him without the slightest psychological burden. Only a few of them had some kind of dread on their faces. Yang Kai had just killed Bai Xiaoming and decisively eliminated his junior brother who had no power to resist. This kind of ruthless method of cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots made them somewhat uncomfortable, but since their hands were also stained with blood, they could understand Yang Kai's actions. At this moment, they didn't show any hostility, obviously they had accepted the facts. Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother had been speaking some demoralizing words these days, so his popularity wasn't very good. The scene just now had happened right under their noses, so none of them were people who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Naturally, they wouldn't blame the deaths of Bai Xiaoming and his junior brother on Yang Kai. In this place, it was already too late to protect oneself, so who would care about the life or death of others? On top of that, these two were annoying people, so their deaths were meaningless. Chen Shueshu stepped forward and together with Su Xiaoyu, handed over a large handful of blood beads and said, "These are the harvest from just now, as well as the blood beads left behind by Yao He and Yao Shi when they killed this girl's monster beast. There are a total of 82 of them, Brother Yang, please count them." Zmo's 30 to 40 monster beast had been killed without any resistance, and with the addition of the monster beast controlled by Yao He and Yao Shi, the harvest from this battle was huge. Yang Kai glanced at him and didn't refuse, reaching out and taking all the blood beads. Although everyone had a share in killing the monster beast, if it weren't for Yang Kai's plan and acting out such a good play, they wouldn't have been able to regain their freedom. Compared to these blood beads, being able to keep their lives was their greatest gain. What's more, after the battle, Yang Kai had even taken out some healing pills for them to consume, which was already the best he could do. These are the blood beads of those 4 people, all of them at the Yuan Qi boundary. Yi Qingxi smiled tenderly, placing another 4 larger and purer blood beads into Yang Kai's hands. Seeing Yang Kai's bountiful harvest, many people were envious, but even though they were envious, no one tried to snatch them, nor did they show any greed. Yang Kai observed everyone's expressions and seeing this scene, secretly nodded and relaxed, knowing that there were only a few like Bai Xiaoming and his brother. Chen Shueshu's expression became solemn as he cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for saving our lives. This kindness will be engraved in my heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you generously." The dozen or so people all cupped their fists respectfully. Yang Kai also returned the gesture with a dignified expression. No one mentioned Bai Xiaoming's death. Even if all of these people made it out alive, they probably wouldn't mention it to anyone else. In this isolated world, it was normal for a few people to die. As long as no one leaked that Yang Kai was the one who killed Bai Xiaoming, the sect behind him would naturally not come looking for trouble with Yang Kai. This incident was thus covered up, and everyone had a tacit understanding. The atmosphere gradually became harmonious, and the little bit of estrangement and fear that originally existed instantly dissipated. But when everyone looked at Zmo, their expressions were still somewhat unnatural. If she was a cultivator of the Great Han Dynasty, it would be a good story to say the least. But after all, Zmo was a cultivator of the Tianlang Dynasty and had attacked them before, so this matter had risen to a whole new level. Even if some people wanted to reconcile, they still had some scruples. Those who were not of the same race were bound to have different intentions. Zmo was intelligent and was well aware of this, so she slipped away to the side, her figure hanging in the air. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai suddenly looked at Chen Shueshu and asked, "Brother Chen, is there something else?" Chen Shueshu's hesitant appearance allowed Yang Kai to see what he wanted to say. Qin Shueshu was stunned for a moment before immediately smiling wryly. We really do have something we want to ask. There's no harm in asking. Qin Shueshu pointed to his own dantian. The insect inside, is it dead? Yao He and Yao Shi were already dead, but the soul-controlling insect they had planted in the great Han Dynasty cultivator was still alive, which was the most worrying thing for everyone. Li Xen Yuan of the Pure Heart Palace had already been drilled into the Dantian, and his junior brother Zhuo Fang had been supporting him, so who knew if he would become the next one? Hearing this, Yang Kai turned his head to look at ZMO. ZMO expressionlessly said, "It's not dead, it's still alive in your bodies." Everyone's faces paled as they stared at ZMO. Chapter 252. Yang Kai also frowned and asked, "Do you have a way to get them out?" "Those aren't the soul-controlling insects I planted." ZMO slowly shook her head, her brow furrowed as she continued. "In fact, it's not a big deal to keep them inside, they just need to absorb a little bit of Yuan Qi to survive. Without anyone's orders, they won't harm you. Once you reach the immortal ascension boundary, you can naturally use your divine sense to force them out or return to your sect and have your elders deal with them." This was the lowest level of soul-controlling insects. In addition to being afraid of heat, using one's divine sense to deal with them was also a powerful weapon. That being said, everyone was still frowning. None of them believed ZMO. What's more, even if what ZMO said was true, anyone who had an insect in a dantian would feel somewhat uncomfortable. If in a life-or-death battle, this insect moved, it could lead to serious consequences. ZMO saw the expressions on everyone's faces and smiled contemptuously. "But if you really want to get these insects out now, I have a way, I just don't know if you'd be willing to let me try." Everyone's expression became bitter as they all turned to look at Yang Kai. None of them believed ZMO. If this Tian Lang girl used some kind of trick to control them, then, but if they didn't agree, everyone would also feel uneasy. Having an insect in a dantian, no matter how they thought about it, it was strange. ZMO sneered, satisfied with her mischievous thoughts, and said, "My mistress can help you." "Your mistress?" Chen Shueshu couldn't help but cough lightly. Yang Kai's expression also became awkward as he glared at ZMO bitterly. "Brother Yang, did you really accept her as a maidservant?" Chen Shueshu asked enviously. Su Xiaoyu pinched him fiercely from the side, causing Chen Shueshu's face to twist, but he didn't dare say anything. "She's bullshit. She wants me dead." Yang Kai flatly denied, snorting. He frowned and said, "But I might have a way. It's just that I haven't tried it on a human yet." The soul-controlling insect was afraid of heat, and his true Yang Yuan Qi was its nemesis. Now that Yao He and Yao Shi were no longer controlling them, as long as he used his true Yang Yuan Qi, he would be able to force the soul-controlling insect out of their bodies. Previously, Yang Kai had used this method to force the soul-controlling insect out of the head of a rank 5 monster beast, the Yaksha Golden Shadow Leopard. From there, he learned the secret of the soul-controlling insect. However, if the target was a human, Yang Kai didn't dare to make any guarantees. These people were the elites of their respective sections. The place where the soul-controlling insect was located was the most vulnerable and sensitive part of the dantian. A small mistake could lead to serious consequences. Seeing Yang Kai hesitate, everyone felt uneasy. "Try it on me." Li Xen Yuan of the Pure Heart Palace suddenly said weakly, a bitter smile hanging on his face, "In any case, my cultivation has been crippled, so if I can let Brother Yang practice on it, it can be considered as doing everyone a favor." Zhuo Fang immediately said, "Brother, don't say that. Dantian's crippled cultivation can still be repaired, as long as we can find a good medicine. If you want to try, I'll go first." "Junior brother," Li Xen Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Brother, there's nothing to worry about. Even if Brother Yang fails, isn't it just a life? I'll live like this. A life worse than death. Don't argue. I don't have much confidence in myself." Yang Kai frowned, then reached out and beckoned to ZM. "What do you want?" Zmo's face was filled with dissatisfaction, but she still obediently walked over. Seeing her so obedient, the great Han Dynasty's people became more and more surprised. Could it be that the relationship between her and Yang Kai was really that of a servant and master? This was too strange. Tell me about it. What do I need to do? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Zmo explained in detail. The method was exactly the same as what Yang Kai had used on the Yiksha Golden Shadow Leopard before, but he had to be more careful. Either he incinerated the Yiksha Golden Shadow Leopard quickly, not giving it any time to react, or he had to use gentle methods to force it out. He absolutely couldn't let it feel uneasy, otherwise, it might really break through his dantian. After understanding this point, Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before looking at everyone and asking, "Are you sure you want me to do it?" The group nodded. "Good, I can only guarantee that I will do my best to help you, but you will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai didn't want to get into trouble because of this. Han Shaoqi smiled and said, "Of course, we believe you can do it." The others also didn't object, naturally agreeing with his statement. Yang Kai nodded. After pondering for a long time, he decided to choose the second method. The first method was certainly faster, but the drawbacks were also very big. If he didn't control it well, he would only end up hurting others. Glancing at Li Yuan, Yang Kai said, "I'll try it on you first." Li Yuan smiled and nodded. Zuofeng wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a glare. Lifting his robes and exposing his lower abdomen, the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace couldn't help blushing, but they didn't dare turn their heads and stared at him. Yang Kai reached out and covered Li Yuan's dantian, took a deep breath, and immersed himself in controlling his true Yang Yuan Qi, slowly pouring it into Li Yuan's body. Not long after, Yang Kai felt where the soul-controlling insect was. With a thought, he became even more cautious. His true Yang Yuan Qi turned into thousands of threads and wrapped around the soul-controlling insect, wrapping it up before it could react. Li Yuan's face suddenly turned red. He was now a cripple, so the hot Yuan Qi pouring in was somewhat difficult to resist, but this person's perseverance was very strong. Even if his abdomen was burning, he still gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, only the veins on his forehead throbbing and sweat pouring down his forehead. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Bear with it." As soon as his voice fell, he affected the true Yang Yuan Qi, forcing the soul-controlling insect out bit by bit. The soul-controlling insect was clearly struggling, which increased Li Yuan's pain. As the junior brother, Zuofeng couldn't bear to watch from the side, his heart in his throat. Very quickly, the soul-controlling insect was forced out of the dantian. At this point, Yang Kai could finally let go of his hands and feet, no longer needing to be restrained. His true Yang Yuan Qi suddenly increased in strength. Not long after, everyone could clearly see a small dot appear on Li Yuan's abdomen. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He cut a small hole in the abdomen and directly took out the soul-controlling insect, burning it to ashes. At the same time, Li Yuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and weakly collapsed. "Brother!" Zuofeng was shocked and quickly went to support him. After a while, Li Yuan weakly opened his eyes and chuckled. "It was really uncomfortable, but I'm also free." Seeing that he was safe, everyone felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Yang Kai's confidence greatly increased and he quickly looked around. "Who's next?" "I'll do it." Chen Shuaishu shouted impatiently and then sat down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. Having succeeded once, Yang Kai naturally had a much easier time, but Chen Shuaishu was different from Li Yuan. He still had the Yuan Qi in his body, so even if he relaxed his mind and body, the Yuan Qi would automatically resist Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only increase the output of his Yuan Qi and take a long time to release the soul-controlling insect. One after another, there were 17 to 18 people in total, causing Yang Kai to feel extremely tired. After half a day, only a few women were left. Azura Sex Yi Qing Si, Water Moon Hall's Feng Qian Hen, Reflecting Moon Sex Su Xiaoyu, and the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace. With the exception of Yi Qing Si, who was the most charming of the lot, the other women all blushed, glancing around at each other in embarrassment. The reason was simple. When Yang Kai was pulling the soul-controlling insect, his hand was covering the dantian. The dantian was the lower abdomen, the delicate navel. Thinking of this, the women all blushed. Yi Qingxi pursed her lips and giggled. I'll go first, you little girls. Why are you so shy? It's not like he'll eat you. Ahem. Yang Kai said seriously, don't tease me. The expressions of the group of men around them also became strange. Sitting down cross-legged in front of Yang Kai, Yi Qingxi's eyes shone like water as she stared at Yang Kai boldly, slowly unbuttoning her clothes. Asterisk Kacha, Kacha, asterisk heavy breathing sounds rang out. Yi Qingxi's enchanting figure was like a ripe peach, her face charming and her figure graceful. Such a mature woman's temptation to men was extremely strong. Seeing her unbuttoning her clothes and about to reveal her beautiful body, the group of men naturally stared intently. Who would want to miss such a wonderful moment? Hee hee. Yi Qingxi not only didn't show any signs of fear, she even giggled. Little vixen. All the men present breathed heavily. HM? Han Shaoqi's expression became cold as she glanced around. Close your dog eyes, close your dog eyes. Su Xiaoyu kept sweeping her hand across her brother's eyes, causing Chen Shueshu's face to redden as he blinked, feeling like a cat was scratching at his heart. Yi Qingxi's movements also stopped and she smiled. You really want to stay? Heh. Zuofang, Chu Jingshan, and the others suddenly smiled and licked their lips. We thought you wouldn't mind. Nonsense. Yi Qingxi rolled her eyes at them. I'm just giving you some face, you don't even have the slightest self-awareness. Do you want me to drive you away? Let's go, let's go. Zuofang supportedly Xan Yuan and quickly retreated with the other men. After a while, all of them sighed regretfully. Don't pull me away. Chen Shueshu was anxious as he was hugged by Zhou Ba, unable to resist. My junior sister is still there, I have to watch. Get away. Su Xiaoyu said shyly. After all the men had retreated 1,000 meters away and determined that they couldn't see anything, the women relaxed. Yang Kai's expression was calm and natural as he turned to Yi Qingxi and said, Continue. Yi Qingxi's face blushed slightly as she took a deep breath, grit her teeth, and continued to unbutton her clothes. Yi Han's eyes widened as her cheeks burned as she stammered, Do we all have to do this? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Yi Han immediately covered her cheeks. Can we not take off our clothes? Yang Kai frowned. If you're not afraid of making a mistake, you can. But direct contact will make it easier for me to control Yuan Qi. Chapter 253. What he said was the truth. Being separated by a layer of clothing was definitely not as convenient as physical contact to control her Yuan Qi. Han Shaoqi's eyelashes fluttered as she whispered, Junior brother Yang is a gentleman, what are you afraid of? Yi Han stammered, I'm not afraid. Aya? Before she could finish speaking, she threw herself into the arms of Lu Qingru's senior sister and hid. ZMO, who was standing nearby, sneered meaningfully, causing all the other women's expressions to become unnatural. Don't make a sound. Yang Kai glared at her for a moment before stretching out his hand and placing it on Yi Qingxi's smooth belly. As soon as he touched her, Yi Qingxi couldn't help shivering, grit her teeth, and stared straight at Yang Kai with watery eyes, as if she wanted to see into his heart. His exposed skin was suffused with a layer of faint red light. Yang Kai was unscrupulous and without the slightest hint of guilt, his pair of thieving eyes roamed over Yi Qingxi's body as his hands continued to move, controlling her true Yang Yuan Qi to perfection. Little bastard! How could Yi Qingxi not see the change in Yang Kai's demeanor? His eyes were even sharper than a thief's, so she couldn't help blushing as she scolded him. You can't see anything. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Indeed, he couldn't see anything. All women were wearing corsets and Yi Qingxi hadn't taken off all her clothes, so even if Yang Kai wanted to see, he couldn't. Shameless. Yi Qingxi ground her teeth so hard they were about to break. Although she said this, there was still a trace of a smile on her face. She was simply angered by Yang Kai. There had never been a man who dared to take advantage of her so unscrupulously. A gentleman? ZMO ridiculed from the side, glancing over at Han Shaoqi faintly, the latter's pretty face suddenly blushing red. Just now, she had wanted to use this big hat of gentleman to pressure Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't buy it at all. Han Shaoqi finally understood what Yang Kai meant when he said, "A man's true colors." In front of a beauty, which man wouldn't take a few glances? If he really was indifferent, that would be a problem. On the surface he was indifferent, but on the inside he was acting dirty. At least, his true nature, without the slightest pretentious. Thinking up to here, Han Shaoqi let out a sigh of relief. Just take it as a reward for him. A short time later, a small bulge appeared on Yi Qingxi's waist. Yang Kai was about to cut it, but Yang Kai, if you leave a scar, I won't let you. At a time like this, you still care about such things. Yang Kai was speechless for a while before he raised his hand and cut open a small wound. He forced the soul-controlling insect out and burned it. Next, Yang Kai turned to look at the women. The girls all looked at each other and hesitated for a long time before Han Shaoqi braced herself and blushed, "I'll do it." As the senior sister of the four from the 10,000 Flower Palace, she felt that she had to set an example. Sitting in front of Yang Kai, she methodically unbuttoned her clothes, closed her eyes, and entered a meditative state. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai became even more impolite. One by one, of the four from 10,000 Flower Palace, Han Shaoqi's elegance, Yi Han's tenderness, Lu Qingru's charm, and Hua Ruoyin's tranquility. Each of them had a different temperament. Coupled with Yi Qingxi's charm and Feng Qianhen's agility, Yang Kai was addicted to watching. Finally, it was Su Xiaoyu's turn. After she sat in front of him, she blushed and was about to unbutton her clothes, but Yang Kai reached out and stopped her. "You don't need to. Isn't it difficult to control Yuan Qi?" Su Xiaoyu asked softly. "I've tried so many times, now I should be able to do it with clothes on," Yang Kai explained. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not finished yet, Yang Kai reached out and tore a piece of cloth from his clothes. Then he blindfolded his eyes. Seeing this scene, Yi Han angrily said, "Why did you cover your eyes when it was Su Xiaoyu's turn?" Yang Kai turned his head and said, "She has a man, if I don't cover my eyes, I'm afraid Brother Chen will try to kill me." Yi Han nodded thoughtfully, smiling as she said, "You're quite considerate." "Of course. Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert?" The group of women all looked a little apologetic, feeling like they had misunderstood Yang Kai. Han Shaoqi was feeling guilty, but suddenly her expression became cold. "Just now, can you also cover your eyes?" To force out the soul-controlling insect, he only needed to use his hands and true Yang Yuan Qi. It didn't matter if he couldn't see. Originally, she hadn't thought of this, but now seeing Yang Kai do this, Han Shaoqi suddenly became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't dare to answer, his face filled with embarrassment. Han Shaoqi's tender body suddenly began to tremble. The other women glanced at each other and immediately sneered, rushing forward and smashing him with their fists. Half an hour later, the group of girls conversed with the others while chatting and laughing. Chen Shueshu was the first to rush over. He held his junior sister's hand and asked anxiously, "How is it? How is it?" Su Xiaoyu quickly explained what had just happened. Chen Shueshu immediately looked towards Yang Kai gratefully. Yang Kai taking care of his face and dignity as a man undoubtedly made Chen Shueshu feel very moved. Looking up, Chen Shueshu saw Yang Kai's swollen face and immediately became shocked. "Brother Yang, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Minor injuries, serves you right." Zmo gloated from the side. Yang Kai didn't care, thinking about it for a moment before taking out 2 bottles of healing pills from his universe bag and handing them to Chen Shueshu. "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Chen Shueshu took them and asked curiously. "Keep these for everyone in case of emergency. Also, if you encounter Wu Qingyi, don't trust him." Yang Kai said solemnly. "What's wrong?" Hearing him mention Wu Qingyi, everyone gathered around. Yang Kai briefly explained what had happened before. After listening, everyone's expression became ugly. Zuofeng angrily cursed. "Yes, I was wondering why Qi Jianxing suddenly disappeared. It turns out he was sent out by Wu Qingyi to kill Brother Yang. The last time I asked him, he told me he was just going to explore and would be back in a few days." Chen Shueshu was even more furious. That bastard's schemes are truly ruthless. What a vicious method. Just for a bottle of healing medicine, you actually want to kill them all. Han Shaoqi frowned. It turns out we were all wrong about him. If we had continued to follow him, perhaps we would have encountered some kind of accident. Just for a bottle of healing pills. Wu Chengyi was willing to kill Yang Kai, so there was no guarantee he wouldn't do the same to any of the cultivators around him. So many people, so many blood beads, and all of them were Yuan Qi masters. It was enough for Wu Chengyi to break through to the next realm. Next time we meet him, elder sister will help you teach him a lesson. Yi Qingxi's brow furrowed. She had come from the Endless Sea Islands, so she had no scruples when it came to the 9-star sword school. Now that this group of people had joined forces, the Tianlang dynasty's monster beast army no longer existed. In addition to Wu Chengyi, only Qi Shui and the 6th Order monster beast were left. However, even with the 6th Order monster beast enslaved, Qi Shui wanting to deal with so many people on his own was still somewhat unrealistic. In short, with this group of people here, as long as they did not separate, they were invincible existences. Chen Shueshu, on the other hand, saw some clues from Yang Kai's words. Brother Yang. Yang Kai smiled, cupped his fists, and said, I want to leave. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and Yi Han asked, You want to leave? Why do you want to leave? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yi Qingxi rolled her eyes and stepped forward. Is it because I just beat you up and you're not feeling well? If that's the case, elder sister will let you beat me up, so please be gentle with me. It's nothing, I just have my own considerations. Yang Kai did not explain further. Hearing this sentence, Zmo looked at him strangely, her heart slightly moved. The others also guessed something, looking at Zmo and then at Yang Kai, hesitating to speak. That's all. Yang Kai smiled, turning to Leng Shan, You stay with them. Saying so, he called out to the old demon in his heart. But there was no response, so Yang Kai knew this old demon must have sealed him. After unsealing the seal, Yang Kai looked at Leng Shan and said, I have a grudge with your Ghost King Valley. Jin Hao was killed by me, and so was Yu Chengkuan. If you want to avenge them in the future, just come to High Heaven Pavilion and find me. If it was 10 days ago, Yang Kai would definitely not have spared Leng Shan's life, but now that they had gone through so much together, it would be unreasonable to kill her. Leng Shan's eyelashes fluttered as she shook her head. No need. Yang Kai smiled lightly. That would be for the best. Saying so, he glanced at her forehead, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can't take back the gift I gave you for the time being. Wait until I break through to the immortal ascension boundary. Leng Shan nodded slightly, squeezing out a smile. I believe it won't be long. She naturally knew what Yang Kai's gift was. It was nothing more than the brand in her mind. If the brand didn't change, she would forever be Yang Kai's slave, her life and death uncontrollable. On this point, Yang Kai hadn't lied to her. That brand was something the old demon had helped him plant, and whether it was Zmo or Leng Shan, both of them had personally sent their divine senses to Yang Kai. If not for this, there would have been no way to plant the brand. However, if they wanted to remove it, it wouldn't be so simple. Yang Kai would have to use his own means to do so. Everyone, the green hills do not change, the green water flows forever. Farewell, we will meet again. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Take care. Yang Kai turned around and flew off like a meteor. Zmo didn't say a word, silently following behind him. After a long time, Chen Shueshu said, In fact, there's nothing wrong with that Tianlang woman following us. Brother Yang has too many concerns. Yi Qingxi smiled charmingly. Can you guarantee that you can lead that Tianlang woman with a calm heart? Chen Shueshu was stunned for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. Zmo had once been their enemy and was also the cultivator of Tianlang. With a soul-controlling insect in her hands, no one could treat her with a calm heart. If she stayed, no one would embarrass her out of respect for Yang Kai, but they would definitely be on guard against her. As an outsider, she naturally wouldn't feel comfortable. Yang Kai must have taken her with this in mind. Leng Shan, is that woman really Brother Yang's maid? Chen Shueshu asked curiously. Lung Shan glanced at him coldly before turning around and leaving him with her back to him. What did I say wrong? Chen Shueshu was speechless. At that moment he had seen the disgust in Lung Shan's eyes, but he hadn't realized that his question had also poked Lung Shan's sore spot. Chapter 254. Walking through the dense forest, ZMO stared at Yang Kai's back with a complicated expression. Several times she wanted to say something but hesitated, not knowing what to say. Silence lingered between the two of them as Yang Kai simply dashed forward, stopping from time to time, frowning as he pondered, glancing left and right, then suddenly setting off again. ZMO was like a tail, closely following behind Yang Kai, never leaving his side. A day later, ZMO finally couldn't stand the silence any longer, and in a fit of pique, she froze in place. Yang Kai ran a few thousand meters before realizing something was wrong and quickly rushed back, only to see that ZMO was still standing in place, staring at him coldly with her chin slightly raised. What are you doing? Yang Kai frowned, his expression quite unpleasant. I was going to ask you what you were doing. ZMO's chest heaved up and down as she spat out these harsh words, her voice softening a lot. In fact, you don't need to do this. What do I do? Yang Kai looked at her questioningly. Separate from those people. With them, you don't need to worry about your own safety. Now in this isolated world, besides you, me, and that group of people, only my brother is left. With their strength and numbers, they don't need to fear my brother and Wu Chengyi, so separating from them is not a wise choice. Yang Kai looked her up and down, his mouth slowly blooming into an inexplicable smile. You don't think I separated from those people because I was worried about your situation, right? Yang Kai frowned. ZMO's face reddened as she stared straight at Yang Kai. Instead she asked, is that not the case? You think too highly of yourself. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. You are the cultivator of Tianlang, and before yesterday, we were enemies. Even if you acted well in your heart, you still wanted to take my life. If you are not benevolent, then I will not be righteous. Why should I care if you live or die? ZMO was so angry that her chest heaved up and down as she ground her teeth. Ever since I was controlled by you. Which part of me didn't do well? I know you care a lot about your reputation and are stubborn, but you don't have to be so heartless, right? It was the same when he killed Bai Xiaoming. Although he was annoyed that Bai Xiaoming had ridiculed him before, it was more or less because he wanted to stand up for himself. However, this man refused to admit it no matter what. ZMO was smart, so whatever he said was the truth. She wouldn't point it out and make him lose face. But now he actually said that. Was face that important? Are there feelings between us? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and stepped forward, reaching out and wrapping his arm around ZMO's waist, his hand unceremoniously stroking her smooth and tender skin. ZMO quickly stretched out her hands and blocked Yang Kai's chest. Her upper body bent backwards, and a numb feeling came from her waist. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She frowned and coldly rebuked, "What are you doing?" "You said I'm heartless, but I'll show you that I'm heartless." Yang Kai's hands became even more unbridled. "Let me go." ZMO's expression turned cold. Yang Kai grinned. He no longer acted presumptuously and loosened his grip. ZMO quickly retreated a few steps, opening up some distance between them, her face filled with vigilance. "You're right." Yang Kai suddenly nodded. "Part of the reason I separated from them was because I was worried about your situation." ZMO's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of emotion. "No matter what, you're still my slave. You're my servant, so if you don't have any face, I won't have any face either, right?" ZMO's pretty face suddenly became cold again. "This damn stinky man." ZMO cursed in her heart, secretly hating him. "But that's not the main reason." Yang Kai raised a finger and shook it. "What's the main reason?" ZMO took a deep breath and asked. "I'm going to find Wu Chengyi." Yang Kai's face flashed a fierce light. "I'm going to kill him." Wu Chengyi had sent his junior brother to take Yang Kai's life, but Yang Kai wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Wu Chengyi must pay the price for his actions. As a 9-star sword faction disciple, His status was definitely not low. Once he escaped from this isolated world, it would be difficult to kill him outside, so Yang Kai wanted to deal with him here. This opportunity was now or never. What's more, Wu Chengyi must have a treasure like the brilliant flame liquid on him, so Yang Kai couldn't just let him go. Although the brilliant flame liquid was no longer useful to him, it was still useful to others. However, if they acted together with this group of people, even if they killed Wu Chengyi, there wouldn't be enough brilliant flame liquid to share. Yang Kai wanted to monopolize it. You're really bold. Someone who can escape from my brother's hands must have extraordinary strength. I won't deny that you're very strong, but do you think you can win against that Wu Chengyi? ZMO stared at Yang Kai like she was looking at a monster, her face filled with disbelief, thinking to herself that this person was really bold. Whether I can win or not, we'll know after we fight. Yang Kai snorted and stared at ZMO meaningfully. Don't I still have you here to help me? What do you think I brought you out here for? ZMO's pretty face went cold as she stamped her foot. You can go die now. So he has so many plans. She had just been a little touched by his words. Ha! Laughing heartily, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gently stroked ZMO's face, pretending to be mesmerized by her beauty. Don't be so heartless. If you spend more time with me, you'll discover many of my strong points. Maybe you'll even fall for me. Shameless. ZMO sneered. Although his words were a bit shameless, it was undeniable that this young man had many qualities that other men of his generation didn't have. These qualities that were unintentionally revealed were very attractive, especially to women. Knowing his true thoughts, ZMO was no longer annoyed, instead smiling slightly and asking, You've been looking everywhere for traces of that Wu Chengyi. Have you found any clues? No, Yang Kai shook his head. For a master like him, it's very easy for him to hide his tracks. After a short pause, Yang Kai smiled confidently, but as long as he's still here, we'll find him. I think I can help you. ZMO chuckled. Yang Kai nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Over the next few days, Yang Kai and ZMO searched for traces of Wu Chengyi while also searching for Monster Beast. Yao He and Yao Shi had controlled more than 100 Monster Beasts that day, and although they had killed 30 to 40 of them, there were still nearly 70 left. These were probably the only Monster Beast left in this isolated world. After a few days, their harvest was not great. ZMO only managed to control 7 Monster Beasts with her soul controlling insects. These controlled Monster Beasts were scattered around, greatly increasing the range and efficiency of their search. 10 days later, the number of Monster Beasts controlled by ZMO had increased to 15, and on this day, Yang Kai finally found traces of Wu Chengyi. One of the Monster Beasts that had been scattered around suddenly died, and when Yang Kai and ZMO went to investigate, they were surprised to find some traces of sword chi left behind. It's Wu Chengyi. Yang Kai's expression brightened. This sword chi could not be displayed by ordinary people, only a disciple of the 9-star sword faction could. On top of that, the one who had died was a 5th-order Monster Beast, so to be able to kill it in a single blow, the strength of the one who used this sword chi was definitely not low. Combining all the clues, Yang Kai almost instantly determined that it was Wu Chengyi who had killed it. Following these clues, they quickly chased after him, but after half a day, they lost track of Wu Chengyi. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. For the first time he felt that without cultivating his divine sense, even finding someone was so troublesome. If he cultivated his divine sense, it would be a different story. As long as his divine sense was strong enough, he would be able to see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Just as Yang Kai was feeling vexed, ZMO's expression suddenly changed as she looked towards Yang Kai and said, My brother is nearby. Yang Kai turned to look at her and asked, Qi Shui? ZMO's expression was very ugly. He has a 6th-order Monster Beast. Combined with his own strength, he is invincible here. If you meet him, you will die. We need to avoid him. He's also here. Could it be he was chasing after Wu Chengyi? Yang Kai's mind raced. When the 4 Tianlang San Luo Temple disciples had besieged the great Han Dynasty's cultivator with their Monster Beast army, except for Wu Chengyi, who had managed to escape with his own strength, the others had all been captured. After that, Qi Shui had led his sixth-order monster beast to chase after Wu Chengyi. Yang Kai was also doing the same thing. The two of them had the same goal, so it was not surprising that they would meet. It's too late. Zimo's beautiful face went pale as she quickly turned her head to the side and whispered, "Don't say anything, I'll deal with him. If he finds out about the relationship between you and me, he definitely won't let you off." Yang Kai looked at her strangely. Zmo coldly snorted, "I'm just trying to protect myself, don't think too much about it. If you wanted to kill me, it would only take a single thought. So I can't let you be in any danger, lest you try to drag me down with you." Yang Kai chuckled and turned his head towards the direction Zmo was looking at. A majestic monster beast leapt out from the nearby jungle. This monster beast looked like a mix between a wolf and a tiger. Its body was vigorous and its four limbs were powerful, giving off a ferocious aura. Its body was more than 10 meters long, and even though it was several dozen meters away, this monster beast still gave Yang Kai an inexplicable sense of oppression. Sixth-order monster beast. A veritable sixth-order monster beast. When it appeared, the monster beast around Zmo all crouched down, like mice that had seen a cat. On the back of the monster beast sat a young man wearing a purple robe, about 25 to 26 years old, with sword-like eyebrows, a pair of piercing eyes, and a cold expression. This was Qi Shui. Compared to Wu Chengyi, he had a completely different temperament. In comparison, Wu Chengyi was calmer, while Qi Shui was more overbearing, but no matter who it was, they both gave off a sense of arrogance. Both were proud sons of the heavens, so they had the qualifications to be arrogant. Qi Shui looked at Zmo and let the sixth-order monster beast he was sitting on walk forward, not even sparing a glance at Yang Kai. The sixth-order monster beast came to a stop a few dozen meters away. "Big brother." Zmo stepped forward and saluted. The sixth-order monster beast let out a low roar filled with menace. The monster beast's reaction made Zmo's heart skip a beat. Looking at her big brother, she found that he was staring at her with cold eyes. Chapter 255. Yao He and Yao Shi are dead. Do you know that? After a long silence, Qi Shui finally spoke. His eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous light, as if warning Zmo that her answer would determine her fate. Zmo felt a chill run down her spine, frowning, "I killed them." Qi Shui's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted, "You killed them?" Zmo replied without fear, "Give me a reason." Qi Shui coldly snorted, his face cold and ruthless. Zmo trembled slightly and replied, "They killed my monster beast, took my soul-controlling insect, and destroyed a thread of my divine sense." Qi Shui frowned, looking at Zmo suspiciously. "Why did they do that?" Zmo sneered, "Brother, you already know the answer in your heart, why ask me?" Qi Shui closed his eyes for a moment before nodding slightly. They dared to act against you. They brought this upon themselves." Hearing this sentence, Zmo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Qi Shui really wanted to stick his neck out for Yao He and Yao Shi, then things would become quite bad. Fortunately, Qi Shui still had some semblance of a brother and didn't indiscriminately punish Zmo, but "You alone can't kill them." Qi Shui faintly said, "Who helped you?" Zmo bit her red lips, not saying a word. Qi Shui glanced at Yang Kai, his expression indifferent. "I don't care about the fight between you and Yao He and Yao Shi. When we return, Master will deal with it impartially. But if an outsider acts against them, you should know how to deal with it." "I know," Zmo whispered. "Then to kill him." Qi Shui stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai, his expression cold. His tone brooked no argument. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, secretly becoming vigilant. He hadn't expected Zmo's brother to be so decisive and ruthless. Zmo raised her head, her eyes flashing with a hint of struggle. She definitely couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. As long as she had such thoughts, Yang Kai would be able to kill her. But Qi Shui was right in front of her, forcing her to do something, no matter how intelligent Zmo was. At this moment he didn't know how to solve the problem in front of him. No matter what she chose, it was impossible to satisfy both of them at the same time. "You are with me, so there is no need for him to protect you. What are you waiting for?" Qi Shui coldly urged. Zimo's chest heaved as she struggled, unable to make up her mind. After a long time, Zimo raised her head and smiled bitterly. I can't kill him. Scarlet blood narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Why? Yang Kai sneered in his heart as he waited for Zimo's reply. Once she revealed his secret, she would suffer an unforgettable punishment. I like him. Zimo's eyes were firm, her cheeks slightly flushed. After that, she added, I'm already his woman, so I can't do anything to him. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he stared at Zimo in amazement. He never thought that this woman would come up with such a lame excuse. Qi Shui's face was also filled with shock as he stared at Zimo with a pained expression. Gritting his teeth, he said, What did you say? I said, I like him, I'm already his woman. Zimo had already broken the jar, so when she said such a thing for the second time, her expression was undoubtedly much more natural. Qi Shui was so angry that he laughed. You like a big man's cultivator? Zimo secretly glanced at Yang Kai and saw his ruddy face filled with self-satisfaction. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. She couldn't wait to go up and slap him a few times to vent her anger. Although she also knew that this excuse was too lame, at this point, she really couldn't think of a better one. However, this man was still so proud of himself, completely unaware of the bitterness in her heart. Qi Shui's face was cold as he stared at Yang Kai, taking a deep breath and saying, You really didn't plant a soul-controlling insect. It seems you weren't lying. Yang Kai's heart went cold. Qi Shui's words inadvertently revealed an important piece of information. He seemed to be able to sense the existence of a soul-controlling insect. I don't need to lie to you. Zimo forced a smile. Good, good. Qi Shui's yuan qi surged as his murderous intent spread out. Since you don't know how to respect yourself, even that big man's trash can easily possess you. This big brother doesn't need to be biased towards you. This time when we return, I will report everything to Master. You can just wait to receive your punishment. Zimo's tender body trembled as she remained silent. As for him, Qi Shui coldly stared at Yang Kai. If you don't want to kill him, then this big brother will do it for you. As soon as his voice fell, the more than a dozen monster beasts controlled by Zimo suddenly stood up and rushed towards Yang Kai, baring their fangs fiercely. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared at Zimo coldly. Zimo hurriedly explained, You run. Big Brother's soul-controlling insect is of a higher grade and can affect my soul-controlling insect. So that's how it is. Listening to Zimo's words, Yang Kai finally relaxed. Originally, he had thought that Zimo wanted to secretly kill him, but it seems he had misunderstood this woman. You think you can run away? Qi Shui coldly snorted, and the more than a dozen monster beasts became even more ferocious as they formed a circle around Yang Kai. Zimo's face instantly turned pale as sweat poured out of her forehead. While trying to control her soul-controlling insect, she anxiously shouted to Yang Kai, Hurry up and run, why are you still standing there like a fool? Yang Kai remained unmoved as he stared at the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shui. Qi Shui sneered and issued a command in his heart. The more than a dozen monster beasts leapt up and rushed towards Yang Kai. Zimo tried her best to control her soul-controlling insect, but to no avail. Yang Kai's expression was cold as his figure flickered and he flashed out of the monster beast's encirclement. The yuan qi in his body surged as he used the white tiger seal in his left hand and the divine ox seal in his right, fusing the two seals into one. A ray of light flew out from his palm and shot straight towards the sixth-order monster beast. Roar. A deafening roar rang out as the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shui opened its mouth and spat out a huge wind blade visible to the naked eye. This wind blade collided with Yang Kai's beast slave seal. The two violent energies collided mid-air and the beast slave seal was directly shattered. You overestimate yourself. Qi Shui coldly snorted. He didn't know the mysteries of the beast slave seal. He only thought that this was some kind of offensive method used by Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai's actions had also revealed his true strength. Separation and reunion boundary 8th stage. Perceiving this, Qi Shui became even angrier. If this person was really a genius from the Great Han Dynasty, Zimo's love for him was understandable, but he clearly hadn't even reached the Yuan-Qi boundary. How could he have the qualifications to make Zimo fall in love with him? Qi Shui, as the eldest brother of this family, naturally felt deeply ashamed. He was even more determined to eliminate Yang Kai. Kill! Qi Shui didn't even have the intention to personally take action. Raising his hand and waving it, the more than a dozen monster beasts under Zimo's control once again rushed forward. Yang Kai's figure flashed again. Turning a deaf ear to the shouts of the more than a dozen monster beasts and Zimo, Yang Kai rushed straight towards the sixth order monster beast. Sitting on the back of the monster beast, Qi Shui sneered again and again, his eyes filled with arrogance as he watched Yang Kai's struggle and resistance with disdain. Your footwork is good, but your strength is too weak. Qi Shui arrogantly commented. The rank 6 monster beast under him seemed to know his master's thoughts. The beast opened its mouth again, but this time it roared continuously. Accompanied by the roar, a half-foot-long wind blade flew out, fiercely attacking Yang Kai's path. Yang Kai dodged left and right, concentrating on dodging as he approached the sixth-order monster beast without stopping for a moment. As the distance between them got closer and closer, Qi Shui's expression finally changed slightly. He found that he had underestimated the speed and footwork of this big man cultivator. Zimo's more than a dozen monster beast couldn't do anything to him, and even his own sixth-order monster beast couldn't attack him. In just a few breaths of time, Yang Kai was already within 5 feet of him. Humph! Qi Shui's face was filled with anger, his eyes staring at Yang Kai, his expression extremely cold. 3 feet, the big man cultivator's speed increased again, leaving behind an afterimage. Qi Shui's eyes were focused on the 6 directions, his ears listening to all directions, suddenly sneering. Qi Shui leaned sideways and sent out a palm strike. The palm wind whistled, and when it burst out, Yang Kai's figure appeared. It looked like Yang Kai had hit Qi Shui's attack. A light shot out from Yang Kai's palms, hitting the sixth-order monster beast under Qi Shui. At the same time, Yang Kai hurriedly exchanged a blow with Qi Shui. Accompanied by a light sound, his body flew far away like a paper kite. Ridiculous! Qi Shui frowned. He found that the big man cultivator had rushed over, but had only shot a light at his sixth-order monster beast. Although it had hit, his monster beast didn't have much of a reaction. On the other hand, Qi Shui was certain that the big man cultivator had suffered some injuries. Pang! Yang Kai fell to the ground, stumbling back a few steps before stabilizing his body. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumbling blood in his chest, his eyes flashing a look of surprise. Amazing! Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. Qi Shui was worthy of being an elite from a superforce. Even if he was only from a small branch, this kind of strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Now it's too late to beg for mercy. Qi Shui's expression was cold. Junior sister, this big brother can give you a chance. As long as you kill him, I will put in a few good words for you in front of Master. I can even help you hide the fact that you have lost your virginity, so it won't affect your status in the sect. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, it will be very difficult for you. Zimo shook her head without hesitation. It's impossible for me to kill him. Attacking Yang Kai was tantamount to digging one's own grave. This was something Zimo had considered very clearly. Good, this is the path you have chosen, so don't regret it in the future. Qi Shui didn't know the reason for this, so naturally, he felt resentful towards Yang Kai for failing to meet his expectations. Patting his monster beast, he coldly glared at Yang Kai and said, I don't know what means you used to conquer my junior sister, but the women of our Tianlang dynasty cannot be possessed by your great Han dynasty men, so you must die. Saying these words in an overbearing manner, Qi Shui quietly waited for Yang Kai's death, but a moment later, his expression couldn't help but change as he looked down at his monster beast in surprise. Just now, he had given his monster beast the order to attack, but it had not responded at all. The soul-controlling insect was still there. How could this be? Feeling suspicious, Qi Shui issued another order in his heart, and this time the monster beast reacted, but instead of attacking Yang Kai, it jumped up and landed heavily, directly throwing Qi Shui away. Chapter 256. After tumbling through the air, Qi Shui landed firmly on the ground and looked at his own monster beast. At this moment, it was facing him, and from the depths of its throat came a low roar, its eyes flashing with an ominous light. Qi Shui's face paled. This monster beast that he had implanted with his soul-controlling insect had actually broken free from his control and was now hostile to him. Ha ha ha! Kai Yang laughed proudly, his laughter incomparably wild. Qi Shui looked at him, recalling his strange actions just now, and fiercely shouted, "What did you just do?" Recalling that ghostly light, Scarlet Blood suddenly realized that this person had desperately rushed over and only shot out a single ghostly light at his monster beast, so he definitely had a great reason for doing so. Otherwise, his monster beast wouldn't have had such a change. Yang Kai laughed, sweeping away his previous cautiousness and walking towards the sixth-order monster beast. He reached out and patted its back, looking at Qi Shui with disdain. "What did I do? Did you not see it?" Zimo's small mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in shock. The more time she spent with him, the more mysterious she found him to be. This person's strength and strangeness had far exceeded Zimo's imagination. It wasn't until this moment that Zmo finally understood why a few days ago, when they were fighting the monster beast, he was able to resolve the crisis between her and Ling Shan. At that time, although she knew it was his doing, she didn't quite understand the mystery behind it. But now, Zmo finally understood, this man could actually control the monster beast. Easily controlling a sixth-order monster beast, who could resist such a heaven-defying method. Even her brother Qi Shui had sacrificed hundreds of his soul-controlling insects, risking a great deal of danger, to allow them to fuse with each other and become a higher-level soul-controlling insect. Then, he had given up dozens of more powerful monster beasts in order to subdue this sixth-order monster beast. Comparing the two, Yang Kai's method was simply unfathomable. "How did you do it? My soul-controlling insect is still inside its body. This is impossible." Scarlet Blood could no longer remain calm. He tried his best to communicate with the soul-controlling insect, but he couldn't make the level 6 monster beast obey him. "Nothing is impossible. I can only say that your insects are too weak." Yang Kai laughed disdainfully, his expression cold. "Interesting." Qi Shui's expression suddenly became excited, as if he had encountered something new and interesting. He stared at Yang Kai with burning fighting spirit in his eyes. "Kill." Yang Kai spat out a single word. The Type 6 monster beast charged towards Scarlet Blood like a gust of wind. In the midst of the attack, the wind blades continued to spit out, and Qi Shui's figure flashed. His movement technique was also quite exquisite. He did not have any direct confrontation with the monster beast. Instead, he leaped into the air and refracted again. Like an eagle striking the sky, it swooped down toward Yang Kai. Although Qi Shui was strong, it was impossible for him to face the Type 6 monster beast head-on. His target was only Yang Kai. As long as Yang Kai was killed, the Type 6 monster beast would still be under his control. Pouncing down from above, Qi Shui's moves were big and wide. Yuan Qi level 7 strength was fully unleashed, containing a shocking destructive power. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. The Yuan Qi in his body was also pushed to the limit. Not only did he not dodge the attack, but he also stepped on the ground and met Qi Shui's attack head-on. "You're very interesting." Qi Shui laughed sinisterly. "You're not bad either." Yang Kai also laughed. In the exchange of words, their hands were not ambiguous, and there was no trace of fancy moves. No matter who it was, this attack was done with all their strength, without holding back. Qi Shui wanted to use a thunderous method to kill Yang Kai, so that he could gain control of the Type 6 monster beast. In the face of such an enemy's attack, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to hold back. Fist and palm collided, exploding in the air with a muffled sound, shaking everyone's eardrums, and the heaven and earth energy in an instant chaotic. Two muffled groans sounded at the same time. Qi Shui was sent flying, while Yang Kai fell like a meteor. Yang Kai smashed a small hole in the ground, and when he got up, he could not help but have some blood at the corner of his mouth. Qi Shui, on the other hand, landed on the ground, his face slightly reddened, but he was fine. This time, Qi Shui had the upper hand. Even so, Qi Shui's eyes still flashed a trace of disbelief, and he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Before he could see Yang Kai's state, a series of wind blades attacked him. Qi Shui cursed and hurriedly dodged. This was an attack from a Type 6 monster beast. He could not block more than a few times. ZMO exclaimed, not knowing what to do. Don't worry about it. Yang Kai shouted, knowing that she was in a dilemma, so naturally he would not force her to help. Using his movement skill again, he rushed straight towards Qi Shui. Qi Shui paled, not daring to stay any longer. He fled in panic. He had thought that Yang Kai would not be able to withstand a single blow, and as long as he killed Yang Kai, he would be able to turn the situation around, but he had not expected this person to be so strong. Even though he was a separation and reunion boundary 8th stage cultivator, he had only suffered some minor injuries. There was no way to take Yang Kai's life in a short time. The Type 6 monster beast had fallen into the enemy's hands, and his junior sister would not help, so how could Qi Shui stay and die? Seeing Qi Shui flash 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai naturally did not want to give up, directly jumping onto the back of the Type 6 monster beast and quickly chasing after him. ZMO hesitated for a long time before gritting her teeth and following behind him. Her life and death was still in Yang Kai's hands. How could she not care? In the jungle, 3 figures flew one after the other. Qi Shui rushed to the front, his speed extremely fast. Yang Kai riding the Type 6 monster beast followed closely behind. A few kilometers behind was ZMO, leading her dozen monster beasts. Her expression was conflicted. She wanted to keep up, but also wanted to escape. She could not make up her mind, her speed not too fast nor too slow. In the midst of the pursuit, the Type 6 monster beast displayed its might, sending out a series of wind blades 1,000 meters away, cutting down thick trees like wheat. The tyrannical strength of the Type 6 monster beast was clear to see. This was a powerful monster beast comparable to an immortal Ascension boundary master. Although Qi Shui was fleeing, he did not look distressed, only anxious. He was worried that if he continued to run like this, sooner or later he would run out of Yuan Qi. On the other hand, the burly cultivator did not need to worry about this problem. Once he was forced into a desperate situation, he really would not be able to escape. Little did he know, Yang Kai was also very conflicted at this moment. Although the beast slave seal was strange and powerful, he had only ever used it on 4th or 5th order monster beast, never a Type 6 monster beast. Before, he had speculated that the beast slave seal was not invincible, it should be limited by strength, but he had never had the opportunity to verify it. Now that he had tried it, it seemed to be the case. Yang Kai was now at the separation and reunion boundary 8th stage, which was equivalent to the peak of the 4th order monster beast. At this level, the beast slave seal could easily control a Type 4 monster beast, or even a Type 5 monster beast, but when it came to the Type 6 monster beast in front of him, it was not so effective. This monster beast's subconscious was attacking the beast slave seal that he had inserted into its body. Although it was still obedient to his control and orders, Yang Kai estimated that it would take at most an hour for the beast slave seal to shatter, and at that time, the Type 6 monster beast would once again fall under Qi Shui's control. The situation was not good. He had to finish this battle within an hour, otherwise, there would be a change in the situation. Yang Kai did not know if using the beast slave seal on a Type 6 monster beast twice in a row would have any effect. If it did not, thinking of this, Yang Kai continued to give orders to the monster beast under him. This monster beast was now very obedient. After understanding Yang Kai's intentions, its speed suddenly increased a lot, gradually closing the distance between it and Qi Shui. After an incense stick worth of time, Qi Shui, who was in the midst of sprinting, looked back and almost could not help but curse out loud. The original distance of 1,000 feet had been closed by about 500 feet, and in another incense stick worth of time, Qi Shui would catch up. Should I go there? A thought suddenly flashed in Qi Shui's mind, and he looked hesitant, unable to make up his mind. Qi Shui did not know what was so mysterious about that place. It was a forest surrounded by clouds, and he could not see the situation inside. Qi Shui had accidentally discovered it a few days ago. Qi Shui had intended to go in and explore, but at that time, the Type 6 monster beast was clearly afraid of that place, and Qi Shui was also faintly uneasy, so he gave up on the idea of exploring. But now, the pursuers were getting closer and closer, and there was no way to get rid of them, so Qi Shui had no choice but to take the risk. He had no way to contend against the Type 6 monster beast and the strength of the burly cultivator. The monster beast was afraid of that place, and would definitely not dare to go in. If the burly cultivator went in alone, Qi Shui would have a chance to win. Thinking of this, Qi Shui's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately made up his mind. After observing the terrain for a moment, he suddenly turned around and dashed toward that mysterious place. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the distance between Yang Kai and Qi Shui had shortened to 10 feet. At such a close distance, not only could the Type 6 monster beast do whatever it wanted, even Yang Kai could release his killing moves and fiercely attack Qi Shui. In a short time, Qi Shui was somewhat overwhelmed and was swept by a wind blade, cutting a large hole in his clothes. Fortunately, the Yuan Qi in his body was strong, and it blocked the wind blade's damage. Only a little blood flowed out, and his muscles and bones were not injured. Qi Shui resentfully looked back at Yang Kai, and a cold and provocative smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he turned around again and plunged into a vast expanse of white dense forest. Yang Kai chased after him. Unexpectedly, the Type 6 monster beast under him suddenly stopped outside the clouds, and Yang Kai did not notice, and under the influence of inertia, he fell into the forest. He hurriedly turned around in midair and landed on the ground. Before he had time to observe the surrounding terrain, he heard an extremely mournful scream. It was Qi Shui. He seemed to be suffering unbearable pain, and his scream made people's hair stand on end. Yang Kai's face slightly changed, and in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. This pain was familiar, and it was the same as when the old demon tried to take over his body and destroy his consciousness. Involuntarily, Yang Kai groaned, and the veins on his forehead bulged, and sweat poured out like water, and his whole body trembled. An even more mournful, even more tragic cry came out, and it was even more mournful than Qi Shui's cry. It was the old demon's cry of pain. Chapter 257. Old demon's screams continued, rising and falling, filled with panic and fear. Old demon! Yang Kai endured the pain in his head and shouted, "What's wrong with you?" "Young master." The old demon's voice trembled. "What the hell is this place? Why is my soul being attacked?" Hearing him say this, Yang Kai suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder the pain in his head was so familiar. It turned out that it was the feeling of his soul being injured. For the past few days, Yang Kai had been using this method to torture and deter Zmo and Lung Shan, but today he would also have to bear this pain. This was truly a case of good being rewarded with good and evil with evil. It wasn't that he didn't get what he wanted, it was just that the time had not yet come. Qi Shui had led him into this forest wrapped in white fog, clearly with ill intentions. However, at this moment, he was screaming in pain several dozen feet away. It seemed that he didn't know the mystery of this place, so he couldn't bear the consequences of accidentally breaking in. Now, both of them were suffering from the pain of having their divine souls injured. They couldn't fight at all. "Young master, quickly leave this place. This white fog is very strange. It doesn't hurt the body, only the soul. This old servant can't bear it," the old demon urged anxiously. Although he was a 10,000-year-old demon, right now he was only a soul without a physical body. Normally, he could hide in the soul breaker all freely, but now, as soon as he entered this place, he immediately encountered nemesis. The torture and pain he suffered was much worse than Yang Kai and Qi Shui. In this short period of time, the old demon clearly felt that his soul strength had weakened a little. This discovery made him panic and grieve. "Good, you bear with it." Yang Kai struggled to look up and glanced at Qi Shui, only to see that he was also running amok in the white fog, trying to find a way out, but he still couldn't find it. Gritting his teeth and enduring the piercing pain, Yang Kai quickly retreated in the direction he had rushed in. After retreating a few hundred meters, he was still surrounded by white fog. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He immediately felt that something was wrong. When he rushed into this white fog, at most he could only go a few dozen meters, so why hadn't he retreated yet? Unwilling to give up, he retreated another 1,000 feet, but it was still the same. Old demon, this place is very strange, I can't get out. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. The old demon cried out miserably, and it couldn't help but feel despair when it heard this. Could it be that this old servant will die here today? This old servant is unwilling to accept this. He had been sealed in the Heaven's Cave inheritance for countless years until the restriction of the Heaven's Cave inheritance was broken. Only then was he able to escape, although he was subdued by Yang Kai. In any case, they had come out, but now they were facing a life and death crisis, so the old demon was naturally filled with resentment. Yang Kai frowned. Resisting the sharp pain in his head with great difficulty, he observed the terrain left and right while thinking of a way to escape. There must be some kind of restriction placed here. That was why it was so strange. The old demon wasn't doing anything right now, and Yang Kai himself couldn't find the source of the restriction, so how could he break it? I'm a bit dizzy. Suddenly, Kai Yang saw stars in front of his eyes, and his footsteps staggered. It's over, this is dangerous. This is a sign that your soul is damaged. If this happens a few more times, I'm afraid young master's soul will be destroyed. Yang Kai's expression was gloomy. Enduring all kinds of discomfort, his mind raced. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he said, Old demon, enter my golden body and try. What golden body? The old demon didn't understand at first, but immediately understood and quickly hid inside Yang Kai's unyielding golden body. After a while, the old demon's laughter came. Ha! Young master, your golden body is really amazing. It can actually resist the attack of the white fog. This old servant is safe now. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. You're safe, but I'm in danger. The unyielding golden body was all-encompassing. No matter what kind of energy it was, it could absorb it. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this white fog was, since it could attack one's soul, it must be a manifestation of some kind of energy, so he suddenly had the idea of letting the old demon try. It turned out to be effective. Young master, you must hold on. The old demon nervously cheered for Yang Kai. Although he didn't have any worries now, if Yang Kai died, he couldn't escape his fate. Is there any way to let my soul escape into the golden body? The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged, his clothes soaked with sweat, his fists clenched, his body trembling. You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary. The old demon sighed. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, without cultivating his divine sense, how could his soul escape into the golden body? Yang Kai grit his teeth and tried his best to resist the pain coming from his head, his yuan qi becoming uncontrollably chaotic. The pain lasted for a long time before the feeling of dizziness hit him again. Yang Kai staggered and fell to the ground, his soul damaged for the second time. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before his soul was destroyed and he ceased to exist. He had to find a way to get out of this crisis. Although the situation was not good, in this adversity, Yang Kai became calmer and calmer. Taking advantage of this short period of dizziness, before the pain hit him, Yang Kai gathered all of his will and spirit and tried to think of a way to escape. While Yang Kai was concentrating, he suddenly felt a cool sensation in his mind. This was not an illusion, but a real sensation. With the spread of this cool sensation, Yang Kai's consciousness instantly became clear and his whole body felt warm. The pain in his head also disappeared, as if he had been enlightened. Even his pale face became somewhat rosy. With a trace of doubt on his face, Yang Kai slowly got up and frowned as he felt the changes in his body before and after. Young master? The old demon called out softly. Yang Kai did not answer and was still immersed in feeling. A moment later, accompanied by a short groan, the severe pain hit him again. This was unbearable pain. This pain lasted for a while, and when the pain reached a certain extent, the familiar feeling of dizziness came again. At the same time, the cool sensation in his mind also spread, not only dispelling the dizziness but also eliminating the pain. The situation was exactly the same as before. This time, Kai Yang's perception was even more detailed, allowing him to grasp a key point. The pain was caused by the white fog attacking his soul, and the dizziness was caused by the damage to his soul. However, after 2 or 3 times, not only did Yang Kai not feel that his soul was damaged, but it even grew a little because his perception seemed to have expanded a little, which was the most obvious sign of the strength of his soul. Although the increase was not much, it was really increasing. Yang Kai was overjoyed. "Old demon, this time, I'm afraid this young master has profited from a disaster." Yang Kai suddenly laughed, but before his laughter fell, he couldn't help groaning, clutching his head as his whole body spasmed. After a long time, when Yang Kai returned to normal, the old demon asked, "What's going on?" "The soul-warming lotus is working." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It's repairing my damaged soul." The old demon was startled and suddenly realized. The old demon was also panicking just now, so he didn't think about this at all. Now that Yang Kai reminded him, he finally understood. When he was on Hidden Island, Yang Kai had collected a 5-colored soul-warming lotus, which was a supreme treasure for nourishing the soul. However, Yang Kai had never reached the immortal ascension boundary, so although the 5-colored soul-warming lotus was in his mind, he had never seen it before. This time, Yang Kai fell into this dangerous place and his soul was damaged, so the soul-warming lotus naturally played a role. With this treasure, why would he need to fear the surrounding white fog? The white fog and the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, one damaged the other, replenished the other. During this process, Yang Kai's soul was also slowly growing. However, this process was quite painful and was not something an average person could endure. "Young master is blessed by the heavens. Old servant knew that nothing would happen to you." Old demon's belated words shook the heavens. Yang Kai smiled lightly and no longer worried. Instead, sitting down cross-legged and allowing the white fog to envelop him, he remained motionless. Although this place was dangerous, it was also a good place to temper one's soul. If he missed this opportunity, who knew when he would be able to find such a treasure again? So Yang Kai made up his mind to stay here for a while. Although each time the soul-warming lotus healed his soul, the improvement it brought to him was very small, but as long as he had enough time, he might be able to cultivate his knowledge. The pain came again and again like a fierce tide, but with his tyrannical willpower, Yang Kai endured it each time. After the pain came dizziness, but at the same time, the soul-warming lotus healed his soul. The process was very slow, but Yang Kai was very satisfied. This was a very time-consuming thing to begin with. Half a day later, a mournful scream suddenly reached Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. What he saw was Zimo's brother Qi Shui rampaging through the white fog like a headless fly, his expression extremely ferocious. While charging, he constantly wantonly used his Yuan Qi and various fierce martial skills. This person obviously wasn't as lucky as Yang Kai. With the soul-warming lotus, he didn't need to worry about his soul being damaged. At this moment, he was already delirious, so even if he could leave this white fog, he would have already lost his mind. Yang Kai slowly got up and stared at him coldly. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but move forward to meet him. Although if he didn't do anything, he would still die, but this was a Yuan Qi 7th-stage master, so the blood bead he condensed after his death was naturally extraordinary. Qi Shui had led Yang Kai into this white fog with the intention of taking a risk, but unfortunately, the heavens didn't allow him to do as he wished and instead dug his own grave. If he had known that this white fog was so dangerous, he definitely wouldn't have foolishly rushed in. After 3 steps, Yang Kai arrived in front of Qi Shui and punched out. Qi Shui didn't even try to dodge and instead instinctively met this attack with his palm. Yang Kai sidestepped and dodged, but the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast landed on his body and with a few muffled sounds, Qi Shui was sent flying. The battle wasn't thrilling at all. Qi Shui had lost his mind, so with his Yuan Qi 7th-stage cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength and was killed by Yang Kai in less than 30 breaths. Putting away the blood bead he condensed after his death, Yang Kai sat down and continued to cultivate his soul. Chapter 258. In this isolated world, there was no sun or moon, so he did not know the passage of time. Most of the time, Yang Kai had to rely on his senses to determine how much time had passed. After cultivating for about half a month in the white fog, Yang Kai finally successfully broke through to the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. This was not all the result of his hard work, but also the credit of absorbing more than 80 blood beads. These blood beads were obtained when he parted ways with Chen Shueshu and the others. Most of them were monster beast blood beads. Only the blood beads of 5 Yuan Qi masters contained extraordinary energy. After absorbing such a huge amount of energy, after half a month of cultivation, Yang Kai was naturally able to break through and consolidate his foundation in the 9th stage, heading straight towards the Yuan Qi boundary. Over the past half a month, Yang Kai had slowly become accustomed to the pain in his head and could even ignore it. Although the pain was still there, it was not enough to have any effect on Yang Kai. As he repaired the damage, his divine sense slowly grew stronger and his perception expanded. After half a month, Yang Kai began to look for a way out. In any case, he did not need to worry about cultivating his divine sense. The white fog around him would attack him and the soul-warming lotus would automatically repair itself. Whether he cared or not, the result would be the same. After exploring for several days, Yang Kai was still stuck in the white fog, unable to see a way out. The situation was not good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious, even using his yang inflammation wings, but he still could not fly out of this strange place. On this day, while Yang Kai was exploring, he suddenly noticed some changes in the white fog around him. This change was very subtle. If one did not carefully examine it, they would not be able to detect it. This was something that Yang Kai was only able to discover after his perception had improved. If it had been half a month ago, he would have definitely missed it. Pausing his pace, Yang Kai carefully observed. After a long time, Yang Kai determined that the white fog around him was slowly gathering in a fixed direction. Although he did not know why this was happening, Yang Kai had been searching this place for so long. Now that he had finally found something, naturally he would not let go of any clues. Following the direction of the white fog as he went deeper and deeper, the flow of the white fog also became faster and faster, faintly bringing with it the sound of the wind, as if there was something in front of him that was absorbing the white fog. Yang Kai secretly became vigilant, his footwork very light and slow. Little by little, after a short while, a humming sound was heard, as if a cold wind was pouring into the hole. Yang Kai's mind, his perception to its limit. Yang Kai cautiously approached the source of the sound. A moment later, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he saw a strangely shaped stone standing not far away from him. The white fog was actually flowing into a small hole in the stones. It was as if the stone had a mouth and was sucking in the white mist. After perceiving that there was no danger, Yang Kai gradually relaxed and walked over with a relaxed expression. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to find that the stone was hollow. The white fog was pouring in from the top and coming out from a small hole at the bottom. That was how the humming sound was made. It was very strange. Yang Kai circled the stone with great interest. He found that this stone was not simple. There were traces of attacks on the stone, only faint scratches, but it was not broken at all. These traces must have been left by someone who attacked it. The person who could come here was at least of the Yuan Qi state. But the attack of the Yuan Qi state cultivator still only left faint scratches. This stone was naturally something special. If it was an ordinary stone, it would have been broken into pieces by the attack of the Yuan Qi state cultivator. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai also tried to attack it and found that it was true. He used all his strength to hit it with his palm, but he could not shake it at all. Although he knew that this stone was a treasure, Yang Kai could only look at it and sigh. Such a big stone, at least a few thousand pounds, or even more. He definitely could not take it away. While he was sighing, Yang Kai looked at the bottom of the stone in surprise and slowly squatted down. Under the hole where the white fog came out, there was a small hole. The hole was about the size of a soybean, and at this moment, there was a drop of crystal-clear amber liquid in the hole. He leaned forward and sniffed it. His nose was full of fragrance, and his whole spirit was refreshed. It was not inferior to the comfortable feeling when the soul-warming lotus repaired his divine soul. Treasure. Although Yang Kai did not know what this drop of liquid was, it was definitely a treasure, and a treasure that was very beneficial to the divine soul. Looking at this drop of liquid again, Yang Kai's eyes were full of greed. He stretched out a finger and carefully controlled the yuan qi to take this drop of amber liquid out of the hole. Before he could take a closer look, the surrounding white fog suddenly surged and drilled into the hole above the stone at a speed more than 10 times faster than before. But this time, the white fog that entered the hole did not come out again. Instead, it was all poured into the small hole under the effect of a mysterious force and disappeared. Yang Kai looked at all this in amazement. Gradually, there seemed to be a layer of mist in the soybean-sized hole, and there was a trace of amber condensing at the bottom. Could it be that the drop of liquid in his hand was formed by the white fog under such natural conditions? Although this was only a guess, Yang Kai estimated that it was most likely true based on what he saw. Originally, he wanted to store this drop of treasure, but now that he knew that it could be formed again, Yang Kai did not care so much. After thinking about it, Yang Kai directly put the drop of amber liquid into his mouth and swallowed it. His mouth was full of sweetness, like the finest nectar. Yang Kai clearly felt that the amber liquid turned into a kind of energy, directly flowing into the dantian, ignoring the burning of the true yang yuan qi, all the way up through the meridians, straight to the top of his head. In an instant, his whole body was light as if he was floating in the clouds, and an indescribable feeling of comfort spread from the inside out. Every piece of flesh and every cell in his body rejoiced. His mind was countless times clearer than before. His senses, vision, and hearing were all magnified at this moment by a lot. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai could even see the grass and trees 100 feet away. This place was covered by clouds and mist, and Yang Kai could only see the scenery 100 feet away, and it was still vague, but now his vision was directly magnified 10 times. His hearing and senses were all significantly improved. Knowing that he must have eaten something extraordinary, Yang Kai did not dare to be negligent, and quickly sat down cross-legged, guarding his heart, and refining the energy of the amber liquid. As this energy spread and absorbed, more and more benefits followed. First was the physical benefits. Yang Kai could feel the traces and movements of the heaven and earth energy from the outside world pouring into his body, and he could also feel the movement of his internal organs like the back of his hand. After this sensation passed, a strange and indescribable feeling filled Yang Kai's mind. It was somewhat itchy, as if there was an invisible barrier blocking his mind, making him want to scratch it but unable to do so. Yang Kai was so anxious that he was at his wits' end, unable to do anything about it. This layer of shackles existed, and even Yang Kai's perception was blocked. This situation lasted for a long time, and suddenly, this layer of shackles was broken. The itchy feeling was replaced by a hearty feeling in an instant, and Yang Kai felt that his spirit had received an indescribable baptism and sublimation. His original perception had evolved and upgraded at the same time, as if it had become an invisible eye, rapidly contracting and condensing, and spreading out with a bang. Everywhere it passed, with him as the center, the surrounding white fog, the vegetation, it was as if he had seen it with his own eyes, and it was imprinted in his mind, incomparably clear. Within a radius of 2 to 3 miles, nothing was missed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed in his eyes as he quietly pondered. After a long time, he showed a strange smile, and his eyes flashed. "Old demon, I'm afraid I've already cultivated divine sense," Yang Kai said softly. "What?" The old demon was shocked. "Young master, are you not mistaken?" "No, I really have cultivated divine sense." The smile in Yang Kai's eyes deepened, and he described what he had just felt and seen. After the old demon heard this, he was almost shocked by Yang Kai's words, and was speechless for a long time. If that's really the case, then it's definitely divine sense. The old demon's tone was full of shock and admiration. To be able to see everything around him with his eyes closed, what else could it be if not divine sense? Before reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, a cultivator relied on their perception to detect movements around them. The term perception was vague, but it was also a kind of instinct, but this instinct could be strengthened later on. It was based on one's own strength, hearing, sight, smell, and sometimes combined with the air around them to infer the situation around them. Perception was not omnipotent, and it was easy to make mistakes, but before a cultivator reached the Heaven's Gate realm, this was the only way to obtain invisible information. After reaching the Heaven's Gate realm, things were different. Once a cultivator cultivated divine sense. With a single thought, their divine sense could spread out, allowing them to see the situation around them as if they were inspecting it with their own eyes. Compared to the more vague perception, the role of divine sense was undoubtedly much more powerful. This kind of power was not only reflected in detecting the enemy's situation, but also in attacking, making it difficult to defend against. However, divine sense could only be cultivated by an immortal ascension boundary master. What was the young master's realm? Separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. There was a gap between a great realm and a watershed minor realm. Even after following Yang Kai for so long and witnessing his mysteriousness and strength countless times, the old demon still found it somewhat difficult to accept at this moment. Since young master has cultivated divine sense, you must also have a knowledge see, right? The old demon asked. No. Yang Kai was also puzzled. He naturally had some understanding of the knowledge see and had carefully examined himself for a long time to determine that he did not have one. How could that be? The old demon cried out, hesitating for a moment before asking, Young master, can you clearly see the situation inside your body, especially in your mind? There is a soul-warming lotus in your mind. Being able to see it means you already have a knowledge see. I can't see it, Yang Kai frowned. I can only observe the situation outside my body. Chapter 259. Yang Kai's situation was quite special. It was likely that such a case would not occur even once in 1,000 years. A separation and reunion 9th stage divine sense was not something an average person could achieve. Divine sense was the hallmark of an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, so generally speaking, it was impossible for a separation and reunion boundary cultivator to cultivate it. What's more, Yang Kai only had his divine sense and did not have a knowledge see, making him even more special. Knowledge see, knowledge see. It was also the direct manifestation of a cultivator's spiritual power. When a cultivator reached the immortal ascension boundary and cultivated their divine sense, countless wisps of divine sense would converge and form an ocean-like existence, forming a knowledge sea. The size and depth of a knowledge sea was directly proportional to the strength of a cultivator's divine sense. Regarding Yang Kai's current situation, the old demon did not know how to explain it. That drop of amber liquid should be the soul-cleansing dew Zhuowen mentioned. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, his tone confident. Back at the lakeside, Qin Shui Shu and Su Xiaoyu's honored master, Zhuowen, had said that 30 years ago, someone had found an incredible treasure in this isolated world. One was brilliant flame liquid, and the other was soul-cleansing dew. Attracted by these two treasures, more and more people had come here to experience and explore. Killing Qi Jianxing had allowed Yang Kai to obtain a few drops of brilliant flame liquid, allowing him to temper his yuan qi. Now, chasing Qi Shui and obtaining a drop of soul-cleansing dew was really a stroke of good luck. Moreover, there was more than one drop of soul-cleansing dew. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that at the bottom of the small hole in the rock, there was a layer of amber crystal silk. He believed that as long as he waited a little longer, another drop of soul-cleansing dew would form. In his mind, there was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus, a supreme divine sense treasure, and after being attacked by the white fog for more than half a month, coupled with the great effect of a drop of soul-cleansing dew, Yang Kai was able to cultivate his own knowledge see when he was just a separation and reunion boundary 9th stage cultivator. Young master, now fully release your divine sense. How large is the range it can cover? Old demon asked. About 2 to 3 li. The old demon sucked in a breath of cold air and smiled bitterly. Young master's luck is not shallow. The strength of your divine sense has already far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator who has just broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, almost equivalent to an immortal ascension boundary 2nd or 3rd stage cultivator. Is that so? Yang Kai grinned. And even if an average person breaks through to the immortal ascension boundary, their newly formed divine sense is still very fragile. At this time, even if they spread out their divine sense, at most they would only be able to explore 1,000 meters around them. He could only slowly cultivate and nurture it. Only then will the use of divine sense become more and more important. The old demon was very experienced and knew a lot, even though he was not very reliable at times. However, his experience was still very valuable. He told Yang Kai about the benefits and conveniences of having a strong divine sense. Yang Kai was also excited and looked forward to it. After obtaining the divine sense, this would make it easier for him to hide and sneak in. Coupled with his chi concealment skill, if he didn't act now, even an immortal ascension boundary 5th or 6th stage master wouldn't be able to see through his depths. After chatting with the old demon for a long time, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. Glancing at the small hole in the stone, Yang Kai saw that the number of amber crystal threads at the bottom seemed to have increased by a few. The rate at which the soul-cleansing dew formed was too slow. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least 10 days for a single drop to form. The surrounding white mist continued to pour into the small hole above the stone, converging into the small hole and forming a part of the soul-cleansing dew. This white mist would attack one's soul. However, the soul-cleansing dew formed by this white mist was of great benefit to one's soul. What kind of mysteries were hidden behind this transformation, and whether it had anything to do with this strange stone, Yang Kai didn't know. However, he didn't need to know. All he needed to do was wait for the soul-cleansing dew to form and then extract it. Old demon, keep an eye on it. If the soul-cleansing dew forms, call me. I'm going to enter retreat to break through to the Yuan Qi boundary. Young master can rest assured. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai immersed himself completely into his divine sense. Inside the dantian, he burst open a dozen drops of yang liquid. In an instant, the true yang Yuan Qi in his meridians filled to the brim. His meridians also swelled, and a burst of soreness spread throughout his body. Yang Kai didn't say a word, instead continuing to circulate his true yang secret art. While absorbing world energy from the outside world, he also compressed and tempered the Yuan Qi in his body, causing his meridians to squirm, contracting and expanding, endlessly pulsating. Time passed little by little, and the true yang Yuan Qi in his meridians finally began to undergo some subtle changes. His meridians had been filled with such abundant Yuan Qi for a long time, gradually becoming wider and thicker than before, as well as more resilient. The transformation of his meridians also increased the speed at which his true yang secret art circulated, and even his true yang Yuan Qi began to fuse with each other, gradually becoming pure. When the soreness in his meridians disappeared, Yang Kai once again burst open 5 drops of yang liquid, repeating his previous actions. While Yang Kai was refining and fusing his Yuan Qi, the white fog from the outside world was constantly attacking his soul, and the soul-warming lotus was constantly playing a restorative role. His divine sense slowly grew, keeping pace with the true yang Yuan Qi in his meridians. About 10 days later, the old demon woke Yang Kai from his retreat. A drop of soul-cleansing dew had formed once again. Yang Kai took it out, but this time he didn't consume it, instead placing it into a bottle. Generally speaking, precious treasures could only be consumed once, and even if they had an effect a second time, the effect would not be very obvious. The soul-cleansing dew was too precious, so Yang Kai didn't want to waste it. If he took it back and refined it into a pill, taking it again would allow him to display its full effect. Cultivation is like the flowing time, great emperor. This saying was not false at all. After Yang Kai entered retreat, he had devoted all of his attention to his meridians, dantian and true yang Yuan Qi, working hard to refine and fuse his Yuan Qi, making it purer and more powerful, to the point where he didn't even notice the passage of time. From time to time, the old demon would wake him up and collect a drop of soul-cleansing dew into the bottle. It wasn't until the soul-cleansing dew had filled half the bottle, a dozen drops in total, that Yang Kai gradually touched the threshold of the Yuan Qi boundary. This time, Yang Kai had spent almost 4 months in retreat, without taking any pills or absorbing any yang qi, only relying on his true Yang secret art and his own willpower to refine his Yuan Qi, finally stepping into the separation and reunion boundary 9th stage. Although the main purpose of staying here was to collect the soul-cleansing dew, the fact that it had taken so long to break through showed how difficult it was to cross the threshold of the Yuan Qi boundary. Many cultivators were unable to cross this threshold in their entire life, leaving them with nothing but grief, speechless, and tears. A layer of shackles had been placed on his body, sealing off his Yuan Qi, making it impossible for him to break through the final stage of fusion and purity. Yang Kai took a deep breath and opened his eyes, a light flashing across his eyes. Immersing his consciousness into the unyielding golden skeleton, where he had stored a drop of the 9-yin yuan condensing dew. This was a treasure that he and Xia Ningchang had obtained in the 9-yin mountain valley. Later, half of it had been given to Su Yen, while Yang Kai had kept the other half for himself. Taking this drop of the 9-yin yuan condensing dew out of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai poured it into the dantian. Yang Kai's true Yang secret art madly circulated, refining the 9-yin yuan condensing dew's effects. Suddenly, a cold sensation burst out from the dantian, spreading outwards at an incredible speed, following his meridians and spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Kacha. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Yang Kai's entire body, clothes, and hair were all covered in ice. The 9-yin yuan condensing dew was a treasure used to temper Yuan Qi, and was of a higher grade than the brilliant flame liquid. This was the crystallization of countless years' worth of yin qi, and the chill it contained was difficult for even Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi to resist. However, heat was the nemesis of cold, so Yang Kai didn't feel too uncomfortable. Wherever the medicinal effect of the 9-yin yuan condensing dew passed, the true Yang Yuan Qi instantly solidified, and as if there was some kind of reaction between the two, radioactive ripples began to spread outwards. With the spread of the ripples, the true Yang Yuan Qi, which had already reached the limit of purity, was once again purified. The chill gradually disappeared, and in the meridians of his body, there was the sound of Yuan Qi flowing, like a mountain stream, crisp and pleasant to the ear. The ice on Yang Kai's clothes and hair suddenly shattered into powder. The sky changed color, and the violent energy gathered in midair, gathering more and more until it reached a shocking level, and then suddenly poured down, directly rushing into Yang Kai's body. The blessing of advancing to a new realm had come. Yang Kai's whole body trembled, and the countless pores all over his body opened up. The true Yang secret art made a humming sound, accepting the power of heaven and earth into his body. This power of heaven and earth passed through his meridians, and part of it merged into his flesh and bones, tempering his body. The other part that Yang Kai didn't have time to absorb should have returned to heaven and earth, once again becoming a part of heaven and earth, but at this moment, none of it escaped, and was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, not leaving behind a single drop. Every time a cultivator advanced to a new realm, they would have this kind of blessing, but how much benefit they could obtain would depend on their own efforts and the limit of their endurance. An ordinary cultivator, no matter how good their aptitude was, or how strong they were, could at most absorb 30% of the power. The main purpose of this 30% was to temper the cultivator's body, so that it could withstand the impact of the Yuan Qi, and the remaining 70% would dissipate again. But since the first time Yang Kai advanced to a new realm, every time the power of heaven and earth entered his body, he would absorb at least 90% of it. And this time, it was even more direct, not missing a single bit. The tyrannical power of the unyielding golden skeleton could be seen. The chaotic energy of heaven and earth gradually calmed down, and Yang Kai's breath also slowly converged, becoming no different from an ordinary person. Exhaling a long breath, Yang Kai opened his eyes, his face filled with vigor. Yuan Qi realm. After so many hardships, he had finally reached the height of Yuan Qi realm. In the past, the Yuan Qi realm was an existence he looked up to, and at this moment, he was also standing on the stage of Yuan Qi realm masters. It had only taken him 2 years. Even if he added the previous 3 years of decadence, it was only 5 years. To cultivate to the Yuan Qi realm in 5 years, he would be considered a genius no matter where he went. Gently clenching his fist, he felt that his whole body was full of indescribable explosive power, and the yuan qi flowing in his meridians had also undergone a fundamental change. Compared to the previous yuan qi that was ethereal and invisible, the current yuan qi was undoubtedly more solid and full of powerful energy. Chapter 260. What was flowing in his body could no longer be called yuan qi, but yuan qi. The two were not on the same level at all. There were originally 70 to 80 drops of yang liquid in dantian, but now there were only 20 drops left. However, the energy stored in each drop of yang liquid was equivalent to the sum of the previous 3 or 4 drops. The lethality of this kind of yang liquid was much more terrifying than before. After reaching the yuan qi realm, the yuan qi in a cultivator's body was also divided into different grades. Grade 1 to grade 9, grade 1 was the highest and grade 9 was the lowest. Although this division could not be considered as part of the entire cultivator's promotion system, it was a widely recognized division. When a normal cultivator reached the yuan qi realm, if they did not have the help of precious treasures, their yuan qi would mostly be grade 9. Even with the help of precious treasures, they would only be able to reach grade 8. Even so, it was still a great fortune, enough to make most people smile from ear to ear. This grade of yuan qi could indeed display more strength in battle than normal yuan qi, but after all, it was only at the end. If they met an opponent of a higher grade than yuan qi, even if their realm was higher, they would definitely not be a match for them. The grade of yuan qi would slowly increase as a cultivator cultivated in the future. However, even if they cultivated to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary, if they did not have any special opportunities, yuan qi would only be grade 3 or grade 4. Very few people could reach grade 2, as for grade 1, it was just a legend. It could be said that when a cultivator reached the yuan qi realm, the grade of yuan qi in their body would determine their future and development. This was the foundation of their life. When those geniuses reached the yuan qi realm, they would at least be grade 7 yuan qi, and some would even reach grade 6. The higher their grade, the better their future would be. Yang Kai did not know what grade the yuan qi in his body was now, but it was definitely not grade 1. It was at least grade 6 or 7, or even higher. Brilliant flame liquid, the 9 yuan condensing dew, which one of them was not a precious treasure for tempering yuan qi. They were all extremely difficult to find. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had used both. In addition, he had worked hard to refine his yuan qi when he was at the separation and reunion boundary. As a result, the yuan qi he had formed was of a high quality. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. "Old demon, what's going on?" Yang Kai asked curiously. Yang Kai found that he was no longer in the middle of the white fog, nor did he find the stone that could produce the soul-cleansing dew. Instead, he found himself in a barren land. As far as the eye could see, in the distance, lush and verdant forests swayed gently in the wind. A few days ago, there was a sudden surge of strange energy, and then young master appeared here. But at that time, you were at the final juncture of breaking through to yuan qi. This old servant did not dare to disturb you. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly understood. It seemed that he had been sent out of that exotic land. That day, Ling Tai Su had said that he would enter that exotic land to gain experience. There was no need to find the way out, because he simply couldn't find it. At a certain time, he would naturally leave. This period of time could be long or short, as long as 2 to 3 years, and as short as a few months. This time, it would take about a year. The exotic land experience was over. It was a pity that he didn't have the soul-cleansing dew. It took about 10 days to produce a drop of soul-cleansing dew. If he had stayed there longer, he should have been able to collect more. However, Yang Kai was content, as he had already collected more than a dozen drops. This place should be Netherworld Mountain. It was the only forbidden land in the Great Han Dynasty. When he entered with Ling Tai Su that day, all he encountered were 5th or 6th order monster beast. There were many of them and they were extremely fierce. Now that he was out, he could only rely on himself. There was no trace of other people, so they should have already left Netherworld Mountain. Those people were the elites of their respective sects, and their strength was not weak. If they encountered a 5th order monster beast, they would definitely be able to handle it. If it was a sixth-order one, as long as it wasn't too strong, escaping should not be a problem. Young master, there's something strange here. What's strange? You might as well fly up and take a look. Old demon's words. Young Kai nodded. He released his divine sense. In an instant, everything within a dozen miles was imprinted into his mind. This time, during his seclusion to break through to the Yuan-Chi realm, his divine sense had inadvertently strengthened a lot. Not perceiving any danger or life nearby, Yang Kai unfolded his yang inflammation wings and flew into the air. Looking down, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Sure enough, Old Demon took a deep breath. This place, why does it look like it was hit by a palm strike? Yang Kai's eyebrows jumped. Everything within a radius of a few dozen miles was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew, and all the trees had been reduced to dust. If one looked carefully, one could even see a clear palm print covering the ground within a radius of a few dozen miles. It should have been hit by a palm strike. Who could be so tyrannical? Kai Yang was shocked. Such a feat, such strength, was simply too shocking. Ling Tai Su and Meng Wuya were definitely among the top masters in the world, but Yang Kai estimated that even if they joined forces, it would be impossible for them to create such a palm print. Moreover, this palm print looked like it had been there for some time, at least half a year or even a year. Even now, this place was still barren. One could imagine how destructive the power contained in it was. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. When Ling Tai Su, Gui Li of Ghost King Valley, and the old woman from 10,000 Flower Palace entered Nether Mountain together, Ling Tai Su had asked the old woman a question. The old woman's answer was that there had been some kind of change in Nether Mountain, so all the 5th order and 6th order monster beasts had been driven to the periphery. The time was almost the same. Could the change that the old woman mentioned be related to the master who caused all this? We can't stay here for long, Old Demon said in a deep voice. Yang Kai nodded, identified the direction, and directly used his yang inflammation wings to fly out. Before, he didn't dare to act wantonly because he didn't have the ability to investigate his surroundings, but now that he had his divine sense, things were different. Spreading out his divine sense, he could see everything within a dozen kilometers at a glance. Naturally, he no longer had to worry about being spied on. Half an hour later, Yang Kai flew out of Nether Mountain. Landing on the ground, Yang Kai checked his position, determined the direction, and walked towards a certain place. Young Master isn't returning to High Heaven Pavilion? Old Demon saw some clues. The direction Yang Kai was heading was not the same as High Heaven Pavilion. Not for the time being. I'm going to Medicine King's Valley. Yang Kai nodded. The 5th page of the wordless black book clearly instructed him to go to Medicine King's Valley, but he didn't know what was there. Last time, he wanted to cultivate for a while and wait until his strength was a little stronger before going, but he had not expected that Ling Tai Su would take him to Nether Mountain for experience. Now that his strength had reached the Yuan-Chi boundary, it was natural for him to go to Medicine King's Valley and have a look. After breaking through to the Yuan-Chi boundary, Yang Kai could now use his movement skill, making his movements much more elusive than before. With a single breath of Yuan-Chi, he could now travel more than 1,000 meters. However, after trying it out a few times, he no longer used his movement skill. It really consumed too much of his Yuan-Chi. 2 days later, Yang Kai was already 1,000 kilometers away from Nether Mountain. While walking on a public road, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his mind. This feeling was not his own, but was transmitted from a certain direction. Yang Kai was stunned and turned his head to look in that direction. Faintly, he felt that there was something abnormal a few dozen kilometers away. Frowning, Yang Kai was somewhat puzzled. His divine sense could only cover a dozen kilometers at most, so how could he transmit a few dozen kilometers away? A brand! Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he finally understood why he felt uneasy. In that isolated world, he had planted a brand in Zmo and Lung Shan's souls, so now, a few dozen kilometers away, one of them must have encountered some kind of danger, which was why he was able to detect it. Was it Zmo or Lung Shan? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's expression sank and he hurriedly rushed in that direction. Yang Kai's perception was not wrong. A few dozen kilometers away, ZMO was facing the greatest danger of her life. When Yang Kai had separated from her, her strength had reached the Yuan Qi 6th stage, and after such a long time in that isolated world, her strength had now reached the 7th stage of Yuan Qi. Her background was not low, so ZMO could be said to be one of the most outstanding members of the younger generation. But now, she was in a worrisome situation, scrambling to deal with the enemy's attacks, and in imminent danger. There was a long wound on her abdomen, and blood had dyed her clothes red. Her footsteps were disorderly, and her beautiful face was pale. Even in this dangerous situation, she could only grit her teeth and not make a sound. When she left Nether Mountain, her luck was not good and she had encountered many monster beast attacks. If not for her soul-controlling insect controlling one of the monster beast, she would have likely died in Nether Mountain. In that battle, she had suffered some injuries, and the monster beast she had controlled had been left behind in order to cover their retreat. After escaping with great difficulty, she had not expected to encounter a person who wanted to kill her. She knew this person. It was the one Yang Kai had been looking for, Wu Chengyi. Wu Chengyi's strength had reached the Yuan Qi 8th stage. Although he was only a minor realm higher than ZMO, one had come prepared while the other had been injured and was caught off guard. In the battle, ZMO quickly fell into a disadvantage and was accidentally struck by a sword, causing her condition to worsen. As the sword chi flew towards her, ZMO's expression became dignified, and she quickly took out a bronze mirror-like artifact and activated her Yuan Qi, transforming it into a shield in front of her. Ding ding dang dang dang, the sword chi struck the shield, and although it did not hurt ZMO, it still forced her to retreat, gasping for breath. I only want that beast-taming technique. Hand it over and I'll spare your life. Wu Chengyi said expressionlessly as he pointed the sword in his hand at ZMO. In that isolated world, Wu Chengyi had personally witnessed the strength of the Tian Lang cultivator's beast-taming technique, so naturally he wanted to get his hands on it. This time, he had ambushed ZMO in order to obtain Sun Luo Temple's secret technique. Wishful thinking. ZMO ground her teeth. Wu Chengyi sneered, I'll give you one last chance, otherwise, when I capture you, even if you want to die, it will be difficult. With such an exotic woman like you, I think many people will be interested. ZMO's eyes flashed a cold light, but she suddenly laughed. Are you interested? Wu Chengyi's expression was as cold as ice. I cultivate the ruthless sword, so I won't be tempted by a woman. So you'd better put away your petty thoughts. But I do have a martial uncle who is extremely lecherous. I think he will be very willing to accept you. ZMO's pretty face changed, and she ground her teeth as she cursed, pervert. Chapter 261. Wu Chengyi's strength was something ZMO had deeply experienced. He was truly worthy of being a disciple from the 9-star sword school. That day, Qi Shui had chased him down for more than a month while riding a 6th-order monster beast, yet he had not been able to do anything to him. How could ZMO be his opponent now? Gritting her teeth, ZMO whispered, If I give you the beast-taming method, can you let me go? I can give you a quick death. Wu Chengyi said coldly. ZMO's face went pale as she coldly said, I already gave you what you wanted, yet you still want to kill me? Do you even have any humanity left? Wu Chengyi sneered, Humanity? The strong are respected. Why should I talk to you about humanity? Saying so, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes flashing a cold light, and with a flick of his finger, he sent out a few sword chi bursts towards the ground about a meter away from his feet. Vaguely, one could hear the sword chi piercing through something and a few drops of blood began to emerge from the ground. These were the soul-controlling insects that ZMO had secretly planted. Bitch! Wu Chengyi cursed. Although he had always been on guard against Tian Lang, this seemingly delicate woman, he had not expected that he would almost fall for her tricks. If he had not been vigilant enough, these insects would have drilled into his body. You brought this upon yourself. I will capture you and break your arms and legs. I will make you beg for death. Wu Chengyi's face filled with murderous intent as he flicked the sword in his hand, wrapping himself in a layer of sword light as he shot towards ZMO like a bolt of lightning. Bastard! ZMO grit her teeth and cursed. Facing a cold-blooded man like Wu Chengyi, she was really helpless. Hurriedly avoiding this shocking sword strike, she quickly waved her hand and sent out a few strangely shaped blades towards him. Wu Chengyi's long sword flickered a few times, deflecting all of the incoming blades, sending out a series of sparks in all directions. Zimo's face went pale as she gritted her teeth, barely managing to avoid being hit in her vitals, but her shoulder was once again struck by the sword chi. With a pitiful cry, her shoulder was stained red. She had fallen into a complete disadvantage. Zimo was not willing to sit still and wait for her death. She turned her back to Wu Chengyi and scattered all of her remaining soul-controlling insects into the ground, hoping to use them to deal with Wu Chengyi. However, Wu Chengyi had just barely suffered a loss, so how could he be careless now? The sword light swept out like a waterfall of light, directly shattering the ground within a radius of more than 100 feet. As the sword chi wreaked havoc, all the soul-controlling insects were killed. If the soul-controlling insect was planted in a human's body, he was indeed powerful. Apart from heat, they were fearless. However, before they entered a person's body, they were just a few insects. Wu Chengyi's sword chi was more than enough to destroy them. Zimo's pretty face paled. After losing her soul-controlling insect, she really didn't know how to deal with Wu Chengyi. Just as she was feeling anxious, a strange light suddenly flashed across her eyes as she glanced behind Wu Chengyi, her pretty face filled with excitement and joy. This subtle change in expression did not escape Wu Chengyi's eyes. Realizing the situation he was in, Wu Chengyi's expression suddenly became cold. Not wanting to waste any more time, he raised his sword and prepared to deliver the final blow. Before he could release his sword move, he felt an aura locking onto him from behind. Wu Chengyi's brow furrowed as he swung his sword backwards, sending out countless sword images to seal off a large area. As the sword light flashed, a fiery red fist appeared and swept through the air, shattering all the sword images in its path. A figure descended from the sky. Wu Chengyi flew out a dozen or so meters before calmly turning around to look at the newcomer. After seeing the other party's appearance, Wu Chengyi couldn't help feeling surprised. "It's you." "Heh, you didn't expect it, did you?" Yang Kai grinned wickedly as he stared at Wu Chengyi with interest. When he was still in that isolated world, he had been determined to find Wu Chengyi and kill him, but then he ran into Qi Shui. He chased after him into the white fog, and by a freak combination of factors, he lost his chance. Now he had unexpectedly met him here. This was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in vain. Now he had found him without any effort. Suppressing the pleasant surprise in his heart, Yang Kai turned to Zimo and raised his brow, saying frivolously, "Beauty, you're in a bad situation. If you had come a little later, you wouldn't have been able to see me again." Zmo glared at him, secretly rejoicing. Meeting Yang Kai again after only a few months, Zmo didn't know how to feel. She had thought that she would never see him again in this life and would no longer have to worry about others tormenting her soul. But now, the trajectories of their lives had once again overlapped. However, Zmo wasn't worried about her soul being controlled at all. Instead, she was quite happy. In any case, her life had been saved. As for anything else, she could only think about it after she survived. Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at her. "Aren't you an elite from Sinluo Temple? How did you end up like this?" "What do you know?" Zmo grit her teeth. "Be careful of this person, he's very strong. Yuan Qi's soul is much purer than mine." "If he wasn't strong, he wouldn't be Wu Chengyi." Yang Kai sneered. As for why Yuan Qi was purer than Zmo, that was understandable. Wu Chengyi definitely had some brilliant flame liquid on him. After taking this kind of treasure to temper his Yuan Qi, it would be strange if his Yuan Qi wasn't pure. "I didn't expect someone like you to come out alive. Your luck is quite good." Wu Chengyi looked at Yang Kai contemptuously, just like when they first met, his expression cold and disdainful. "If my luck wasn't good, I would have been killed by your junior brother." Yang Kai's eyes were as cold as a knife. "Since you knew I wanted your life, you shouldn't have appeared in front of me. A person's luck can't always be good." Wu Chengyi's expression was indifferent, not showing any signs of being affected by Qi Jianxing's death. If you want to fight, then fight. You men don't need to talk so much nonsense. ZMO had just eaten a lot of losses from Wu Chengyi, so now that Yang Kai had appeared, she immediately felt a lot more confident and couldn't wait to get back at him. She was well aware of Yang Kai's strength, so with his help, the two of them together could easily suppress Wu Chengyi. Good. Yang Kai nodded. That's exactly what I was thinking. Wu Chengyi coldly snorted, his sword intent slowly rising. Yang Kai, you help me from the side, I'll deal with him. ZMO shouted. No, you help me. Yang Kai's words were concise, and as soon as his voice fell he rushed towards Wu Chengyi, his originally calm body suddenly bursting with unparalleled fluctuations. ZMO's eyes were filled with surprise as she felt the pressure coming from Yang Kai. Has he broken through to the Yuan-Qi boundary? When they had separated 4 months ago, he was only a separation and reunion boundary 8-stage cultivator who had just recently broken through to the separation and reunion boundary 8 stage, but after 4 months, he had already reached the true element boundary. This breakthrough speed is too fast. However, after thinking about it for a moment, ZMO felt relieved. This was a freakish man, so it was not surprising that he could break through this watershed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Chengyi collided. Wu Chengyi's sword skill was fully displayed, his sword chi raging as his murderous intent sword. Yang Kai's fists were like bolts of lightning as his figure flickered and danced through the sky filled with sword afterimages. His entire body exuded a scorching hot aura. Like a burning flame. The world energy around them was chaotic, and a strong wind blew, causing ZMO to squint her eyes. She wanted to help, but she didn't know how to do so. The two of them were fighting with all their strength, not holding back at all. All of their murderous intents and auras blended together. At this moment, even if ZMO forcefully intervened, it would inevitably lead to a counterattack from both of them. How could she have such courage? Yang Kai asking her to help seemed to be giving her some face, but now ZMO could only watch from the sidelines. She didn't even have the qualifications to help. Smelly man. ZMO smiled bitterly, but she decisively flew backwards like a willow catkin. After flying 1,000 meters away, she finally came to a stop. In the midst of this fierce battle, Wu Chengyi's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He had never thought that this trash he regarded as trash would actually have the strength to fight against him. As soon as the sword afterimages appeared, they would be swept away by his violent fist. His opponent's moves were simply too big. His own sword skills were flexible and ethereal, each with their own merits, so for a time neither of them could do anything to the other. In just half a cup of tea's time, the two sides had exchanged a few hundred moves, Yuan-Qi wantonly attacking. The more Wu Chengyi fought, the more shocked he became while Yang Kai became more and more violent. The expression on his face was also extremely excited, like a perverted demon who had just encountered a beautiful woman. Peng with a loud bang, the two were separated. Wu Chengyi let out a muffled groan as he flew backwards, a trace of blood leaking from his mouth. Yang Kai was also injured. His abdomen had been slashed by Wu Chengyi's sword, causing him to bleed profusely. Both of them retreated more than 300 meters before slowly regaining their footing. That was fun. Although he was injured and bleeding, Yang Kai still laughed. This was a real battle, a battle between men who couldn't stop even if they wanted to. Although Yang Kai hated this Wu Chengyi from the bottom of his heart and had a grudge against him, he had to admit that this person had some skill. After all, Yuan-Qi's cultivation was at the 8th stage, and in terms of Yuan-Qi's purity and power, he was not inferior to Yang Kai. You're very strong. Wu Chengyi stared deeply at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with pain, as if he was unwilling to believe that this little brat from a second-class sect could actually be on par with him. You flatter me. Yang Kai replied indifferently. I admit, I underestimated you before. It seems that my junior brother did not die because of some accident, but rather because he died at your hands. Wu Chengyi slowly rotated his sword intent rising again. You sent him to attack me, so you should have thought of this. It's good that you admit it. Wu Chengyi continued to rotate his sword. You want revenge? Yang Kai sneered. His death was due to his lack of skill, he can't blame anyone. But today, since you dare to oppose me, don't even think about leaving here alive. Wu Chengyi's face suddenly filled with a violent aura, coldly shouting, "The dignity of my 9-star sword school cannot be trampled on. My, Wu Chengyi's, dignity cannot be trampled on. Even the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families can only look up to me. Who do you think you are?" Sword body. With a shout, the sword chi floating around Wu Chengyi's body suddenly began to hum and condense into a solid form, flying around his body, shuttling back and forth. This move was both offensive and defensive, something Yang Kai had experienced from Qi Jianxing once before, but now that Wu Chengyi was using it, it was even more pleasing to the eye. However, this dazzling sword body contained a great deal of killing power. "Get over here and accept your death. I'll give you a quick death." Wu Chengyi seemed to have taken some kind of aphrodisiac and suddenly became excited, pointing his sword towards Yang Kai and coldly shouting. Chapter 262. With the support of his sword, Wu Chengyi felt like he was invincible. He stood there like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed. His awe-inspiring sword intent enveloped an area of several hundred feet. The sword chi drifting in the air gave off a light sizzling sound, cutting through the world like a blade. Instantly, tiny scratches appeared on the ground. Yang Kai sneered, not showing any fear. Pushing his yuan chi to its limit, a violent power gushed out from his body, causing a series of explosions to ring out from his body. His unparalleled momentum also rose rapidly with this series of explosions, reaching its peak. The auras of the two were completely different. Wu Chengyi seemed invincible, while Yang Kai seemed crazy and overbearing. Even before they had begun fighting, their auras had already clashed, causing a burst of wind to rise up from the ground, gathering in the middle of the two without dissipating. "Come!" Wu Chengyi roared, his expression filled with madness as he waved his sword, sending out 2 sharp slashes. The space around him seemed to be cut into a cross-shaped mark, and with Wu Chengyi's roar, a cross-shaped sword chi suddenly appeared, shooting towards Yang Kai like a meteor. Yang Kai stamped his foot, causing the ground to tremble. A ferocious force erupted from the soles of his feet, causing the ground around him to crack open, spreading out like a spider's web with his feet as the center. Like a gust of wind, Yang Kai rushed towards Wu Chengyi. Halfway through, Yang Kai sent out a punch towards the cross-shaped sword chi. With a loud bang, the sword chi shattered, but Yang Kai's figure was not affected in the slightest and his momentum was not reduced in the slightest. Wu Chengyi's pupils shrank, no longer holding back any of his exquisite sword skills. Waving his sword, Wu Chengyi sent out a series of slashes towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged again and again, but if he couldn't avoid them, he could only smash them with his fists. After 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai had already closed in on Wu Chengyi. His violent aura was like a city wall, suppressing Wu Chengyi so much that he almost couldn't breathe. Displaying his full strength, Wu Chengyi hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai grinned. As he chased after Wu Chengyi, Yuan Chi's iron fists continuously rained down on him, forcing Wu Chengyi to raise his sword to block. His swordsmanship was ethereal and nimble, extremely ingenious. Dazzling lights and sword skills erupted from where the two of them were, shooting out in all directions. At the very beginning, the two figures were neither fast nor slow, but soon after, the two figures became blurry. After a while, they completely merged together. Numerous noises could be heard. In just half a cup of tea's time, they had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Boom! Their figures were entangled with each other as they leaped up over 30 meters into the air, and then they suddenly plummeted to the ground, smashing open an enormous crater in the ground. Xiao! In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Chengyi were already several dozen meters away. The fierce battle continued. ZMO, who was watching from a distance, was reluctant to even blink, her beautiful eyes flashing with a strange light. She wasn't worried about Yang Kai's life at all. She was only shocked by the fighting strength he had displayed. That smelly brat has become a lot stronger. ZMO bit her red lips, her heart filled with hatred, but her mouth still held a faint smile. The last time they had separated, he and his brother Qi Shui had fought head-on, and in the end he had relied on his strange martial skill to control the sixth-order monster beast to regain control of the situation. But now, when they met again, he was actually able to fight evenly with Wu Chengyi. In terms of combat strength, Wu Chengyi was probably even stronger than Qi Shui. The speed at which Yang Kai grew made ZMO both envious and admire him. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Wu Chengyi had already rushed a few thousand meters away. ZMO stomped her feet and hurriedly followed. She did not want to miss such a fierce and exciting battle, especially since this was a battle between cultivators of the same age and level as her. Along the way, there were some bloodstains, whether it was Yang Kai's or Wu Chengyi's, but in any case, the two of them were definitely fighting fiercely, so it was impossible for them to stop until they were dead. When ZMO arrived, she saw that the two of them had separated again and were now staring at each other from a distance of more than 300 meters. Wu Chengyi's face was blue, his original calm expression had disappeared, replaced by endless madness, his eyes trembling slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. His mouth was overflowing with red blood, and his face was slightly pale. Obviously he had suffered some minor injuries. On the other hand, Kai Yang's body was also covered with several sword wounds. His flesh was torn apart and he was dripping with blood. Especially his two fists, they were densely packed with tiny sword scars. Wu Chengyi's sword was both offensive and defensive, so if Yang Kai wanted to hurt him, he would have to hurt himself first. But he was still smiling, his smile incomparably evil. Facing the afterglow of the setting sun, soaked in blood, his black hair fluttering in the wind, ZMO's pretty face couldn't help blushing. I started cultivating when I was 8 years old. Wu Chengyi suddenly opened his mouth, his voice somewhat hoarse and trembling. It has been 14 years since then. From childhood to now, I have been invincible among my peers. No one is qualified to be my opponent, no one can defeat me. Even the young lords of the central capital's 8 great families are not my opponents. Wherever my sword points, no one dares to disobey. Taking a deep breath, Wu Chengyi's expression became dignified. You are very strong. Yuan Qi, a first-order cultivator, was actually able to fight me to a draw. I, Wu Chengyi, have truly opened my eyes today. It turns out that it is not that there are no geniuses in this world, it's just that I was too ignorant. Awakening before you die, at least your life will not be in vain. Yang Kai grinned. Wu Chengyi raised his brow and coldly snorted, Do you really think you can beat me? I haven't even used my full strength yet. I haven't either. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light as his lips curled up slightly, revealing an inexplicable grin. Hearing this, Wu Chengyi's eyes narrowed. Then let's go again. Let's see if you die or I die. Wu Chengyi's competitive spirit was completely aroused and he shouted. From a young age, he had always enjoyed the praise of his elders and the admiration of his peers. The 9-Star Sword School had always regarded him as their future hope. Some people had even asserted that if Wu Chengyi truly grew up, the 9-Star Sword School would truly have the qualifications to become a super force. Such a proud person had actually been injured today by an opponent whose cultivation was far lower than his. How could Wu Chengyi accept this? In the beginning, it was Yang Kai who wanted to take his life. Now, even if Yang Kai wanted to stop, Wu Chengyi would not agree. Between the two of them, victory and defeat was inevitable, and one of them was bound to die here. If it wasn't Wu Chengyi, then it would be Yang Kai. The one who survived would be the real genius. There was no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. But in Wu Chengyi's mind, he was the first of his generation. Anyone who tried to encroach on his position was an irreconcilable enemy. After shouting, Wu Chengyi's crazed expression suddenly calmed down, and a palpitating sword chi spread out. ZMO's pretty face changed, and without hesitation she retreated a few dozen meters before coming to a stop. Yang Kai's expression also suddenly became calm. I only have one move left. If you can block it, you win. If you can't, you die. Wu Chengyi roared, his Yuan Qi suddenly transforming into sharp blades that flew out from all the major acupoints on his body. The sword he had been using to support himself also suddenly collapsed. Wu Chengyi gave up on defending and turned all his yuan qi into an attack. In an instant, Wu Chengyi was surrounded by hundreds of sword qi blades. Each of these sword qi blades was formed from yuan qi and contained a huge amount of killing power that could not be underestimated. If these hundreds of sword qi blades were released at the same time, no matter who it was, they would have to avoid them. But this was not the end, as with a shake of his sword, another 100 sword qi blades rushed out, then another 100. The sword qi blades seemed to cover the sky and the earth, lingering around Wu Chengyi, as if the whole world had become a world of swords. Yang Kai took a deep breath and did not dare to hold back, reaching out his hand and summoning the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact, the Azura Sword. The yuan qi in Yang Kai's meridians retreated into the dantian and stored away, while the energy from the unyielding golden skeleton fiercely poured out. Black qi swirled around him, and a kind of aura that made people feel uneasy burst out from Yang Kai's body. The energy inside the unyielding golden skeleton was completely different from the pure Yang True Yang yuan qi. This kind of murderous and destructive energy was quite similar to the aura of the Azura Sword itself. Yang Kai's original intention was to maximize the power of this artifact, but when he held the Azura Sword and used the unyielding golden skeleton's energy, the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact seemed to come alive and crazily devoured the energy from the unyielding golden skeleton. In an instant, the Azura Sword burst out with a mixture of red and black light. This light was like a black hole, and when it erupted, it swallowed up all the surrounding light, causing the whole world to lose its color. In the distance, ZMO felt her vision darken. Wu Chengyi's sword qi blades also suddenly dimmed. King. A sword cry rang out from the Azura Sword, and the sound and energy ripples from it affected Wu Chengyi's countless sword qi blades, causing them to resonate at the same time. The sword qi blades trembled, as if they were about to break free from Wu Chengyi's control and shoot out. Wu Chengyi's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly stabilized his mind and controlled his sword qi, not allowing it to be affected by the Azura Sword. Yang Kai was stunned by all this, but soon his eyes flashed a burst of joy as he continued to pour energy into the Azura Sword. At this moment, he understood the mysteries of this heaven-grade artifact, and a faint connection was formed between him and the sword. It was as if the Azura Sword had become a part of his body, blending with his blood. Both sides were desperately accumulating their strength for the final blow, separated by a few dozen meters, both of them ruthlessly staring at each other. The number of sword qi blades surrounding Wu Chengyi had reached more than 2,000. As the last few bursts of sword qi burst out from his body, the face of this 9-star sword faction disciple suddenly lost all color, becoming extremely pale. He kept gasping for breath, as if at this moment he had become an ordinary person without the strength to truss up a chicken. This is my 9-star sword sect's secret technique, 10,000 swords return to 1. Wu Chengyi coldly shouted, a trace of regret appearing on his face. Unfortunately, with my strength, I can only condense 2,000 sword qi blades. This is formed from all of my true yuan. Yang Kai gripped his scarlet blood sword and grinned meaningfully. I don't know what this technique is, but its power is definitely not small, be careful. Chapter 263. ZMO, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't help curling her lips in disdain. These two obviously wanted to kill each other as soon as possible, turning each other's bones to ash and dismembering their bodies into 10,000 pieces. Just now, they had been fighting fiercely, not showing any mercy, but at this critical moment, they were actually telling each other all the details and reminding each other. Men, they are really strange creatures. As a woman, and a woman with a deep mind at that, how could ZMO know that men were sometimes even more arrogant than women? At certain times, even if they were to die, they would not abandon their pride. Wu Chengyi's arrogance made him confident that this blow would be enough to kill Yang Kai, so he was not worried about leaking this information and causing any negative impact on the battle. Yang Kai's arrogance made him unwilling to take advantage of Wu Chengyi, so he responded with a warning. This is a battle between men. Women don't understand. Surrounded by more than 2,000 sword qi blades, Wu Chengyi suddenly moved. At this moment, his expression became very strange. Dignified, there was a hint of piety in his expression, as if what he was about to display was not a sword move, but rather the blossoming of his life force. Rotating his long sword, the tip of the sword flashed brilliantly. The earth-shattering sword chi clanged at the same time, buzzing incessantly, and the sharp sword will soared into the sky. Suddenly, more than half of the 2,000 sword chi blades disappeared, leaving only a little more than 1,000. Then another half disappeared, leaving only 500, 300 sword chi blades. 200, 190. A faint sigh came out of Wu Qingyi's mouth, full of regret and helplessness. After sighing, Wu Qingyi's face suddenly flushed red, and he became high-spirited. With a wave of his long sword, more than 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. 10,000 swords returned to one. This was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, and only those who had made enough contributions to the sect were eligible to learn them. Among Wu Qingyi's generation, he was the only one who had ever learned this technique, so it was obvious that the sect's elders had high hopes for him. If this sword skill was cultivated to the grand accomplishment stage, 10,000 swords would return to one, and that would be enough to split the heavens and earth. A sword that could cause mountains and rivers to tremble, but Wu Qingyi's current strength was not enough. Even after exhausting all of his yuan qi, he was only able to condense more than 2,000 sword chi blades, eventually converging them into 90. Even so, such a move was still extremely powerful. Zimo's beautiful eyes trembled. Even though they were separated by nearly 2,000 meters, she could still clearly feel the sword intent that was rushing towards her. The surrounding air seemed to have turned into sharp blades. Cutting into her skin, waves of pain like being bitten by mosquitoes and ants spread throughout her body. This sword strike had already exceeded the limits of what she could bear and understand. Just now, if Wu Qingyi had used this sword to deal with her, she feared she would have already been crushed to pieces. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. She didn't know if Yang Kai was strong enough to take it. On the other side, Yang Kai's figure was completely enveloped by the black gas, and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. In the darkness, only 2 scarlet eyes emitted a terrifying light. Those eyes were filled with madness and calmness. The combination of contradictions was extremely strange. Facing the 90 or so sword chi blades, Yang Kai did not try to dodge. Instead, he gripped the Azura sword in his hand and slashed forward with all his strength. The demonic chi that had just been swallowed by the Azura sword burst out. A wave of unsettling fluctuations burst out, centered on Yang Kai's position. The earth seemed to be lifted, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. However, where the Azura sword pointed, there was no sword chi, nothing at all. The strangeness of this sword strike was also beyond Zimo's imagination. After releasing this sword strike, Yang Kai straightened up. With a smile on his face, Yang Kai raised his hand and rested the scarlet sword on his shoulder. This smile was full of confidence. Wu Qingyi's pupils shrank rapidly. Although he did not see any attack coming, a strong sense of fear welled up in his heart. It was like the call of death. In the blink of an eye, Wu Qingyi's 90 sword chi blades flew towards Yang Kai. However, in the air, a dark hole about the size of a bowl suddenly appeared. This scene was extremely strange, as if someone had accidentally spilled a drop of ink onto a painting. As soon as the dark hole appeared, it suddenly spread out, as if it had the power to swallow everything. Wherever the black light passed, Zimo's vision went dark and she could no longer see anything. In the darkness, a series of popping sounds rang out, as if someone had been hit by the sword chi blades. Zimo's heart trembled, because she recognized that the source of this sound was where Yang Kai was standing. Before she could even exclaim, Wu Qingyi also let out a muffled groan. The world once again returned to normal. After a moment, Zimo finally noticed a bright light and everything in front of her gradually became clear. Looking around, the world was clear, the sun had set, and the sky was dyed red, dyeing the earth a bloody red. Hearing a violent heartbeat, Zimo nervously looked towards Yang Kai, only to see that he was still standing in the same place. The clothes on his upper body had all been torn to shreds, revealing his sturdy figure. Although his physique was not particularly strong, at a glance, It was obvious that he was full of explosive power. Now, there were several red spots on his back, and after a single breath of time, blood was gushing out from them. These were the wounds caused by the sword chi blades. Defeated? Zmo couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Such a powerful and heaven-defying man had actually been defeated? Looking at Wu Chengyi again, he was also standing in his original position as if he had not moved at all, his body straight like a javelin, his eyes filled with an unruly light. His long sword was now in front of him, and a gentle breeze blew past, causing his robes to flutter. A drop of red slowly spread across his chest, gradually expanding. His mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, his expression gradually becoming stiff. The unruly look in his eyes gradually faded, becoming empty and lifeless. Completely devoid of life. Zmo cried out in alarm, her expression extremely complex. Was this a mutual destruction ending? Cough cough. Suddenly, a light cough came from Yang Kai's side, causing Zmo's whole body to tremble. Turning her head, she saw Yang Kai holding onto his Azura sword, his figure staggering, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Beauty! Yang Kai struggled to turn his head to look at her, a wry smile hanging on his face. Can you come and help me? This smelly brat really didn't die. Zmo grit her teeth, hesitating for a moment. She quickly stepped forward to greet him. The distance of more than 1,000 meters took Zmo more than 20 breaths of time. Looking at Yang Kai with a complicated expression, Zmo's mood fluctuated. If he were to kill him right here and now, in the future, she wouldn't have to worry about the brand in her mind. However, when she thought about how this man had stood up for her in that isolated space, killed by Xiao Ming and his fellow apprentice brother in anger, and even saved her life from being besieged by demonic beasts, Zmo couldn't bring herself to do it. This time, if it wasn't for him, she definitely wouldn't have been able to escape from Wu Qingyi's clutches. Thinking about it, he had already saved her twice. What a headache. Pick up the thing on the ground and give it to me. Yang Kai shouted. Zmo's thoughts were interrupted. Looking down, she saw a small cloth bag on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Handing it to Yang Kai, she curiously asked, "What is this?" "It's nothing, just a small artifact." Yang Kai chuckled lightly as he stuffed the universe bag into his trousers pocket. Then, without any trace of politeness, he pulled Zmo over and draped his arm over her shoulder, placing most of his weight on her. "Let's go to Wu Chengyi." Yang Kai motioned. Zmo gave him a displeased look, but still obediently helped him walk towards Wu Chengyi. Arriving in front of Wu Chengyi, Yang Kai reached into his clothes and searched around. Finally, he found a small bottle that was half filled with a liquid. Yang Kai laughed, his guess was not wrong. Wu Chengyi also had brilliant flame liquid, much more than Qi Jianxing. What's this? Zmo stared blankly. Although she knew this was definitely something good, she still couldn't bring herself to ask for it. "I'll tell you later." Yang Kai grinned. "Let's find a place. I need to heal first." In the wilderness, inside a small hole in the ground, Kai Yang was sitting cross-legged with his upper body bare. His battle with Wu Chengyi. His injuries were not serious, they were only physical wounds. It was not Wu Qingyi's sword chi that injured him. It was his sword intent. Wu Qingyi's 10,000 swords returned to one sword intent had penetrated Yang Kai's body. At this moment, he was holding the Azura sword in both hands, trying to comprehend its sword intent. Since obtaining the Azura Sect's hallowed artifact, Yang Kai had only used it once, during his battle with Bai Yun Feng in High Heaven Pavilion. At that time, he had just refined the Azura sword into his body and had no time to familiarize himself with it, so his understanding of it was limited to that of a heaven-grade artifact. Over the past year, the Azura sword had been nurtured by Yuan Qi in his dantian, blending with his body. Until now, it had finally become one. This time, using it allowed Yang Kai to discover that the Azura sword was not just a heaven-grade offensive artifact, it also had a very special function. That was to seize the enemy's sword skills and use them for oneself. This was a function that only targeted sword skills. In his last battle with Wu Chengyi, the Azura sword had used a large amount of evil energy from Yang Kai's golden body to form a black hole. This black hole had swallowed up the lethality of Wu Chengyi's sword skill, leaving behind only the sword intent. That was why Yang Kai did not try to evade and instead used his body to withstand this attack. However, even the sword intent had pierced through Yang Kai's body, making him look like he had been seriously injured. Sword intent was the essence of a sword skill, just like a person's divine sense. A sword skill without sword intent was just a form, never able to display much of its power. At this moment, Yang Kai was comprehending the sword intent of this sword skill, trying to understand the mysteries of the 10,000 swords returned to one. Once he succeeded, he would have a sword skill he could use. Moreover, the grade of this sword skill would not be low. The 9-star sword school's secret sword skill was a mysterious grade sword skill. The Azura sword's function was very strange. No wonder it had become the Azura sect's hallowed artifact. However, seizing someone's sword skill was also a dangerous task. If one was not careful, not only would they fail to seize it, they would also be seriously injured. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, slowly comprehending this sword skill. In his mind, he was constantly replaying Wu Qingyi's 10,000 swords returned to one as well as the fluctuations from his Yuan Qi. The Azura sword also gave off a burst of strange vibrations, resonating with it. Zmo stood at the entrance of the cave, bored to death, staring at the closed Yang Kai with a complicated expression. While playing with her hair, Zmo pursed her lips, contemplating whether or not she should attack Yang Kai and kill this hateful smelly brat. But after thinking about it for a long time, she still could not make up her mind, her heart in knots. Chapter 264. After a long time, Zmo sighed faintly, turned around, and left. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stared in the direction she disappeared, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Young master, that little girl seemed to have thought about killing you, but after hesitating for some reason, she finally gave up." The old demon quickly reminded him he had been vigilant of Zmo's movements and had naturally seen her expression just now. "I know she made a wise choice." Yang Kai nodded slightly and continued to close his eyes and meditate. Half a day later, Zmo returned, bringing back a lot of dead wood and a game. Lighting a bonfire and roasting the game, Zmo sat down beside it to warm herself while waiting for Yang Kai to wake up. 3 days later, just as Zmo was cursing Yang Kai, a faint sword intent suddenly came from nearby. Zmo's pretty face immediately changed color as she stood up vigilantly and looked in the direction of the source of this sword intent. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Because this sword intent was actually coming from the pit where Yang Kai was healing. This sword intent was very familiar. It was the same sword intent that had appeared a few days ago when Wu Chengyi had displayed his heaven-shaking sword technique, but now it was actually reappearing on Yang Kai's body. Zmo stared at it suspiciously, her brow furrowed. Gradually, this sword intent became stronger and stronger. The rate at which it was increasing was quite fast. In just the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, it had reached a point where Zmo's beautiful face paled. It was as if the dead Wu Chengyi had come back to life and was about to display that amazing sword technique again. Kong. The pit where Yang Kai had been hiding suddenly burst open, filling the air with a cloud of dust as a figure leapt out from inside, leaving behind a trail of red light. Zmo exclaimed and hurriedly retreated, looking towards the source of this figure in amazement, only to see Yang Kai with his eyes closed. In his hand was the crimson-red long sword artifact, standing motionless in place. His Yuan Qi was undulating, unstoppable, like a sharp sword piercing his body. Clang! The crimson sword gave off a crisp sound. Following this sound, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi seemed to be activated. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies appeared around him. Another few hundred a moment later, the entire world once again turned into a world of swords. Just like what he saw a few days ago. It was a shocking sight. Zmo covered her mouth. He was extremely shocked. That day, Wu Chengyi had said that this move was one of the 9-star sword sect's secret techniques, so how could Yang Kai use it? On top of that, The number of sword chi Yang Kai had condensed was much higher than Wu Qingyi's. Wu Qingyi had spent a great deal of his yuan chi on that day and had only managed to condense 2,000 sword chi. However, at this moment, Yang Kai had transformed into over 3,000 streaks of light. 3,000 was Yang Kai's limit. At this moment, his expression became difficult. With a jolt of the sword, the 3,000+ strands of sword chi fused together in the blink of an eye. There were only about 100 of them left. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the sword chi, which contained a tremendous destructive power, shot out in a certain direction. Hong hong hong. The ground in that direction was instantly riddled with holes and fragmented. Yang Kai closed his eyes, his expression dignified. 9-star sword sex secret technique, a mysterious grade sword skill. Sure enough, it was extremely powerful. This move was not inferior to the instantaneous eruption of Star Mark. However, at the same time, it consumed a considerable amount of yuan chi. No wonder Wu Qingyi looked exhausted after using this move. However, compared to Star Mark, 10,000 swords returning to one had many advantages. Because this move was composed of 2 parts, one was to use yuan chi to condense sword chi, which could be used to attack, while the other was to fuse these sword chi together and cultivate it to the grand accomplishment stage, converging them into a single sword strike capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Wu Qingyi had not cultivated it to the grand accomplishment stage, and neither had Yang Kai. However, being able to learn this sword skill, Yang Kai was already very satisfied. At least in the future, when he used the Azura sword, he would no longer just be blindly chopping and chopping, he would at least be able to use his own sword skill. The recently formed yuan chi in his body once again fused together and became as sharp as a sword, rapidly flowing through his meridians. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he remained motionless. Half an hour later, an invisible aura suddenly spread out, causing Yang Kai's body to tremble as he opened his eyes. Yuan Chi Boundary Second Stage. With the help of this mysterious grade martial skill, Yang Kai's strength had risen to another level. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai put away the Azura sword. Hearing the sound of footsteps behind him, Yang Kai turned around and saw ZMO walking towards him with a strange expression on her face. When she was about a dozen meters away, she came to a stop. Although her face was smiling coquettishly, there was a trace of unconcealable vigilance and dread in her eyes. Just now, right in front of her, Yang Kai had miraculously broken through again. How could she not have noticed? This breakthrough was too strange. There was no sign of it happening at all, causing ZMO to feel both envy and admiration. After a long silence, ZMO finally said, "Since you're awake, I'll be going." She did not ask Yang Kai how he had learned Wu Qingyi's sword skill. At this time, the more she knew, the more harmful it would be to her. ZMO was a smart woman, so she naturally knew when to turn a blind eye. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai tilted his head and asked with a smile. ZMO was stunned for a moment before smiling softly and saying in a soft voice, "Where else can I go? Of course I'm going back to Tianlang Dynasty." Saying so, she covered her mouth and blinked her eyes. "What? Could it be I can't go home?" "You don't need to go back." Yang Kai smiled lightly, his tone carrying a hint of irrefutable meaning. "Just follow me from now on." ZMO was stunned for a moment before smiling sweetly. "Why would I follow you? No matter what, I'm still a member of Tianlang Dynasty. If I follow you back to your sect, I'll be treated with contempt everywhere. I won't do it. You should wear more clothes. You'll look no different from a great Han woman. And I need a maid to serve me, so come back with me to serve me tea, warm my bed and fold my quilt." Yang Kai said seriously. ZMO's expression changed slightly, but she still forced a smile. "Are you serious? What do you think?" ZMO finally couldn't stand it anymore, the smile gradually fading from her face as her eyes filled with endless grievance, frowning as she stamped her foot. "Can't you be reasonable? I was kind enough to stay here for 3 days to take care of you, and now you want me to be your maid after waking up? If I had known earlier, I would have killed you while you were healing." Realizing that she had said too much, ZMO quickly covered her mouth. Nervously observing Yang Kai's reaction, she forced a smile and said, I was just thinking, I didn't really want to do anything, so don't be angry, haha. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Zmo became more and more uneasy, biting her red lips, her brow furrowed. She couldn't understand what Yang Kai was thinking. I was just joking with you. Yang Kai smiled. Why are you so serious? Joking? Zmo's pretty face became colder and colder. Zmo grit her teeth as she asked. Yang Kai nodded. I won't take you back with me. You have a woman? Zmo's eyes lit up. Yang Kai grinned sheepishly. Knowing this, Zmo couldn't help but coldly snort, obviously remembering how Yang Kai had acted so presumptuously towards her in that isolated world. Her heart filled with bitterness, but her courage couldn't help growing as she stepped forward. Swaying her hips, she walked directly to Yang Kai's side, sticking close to him. Grabbing one of his arms, Zmo squeezed her towering breasts. I changed my mind, I want to go back with you. Zmo slightly raised her chin. Looking at Yang Kai provocatively, she said, I'd like to see what kind of woman she is, to be able to make such a shameless man fall head over heels for her. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully as he stared at her with great interest. You don't dare? Zmo smiled contemptuously. Woman, be careful of playing with fire. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a wicked grin. Zmo's beautiful face went pale. Suddenly remembering everything that had happened in that isolated world, she quickly distanced herself from Yang Kai like he was a snake, her heart filled with hatred, her chest heaving up and down. She really didn't have the qualifications to challenge him, her soul was under his control. If she really provoked him, in this desolate wilderness, I'm going back, I pray that I never see you again, I pray that your woman throws you away, leaving you alone for the rest of your life. Zmo viciously cursed. Wait! Yang Kai frowned. What do you want to do? Zmo's heart skipped a beat. She didn't want to spend another moment with Yang Kai. Just as she was vigilant, she saw Yang Kai take out a few bottles from his trouser pocket, then from two of them he poured out a drop of liquid and casually tossed it to her. Zmo caught it and suspiciously asked, What are these? A drop of brilliant flame liquid and a drop of soul-cleansing dew. Zmo's expression shook as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. She couldn't believe it, so she deliberately opened the bottle and took a whiff. For me? After determining that these two bottles were indeed brilliant flame liquid and soul-cleansing dew, Zmo held them in her arms like they were precious treasures, her hands firmly grasping them. Yang Kai nodded. Consider it a reward for bullying you all this time. Zmo's pretty face blushed slightly as she stared at Yang Kai for a long time before whispering, Actually, you're not that bad. Tempted? It's not too late to come with me. Yang Kai grinned. Get lost. Zmo snorted, her expression suddenly becoming extremely dignified. Don't worry, I will secretly use them, I won't expose you. If you ever come to Tianlang Dynasty in the future, just come to Sanluo Temple to find me, I will entertain you well, hee. Zmo grit her teeth as she spat out the last sentence. Smelly man, take care of yourself. Zmo chuckled, her body lightly leaping backwards, using her movement skill and soon disappearing from sight. This time, she was finally free from Yang Kai's control. Zmo felt like a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. Although she still had the brand in her mind, Yang Kai was in the Great Han Dynasty while she was in Tianlang Dynasty. What was there to fear? Once she returned to the sect, she would ask her master if he had a way to remove the brand in her mind. Looking in the direction Zmo disappeared, Yang Kai smiled, turned around, and flew off like a meteor. Passing by the place where he had fought with Wu Chengyi a few days ago, Yang Kai noticed that Wu Chengyi's body was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was a newly dug-up mound nearby, which should have been left by Zm. This woman's mind is quite sharp. A day later, Yang Kai arrived at a nearby town, spent some money to hire a carriage, and told the coachman where to go before going into seclusion to consolidate his Yuan Qi and Mirror Realm. Chapter 265. Medicine King's Valley was a special force that had been passed down from the flowing time Great Emperor for thousands of years. The sect was filled with alchemy masters and most of its disciples were outstanding alchemists. Its strength was not necessarily very strong, only slightly stronger than some second-class sects and far below the combat strength of a first-class sect. However, its influence was unmatched by any other force. As long as one was a cultivator in the process of cultivation, they would need to take some pills, and these pills were all made by alchemists. For all the alchemists in the world, Medicine King's Valley was the holy land in their hearts. Any alchemist, when mentioning Medicine King's Valley, would be extremely pious and respectful. Many people even considered joining Medicine King's Valley to study alchemy and see the Pill Sage's legacy as their life's goal. The Pill Sage, the founder of Medicine King's Valley, had died many years ago, but the passage of time still could not erase his sacred status in the hearts of alchemists. It was rumored that the lineage of alchemy was passed down by the Pill Saint in the past. With Medicine King's Valley as the center, the current generation of cultivators was able to take pills when they were injured. Before the Pill Sage passed down his alchemy skills, the world's cultivator only knew how to find herbs and swallow them whole. This was just a legend, but legends were always exaggerated and could not be completely believed. However, there was one thing in this legend that was true. The Pill Saint had indeed existed, and his portrait now stood in the forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, surviving thousands of years of the flowing time Great Emperor without any trace of weathering. This in itself was a miracle. Although Medicine King's Valley had the word valley in its name, this force was not built in a mountain valley. There were more than a dozen mountains around it, each of which was over 1,000 feet high. These mountains formed a circle, covering an area of several hundred square kilometers. This area of several hundred square kilometers was where Medicine King's Valley was located. In each mountain peak, there were powerful alchemists residing there. Some of them were taking in disciples and spreading their influence. Some were alone, cultivating alone and comprehending alchemy. There were 1 or 2 acres of medicine fields in each mountain, planted with a variety of spirit grasses and herbs that made people drool. The entire Valley of the Medicine Masters contained an endless supply of alchemy materials. At the center of these mountains was a valley-like existence. It was different from the tranquility of the surrounding mountains. This valley had been here for many years. Every day was bustling with activity. The cultivator coming and going was like a school of carps crossing the river in an endless stream. There was no other reason. This small town built in the middle of the valley was the place where Medicine King Valley communicated with the cultivator from the outside world. If a cultivator wanted to refine pills, they would bring sufficient materials. He had come here to look for the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters to refine. The disciples of Medicine King's Valley did not accept gold or silver for their alchemy. They only accepted 1/3 of the finished product. No matter what grade of pill one came to Medicine King's Valley to refine, whether it was a common grade pill or a heaven grade pill, there was nothing to be said if the refinement failed, but if the pill was successfully refined, 3 out of 10 pills would be the alchemist's reward. This kind of method of collection was a bit of a lion opening its mouth and asking for an exorbitant price. Every single heaven grade medicinal pill was worth a lot. If one worked hard to collect the materials, not only would they have to bear the risk of losing everything, even if the refinement was successful, 30% would be taken away by others as a reward. But even so, it could not erase the enthusiasm and determination of a cultivator to come to Medicine King's Valley to refine pills. Because here, the chances of an alchemist failing to refine pills were very small, and after the pill was successfully refined, the quality of the pills was also higher than the ones refined by the alchemists outside. So even with such harsh conditions, the cultivator was still willing to come here to find someone to refine pills for them. It was better than letting the alchemists outside refine pills and accidentally destroying all the materials. The reputation of Medicine King's Valley was well known, and not only did it attract the cultivator of the Great Han Empire. Even people from the surrounding countries often came here to ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine pills for them. The elders generally did not act rashly. If one wanted to ask them to refine pills, they would need at least heaven grade or even profound grade materials, and the remuneration would be higher. Medicine King's Valley had 10 great elders, each of them sitting in the 10 surrounding mountains, each of them possessing unique skills. and their alchemy skills were superb and unpredictable. Most people and even the disciples of Medicine King's Valley rarely saw them. These elders were all in their 60s and spent most of their time in seclusion studying alchemy, and only when some particularly expensive materials appeared would they act to refine pills. In the valley town, there were many shops, but not all of these shops were owned by Medicine King's Valley, and 90% of them were set up here by the various forces in the world. After all, this was the center of all the alchemists in the world, so these forces set up shops here to sell herbs, collect materials, gather intelligence, and so on. Medicine King's Valley itself was also a loner, never making enemies with any of the forces in the world, and never deliberately befriending any of them, so for thousands of years, it had always maintained a transcendent status. In the valley town, fighting was strictly prohibited, so even though there was an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, no one in this city dared to violate this rule. Once someone fought in the city, there was no need for the people of Medicine King's Valley to act, as the others would kill both sides on the spot. But once outside the valley, all kinds of grievances would be ignored by Medicine King's Valley. Therefore, the surrounding thousands of kilometers were two completely different worlds. Inside the valley surrounded by mountains, it was lively and peaceful, while outside the valley, for dozens of kilometers, there was fighting and killing everywhere. These people all had disputes in the valley and did not dare to act on the spot, so they came outside to fight to the death. On this day, a carriage came from afar and stopped about 50 kilometers away from Medicine King's Valley. The coachman put away his whip and shouted into the carriage, "Little brother, we've arrived at Medicine King's Valley." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai awoke from his meditation, a look of joy on his face as he lifted the curtain and walked out, looking around in amazement. Where is this place? The surroundings were empty. What kind of Medicine King's Valley was this? This was clearly the wilderness. The coachman smiled and said, "Little brother may not know, but the outside of Medicine King's Valley is full of dangers. Ordinary people like us do not dare to rashly approach. Whenever a guest wants to be sent to Medicine King's Valley, they will send them here and turn back. Any further is the gates of hell." Yang Kai frowned, and the coachman noticed his displeasure and carefully explained the situation around Medicine King's Valley to him. Hearing this, Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed, knowing that the coachman was telling the truth and not deliberately leaving him here. So he no longer cared. It was only a few kilometers, so he casually took out a silver note and handed it to the coachman. Using his movement skill, he calmly approached the distant mountain. Although he had just heard the coachman talk about the dangers outside Medicine King's Valley, seeing it for himself was far beyond Yang Kai's imagination. Along the way, in less than 30 kilometers, he saw 4 or 5 places where people were fighting to the death. These people all had conflicts in the valley and then came outside to resolve them. Along the way, there were even many corpses on the ground that were still emitting heat. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, but adhering to the principle of not meddling in other people's business, he quietly walked away. After walking for a short distance, he suddenly heard the sound of a chase behind him, and the sound of clothes flapping in the wind. Yang Kai frowned and turned his head to look. He saw a young girl wearing a sky blue dress running towards him. The young girl was about 16 or 17 years old. Her appearance was quite pretty, but at this moment her big watery eyes were full of panic. She was running with all her might. Behind her, 6 or 7 figures were chasing, their faces full of anger and murderous intent, each of them carrying a sword, looking extremely vicious. "You little wench, stop right there." An angry shout came from the other side. The girl ran even faster. "Quick, don't let her hide in the valley. Once she's inside, we'll never be able to catch her." The people saw that the girl was heading towards Medicine King's Valley and couldn't help paling. Medicine King's Valley strictly prohibited martial arts. If this girl really rushed in, everything would be over. In the blink of an eye, the girl rushed in front of Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai vigilantly sizing her up, the girl smiled, revealing her white teeth, then using all her strength, she gasped for breath and shouted, "Cousin, run, what are you waiting for?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his expression became cold, but before he could react, the girl rushed past him like a gust of wind, bringing with her a faint fragrance. "Not good, that little wench still has someone to help her." Quick, don't let a single one of them go. Kill the men and capture the women. The face of the person who had just shouted changed greatly. The group of people chasing her seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, their speed suddenly increasing. Damn! Yang Kai's expression was filled with resentment as he gritted his teeth and cursed, not wasting any time to explain himself to those people, instead turning around and chasing after the girl. Whether it was the girl in a light blue dress or the group of burly men chasing after her, none of them were very strong, the strongest only Yuan Qi 3rd or 4th stage. Yang Kai really didn't put this kind of strength in his eyes, but to get involved in such a troublesome matter for no reason really made Yang Kai burn with anger. Using his self-created movement skill, 3 steps became 2, and in just a few breaths of time, he had caught up with the girl's figure. The girl was stunned, quickly turning her head to look, just in time to see Yang Kai grimacing at her, his smile ferocious and terrifying. "Cousin." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and called out affectionately. "Ah." The girl's pretty face immediately turned bitter, goosebumps rising all over her body. She never expected that Yang Kai, who looked so young, would be so fast. Before her laughter fell, Yang Kai's face sank, and while running he stretched out a large hand to grab the girl. The girl's expression changed greatly, and she raised a slender hand to meet his attack. Yang Kai urged his Yuan Qi to meet her attack. The girl's figure flickered, and her speed suddenly decreased a lot. Before she could react, Yang Kai grabbed her waist with one hand and clasped her wrist with the other, suddenly stopping her in her tracks. "What are you doing?" The young girl shouted in panic as she watched the group of people chasing after her rapidly closing in on her. Yang Kai coldly snorted, twisted his waist, and threw the young girl towards the group of people who had gathered before him. The girl's eyes were filled with disbelief. She never expected that Yang Kai would do such a thing. Chapter 266. Being caught in a hurry and then thrown back, the girl didn't even have time to react and fell straight to the ground. When the group of people who were chasing after her saw this scene, their expressions were greatly shaken, and they scattered in all directions. By the time the young girl landed on the ground, everyone had already surrounded her. "Little wench, let's see where you can run now." The leader of the large men clenched his teeth and shouted, his face full of anger. The rest of the people sneered, and several of them looked up and down the girl's delicate and plump body, their eyes flashing with a trace of lust. Yang Kai observed the expressions of this group of people, and his face suddenly became gloomy. This group of people, they were not good people. The girl looked resentful and bit her red lips, looking at the large men around her with great fear, not daring to move. Her strength was not very strong, only at the peak of separation and reunion boundary. Now that she was surrounded, how could she escape? Her pair of big watery eyes looked towards Yang Kai and screamed, "You bastard, you shameless bastard, I curse you to die a horrible death, to have your soul destroyed, to be struck by lightning." If she had not been thrown back by Yang Kai, she would have already rushed into Medicine King's Valley and been safe. Thinking of this, the girl felt wronged and angry. Yang Kai snorted and turned to leave. Although he knew that this group of large men were not good people, the girl's actions just now had angered him, and he made up his mind to scare her. Seeing him so heartless, the girl felt cold all over. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the large men surrounding the girl exchanged glances, and 2 of them quietly rushed out, holding sharp swords and steel knives as they moved towards Yang Kai. Regardless of whether these 2 people were cousins or not, since he had already seen them, there was no reason to leave them alive. The girl was about to open her mouth to warn him when a sharp sword was placed against her neck. Feeling the cold sensation, the girl immediately swallowed her warning. The 2 large men were both at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, similar to the girl's realm, and were as fast as the wind. Soon, they arrived behind Yang Kai. The weapons in their hands glowed with a cold light as they aimed straight for Yang Kai's vital points. The young girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her large eyes narrowed, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel some regret. She really shouldn't have dragged this man, whom she had never met, into the water. Just now, she was being chased too quickly. A thought flashed through her mind. That was all he did. She didn't want to implicate him and cause him to suffer such a calamity. Yang Kai, who was walking forward, seemed to have eyes on his back. Before the weapon could reach him, his body suddenly floated forward. Miraculously, he dodged their attacks. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at the two indifferently, the corners of his mouth slowly rising. He laughed eerily. This turn of events shocked the two large men, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Knowing that this young man was not weak, they shouted and activated their Yuan Qi, using their killing moves to attack Yang Kai. Two fist shadows appeared in midair, and before the two large men had time to react, their bodies were sent flying backwards by a powerful impact. In midair, they both coughed up blood, and when they fell to the ground, they had already died. Jie 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 jie? The old demon laughed strangely. In that isolated world, he didn't play much of a role, but now that he had finally come out, he naturally had to show his skills. The black gas broke through the air, circled around the bodies of the two dead people, and then flew out. The leader of the large men saw his two subordinates instantly die, and his expression changed greatly. Placing his sword on the girl's neck, he coldly shouted, "Go!" The rest of the people couldn't help but gulp, roaring in unison as they fiercely rushed towards Yang Kai. Jie jie. The old demon attacked again, and all of them were shocked by this strange artifact. Immediately, one of them split up to block the old demon's soul-breaker all, while the others attacked Yang Kai without slowing down. Asterisk pung pung pung. Asterisk 3 muffled sounds rang out. The large men who had just rushed to Yang Kai's side were all involuntarily sent flying, each of their chests caving in. Since entering this isolated world a year ago, Yang Kai's opponents had all been the elite disciples of various forces. Each of these elite disciples had the ability to fight above their own realm, and each of them was capable of killing enemies 2 or 3 minor realms above their own realm. However, these elites had still suffered defeat at the hands of Yang Kai. Even the most tyrannical of them all, Wu Chengyi, could not escape death. How could these small fries be Yang Kai's opponent? With one strike from each of them, none of them had the chance to resist. Those with lower strength were directly killed, while those who were slightly stronger fell to the ground, completely losing their ability to fight. As soon as the bodies of the 3 fell to the ground, the old demon shamelessly abandoned his opponent and directly went to absorb their souls. The old demon's opponent didn't even have time to escape before Yang Kai grabbed him, gripped his head with both hands, and fiercely twisted it. With a crisp crack, the man's neck directly broke and his body fell limply to the ground. Leaving this man's body behind, Yang Kai coldly walked towards the big man who had kidnapped the girl, step by step, his Yuan Qi flowing out from his body, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving him the appearance of a majestic killing god. The girl's mouth formed a circle as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She had not expected this boy she had dragged into this water to be so tyrannical. He didn't look much older than her, so how could he be so strong? There was already a deep layer of fear and shock in her flickering large eyes. Compared to this group of enemies who had chased her for several days, Yang Kai was more like a villain, a blood-soaked executioner. He killed people as easily as he pinched an ant to death. From beginning to end, his cold expression had not changed in the slightest, and his eyes had not even blinked once. Human life was as light as a feather to him, so he did not care about it at all. The girl trembled with fear, but how could the big man who had kidnapped her not be the same? Although he had the strength of a Yuan Qi 4th stage master, at this moment he was also scared out of his wits and his soul. He was very clear about the strength of his subordinates. In a one-on-one fight, he could also deal with them, but it was impossible for him to do it as easily as this boy. Friend, this is all a misunderstanding. The big man's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he fearfully watched Yang Kai approach step by step. With a smile on his face, he said, "We didn't do anything to you. Friend, how about we just let it go?" Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he did not say a word. Indeed, we were the ones who had eyes but failed to see and were in the wrong first, but you have already killed so many of us, do you still want to kill all of us? The big man repeatedly retreated, and from beginning to end, his long sword was still pressed against the girl's neck. Seeing that Yang Kai was still unmoved, The big man knew that today was not the day to be kind, so he hardened his heart and his expression became ferocious. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Don't come any closer or I'll kill her." "You kill me! You kill me, you also die." Yang Kai was still slowly approaching the big man. In an instant, the big man was sweating profusely. As the boy in front of him approached, he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. His yuan qi involuntarily circulated, and the long sword in his hand slightly tightened. The girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm as she felt a cold sensation on her neck, and a trace of warmth gushed out from there. "You really think I don't dare to kill you?" The big man tried to intimidate. Before his voice fell, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and an invisible force was released from his mind, directly rushing into the big man's soul. This was the power of divine sense. Divine sense not only could be used to perceive the surrounding situation, it could also be used to attack. However, Yang Kai had never had such an experience, so he was just taking a risk. Pouring his divine sense into the big man's body, the big man's expression was stunned for a moment, but when he recovered, he saw that the boy in front of him was already in front of him, stretching out a large hand and grabbing his long sword. The big man roared, and his yuan qi was activated, fiercely cutting towards the girl's neck, wanting to destroy both jade and stone. Yang Kai's eyes were quick, and his palm struck the big man's face, at the same time sweeping his foot towards the girl, sweeping her away from the sword. In a flash, the girl dodged to the side, a few strands of severed hair fluttering in the air. The big man hurriedly retreated, avoiding Yang Kai's palm, and dragging the long sword in his hand, he pulled a long wound on Yang Kai's other hand. Blood splashed, but Yang Kai's expression was cold and calm, and taking advantage of the situation, he clenched his bloody fist and punched the big man's chest. Burning Sun's 3-layer blast. The big man's strength was at the 4th stage of the yuan qi boundary, so he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's attack, but he was still able to fight back, and his long sword danced in the air, one after another, killing move after another. While they were fighting, the Burning Sun's 3-layer blast, yuan qi exploded in his body, and the big man groaned 3 times, his face suddenly turning pale. Only at this moment did the old demon have the opportunity to rush forward and join forces with Yang Kai to fight. After a dozen moves, the big man's chest was pierced by Yang Kai's finger. His eyes gradually lost their light, and the big man's face was full of bitterness as he muttered, "Madman!" The old demon laughed strangely, and wrapped the soul breaker all, rushed into the big man's body, and took away the big man's soul, and immediately turned into black gas and entered Yang Kai's body. "Young master, did you feel it?" the old demon asked softly. "Yes." Yang Kai shook the blood off his hand. These people's yuan qi is very violent, and it seems that they are people who practice evil arts, or they are cultivators who have fallen into the evil path. When a cultivator is at the separation and reunion boundary, their temperament will be divided into 2 levels, which is why this boundary is called the separation and reunion boundary. They enjoy the pleasure of increasing their strength, but are unable to suppress their outbursts of emotions, and are controlled by all kinds of emotions. This is the so-called evil cultivator. These people are generally more brutal, bloodthirsty, and violent. Many cultivator are like this. The higher their strength, the more outstanding their performance will be, and eventually they will walk a different cultivation path from others, such as the people Yang Kai had just killed. Compared to the normal cultivation method, which one is better, no one can say clearly, but generally speaking, evil cultivators are not very popular. In this world, the largest gathering place of evil cultivators is the ash-gray cloud evil land. Within a radius of a few thousand kilometers, big and small demons gathered, and evil cultivators were everywhere. When High Heaven Pavilion's great elder Wei Shitong gave Yang Kai a promotion order, it was to go to the ash-gray cloud evil land and kill an evil cultivator whose strength was not lower than his own, but Yang Kai refused. But how did this girl provoke these people? Chapter 267. With suspicion in his heart, Yang Kai turned to look at the young girl. The young girl had been swept away by Yang Kai's foot and had yet to stand up. Her face was filled with panic and fear, as if she had been greatly frightened, her tender body trembling. Just now, just a little bit more and she would have died. That sharp sword even cut off a lot of her hair, and there was even a dark red mark on her neck. At this moment, she was covering her white neck with her hand, and her entire body was dripping with sweat. Seeing Yang Kai looking at her, the young girl couldn't help feeling her heart skip a beat, her face filled with fear. Only now did she realize what kind of existence she had provoked. 7 or 8 lives had been taken by him in less than 30 breaths of time. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a murderous man. Yang Kai frowned, stepped forward, and squatted down in front of her. The young girl retreated again and again, her long eyelashes trembling, her fear reaching the extreme. Chuckling, Yang Kai pushed her hand away and looked at the scar on her neck, saying, "It's just a superficial wound, if you heal it well, it won't even leave a scar." Saying so, he reached into his sleeve and took out a healing pill and handed it to her. The young girl squeezed out a smile. "I have a pill." Her vigilance was quite strong, so Yang Kai didn't care and put away his own pill. The young girl looked at him timidly, but seeing that he didn't seem to have any malicious intent, she bravely took out a bottle and swallowed a pill. "When you were caught, didn't you know to lean back a little?" Yang Kai frowned. "I've never fought with anyone before." The young girl's face was a little red. Since she was young, although she had always been cultivating at most, she had only sparred with others as friends. She had never experienced that kind of life and death battle. Being held by a long sword, she was instantly at a loss of what to do and didn't know what to do. Yang Kai carefully looked at her and found that this young girl's skin was delicate and her clothes were quite luxurious. Although she looked a little mischievous, she still had a unique temperament, one that could not be cultivated by an ordinary small force. This was definitely a young lady from a large family. It was no wonder that despite looking to be around the same age as him, he had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Moreover, his actual combat experience was so poor. It was the result of being spoiled. "How did you provoke this group of people?" "How would I know?" The girl immediately felt wronged. "When I left home, when I was playing outside, this group of people suddenly appeared. He had been captured by them long ago. All of them were so ugly. You scared me to death." Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. Seeing that he seemed to be easy to talk to, the young girl's courage couldn't help but grow a lot, and her almond eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yang Kai. "And you, why did you throw him back? Do you know how dangerous it was? If I really die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'll follow you every day and annoy you to death." Yang Kai stared into the distance with a deep look in his eyes. After a while, he retracted his gaze and said in a deep voice, "Maybe you didn't mean to shout like that, but what if it was someone else with no strength? If you're unlucky, you'll probably be immediately dismembered by the chaotic swords." The young girl was stunned. Her eyes flickered as she lowered her head and said softly, "I was wrong." After saying that, she looked up again. She felt wronged. "But aren't you too cruel? People say that one should help when they see injustice. You're so strong, even if I used you, it wouldn't matter." Yang Kai chuckled and didn't explain. When those big men surrounded the young girl, Yang Kai naturally saw the lewd light in their eyes. He planned to wait for them to leave and then secretly follow them to see the situation. But he didn't expect that those people wouldn't even let him go. It just so happened that he wanted to kill them all. Standing up, ignoring the young girl's shouts and questions, Yang Kai used his movement skill and headed straight for Medicine King's Valley. The young girl was stunned. She also hurriedly stood up and followed. This place was only a few miles away from Medicine King's Valley. She was deeply afraid that a few evil people would suddenly jump out from somewhere, so naturally she couldn't wait to hide in Medicine King's Valley. Chasing after Yang Kai's figure, after entering the valley town, she couldn't find him anymore. "He's not much older than me, but his strength is so strong. Which family is he from?" The young girl whispered to herself, thinking for a long time but still unable to think of a suitable person. She couldn't help feeling annoyed. Entering the valley town, a variety of medicinal fragrances filled the air, making one feel refreshed. Yang Kai casually wandered around the town and found that the shops here, with the exception of the inns and restaurants, were all related to herbs and pills. Ordinary and extraordinary spirit grasses, rare fruits, miraculous medicines, everything was here. A variety of herbs were displayed in the shops, and there were many that Yang Kai had never even heard of before, but they could be seen everywhere. Worthy of Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai praised in his heart. With such a scene, as long as one was an alchemist, they wouldn't be willing to leave here. Alchemists had a special fondness for herbs, so with so many of them here, it would be strange if they were willing to leave. In every shop, there were many cultivators who had come here to look around or haggle with the shop owner to buy herbs. There were also many alchemists who were helping the cultivator refine pills. However, all the alchemists in Medicine King's Valley town were disciples of Medicine King's Valley. Most of the cultivators who came here to ask for help in alchemy were here because of Medicine King's Valley's reputation, so naturally they wouldn't look for alchemists from other forces. Yang Kai strolled around for a long time, admiring and observing the alchemists as he went. He found that these alchemists were also divided into different grades. Their corresponding grades were ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, and mysterious grade, each of which was divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. Most of the alchemists Yang Kai saw were earth grade alchemists. For example, the one in front of him who had a silver 2-petal flower embroidered on his chest was an earth grade mid-rank alchemist, which also meant that he could skillfully refine earth grade mid-rank pills. Each petal corresponded to a grade: gold, silver, and white, which corresponded to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' clothes, Yang Kai could see what level they were at. There were very few heaven-grade alchemists, and as for mysterious-grade alchemists, there was not a single one. Only the elders of Medicine King's Valley were mysterious-grade alchemists. Many shops had finished pills for sale. Yang Kai wasn't interested in ordinary pills, but pills that could nourish his soul were something he couldn't help but linger on. These pills could not only strengthen his newly cultivated divine sense, but also nourish the soul-warming lotus, allowing the 5-colored soul-warming lotus to advance towards its ultimate goal of becoming a 7-colored lotus. Once the soul-warming lotus evolved to a 7-colored lotus, its effect would be great. However, soul-nourishing pills were very rare, and many times more expensive than ordinary pills. A bottle of ordinary earth-grade low-rank pills, 10 pills in a bottle, sold for 5,000 taels. But a bottle of earth-grade low-rank soul-nourishing pills was at least 30,000 taels. That was 6 times more expensive. Kai Yang was embarrassed, so he could only look at the ocean and sigh. After strolling around for a long time, Yang Kai saw that the sky was getting dark, so he found an inn to stay for the night. At night, the town of Medicine King's Valley was even more lively, so Yang Kai casually ate a meal before leaving the inn to inquire about some news. He had come to Medicine King's Valley this time to take a look at the Myriad Drug Pond, but the Myriad Drug Pond was a forbidden area of Medicine King's Valley, so it would not be easy to enter. For the next few days, Yang Kai had been inquiring about Medicine King's Valley, but he had been unable to find a way, so he was secretly anxious. Medicine King's Valley's Myriad Drug Pond was located on top of the Pill Saint's Peak. Not only was there a Myriad Drug Pond, but there was also a portrait of the Pill Saint. It was a holy land in the hearts of all alchemists and was usually heavily guarded. Even ordinary Medicine King's Valley disciples could not even think of approaching. Only the Valley Master and Elders were qualified to comprehend the mysteries of alchemy left behind by the Pill Saint. Yang Kai had heard many rumors about the Pill Saint's statue, many of which were said to be miraculous. It was said that the Pill Saint's ancestral spirit would appear from time to time, solving the puzzles in the hearts of alchemists and even teaching them alchemy techniques, allowing many people to benefit greatly. It was because of this that Medicine King's Valley carefully protected the Myriad Drug Pond. With such a heavily guarded place, how could one approach it? The Myriad Drug Pond was different from High Heaven Pavilion's Coiling Dragon Stream. Although the Coiling Dragon Stream was a forbidden area, it was very long and very dangerous, so naturally no one dared to approach it. On this day, Yang Kai was wandering around the town when he suddenly saw a familiar figure flash by. Looking at this person's back, Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. He quietly followed the man. After a short while, he saw the man enter a shop. Yang Kai looked up and saw a plaque hanging above the shop that read, Dong Medicine Store. As soon as Yang Kai walked into the medicine hall, A waiter immediately came out and greeted him enthusiastically. "What is honored guest looking for? Our Dong Family Medicine Hall is rich in herbs and has everything you need. Whether it is alchemy materials or finished pills, we sell them all at fair prices. If honored guest is interested, please take a look around." "I don't want to buy anything." Yang Kai shook his head. "Then, I'm looking for the young man who just went in," Yang Kai said. The waiter's expression immediately became vigilant. Sweeping his eyes over Yang Kai, he didn't become angry and instead tentatively asked, "May I ask what this little brother's name is?" Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Just tell him that an old friend of High Heaven Pavilion has come to visit." The waiter stared blankly for a moment before nodding slightly. Turning around, the waiter went into the inner hall to report, and a moment later, came back out again, his face full of smiles as he said flatteringly, "Little brother, please follow me, my young lord invites you in." Yang Kai nodded. Entering the inner hall, the waiter followed the stairs all the way up to the 3rd floor. When he reached the door, the waiter respectfully said, "The young lord is inside." Saying so, the waiter respectfully withdrew. Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in. At a glance, Yang Kai saw a slightly fat face looking towards him with a smile. Dong family, Dong Qinghan. Behind him were the Dong family's Wind and Cloud dual guards. These two old men didn't say a word, and although they seemed to be very old, in fact their eyes were quite reserved, only nodding slightly towards Yang Kai. Next to him sat a dignified and pretty young girl who was angrily holding a cup of tea. Yang Kai's eyes swept over this group of people, and when their 4 eyes met, he was stunned. The young girl also stared at Yang Kai in amazement, her expression extremely strange, her pair of eyes staring stupidly at him, the tea she had just taken a sip of involuntarily spurting out all over Dong Qinghan's face. Chapter 268. What the hell are you doing? Dong Qinghan had been putting on an older cousin smile as he looked at Yang Kai, but after being scolded by the young girl, his image was immediately ruined. "It's him." The young girl pointed at Yang Kai with her delicate finger, her face filled with shock. Dong Qinghan finally managed to sweep the tea leaves off his head and frowned. "What do you mean it's him? Speak clearly." "The man I met outside the mountain valley, the bad guy who grabbed me and threw me out," the young girl quickly explained. Dong Qinghan was stunned, turning his head to look at Yang Kai, then back at the young girl, a trace of astonishment flashing across his fat face. What a coincidence! Yang Kai was also puzzled. He hadn't expected this mischievous girl to appear here. This was the Dong family's territory, and she was able to sit at the same table as Dong Qinghan. Her status was definitely not low. Could it be? His brow furrowed, Yang Kai faintly guessed. "You still dare to appear in front of me?" The young girl remembered what had happened that day, but now that she had the support of Dong Qinghan and the Wind and Cloud dual guards, she immediately became spirited, gritting her teeth as she rushed over to Yang Kai, tilting her chin up proudly, seemingly imitating someone else's demeanor as she sneered. He, what's this called? There was a path to heaven but you refused to take it, there was no door to hell but you still rushed in, you're dead." Although she said this, there was no trace of anger or murderous intent on her face. Instead she stared at Yang Kai with great interest. Yang Kai grinned. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Saying so, he slapped the young girl's head. The young girl's big eyes narrowed. Her body suddenly shrank, and she quickly ran back like a rabbit, hiding behind Dong Qinghan, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai, her face full of arrogance. "Don't be presumptuous," Dong Qinghan scolded with a straight face. The young girl immediately straightened her back and shouted at Yang Kai, "Don't be presumptuous." "I said you." Dong Qinghan turned back and glared at her. The young girl suddenly froze. "No matter what, he did save your life. Don't you know how to thank me? You're already so old, yet you don't even have the slightest bit of etiquette." Dong Qinghan reprimanded sternly. "I don't want that. If he hadn't thrown me back that day, I would have been able to escape into Medicine King's Valley." The girl stomped her foot and made a face at Dong Qinghan. "Impudent. Get out." Dong Qinghan angrily slammed the table. The young girl pursed her lips and her eyes immediately turned red. She angrily rushed out. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai. After the young girl left, Dong Qinghan smiled wryly and shook his head, signaling to the wind and cloud dual guards. The two of them immediately released their divine senses and nodded to Dong Qinghan. "Sit down." Dong Qinghan motioned. Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He frowned and asked, "That person just now, you've met before?" Yang Kai couldn't help but smile wryly. If that was the case, then did they really have a cousin's relationship? He hadn't expected that what she had just casually called out that day would actually become true. Dong Qingyan, Yang Kai had some impression of her. However, the only time he had ever met her was 10 years ago. At that time, she was still a little girl running around behind Dong Qinghan. 10 years later, how could Yang Kai recognize her? A woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Yang Kai shook his head. Not only did he not recognize her, she probably didn't recognize him either. Who would remember so many things from their childhood? Yen said that a few days ago she was rescued by a young man about her age. I didn't expect that person to turn out to be you. Dong Qinghan also sighed. Sometimes the world was full of coincidences. It was a chance encounter. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not bothering to claim credit for himself. Not to mention that he hadn't spent much effort that day. The person he had saved was his cousin, so naturally there was nothing worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Dong Qingyan came back and tiptoed towards them. In her hand was a piece of ancient jade that exuded a faint energy fluctuation. As these fluctuations spread out, all of her aura was concealed. This kind of shielding was very thorough. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to detect her with their divine sense. A short time later, Dong Qingyan arrived outside the door like a cat, her small ears perked up as she listened. Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan seemed to be quite familiar with each other, which naturally aroused her curiosity. On top of that, her big brother usually didn't reprimand her, but just now he had actually directly asked her to leave. Dong Qingyan immediately thought that the two of them must have some kind of secret to discuss, so her big brother had deliberately sent her away. "This young lady wants to hear what you two are talking about." The sound of their conversation drifted out from inside the house. Dong Qingyan bit her red lips, her small face flushed red with nervousness. Although she was nervous, she was also excited. When she was in the Dong family, she had relied on this ancient jade to eavesdrop on countless secrets, so she was already familiar with this. "Why you here?" Dong Qinghan looked at Yang Kai and asked. "I've come to ask for your help." "What kind of help?" "I want to enter Medicine King's Valley." Yang Kai got straight to the point, taking a sip of his tea and looking at Dong Qinghan faintly. "Do you have any idea how to do so?" "Which peak?" Dong Qinghan's expression became serious. "Pill Saint's Peak." Hearing this, not only did Dong Qinghan's eyes narrow, even the wind and cloud dual guards standing behind him glanced towards Yang Kai. Dong Qinghan smiled bitterly. Medicine King's Valley has 12 peaks, 10 of which are the residences of the 10 great elders. One is the residence of the Valley Master, and the central peak is the Pill Saint's Peak, which is also Medicine King's Valley's restricted area. If you want to enter one of the other peaks, I have a way, but this Pill Saint's Peak, I really don't have the ability. There's no way at all? Yang Kai didn't want to give up. He also knew that the Pill Saint's Peak was special, otherwise, he wouldn't have come looking for Dong Qinghan. He couldn't use the power of the Yang family right now, but Dong Qinghan was different. He was the young lord of the Dong family, the future successor, so naturally he could use the Dong family's connections. Dong Qinghan frowned, tapping his fingers on the table for a moment before saying, "It's not impossible." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Let's hear it." In 2 months, the Alchemy Summit will be held here. At that time, all the alchemists from all over the world will come here to compete with one another. The top 50 alchemists of each realm's alchemist assembly will be allowed to enter the Pill Saint's Peak to look at the Pill Saint's portrait and comprehend the secrets of alchemy. If you can enter the top 50, you can legitimately enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "Do I look like an alchemist to you?" Dong Qinghan shook his head. "You don't, but this is the only way to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. Other than that, unless you become an elder of Medicine King's Valley." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Both of these methods were fantastical. Becoming an elder of Medicine King's Valley was obviously impossible, and obtaining a top 50 ranking at the Alchemy Summit was also nonsense. Yang Kai had never even touched upon the alchemic way, so how could he stand out among the world's alchemists? Anyone who dared to show off their skills at the Alchemy Summit must have a deep understanding of the alchemic way. Considering all this, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Besides the Pill Saint's Peak, if you want to go to any of the other peaks, I can find a way, and it won't be difficult. Dong Qinghan also felt a little embarrassed. This was the first time in his life that his cousin had asked him to do something, yet he couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Won't be difficult? Dong Qinghan smiled faintly. It's very simple. Just find some precious treasures and ask the elders of Medicine King's Valley to refine them. That way, you can enter one of the peaks, but at most you can only stay for half a day. If you stay any longer, Medicine King's Valley will expel you. Those elders have very bad tempers, and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley are also very arrogant, even more domineering than the young lords of your central capital's 8 great families. Yang Kai listened to this and secretly shook his head. Only being able to enter for half a day was definitely not enough time. If that's the case, if you're not in a hurry, you can go back first. I'll think of other ways to help you. Dong Qinghan's expression became dignified and serious. I won't ask you what you want to do with the Pill Saint's Peak, but if you make any mistakes, don't sell out my Dong family. Listening to him speak so seriously, Yang Kai grinned. What do you think I'm going to do? Who knows what you want to do, little brat? Dong Qinghan snorted, sighing. I can only say I'll think of a way to help you. I don't have any assurance of success. Yang Kai nodded. After bidding farewell to Dong Qinghan, Yang Kai returned to the inn and sat down to meditate while thinking about how to enter the Pill Saint's Peak. The meaning of Dong Qinghan's words was obvious. He didn't have a good way to send Yang Kai to the Pill Saint's Peak, so he couldn't pin his hopes on him. Just as he was thinking hard, there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai frowned, stood up, and opened the door. Opening his eyes, he saw the mischievous Dong Qingyan smiling at him shyly. He. The hatred and hostility from a moment ago had disappeared, replaced by a sense of cordiality and curiosity. Why you here? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. You really are here? Dong Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, glancing around the room, lightly coughing. Big brother asked me to tell you that he's found a way. Hearing this, Yang Kai's mouth slowly rose, revealing a strange grin as he stepped aside and said, Come in. Dong Qingyan didn't show any fear and quickly entered the room. Looking around the room with great interest, Dong Qingyan pursed her lips and said, You live in a place like this? So small and messy. Cough. Dong Qingyan knew that the identity of the Yang family's young lord couldn't be spoken casually, so she quickly swallowed her words. Your brother said he has a way? Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Dong Qingyan nodded quickly. Did he tell you that himself? Of course. Dong Qingyan's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then why didn't he tell me himself? Wouldn't it be the same if I did? Dong Qingyan sat down on the bed and playfully said, Big brother said that I will be fully responsible for this matter. He has another important matter to attend to and has already left Medicine King's Valley, so there's no need to look for him in the future. Chapter 269. Dong Qingyan spoke as if she was telling the truth, but how could Yang Kai believe her? Really? Yang Kai smiled even more strangely. Why would I lie to you? Dong Qingyan stuck out her chest and patted it with her hands. Don't worry, I promise you that you'll be able to get close to where you want to go. Heh. Yang Kai grinned as he stared at Dong Qingyan. This laughter was both obscene and evil, causing Dong Qingyan to feel a prickly heat rise up on her arm, quietly swallowing her saliva, and timidly saying, You're so scary when you laugh. Yang Kai's expression became serious, no longer trying to beat around the bush with her. Tell me, how do you know all this? What? Dong Qingyan pretended to be confused, her expression somewhat unnatural. You know where I want to go. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at her, raising a finger and shaking it. Don't tell me it was your brother who told you. Dong Qinghan wouldn't do such a thing. In the Dong family medicine shop, he had sent Dong Qingyan away before talking to Yang Kai, obviously not wanting her to know Yang Kai's identity, so how could he suddenly involve her in this for no reason? Moreover, the two of them had only been separated for less than an hour. An hour ago Dong Qinghan was helpless, so how could he have come up with a solution in such a short time? Coupled with this mischievous little cousin of his, it would be strange if Yang Kai didn't see the problem. It really was my brother who told me, Dong Qingyan firmly asserted. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, grabbed Dong Qingyan's arm, and dragged her out. What are you doing? What are you doing? Dong Qingyan refused to leave, screaming in horror. Yang Kai frowned. If you keep shouting, I'll knock you out. Dong Qingyan quickly closed her mouth and tried her best to retreat, but her strength was much lower than Yang Kai's, so how could she escape? In the blink of an eye, she was dragged to the door. What the hell do you want to do? Dong Qingyan looked at Yang Kai pitifully, a pleading look upon her face. I'll send you back to Dong Qinghan. I'm sure he hasn't left yet. Don't. I barely managed to escape. If you send me back, I'll be finished. Dong Qingyan panicked. Yang Kai grinned. Then tell me, how do you know all this? Okay, I'll tell you. Only then did Yang Kai release her. Dong Qingyan glared at Yang Kai bitterly. She rubbed her aching wrist and slowly tidied up her messy clothes. Only then did she angrily sit back on the bed. If you dare to lie, I'll really send you back to your brother, Yang Kai said seriously. I overheard it myself. Dong Qingyan quietly glanced over at Yang Kai, but seeing his expression sink, she quickly added, I'm not lying to you, I really overheard it myself. Yang Kai smiled. He asked, how did you overhear it? You're just a peak separation and reunion cultivator. How could you hide from the wind and cloud dual guard's divine senses? When he was talking to Dong Qinghan, the wind and cloud dual guards had been monitoring the nearby area. If Dong Qingyan had really been eavesdropping at that time, she certainly wouldn't have escaped the detection of those two old men. I naturally have my ways. Dong Qingyan said smugly, sitting on the edge of the bed, her two legs swinging back and forth. Seeing Yang Kai's distrustful expression, Dong Qingyan couldn't help but frown. I'm the Dong family's young lady, how could I not have at least one or two defensive artifacts? Artifact? Yang Kai's brow rose, a look of surprise on his face. What kind of artifact could hide from the divine senses of an immortal ascension boundary master? On top of that, the wind and cloud dual guards were both late-stage immortal ascension boundary masters, roughly the 7th or 8th stage. To be able to hide from them, the role of this artifact was really not small. Realizing that she had spilled the beans, Dong Qingyan's face filled with annoyance, hesitantly looking at Yang Kai. Quietly whispering, she said, I'll show it to you, but don't try to steal it from me. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, silently nodding his head. He was also very curious about this so-called artifact. Seeing him agree, Dong Qingyan solemnly took out a piece of ancient jade from her sleeve. Yang Kai stared at it and saw that this piece of ancient jade had a dark yellow color, as if it was made by nature. However, there were some crisscrossing lines on the surface of this jade. Obviously it had been refined by someone. Dong Qingyan poured her yuan qi into it, causing Yang Kai's brow to wrinkle as he discovered that her aura had disappeared in an instant. Dong Qingyan said, You haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary yet, so without your divine sense, you won't be able to understand this artifact. You won't be able to understand the wonders of this artifact, but I'm not lying to you. It was because I used this artifact that I was able to hide from those two old men. While she was speaking, Yang Kai had already released his divine sense to investigate her surroundings and found that it was indeed as she had said. As his divine sense swept across the area, there was nothing unusual about her. If he closed his eyes, he wouldn't even notice that there was another person here. This artifact is quite interesting. Put it away. Don't expose this thing in front of strangers in the future. Yang Kai sternly exhorted. Dong Qingyan giggled. I don't want to show off my wealth, I'm not stupid. Saying so, she put away the ancient jade. How much did you hear? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Almost all of it. Dong Qingyan stuck out her tongue. Then how much do you know? I know that place you want to go, and I also know, You really are my cousin. Dong Qingyan was speechless. She had just casually called him that day, but he had been so accurate. You said before that there was a way for me to get close to that place, is that true? Of course it's true. Dong Qingyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes rolling as she said, but I won't tell you the method now. Yang Kai suddenly smiled. Do you have a condition? If you do, then state it. Don't let my brother catch me. Dong Qingyan hurriedly said. Yang Kai frowned. He had long noticed that this little girl had secretly run out. Dong Qinghan appearing in Medicine King's Valley was probably because he had chased after her. Although he had some kinship with the Dong family, in the end, this was their family's business. How could he make such a decision? A few days ago, she had been chased by a group of villains. If something really happened to her, how could the Dong family let it go? Cousin. Dong Qingyan saw him hesitating, so she put on a pitiful look, shaking Yang Kai's arm. I'm bored to death at home. I just came out for a walk. After a few days I'll go back. Please don't tell them anything. Yang Kai remained silent. Dong Qingyan continued to plead, finally saying fiercely, if you don't protect me, I'll tell everyone you're the Yang family's young lord. Let's see who's going to have a hard time. Yang Kai couldn't help rubbing his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. If it had been someone else threatening him like this, he would have directly silenced them, but this girl in front of him couldn't. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai said, I'll definitely inform Dong Qinghan of your whereabouts. Young Lady Dong suddenly jumped up. She cursed, you have no conscience. Smelly cousin. I hate you. Let me finish. Yang Kai glared at her, but I can also protect you, provided you don't make trouble for me. Dong Qingyan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I promise to be obedient. Helplessly shaking his head, Yang Kai could only write a letter. Inside the Dong family medicine shop, Dong Qinghan was furious. Young lady disappeared? How could she disappear? Did you all grow up eating shit? With so many pairs of eyes watching you, in the blink of an eye she disappeared? The several Dong family disciples in front of him were being scolded so badly they couldn't help feeling like crying. There was nothing they could do, they didn't have much strength. Medicine King's Valley was filled with people, and with the young lady's strange behavior, she had disappeared into the crowd. What can we do? Thinking so in their hearts, they didn't dare to say anything. What are you waiting for? You bunch of idiots, hurry up and find her. If you can't find the young lady, then don't come back. Just find a place to chop yourself up and feed yourself to the dogs. Useless things. Dong Qinghan's face was livid. The group of people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Quickly scattering like birds and beasts, all of them muttering in their hearts, Young lady, please come back quickly, if you don't we'll all die. Young master, Medicine King's Valley strictly forbids fighting. The young lady won't be in any danger, don't worry. Maybe she'll come back soon. One of the Wind and Cloud dual guards comforted. I'm afraid she'll run away. Dong Qinghan said helplessly, this little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She suffered a big loss a few days ago and now she still hasn't learned her lesson. His face filled with resentment. The two guards glanced at each other and didn't say anything more. Just as he was feeling annoyed, a young servant came in from outside and bowed respectfully. Which one of you is the Dong family's young lord? Dong Qinghan quickly replied, I am. Hello, young Lord Dong. The young servant smiled flatteringly. A guest asked me to deliver a letter to you. Dong Qinghan's expression shook. Where is it? The young servant quickly handed over the letter. Hurriedly opening it and glancing over it, Dong Qinghan finally put down a big stone in his heart. One of the Wind and Cloud dual guards gave the young servant some silver and sent him away. Seeing his young lord's furrowed brow relax, he couldn't help asking, have you found the young lady's whereabouts? Dong Qinghan rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath, whispering, she went to Yang Kai's place. Since she's with young Lord Yang, there's no need to worry. Inside the inn, Yang Kai gave Dong Qingyan a room next door. Such a thoughtful arrangement greatly increased the Dong family's young lady's impression of Yang Kai. Cousin, you're so kind. The next day, when Dong Qinghan came to visit, Yang Kai briefly explained the whole story, causing Dong Qinghan to smile wryly. Dong Qingyan's threat made him not dare to use force. If Yang Kai's identity was exposed, it would not be a joke. In desperation, he could only comply with his little sister's temperament. Time flew by, and 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. These days, Yang Kai spent most of his time cultivating. Although there were many cultivators in Medicine King's Valley, the world energy here was still abundant, so it was a good place to cultivate. From time to time, he would be dragged out to play by Dong Qingyan, and after these days of contact, Yang Kai was surprised to find that his cousin was also an alchemist. However, her grade was not high, only a common grade mid-rank alchemist. She was the Dong family's young lady and had never had to worry about food or clothing since childhood. The family had spent a huge amount of manpower and material resources to cultivate her. If she wanted to refine pills, she could directly obtain them from the family. Why would she need to perform alchemy herself? So even though she showed a strong interest in alchemy, she didn't have much practical experience. After arriving in Medicine King's Valley, it was like arriving in heaven. Everything here made her forget to return. Chapter 270. On this day, before dawn, Yang Kai's door was knocked open and Dong Qingyan excitedly rushed in, directly standing in front of Yang Kai. "Ku, what ku?" Yang Kai glared at her and cut her off. Dong Qingyan stuck out her tongue and quickly corrected herself, calmly saying, "Guard Yang, come with this young lady." After all, she was the Dong family's young lady, and the Dong family and Yang family were related by marriage. If someone were to hear Dong Qingyan call out to Yang Kai, they would definitely be able to guess Yang Kai's identity. So, after some discussion, the two decided that Yang Kai would play the role of Dong Qingyan's guard. When a young lord or young lady of a great family went out, they would always have a few servants around them, so it was reasonable to call them this. Looking at the sky outside, Yang Kai faintly said, "Go play by yourself, I won't accompany you today." Dong Qingyan didn't become annoyed, instead just giggling, "Guard Yang, don't you want to go to that place?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious. Is today the right time? For the past few days, Yang Kai had been asking her if she had a way to get close to the Pill Saint's Peak, but Dong Qingyan had never given him any details, only saying that the time wasn't right yet. Bringing it up today naturally gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. "Then do you want to go out with this young lady?" Dong Qingyan looked at him triumphantly. Yang Kai quickly got out of bed. Inside the Medicine King's Valley town, Dong Qingyan shuttled through the crowd, as agile as a fish swimming through water. Yang Kai was wearing a set of martial arts robes, his hands folded behind his back, a serious expression on his face as he followed closely behind her. At a glance, it was obvious he was Dong Qingyan's attendant. Arriving at the eastern end of the town, Dong Qingyan's face immediately flushed with excitement and nervousness. Yang Kai could even clearly hear her heartbeat. She took a deep breath and covered her chest with her hand, calming herself down after a long time. Yang Kai looked around and found that there were many people gathered here. Moreover, each of these people had a unique flower petal embroidered on their chests. There were 2 pieces, gold, silver, and white. These people were all alchemists. Most of them were earth-grade low-rank alchemists, but there were also many common-grade alchemists. There were at least 200 people gathered here, bustling with activity. Dong Qingyan also pulled out a single silver petal ornament from somewhere. He pinned it on his chest. Puffing up her chest, it was as if she wanted to let the whole world know that she was a common-grade mid-rank alchemist. "What the hell are you doing?" Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. He asked softly, "Wait, whether you can enter or not will depend on this." Dong Qingyan responded softly, her small face filled with seriousness. Yang Kai frowned. Closing his eyes, Yang Kai slowly released his divine sense and listened to the nearby alchemist's whispers. After a while, his expression became strange. These people had come from all over the world, but they had all gathered here in order to become a disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Hidden Cloud Peak's elder Xiao Fu Sheng and learn alchemy. Yang Kai opened his eyes, looked at Dong Qingyan, and asked, "Did you come here to become a disciple?" Dong Qingyan smiled. "Of course, Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I ran away from home just for today." Saying so, she looked at Yang Kai pitifully. Guard Yang, you don't want to tell my big brother, do you? I just want to know what this has to do with my goal. Hidden Cloud Peak is not far from there. If you can enter. Dong Qingyan said meaningfully. Yang Kai listened to her and his heart moved. Indeed, if he could enter Hidden Cloud Peak, he might be able to find an opportunity to enter the Pill Saints Peak. The two peaks were only separated by 2 mountains. But I don't understand alchemy. Dong Qingyan chuckled. Grandmaster Xiao is accepting a disciple, so there must be a secret behind it. Even if you don't understand alchemy, you still have a chance. It just depends on whether you have the aptitude. Guard Yang. Dong Qingyan gently shook Yang Kai's arm. You see, I've done so much for you, so please don't tell my big brother about this, okay? Besides, being able to become Grandmaster Zhao's disciple can be considered as winning glory for my family. Even if my father finds out later, he will only praise me, so please don't do something so thankless. Yang Kai faintly said, if you can go in, then we'll talk. I'm sure I can. Dong Qingyan said confidently, for this day, I've made a lot of preparations. Just wait and see, I don't know if you can go in. Yang Kai secretly shook his head. He really hadn't expected Dong Qingyan's method to actually be this. The method was very good, but Yang Kai didn't have any confidence. He had never touched alchemy before, so how could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test? However, right now he could only bite the bullet and try. In any case, he wouldn't lose anything. As time passed, more and more alchemists gathered here, each of them full of enthusiasm. Like Dong Qingyan, there was a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, many of these alchemists even showing pious expressions. It was obvious how much these people respected and worshipped Hidden Cloud Peak's Xiao Fu Sheng. Yang Kai listened to the conversations of these people and learned a lot. Xiao Fu Sheng was one of the top 10 elders of Medicine King's Valley. His alchemy skills were even better than the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley, and he was one of the few mysterious grade top-rank alchemists in the world. Above mysterious grade was spirit grade, a height no one had ever reached before. Xiao Fu Sheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life. Although he occupied one of Medicine King's Valley's peaks, he had never accepted a disciple, nor did he have a wife or children. He had dedicated his life to alchemy. In the world of alchemy, Xiao Fu Sheng had unparalleled prestige. A few months ago, news spread from Medicine King's Valley that Xiao Fu Sheng wanted to accept a disciple, shocking the world. Countless alchemists scrambled to worship Grandmaster Xiao and inherit his legacy. The central capital's 8 great families and first-class great forces even wanted to send their own alchemists to Hidden Cloud Peak, but they were all rejected by Grandmaster Xiao. Until today, in Medicine King's Valley town, there was a test set by Grandmaster Xiao. Only those who passed this test could enter Hidden Cloud Peak. Grandmaster Xiao didn't care about the requirements for accepting a disciple. No matter where they came from or what kind of force they belonged to, as long as they had the aptitude, they could learn his alchemy skills. The only requirement was that they had to be at least 25 years old. Therefore, those gathered here were all alchemists of the younger generation. Some of them, in order to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, had even given up participating in the Alchemy Summit. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai stood behind Dong Qingyan, paying attention to the surrounding movements while secretly observing the situation. The sun was high in the sky. With a burst of commotion, the disciples of Medicine King's Valley finally appeared. These disciples of Medicine King's Valley were not Grandmaster Zhao's disciples, but rather alchemists from other peaks who had been entrusted to handle and monitor today's test. Not far ahead was a high platform that had been set up in advance. This high platform was several dozen meters in length and width, and all the alchemists who had come to participate in the test were gathered around it. For Medicine King's Valley disciples leapt onto the high platform. The one leading them was a middle-aged man. Embroidered on his chest was a 3-petal golden flower, and his expression was cold and dignified. Holding a huge medicine pot in his hand, he walked forward with a majestic gait. A burst of exclamations rang out. It's Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe, only 35 years old. He's already reached the level of a heaven-grade top-rank alchemist. He's also a genius of Medicine King's Valley. I heard he's the next Valley Master. Shoo, quiet. Qin Zhe came to the high platform and placed the huge medicine pot in his hand on a table. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples behind him also stopped. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Qin Zhe cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, my martial uncle Xiao has set up a test here today to accept disciples. This Qin is not talented enough. I will be the supervisor." The special and important status of an alchemist made this group of Medicine King's Valley masters look down on them. Moreover, they were often accompanied by alchemy furnaces all year round, so many of them did not understand the ways of the world and were disinclined to exchange pleasantries with others. As a genius alchemist, Qin Zhe's arrogance and indifference were even more obvious. After a few simple words, Qin Zhe opened the huge medicine pot with a straight face. Suddenly, a strange medicinal fragrance filled the air, and when everyone smelled it, their spirits shook. The test is very simple. Here are some pills that my martial uncle Xiao has personally refined for today. He wishes to join Hidden Cloud Peak. He took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it to refine its medicinal effects. If there is nothing else, you may pass the test. Everyone, please help yourselves. Saying so, Qin Zhe stepped aside. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples stepped forward and looked down at the crowd, their expressions cold and indifferent. Hundreds of people stood around the platform in a daze, none of them daring to be the one to eat the crabs. Qin Zhe's words were understated, but everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was definitely something special. Everyone was now waiting for someone else to try, so who would take the initiative to step forward? The Medicine King's Valley disciples were not in a hurry. They just stood on the high platform and waited quietly. After a long time, someone asked, "Dare I ask, what kind of pill is this?" One of the Medicine King's Valley disciples sneered, "A poison pill." The crowd was in an uproar. Although everyone knew that Grandmaster Zhao's test was not easy to pass, this kind of test was still far beyond everyone's expectations. Forcing someone to take a poison pill as soon as they came up, who could withstand it? Everyone only had one life. If they failed to pass the test and died here, wouldn't that be too bad? Qin Zhe lightly said, "Although it is a poison pill, it is not fatal. However, if one's aptitude is not high enough to take it, they will at least be weakened for 3 to 5 months." Hearing that it was not fatal, many people's minds became lively again. Grandmaster Xiao was still a famous grandmaster, so naturally he would not harm anyone. With this large pot of poison pills here, it was likely that those who wanted to fish in troubled waters would retreat. But of those who came here, which one of them was not confident in themselves? After thinking for a while, someone jumped onto the high platform. "I'll try." With someone taking the lead, many people followed suit. Shwa 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 shwa, more than a dozen people rushed up. "Please." The Medicine King's Valley disciple gestured. These people stepped forward, took a pill from the pot, and put it in their mouths. "Please refine the pills." The more than a dozen people who took the pills quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts. The hundreds of people below all stared with wide eyes, carefully observing, not wanting to miss a single thing. Chapter 271. In just 10 breaths of time, one of the alchemists who had taken a poison pill went pale, and without warning, his entire body began to tremble as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Everyone in the audience exclaimed, never having expected the poison pills refined by Grandmaster Xiao to be so potent. Before the exclamations had even ended, 3 loud puffing noises rang out from the stage, followed by a strange stench that drifted over with the wind. It turned out that the alchemist had let out several loud farts while he was distracted. Many people who were nearby were caught off guard and inhaled the stench, nearly vomiting it on the spot, all of them showing looks of disgust. The pale face of the alchemist who had participated in the test instantly turned red. This was not due to the effects of the poison pill but due to shame. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he had let out 3 farts. How could he endure this? Seeing countless eyes filled with pity and disgust directed towards him, the alchemist suddenly felt ashamed and hurriedly stood up, jumped off the stage, and fled in panic like a stray dog. He actually dared to participate in Grandmaster Zhao's test without any ability. He really overestimated himself. What a disgrace! Which alchemist is this? If word of this gets out, how will he face others in the future? The ridicule coming from behind was like a stab to his back, making him not dare to stay, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the crowd. The crowd had not yet recovered from the ugliness of the alchemist when suddenly there was a soft thump from the high stage. Looking over, they saw the two alchemists who had just taken a poison pill actually fall backwards, their eyes wide open as they maintained a meditative posture, completely unconscious. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley glanced at each other and coldly snorted before walking over to the two alchemists and kicking them off the stage. Their attitudes were cold and their expressions were arrogant, as if they were just kicking two objects instead of people. However, no one dared to accuse them of anything. They had already been warned beforehand. Grandmaster Xiao had refined a bottle of poison pills. Since they dared to take it, they should be mentally prepared to be poisoned. Not dead. Immediately, someone went up to test the aura of the two alchemists and found that they were not dead, but for some reason they were still motionless and wouldn't wake up. So hot. Another alchemist suddenly jumped up from the high platform. His exposed skin was as red as blood, emitting a monstrous heat. Steam was rising from the top of his head. He kept tearing at his clothes, and in a short while his upper body was bare, but he seemed to be unaware. It was still tearing. Dong Qingyan's pretty face blushed as she hurriedly covered her eyes. A few cultivators scurried up from below the high platform and dragged that person away with ashen faces. These few cultivators should be from the same clan as that alchemist. They didn't want to see him embarrass himself anymore. In less than 30 breaths of time, the first batch of alchemists who had participated in the pill trial had been completely annihilated. There were all kinds of living things, and the symptoms of poisoning were also all kinds of strange. Such a tragic experience not only did not deter these alchemists from joining Hidden Cloud Peak, but instead made them even more enthusiastic. The poison pills that Xiao Fusheng had refined were clearly the same kind of pills, but they could produce so many different effects. It was indeed the work of a master. Because of this, these alchemists who had come felt that Grandmaster Zhao's alchemy skills were unfathomable. After this group of alchemists left, another 30 alchemists stepped onto the stage. As time passed, more and more people were poisoned, either falling unconscious or making a fool of themselves. In total, more than 200 alchemists had stepped onto the stage, but not a single one had safely passed Grandmaster Zhao's test. The entire test site was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Another group of alchemists was poisoned, and one of them, who had become as stiff as a stone after being poisoned, shouted loudly, "I don't accept this, I don't accept this. How can a single poison pill test my extraordinary aptitude? I don't accept this. I want to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to see Grandmaster Xiao. Grandmaster Xiao, please give this junior a chance." "Drag him away," Qin Zhe coldly shouted. The three young Medicine King's Valley disciples all wore cold expressions. Walking up to this man, they directly threw him off the high platform. The man continued to shout, "Grandmaster Xiao, I can inherit your mantle. Please give this junior a chance." "This group of people is crazy," Yang Kai coldly observed, shaking his head. Dong Qingyan softly said, "You don't know Grandmaster Zhao's prestige in the alchemy world. That's why you say that. Look at that man, even though he's so ugly and unsightly, has anyone ever laughed at him?" Yang Kai turned his head and found that no one was ridiculing him. Most of them had dull expressions, many of them even showing sympathy. Grandmaster, in the eyes of us alchemists, is a supreme existence. In order to worship him as our master, what does it matter if we suffer a bit of hardship and lose face? Dong Qingyan lightly bit her red lips, her face filled with both nervousness and expectation. "Are you sure you want to go up and take that poison pill?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "You also saw the reaction of those people. Directly falling unconscious is already good, but if you can't pass this test, you'll have to tear off your clothes on the spot." Dong Qingyan's pretty face immediately paled. "And everyone gathered here is young. I'm sure they would be willing to see such a scene. TSKSK, the Dong family's young ladies' clothes are in disarray. That's a good topic to talk about after dinner." "Really? Even if you let out a few loud farts in front of everyone, don't say that." Dong Qingyan's face went pale. No matter what kind of ugliness it was not something a little girl like her could accept. Once it happened, she would never be able to raise her head again in the future. Glaring fiercely at Yang Kai, Dong Qingyan waved her small fists. I knew you were up to no good and wanted me to go back to my brother's place, but I still want to try this test. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Now that I've come all the way here, how could I give up now? Saying so, her voice softened again as she blushed. If it's really like you said, you'll have to take me away sooner rather than later. Yang Kai shook his head slightly. It seemed that his cousin was determined to go up on stage. No matter how he tried to dissuade her, it would be useless. The crowd once again burst into an uproar. An Earth-grade top-rank alchemist. Isn't that the Wang family's alchemy genius, Wang Qiren? He's also here? If it's him, I'm afraid he really can pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. Good, this is going to be interesting. Look at that one, an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, trained by the Xiong family. That one is also an Earth-grade mid-rank alchemist, from the Chang family. The alchemists of the great families are finally going to take action. A good show is about to begin. This group of alchemists were all young alchemists who had been trained by the great families and great forces, all of whom had come here to inherit Xiao Fu Sheng's mantle. Those who had just gone up. All of them were alchemists from small places, so it was normal for none of them to pass the test. Now that this group of people had gone up on stage, many people were looking forward to it. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, and as the voices reached the ears of the dozen or so Earth-grade high-rank alchemists on the stage, these young men all showed proud expressions. They also showed their good upbringing and stepped onto the high platform. First, they bowed to Qin Zhe. After performing a disciple's salute, they stepped forward one by one and stood in front of the pill pot. Brother Wang, please go first. Among all of you, only Brother Wang has reached the Earth-grade top-rank alchemist level, so naturally he should go first. The Chang family alchemists smiled and gestured. The others also nodded. Wang Qiren smiled and cupped his fists. Since that is the case, this Wang will accept. Saying so, he turned to the direction of Hidden Cloud Peak and bowed before reaching out and taking out a poison pill, placing it in his mouth before sitting down and refining it. From his attitude, it was clear that he was determined to pass this test and had a card up his sleeve. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bowed to Hidden Cloud Peak. That was the mountain peak where Xiao Fu Sheng lived. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't help sneering when they saw this. So what if it was an Earth-grade top-rank pill? The poison pill refined by Martial Granduncle Xiao. Even if a heaven-grade alchemist took it, if their aptitude wasn't high enough, they would still suffer. This Wang Qiren really thinks he's some big shot. The three Medicine King's Valley disciples glanced at each other and secretly sneered, waiting for the situation to develop, ready to see Wang Qiren make a fool of himself. Not long after, this group of people took the poison pill and found a good place to sit down. While everyone on the stage was absorbing the medicinal efficacies, the spectators below also held their breaths, craning their necks to watch, as if they were more nervous than if they were participating in the test themselves. These alchemists were truly worthy of being from great forces. All of them had extraordinary attainments and high aptitude. Those who had gone up to take the test before had lasted at most half a cup of tea's worth of time. However, this group of people only reacted after a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. The first to do so was an Earth-grade low-rank alchemist, who suddenly frothed at the mouth and fell unconscious. Immediately after, someone jumped off the high platform and a few muffled sounds rang out. One after another, the alchemists of these large forces all had problems. This result left everyone dumbfounded. It wasn't that these people were unworthy of their reputation, but that the difficulty of Grandmaster Zhao's test had exceeded everyone's imagination. After a stick of incense worth of time, only Wang Qiren remained on the high platform. Everyone else had left. Countless people's hearts were tense. If Wang Qiren couldn't pass this test, then they really didn't know who else could. After a long time, Wang Qiren's body suddenly moved and a faint black qi appeared on his forehead. Qin Zhe, who had been sitting there motionless since the beginning of the test, suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Wang Qiren's reaction. As time passed, the black qi became more and more obvious. more and more solid. Suddenly, the black qi disappeared without a trace, but instead, Wang Qiren opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of black blood. The crowd burst into an uproar. This was the first time they had seen Wang Qiren react like this, so they couldn't help wondering if he had passed the test. The Wang family cultivator quickly rushed up and hurried to Wang Qiren's side. Wang Qiren waved his hand and stood up with difficulty, looking towards Qin Zhe with a trace of expectation. Qin Zhe sighed, "Fail." Wang Qiren's expression darkened, but he didn't give up, cupping his fists and asking, "Dare I ask, Senior, how can I pass this test?" Qin Zhe saw that he was also a talented alchemist, so he patiently explained, "In fact, you were just one step away from passing. Unfortunately, you failed." "Junior understands." Wang Qiren smiled bitterly and jumped off the high platform with the other cultivator. Chapter 272. Once again, they were all annihilated. Even an alchemy genius like Wang Qiren had failed to pass Grandmaster Zhao's test. This result was far beyond everyone's expectations. After Wang Qiren left, the scene was silent for a long time, no one daring to step onto the stage. No one was confident they could pass Grandmaster Zhao's test, so no one dared to step onto the stage and disgrace themselves. From beginning to end, the people from Medicine King's Valley were not anxious, so no one stepped onto the stage. They simply stood there and waited. Yang Kai glanced over at Dong Qingyan and found that her two small hands were constantly clenching and opening, clearly showing her extreme nervousness. Her face showed some eagerness to try, but also some lack of confidence. Even an Earth-grade high-rank alchemist had failed. Could she, a mere common-grade mid-rank alchemist, succeed? If you miss something, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Yang Kai said lightly. Dong Qingyan's tender body shook as she turned to look at Yang Kai, a trace of contemplation flashing across her eyes, but soon they became firm as she took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." Yang Kai smiled lightly, and together with Dong Qingyan, both stepped onto the high platform. Seeing that there was still someone who dared to step onto the stage, the crowd below suddenly burst into cheers and shouts of encouragement, causing Dong Qingyan to smile shyly. But soon after, someone discovered her rank through the embroidery on her chest. Only a common-grade mid-rank alchemist? With such a low rank, she's probably going to make a fool of herself. Poor little girl, if she makes a fool of herself here, how will she have the face to show her face in the future? Dong Qingyan listened to these words, biting her lip and not saying a word. The three young disciples from Medicine King's Valley actually smiled at her. A beautiful woman was always able to win good impressions wherever she went. "Young lady, please." Dong Qingyan nodded gently, took a deep breath, walked over to the medicine pot, and took out a poison pill, turning back to look at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll watch from the sidelines." If Dong Qingyan really couldn't pass the test, he would definitely take her away. He definitely had to take her away. He couldn't let her embarrass herself in front of so many people. On the high platform, besides the Medicine King's Valley disciples, only Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai were present. On top of that, Yang Kai's outfit made it obvious he was this woman's attendant, so the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't immediately chase them away. Dong Qingyan took a deep breath, placed the poison pill into her mouth, and swallowed it down before walking over to the side and sitting down cross-legged. He circulated his energy to neutralize the effects of the medicine. Yang Kai put his hands behind his back. Like a javelin, he stood in place, vigilantly observing Dong Qingyan's movements. Half a cup of tea's time passed, but she did not respond at all. 10 minutes passed. She still did not respond. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he secretly released his divine sense to sweep Dong Qingyan's body, quickly discovering that the yuan qi in her body was rapidly circulating. He was burning some of the impurities in his meridians. These miscellaneous items should be the poison contained in the poison pill. "Oh, this little girl isn't bad, she managed to hold on for so long," someone in the audience exclaimed. Of the several hundred people who had come up before, except for the alchemists from the great families, few had been able to hold on for so long. Moreover, it wasn't as if no common-grade alchemist had come up before, But those people had only lasted a dozen breaths, so Dong Qingyan's performance had impressed everyone. How did she do it? She's another genius suited for alchemy. Compared to that Wang Qiren, she's not much better. I know her, she's the Dong family's young lady, Dong Qingyan. What? The Dong family's young lady? As the crowd exclaimed, a faint black chi suddenly appeared between Dong Qingyan's eyebrows. Quickly, this black chi became thicker and thicker, and then, the black chi quickly moved and disappeared into her body, but Dong Qingyan suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a black chi visible to the naked eye. After exhaling this black chi, Dong Qingyan opened her big eyes in amazement. Qin Zhe also stood up from his chair. His stiff face finally bloomed into a smile as he praised, "Good, good. Someone finally passed Martial Uncle Zhao's test." Passed? The hundreds of people present were silent, almost unable to believe their eyes. In total, more than 300 alchemists from all over the world had taken the stage. Many of them were geniuses with outstanding aptitude, some were even Earth-grade high-rank alchemists, but all of them had somehow failed. Now, a single common-grade mid-rank alchemist had actually passed unscathed? What kind of mysteries were hidden in this? Dong Qingyan was also dumbfounded, blinking her big eyes as she stared at Qin Zhe in amazement. Yang Kai lightly coughed and said, "Young lady, this senior said you have passed the Grandmaster's test." What? Dong Qingyan didn't seem to have recovered. Qin Zhe's cold expression suddenly changed, replaced by a kind smile. "Young lady, congratulations on passing the test. From now on, you are my Martial Uncle Zhao's disciple. This Qin should also call you junior sister." Dong Qingyan was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she jumped up and burst into tears of joy, covering her face with both hands, her eyes immediately becoming red. Happiness had come too suddenly. The little girl was obviously not mentally prepared. She was at a loss for words for a long time, not knowing what to say. Tears began streaming down her cheeks. After a long time, Dong Qingyan turned to Qin Zhe and said, "Yen, greets big brother Qin." Qin Zhe laughed. "Junior sister is too polite. Martial Uncle Zhao accepting you as a disciple is my Medicine King's Valley's blessing." After the two exchanged pleasantries, the atmosphere immediately became much more harmonious, causing the group of people below to stare dumbfounded. When had they ever seen Medicine King's Valley's Qin Zhe act so friendly? Every time they asked him to perform alchemy, he would always put on a straight face, as if everyone in the world owed him money. But now, he was smiling so widely that his molars could be seen. It wasn't that he didn't know how to smile, but rather that they couldn't enter his discerning eyes. "Since junior sister has passed Martial Uncle Zhao's test, you are now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley. If there is nothing else, you can come with us to Medicine King's Valley. If there is something you need, please handle it as soon as possible," Qin Zhe said with a smile. Dong Qingyan nodded. If she wanted to enter Medicine King's Valley, she would need to inform the Dong family first. However, since things had reached this point, she believed that her big brother would definitely not stop her. Being able to enter Medicine King's Valley was also a matter of pride for the Dong family. Think about it, no matter which great force in the world wanted to have a good relationship with Medicine King's Valley, the Dong family's young lady was already the direct disciple of Medicine King's Valley's Grandmaster Xiao. This was a unique advantage. No one could compare to him. Big brother, Yen also wants to try. Dong Qingyan glanced over at Yang Kai and said, "Guard?" Qin Zhe frowned, glancing over at Yang Kai faintly. Although he didn't show much disgust, the disdain in his eyes was obvious. "Yen has been protecting me since I was a child, so," Qin Zhe gave her a meaningful look, apparently misunderstanding that she had developed feelings for him over time. Not wanting to delve deeper, he just nodded and said, "Since he wants to try, it's fine. In any case, Martial Uncle Zhao has refined a large number of poison pills." Saying so, he casually asked, "What grade of alchemist is he?" Dong Qingyan blushed and said, "He doesn't know alchemy." Qin Zhe's expression suddenly became ugly. "If you don't know alchemy, then what's the point of trying? Do you really think alchemy is a child's play? My Medicine King's Valley is not so easy to enter. if you don't have a heart for alchemy. If you want to pass this test, then don't try. Yang Kai looked at him faintly and said, "Dare I ask, when Senior Xiao set up this test, did he say that those without alchemy experience would not be able to participate?" Qin Zhe sneered, "Martial uncle never said such a thing. But since you have never studied alchemy before, you naturally won't be able to go far on this road in the future. If you don't intend to devote your life to alchemy, then don't come here to make trouble. This is not a place for you to play around." Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he said lightly, "As far as this junior knows, Grandmaster Xiao himself was only 26 or 27 years old when he first started learning alchemy. This junior is only 17 this year, 10 years younger than Grandmaster Xiao." All of this information was what he had just heard from others. Qin Zhe's brow furrowed as his expression became quite unpleasant. Suddenly, someone from the crowd cursed, "Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao? Grandmaster Xiao is a genius, born for alchemy. Not to mention that he only started learning alchemy at the age of 26 or 27, even if he was 40 or 50 years old, it wouldn't be too late. What qualifications do you have to compare yourself to Grandmaster Xiao?" "Silence!" Qin Zhe angrily shouted, immediately silencing the crowd. Qin Zhe stared deeply at Yang Kai, not saying a word. After a long time, he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. Since Martial Uncle did not say that only alchemists must participate in this test, you are qualified. Go and take a poison pill." Yang Kai nodded, and under the sneers of the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, he took out a poison pill and threw it directly into his mouth. Dong Qingyan looked at him nervously, but Yang Kai just smiled and walked over to the side and sat down. Circulating his true Yang secret art, a burning sensation spread out, causing Qin Zhe's brow to wrinkle slightly, and he couldn't help secretly nodding. Although he had looked down on Yang Kai a moment ago, now that he felt his Yuan Qi, he knew that this boy was not simple. At such a young age, he had already reached the Yuan Qi boundary. This kind of aptitude was not something an average person could compare with. If he did not distract himself with alchemy and instead concentrated on the martial Tao, he would surely achieve great things in the future. A trivial guard is so powerful? The Dong family's heritage was not shallow. Qin Zhe was really surprised. As soon as the poison pill entered his stomach, Yang Kai felt it completely dissolve and flow directly into his meridians. Worthy of being personally refined by a grandmaster, this kind of medicinal efficacies were simply too fast. Not to mention that Yang Kai was now at the second stage of Yuan Qi. Even if a cultivator had just reached the initial element boundary, as long as they circulated their Yuan Qi, they would be able to effortlessly absorb the medicinal efficacies. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, but after being tempered and burned by his true Yang Yuan Qi, they were not able to harm him in the slightest. After a few circulations, Yang Kai felt that the poison had completely lost its effect, and instead continued to flow up to the top of his head, converging into a turbid gas in his mouth. Gawking for a moment, Yang Kai secretly cursed. Dong Qingyan had just spent the time it took to drink a cup of tea to pass the test, which had already caused Qin Zhe to lose his composure. Now, after just a few circulations he had passed the test, who knew what kind of disturbance would arise? This speed is too fast. Thinking so, Yang Kai swallowed the turbid gas in his mouth, not spitting it out, while continuing to circulate his secret art as if nothing had happened. Chapter 273. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai quietly began circulating his Yuan Qi, guiding the turbid Qi from his mouth to his forehead. From an outsider's point of view, Yang Kai's forehead was now filled with a faint black Qi. Qin Zhe was suddenly surprised. This was clearly a sign that would only appear at the final juncture of the test. Of the hundreds of alchemists who had taken the stage before, only Wang Qi-ren and Dong Qingyan had reached this point, but the former had failed while the latter had succeeded. How could a mere guard do this? Could it be that he was another genius suited for alchemy? Qin Zhe was quite nervous as he stared at Yang Kai deeply, his heart almost jumping into his throat. His martial uncle Xiao had personally told him that as long as he could find a suitable successor for this trial, he would be satisfied. Now that Dong Qingyan had passed, if another one passed, Wouldn't his martial uncle laugh his head off? Not only would Hidden Cloud Peak have a successor in the future, but it would also be able to carry forward its legacy. Just as Qin Zei's heart was filled with nervousness, the black chi between Yang Kai's eyebrows suddenly disappeared. Qin Zei held his breath on the spot, his eyes widening. Success or failure would all depend on the next moment. As he anxiously waited, Yang Kai didn't respond, but after a long time, Qin Zei's eyes began to ache, only to see a wisp of black chi appear between Yang Kai's eyebrows. What's going on? Qin Zei was really confused. The reaction of this young man in front of him wasn't like Wang Qi-ren who spat out a mouthful of black blood, nor was he like Dong Qin-yen who successfully forced out the black smoke, so how could this black gas appear back and forth between his eyebrows? This situation was inconsistent with what his martial uncle had told him before. Just as he was feeling anxious and confused, the black chi disappeared. But before he could calm down, the black chi reappeared. Qin Zei's heart began to beat erratically as the black chi continued to rise and fall. This kind of waiting without knowing the result was really too torturous, especially since the other party's performance was constantly fluctuating between success and failure, making him feel even more tormented. The black chi fluctuated at least a dozen times before the boy in front of him suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a thick turbid chi. As this turbid chi was expelled, the boy's entire body seemed to become sluggish, his head drooping down. He had lost his spirit. Fuck. You finally spat it out. Qin Zei cursed in his heart. If you keep tormenting me a few more times, I'm afraid I won't be able to take it anymore. But how could something like this happen? Qin Zei furrowed his eyebrows in deep thought. Could it be that this youth's aptitude had barely reached the standard set by his martial uncle, and that was why he had passed the test with such difficulty? Thinking about it this way, it did make sense. Brother Qin. Dong Qin-yen looked at Qin Zei and hesitantly asked, "How is he?" Qin Zei regained his senses and laughed heartily, and, not bad, not bad. Although his aptitude is slightly worse than yours, but he barely passed. Passed again? Everyone below the stage was stunned by this sentence. So many people had gone on stage before, but none of them had succeeded. Even Wang Qi-ren had spat out a mouthful of black blood, but now, a common grade mid-rank alchemist had passed. Even though her rank as an alchemist was very low, she was still the daughter of the Dong family. The Dong family was quite powerful, so it was acceptable that they could cultivate such a talent. But what about the guards? They were just young Lady Dong's followers. How could such a person pass? Senior Qin, that little brat shouldn't have cheated, right? Someone below shouted. That's right, Senior, this person doesn't even know alchemy. How could he pass Grandmaster Zhao's test without an alchemist's rank? He must have used some dirty tricks to achieve this. I refuse to accept this. The smile on Qin Zei's face immediately froze, his eyes flashing like lightning as he swept his eyes across the crowd, coldly snorting. This is a poison pill personally refined by my martial uncle Xiao. No one can cheat. Even if an immortal ascension boundary cultivator takes this pill, those without alchemy aptitude will not be able to bear it. If there is anyone who disagrees, come up and give it a try, but if there is anyone who dares to question it, then that is an insult to my Medicine King's Valley, an insult to my martial uncle Xiao. As soon as this big accusation was made, the crowd immediately quieted down. Damn, a little guard who can't even perform alchemy can pass. I don't believe it. An alchemist grit his teeth and fiercely rushed up the stage. Many people quickly followed. A moment later, a large group of people were poisoned, a whole pot of poison pills, at least 500 to 600 of them. By noon, all the poison pills had been taken, but from start to finish, only Dong Qin-yen and Yang Kai had safely passed the test. There were also many people who suffered the same fate as Wang Qi-ren, reaching the final step but failing at the final step, causing many people to sigh with regret. Only now did everyone realize that Grandmaster Xiao had not set out to recruit disciples, but had set up such a difficult test in order to find a suitable successor. After the test ended, Qin Zei walked over with a smile. Junior brother and junior sister, when will you come with me to Hidden Cloud Peak? If martial uncle knows that 2 people have passed this time, he will definitely be very happy. Yang Kai's face remained expressionless, not saying a word, his expression cold. His current status was that of a bodyguard, so naturally he could not overstep his boundaries. Dong Qingyan smiled and said, "I'm going to say goodbye to my big brother." "Oh, let's go together. Quickly say goodbye and we'll go to Hidden Cloud Peak." He couldn't wait to take them to Medicine King's Valley. On the third floor of the Dong family medicine store, Dong Qinghan's fat face wore a wry smile. The news that Dong Qingyan had passed Grandmaster Zhao's test had reached his ears early on. Although he knew that his little sister had been obsessed with alchemy since childhood, he had never expected her to be able to accomplish such a feat worshipping Xiao Fu Sheng as a disciple. This was a good thing no one could refuse. But in the end, she was a girl who had been pampered since childhood, now suddenly changing to an unfamiliar environment. He didn't know if she could handle it. But now, what was done, unless the Dong family was willing to break off all ties with Medicine King's Valley, it would be impossible to poach someone from Medicine King's Valley. The Dong family naturally could not break off relations with Medicine King's Valley, the stakes were too high. Just as Dong Qinghan was smiling bitterly, the Wind and Cloud dual guard's expression suddenly changed and whispered, "Young lady and young Master Yang are coming, and there is another person with them. He should be the steward of Medicine King's Valley." Dong Qinghan was startled and quickly got up. "Come with me to greet them." Before they reached the door, the sound of someone running up the stairs could be heard. Opening the door, Yang Kai saw Dong Qingyan running up the stairs at a brisk pace. Big brother, I succeeded." Dong Qingyan couldn't wait to tell Dong Qinghan the good news. Dong Qinghan's face immediately stiffened as he reached out and knocked her head, scolding, "Nonsense. Such a big thing, why didn't you discuss it with me in advance?" Dong Qingyan rubbed her small head, still grinning, not showing the slightest annoyance. Just as Dong Qinghan finished reprimanding her, Qin Zhe, who had followed closely behind, lightly coughed. Dong Qingyan's expression immediately became serious as he quickly bowed. "Junior greets Senior Qin." Qin Zhe nodded lightly, frowning slightly. "Young Master Dong, since your little sister has passed the test, she is now a disciple of my Medicine King's Valley, the disciple of my martial uncle Xiao, and also this Qin's junior sister. Although she is still a member of your Dong family, you can't hit her at will." Dong Qinghan was stunned. Qin Zhe continued to casually scold him. "Alchemist is a noble profession, different from you spear-wielding barbarians. What you need is brains. Do you understand brains? What if you break her head? Junior sister is a genius in alchemy. If you really break her head, can you afford the loss? Can you afford the wrath of my martial uncle Xiao? Can your Dong family afford the wrath of my Medicine King's Valley?" Spear and stick scolding, Dong Qinghan's young Master Dong was left speechless. Qin Zhe snorted and continued, "You call me senior, but Yen is now this Qin's junior sister. In terms of seniority, she is higher than you. How can you hit her? Do you not understand this simple truth?" Dong Qinghan was dumbfounded, wanting to cry but having no tears. "I just greeted you, I didn't say anything. I know your Medicine King's Valley is overbearing, but she is my little sister. Can't I even teach her a lesson? I've never seen anyone so overprotective. You haven't even entered Medicine King's Valley yet and you're already acting like this. Once you really enter Medicine King's Valley, what kind of trouble will you cause?" However, although Dong Qinghan was extremely depressed, in his heart he was also quite happy. Qin Zhe being so protective of his little sister, after entering Medicine King's Valley, she wouldn't suffer any hardships. Junior knows he was wrong. Dong Qinghan cleverly admitted his mistake. Qin Zhe nodded lightly. "Good, young Master Dong doesn't look like an uneducated person. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is a good thing." Dong Qinghan's fat face squeezed out a forced smile, a smile that was even uglier than crying. Qin Zhe turned around and looked at Dong Qingyan. "Junior sister, if you and young Master Dong have anything to say, make it short, I'll wait for you downstairs." Saying so, he floated down the stairs. He had come up here to support Dong Qingyan. After Qin Zhe left, Dong Qinghan ground his teeth and glared at his little sister. "You've got the ability, should I call you Senior Dong?" Hee. Dong Qingyan giggled, stepping forward and shaking her brother's arm, softly saying, Father, Dong Qin Han helplessly shook his head. I'll tell him, I believe he won't try to stop me. Then, and father will be proud of me. Dong Qin Yen nodded quickly, suddenly feeling like a big stone had been lifted from her heart. Turning to look at Yang Kai, Dong Qin Han whispered, once you enter Medicine King's Valley, be careful if anything happens, don't involve Yen. He was naturally referring to the Pill Saint's Peak. I know what to do. Yang Kai nodded. Half an hour later, Yang Kai and Dong Qin Yen came downstairs. Qin Zhe and the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples had long since become impatient, so when they saw them come down, they immediately rushed back. Of the 12 peaks of Medicine King's Valley, Hidden Cloud Peak was located in the middle, only 2 mountains away from the Pill Saint's Peak. Arriving at the foot of the peak, looking up, there was only a vague rugged mountain road leading to the top, both sides of which were lush greenery, creating a beautiful scenery. At the foot of the mountain was a stone tablet with 3 large characters engraved on it, Hidden Cloud Peak. At the bottom right corner of the stone tablet was a line of small blood-red characters. Yang Kai took a closer look and saw that the line of small characters was actually, Trespassers will die. Chapter 274. This line of bright red characters demonstrated the overbearing and extraordinary spirit of Medicine King's Valley. Only people from Medicine King's Valley would dare to erect such a majestic stone monument in front of their own home. There was no one guarding the foot of the mountain, so Qin Zhe led the group up the mountain. Dong Qin Yen and Qin Zhe walked side by side, followed by the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples, with Yang Kai bringing up the rear. When the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples looked at Dong Qin Yen, their faces were filled with envy, worship, and even love. On the other hand, when they looked at Yang Kai, they were still disdainful, not even bothering to say a word to him. Alchemists were a group of people who were not good at communicating with others and had eyes above their heads. The alchemists of Medicine King's Valley were even more so. Dong Qin Yan's background was extraordinary and her natural beauty naturally attracted their attention. Although Yang Kai had also passed the test set by Grandmaster Xiao and was qualified to enter Hidden Cloud Peak, in essence, he was just a small attendant with a low status. How could they lower themselves to interact with him? Since they didn't speak, Yang Kai was like a taciturn gourd, secretly observing as they walked. On the other hand, Dong Qin Yen was like a sparrow. From the moment she set foot on the rugged mountain road, she had been constantly asking questions. She was about to enter the Holy Land in her heart and see the senior she worshipped, so Dong Qin Yen was both nervous and looking forward to it. Qin Zhe didn't speak much, most of the time he was silent, but when faced with Dong Qin Yan's questions, he carefully answered one by one, not showing the slightest impatience. Listening to the conversation between the two of them, Yang Kai also learned a few things. Hidden Cloud Peak had only had one alchemist, Xiao Fu Sheng, since several decades ago. Besides the 2 maidservants who served him, there was no one else. Moreover, these 2 maidservants were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Xiao Fu Sheng had been obsessed with alchemy all his life and had never accepted a disciple until this year when he changed his mind and decided to pass on his life's knowledge. That was why today's test had occurred. Why did Master suddenly change his mind? Dong Qin Yen asked curiously. Qin Zhe's expression darkened, but he didn't answer. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Martial Uncle's thoughts, I dare not speculate. You should ask him yourself one day. Oh. The first half of Hidden Cloud Peak was nothing out of the ordinary. As far as the eye could see, there were only rugged rocks and forests. From time to time, there would be some wild animals roaming about. However, they were all small animals such as rabbits and roe deer. There was nothing dangerous about them. But in the second half, instead, it was the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It made people feel relaxed and happy. There were many exotic flowers and herbs in the mountains. Just like that, they grew there openly, swaying in the wind. There were many types of them. It was a dazzling sight. There are so many herbs here, why didn't anyone secretly come up here to pick them? Dong Qin Yen couldn't help feeling curious when she saw no one guarding the mountain forest. Who dares? Qin Zhe coldly snorted. Whoever dares touch Medicine King's Valley's herbs will have their entire family annihilated. Hearing these murderous words, Dong Qingyan quickly spat out her tongue. The herbs that were planted in the mountains were definitely not too valuable, so it was not worthwhile to offend Medicine King Valley for these things. An hour later, the group arrived at the top of the mountain where there was a row of houses. There weren't many of them, only about 7 or 8, most of which were newly built. These should be the residences that Xiao Fusheng had prepared for his disciples. Arriving here, Qin Zhe stopped and turned to the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples and said, "You wait here." The 3 of them listened. Quickly putting on a bashful face, they smiled and said, "Martial uncle, we also want to go in." "What are you going to do?" Qin Zhe asked unhappily. One of them wore a look of yearning. "Since we entered Medicine King's Valley until now, we've only seen Martial Uncle Xiao once, but now we're here, heh." Qin Zhe frowned and pondered for a moment. Nodding, he said, "Good, then don't speak. Martial Uncle doesn't like to be disturbed." "Yes, we promise we won't speak." The 3 immediately cheered up. Yang Kai observed from the side and found that these 3 people's expressions were filled with awe. Even Qin Zhe's expression became serious. It seemed that Xiao Fusheng's reputation in the hearts of alchemists was far beyond what he had imagined. Even these disciples of Medicine King's Valley were proud to see him. Under the leadership of Qin Zhe, the group of people walked straight towards the row of houses. Before they had even arrived, 2 beautiful women appeared in front of them. These 2 beautiful women were both plump and gorgeous, with a hint of charm between their brows, a faint dignified air, and a light smile. At first glance, these 2 beautiful women appeared to be only 25 or 26 years old. In fact, both of them were over 40 years old. Because as early as 25 years ago, they had come to Hidden Cloud Peak to serve Xiao Fusheng. 25 years ago, they were only 16 or 17 years old. These 2 beautiful women were ordinary people who had never cultivated, but they were still able to maintain their youth and beauty. Compared to many other cultivators, they were even able to maintain their looks. All of this was thanks to Xiao Fusheng's methods. Seeing the 2 beautiful women come over, Qin Zhe quickly cupped his fists, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, respectfully saying, "Ladies, please report to Martial Uncle that we have brought the people he wants." "These 2? One of the beautiful women wearing a moon-white dress looked at Dong Qingyan and Yang Kai with a smile. "Greetings, senior." Dong Qingyan also understood etiquette and quickly bowed with Yang Kai. The beautiful woman chuckled, "Call me Aunt Xiang, this is Aunt Lan." Dong Qingyan giggled and obediently bowed again. Aunt Xiang then said, "You don't need to be so formal here, just treat this place as your own home. In the future, the 2 of you will be living here for a long time. If you are too formal, you will feel uncomfortable, and we will also feel uncomfortable." The other beautiful woman, Aunt Lan, smiled and said, "When we first came to Hidden Cloud Peak, we were about the same age as you. In a flash, more than 20 years have passed." Dong Qingyan saw the 2 of them acting so cordially and her tension gradually relaxed. "Ladies, Martial Uncle is?" Qin Zhe waited for them to finish their small talk before respectfully asking for instructions. "Grandmaster is currently performing alchemy. News from the bottom of the mountain has already been sent back. You can go back first. When Grandmaster finishes refining that furnace of pills, he will meet with them." Hearing this, not only did the 3 young Medicine King's Valley disciples look sad, even Qin Zhe was slightly disappointed. "Many thanks." Qin Zhe quickly adjusted his expression, cupped his fists, and led the 3 Medicine King's Valley disciples away. After they left, the 2 beautiful women waved to Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan, smiling as they arranged a place for them to live. Hidden Cloud Peak had only been inhabited by the 3 of them and Xiao Fusheng. Xiao Fusheng would often retreat to perform alchemy and would not appear for more than 10 days. The 2 of them had been companions for so many years, so now that Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan had arrived, they were naturally happy. Hidden Cloud Peak was not like any of the other peaks. There was nothing to pay attention to, nor were there so many restrictions. Everything was very free. After arranging a place for Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan to live, the 2 women left. They stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 3 days, but Xiao Fusheng still did not show up. Only the 2 beautiful women came to see Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan from time to time, inquiring about their well-being. 3 days later, just as Dong Qingyan was muttering to herself about when Xiao Fuxing would come out, a tyrannical energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from nearby. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly, exchanging a glance with Dong Qingyan before quickly rushing out of the house. The two beautiful women had also walked out and were staring at a room in a daze. This was Xiao Fuxing's residence. Not long after, the door opened, and an old man in his 60s with white hair and beard walked out. The old man had a peaceful face, but at this moment, his eyebrows were tightly knitted. He was holding a golden pill in his hand, and while walking, he frowned and observed it. Dong Qingyan suddenly became nervous. The man she had always worshipped had appeared in front of her. Her mood could be imagined. Yang Kai was also looking at this legendary figure in the alchemy world and was surprised to find that this person didn't have the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. He was like an ordinary old man, bland and plain. However, Xiao Fuxing was not an ordinary person. He was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. Yang Kai couldn't help but become solemn. Being able to restrain his aura to such an extent, this Xiao Fuxing was not simple. No pill veins, no pill veins. Without pill veins, what use is there for me? Xiao Fuxing muttered a few times with a pained expression before letting out a long sigh. Yang Kai glanced over at the pill in his hand and found that this pill was full of world energy. Even from a few dozen meters away, he could smell its pill fragrance. On top of that, it was round and full, clearly a heaven grade or above pill. But now, this pill had been degraded by Xiao Fuxing to be worthless. Grandmaster. Auntie Xiang, one of the two beautiful women, called out softly, "He's here." HM? Only now did Xiao Fuxing recover from his contemplation, tossing the pill he had been holding to one of the beautiful women before turning his eyes towards Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan with great interest. And not bad, not bad. Circling around Dong Qingyan a few times, Xiao Fuxing repeatedly praised. At this time, Dong Qingyan's small face suddenly became serious, not daring to move at all. After circling around Yang Kai a few more times, Xiao Fuxing suddenly frowned. Not bad, but the murderous aura is too heavy. Yang Kai's heart went cold. Xiao Fuxing, on the other hand, casually said, "You too, stretch out your hands." Yang Kai and Dong Qingyan both stretched out their hands. Xiao Fuxing flicked his finger and placed it on their wrists. After examining them for a long time, his old face filled with a smile and his eyes flashed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai meaningfully. "You cheated during the test." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before immediately letting out a laugh. Senior's eyes are sharp. Dong Qingyan was stunned on the spot and quickly defended Yang Kai. He didn't cheat, he took that poison pill and forced the poison out of his body. How could he cheat? Xiao Fuxing smiled and said, "I'm not saying that his aptitude isn't good, on the contrary, his aptitude is probably better than yours. It's just that he deliberately delayed forcing out the poison. Obviously he didn't want to show off too much." Dong Qingyan was stunned. The two beautiful women's beautiful eyes also flashed a strange light as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "How did Senior see through it?" Xiao Fuxing chuckled and patted the dust off his clothes. "I set this test myself, how could I not know?" Chapter 275. After Xiao Fuxing's simple explanation, Yang Kai finally understood what was hidden in his poison pills. The pot of poison pills was not complicated to refine, and the materials required were not expensive, otherwise there would not have been so many of them. However, the biggest function of these poison pills was to test the purity of a person's yuan qi. An alchemist was also a cultivator, and all of them had yuan qi in their bodies, but this group of people regarded alchemy as their main occupation. Increasing their cultivation and strength was all for the sake of alchemy. When a poison pill was taken, if one's yuan qi was pure enough, it could completely expel the poison from the body, otherwise, it would not work. The purity of yuan qi was related to many things, such as a cultivator's secret art, martial skills, the pills they had taken, their physique, and various other factors could all affect it. Although these alchemists regarded alchemy as their life's occupation, because of various experiences, their yuan qi was impure, so they failed Xiao Fuxing's test. Yang Kai had only practiced the true Yang secret art since he began cultivating, and had constantly tempered his yuan qi, so it was not surprising that the purity of his yuan qi could meet Xiao Fusheng's requirements. Dong Qingyan's situation was similar. She cultivated a fire attribute secret art. The Dong family was a big family, and when she was at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary, in order to help her break through to the yuan qi boundary, the family had spent a lot of precious treasures to help her condense her yuan qi, so naturally her yuan qi would not be impure. Xiao Fusheng smiled wryly. In fact, this old master's pot of poison pills, if an alchemist were to take them, 90% of them would fail the test. Because they don't take the purity of their yuan qi too seriously. When refining pills, many alchemists have to personally test the properties of the pills themselves. The various medicinal efficacies in their bodies would clash and condense, so how could there be any pure yuan qi? But if it were to be taken by those who cultivate a fire or yang attribute secret art, I'm afraid it would be a different story. Yang Kai suddenly realized why the time it took him to resolve the poison was shorter than Dong Qingyan's, so there was such a reason. However, of those who came to participate in Xiao Fusheng's test, which one of them was not an alchemist? Only a cultivator with a special purpose like Yang Kai would try it. Wanting to find such a successor among the alchemists was indeed somewhat difficult. Dong Qingyan being able to pass this test smoothly was also thanks to the Dong family not supporting her in alchemy all these years. If she had started studying alchemy from an early age, this test would likely have ended with regret. Many people have taken the wrong path as an alchemist. This old master was wrong. Xiao Fusheng let out a long sigh. There was an indescribable sense of loneliness and regret. Yang Kai frowned and said thoughtfully, "Master, according to what you said, wouldn't it be better to find a child with excellent aptitude and train him from a young age?" "A child?" Xiao Fusheng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "This old master can't wait that long." Yang Kai's heart stirred, staring at Xiao Fusheng in surprise. The two beautiful women were also dejected. They wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Dong Qingyan couldn't help but gasp. "Grandmaster." Xiao Fusheng chuckled. With an indifferent expression, he said, "It doesn't matter, I can still live for a few more years. In this lifetime, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the mysterious grade top rank. I really want to see what the spirit rank is like." His words were full of yearning and regret. His expression suddenly brightened and he said, "I can't, but I want to train a spirit grade alchemist. Breaking through the shackles of the spirit rank will depend on the two of you." It was for this reason that Xiao Fusheng wanted to accept a disciple. He had devoted his entire life to alchemy, but had never been able to break through to the spirit rank. How could he not regret it? He had unparalleled alchemy knowledge and his own personal experience on the alchemy path, so he firmly believed that he could cultivate a disciple who surpassed himself. Perceiving Xiao Fusheng's determination, Yang Kai struggled for a moment before quickly saying, "Senior, please forgive this junior. The reason why I came to Hidden Cloud Peak was not to study alchemy." Xiao Fusheng's brow furrowed as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "I want to reach the peak of the martial Tao. If I study alchemy, I'm afraid I won't be able to," Yang Kai said sincerely. He had come to Hidden Cloud Peak this time just to take advantage of its geographical advantage to get close to the Pale Saints Peak. Xiao Fusheng had confided in him, so Yang Kai didn't want to deceive him too much. He definitely couldn't say that he wanted to go to the Pale Saints Peak, but he also couldn't learn alchemy, otherwise he would be unable to escape. Hearing Yang Kai say this, the two beautiful women suddenly frowned and looked towards Yang Kai with a slightly unhappy expression. On the other hand, Xiao Fusheng just chuckled. "Who said that alchemy can't help one reach the peak of the martial Tao?" Yang Kai's expression shook as he thought about it. The first time he had met Xiao Fusheng, this old man had left a deep impression on Yang Kai. Although he was already half buried in the ground, the kind of high-spirited spirit he displayed and the kind of mentality he had to compete with the heavens was something that many young people didn't possess. The Grandmaster didn't ask him to become Dong Qingyan's disciple and instead just stayed here. A few days later, Xiao Fusheng didn't show up much. Dong Qingyan insisted on calling him master and disciple, while Yang Kai only called him Old Xiao. Although the two beautiful women were somewhat displeased with Yang Kai's attitude and tone that day, Their self-restraint was excellent and they didn't embarrass him. Every day they still greeted him with a smile and took care of the daily life of the entire hidden cloud peak, silently contributing. On this day, Xiao Fuxing called Yang Kai and Dong Qinyan into his room. The two of them stood in front of old Xiao, Yang Kai's expression indifferent while Dong Qinyan was somewhat restrained. Xiao Fuxing smiled faintly and nodded. I haven't taught you anything these past few days, but I've been observing your character. Although time will reveal a person's heart, this old master has lived for many years, so his eyesight is still somewhat profound. Yen, you have a kind heart and come from a great family, but you don't have the spoiled temperament of those young ladies. Even if you inherit this old master's mantle, I believe you won't do anything evil in the future. If you are willing, this old master can accept you as a disciple. Disciple is willing. Dong Qinyan quickly replied, her face filled with joy. Xiao Fuxing nodded with satisfaction and then turned to Yang Kai. You are different. Although you are young, you have experienced many hardships and your temperament is much more mature than your peers. Your yuan qi is like a sword, sharp and fierce, so you should have killed many people. But although your methods are ruthless, you will not kill the innocent. Yang Kai nodded silently and did not refute this. As one grew older, their eyesight was generally quite sharp. Your pursuit is different from Yenner's, so even if your aptitude is better than Yenner's, I will not force you. You have your own path to walk, so I will not accept you as a disciple, nor will I teach you alchemy. Master, Dong Qinyan exclaimed, thinking he was going to drive her away. Xiao Fuxing waved his hand and smiled, but, since you have passed this old master's test, it can be considered fate, so I can teach you something else. For the time being, you and Yen, you can live together on Hidden Cloud Peak. Many thanks, old man Xiao. Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Xiao Fuxing really wanted to drive him away from the mountain, he would have no choice. But now hearing him say he could stay on Hidden Cloud Peak, he naturally relaxed. With this, he no longer had any psychological burden to bear. This is a set of secret arts. The two of you can take them to cultivate, but remember, you only need to cultivate for an hour a day at most. Xiao Fuxing handed over a booklet and closed his eyes. Yang Kai reached out and took the booklet before leaving the house with Dong Qinyan. Half a day later, the two of them had familiarized themselves with the secret arts on the booklet and returned to their respective rooms to cultivate. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret art this was as it didn't have a name and its circulation route was quite strange. It actually required one to circulate all 108 meridians in the body at the same time, a staggering number. Yang Kai and the old demon studied this secret art together for a long time, but even with the old demon's profound knowledge, he still couldn't figure out what it was, only that it didn't cause any harm. Xiao Fuxing didn't have much time left, and now that he had finally accepted Dong Qinyan as his disciple, he naturally wouldn't harm her. Thinking so, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on his bed, adjusted his breathing, and began to cultivate this unknown secret art. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Kai Yang was able to enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Every morning, he would wake up early in the morning and face the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. Then, he would spend an hour practicing an unknown secret art. After this, it was time for him to cultivate. The days passed quickly, and they were very fulfilling. Yang Kai repeatedly went to inquire about the situation of the Pill Saint's Peak, but without a proper reason or excuse, he would often be driven away before he could even approach, leaving him at a loss for what to do. The two beautiful women on Hidden Cloud Peak also treated Yang Kai very well. Every day they would cook some medicinal cuisine for him and Dong Qinyan to eat. The two women's cooking skills were very high, using only simple ingredients to create exquisite food. Dong Qinyan's feelings with the two beautiful women also greatly increased during this time. After all, they were all women, so it was much easier for them to interact with one another. After a month of hard work, Yang Kai's own strength didn't increase much, and the unknown secret art didn't increase his yuan qi, so it didn't have any magical effects. However, as old Xiao had said, this secret art could only be cultivated for an hour a day. Any longer and Yang Kai's yuan qi would begin to boil like boiling water, causing him unbearable pain. One day after a month, after Yang Kai and Dong Qin Yen finished their breakfast, the two beautiful women smiled and handed over two medicine baskets. "Auntie Xiang, what are these for?" Dong Qin Yen took the medicine baskets with a puzzled expression and handed one to Yang Kai. Auntie Xiang smiled and said, "Grandmaster has a task for the two of you." "Really?" Dong Qin Yen was very happy. During this time, she had only been cultivating, and Xiao Fu Xing hadn't taught her a single thing about alchemy, which made her quite depressed. She had joined Hidden Cloud Peak in order to learn alchemy, but until now she hadn't even seen the shadow of a pill, so how could she not be anxious? Now that she heard that her grandmaster had a task for her, naturally she couldn't wait to perform well in order to win the favor of her grandmaster, then take the opportunity to put forward her own requirements for learning alchemy. Yang Kai asked faintly. "Grandmaster has asked you to collect some herbs." Auntie Xiang smiled and listed the names of the herbs she was going to collect, then explained in detail the habits and shapes of these herbs. Yang Kai and Dong Qin Yen both secretly remembered this and set off with their medicine baskets. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.